Inheriting a toy factory on the verge of bankruptcy. Originally thought life was hopeless. Unexpectedly awakened a heated vice system. Percent the more wildly imaginative the netizens' suggestions. The more I accomplish, the more outrageous the rewards I receive become. From a high-tech crafting table to infinitely upgradable blueprints. They say building mechas is a joke? I sold everything I had, even the pots and pans. With the system's 100-fold amplification. Create the vermilion bird equipped with a nuclear reactor and energy shield. Live streaming mecha activation shocks the entire internet. Shutting up all the doubters. Gifts keep pouring in endlessly. Just as I thought I could turn my life around with this. This technology, far ahead of its time, seems to have caught the attention of certain forces that should not have been disturbed. Chapter 1: The Golden Finger. Soaring just by taking advice? On a live streaming platform, a male host is selling products during his live broadcast. Unfortunately, the live stream had low viewership, and despite Gu Ming's persistent shouting for a long time, he barely managed to sell a few items. This made Gu Ming doubt his life choices. Being a security guard would have been better than this. After graduating from college, Gu Ming initially wanted to slack off and give up, but his family's circumstances simply wouldn't allow it. Because his father was ill and had no energy to manage their declining toy factory, the only option was to recall his sole son, Gu Ming. But Gu Ming had no interest in business since childhood, let alone the fact that he majored in accounting in college. He simply wasn't capable of running a toy factory. Looking at the livestream with dismal viewership, Gu Ming sighed and slumped onto the table, saying, "Passers-by, feel free to say something even if you won't buy toys. Heck, you can even curse at me as the streamer." 6666, this is the first time I've seen such a shameless request. I'm great at cursing, but terrible at spending money. The streamer has quite the attitude. Can't you just end the stream? I wouldn't even take this low-quality toy if it were free. Streamer, don't you have any better toys, like robots? Gu Ming looked at the barrage and said, "Yes, just check out link number 3. Friends who are interested can take a look at our robot in link number 3. It can transform, has exquisite molds, and even comes with voice features. Kids love it the most. TSK, just average. Last time I took my son to the technology exhibition, I saw their robots. Yours just don't measure up." Gu Ming could tell this person genuinely wanted to make a purchase, so he continued asking, "My friend, feel free to share any comments or suggestions. We'll definitely make changes where we can. Last month, my relative brought back a figurine from abroad, which is way better than your domestic man-made trash. If you ask me, for the streamer to make big sales, it has to be a 100% authentic replica. At least the size should match a real mecha." Gu Ming pondered and said, "Wouldn't it be too inconvenient if it's too big? The price would also skyrocket. Which toy factory could possibly manufacture this?" Watching the chat buddies getting carried away with their wild ideas, Gu Ming helplessly chuckled wryly. "Are you serious? Do people actually buy this when it's made? Damn it, the project is a good one, everyone wants to buy it, but building this thing makes hanging Gu Ming seem easier." Gu Ming was about to refuse with tearful reluctance when a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The persuasion system is binding. Ding! Suggestion received, construct a real mech, completion reward, 10,000 energy points. The host can trigger daily tasks, complete them by following advice to receive rewards. The host can also change others' emotions through task outcomes to obtain energy points, which can be exchanged for items. Host, Gu Ming. Backpack, empty, energy, 0. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a novice reward package. A system? It was actually a cheat system. Gu Ming was stunned on the spot. Who'd have thought that someone like me would ever get a second chance? Excited as he was, Gu Ming quickly calmed down and checked his golden finger system. Follow the advice, complete the task, and you'll receive a reward. As they spoke, the system's voice rang out repeatedly. Someone else chimed in, as the person above suggested, "Why not go all out and add a cockpit, preferably one that moves? I'd definitely buy it." Ding! Suggestion received, install a mech operating cabin. Completion reward, 1,000 energy points. You all really dare to dream. Gu Ming smiled wryly and said, "Aren't you just making things difficult for me? If we actually make it the way you're suggesting, I'm afraid no one will buy it anyway. They're all just talking big. Listen to me, host, install a nuclear reactor for power, then equip it with all kinds of laser weapons. Top speed of Mach 10 for cruising, and capable of diving 20,000 meters underwater." Ding! Suggestion received, pretend to be a miniature nuclear reactor stack, completion reward 2,000 energy points. Ding! Suggestion received, install laser weapons. Completion reward obtained. This will definitely be a hit. Add 4 more wings with built-in laser cannons, and I, Wang Duoyu, will invest in this project directly. Ding! Suggestion received, install external firepower modules. Completion reward obtained, 2,000 energy points. Stealth capabilities naturally require a stealth coating, otherwise wouldn't it just be a sitting duck? Ding! Suggestions received, stealth coating installed, energy points plus 2,000. The armor should at least be able to withstand a few dozen anti-aircraft missiles, right? Lo Shang, you little cutie. If it's a mecha, it's gotta have an energy shield. What's the point of such a clunky mecha without one? Ding. Suggestion received, install a protective energy shield. Completion reward, 2000 energy points. Why isn't the streamer talking anymore? Just apologize if you can't do it after all, everyone already knows you're incapable. Turning his head to glance at the bullet comments, Gu Ming said. Who was the one whimpering and barking just now? Step forward. You said I couldn't do it, what do you have to say now that it's done? Come on, streamer, build me a mech like this. If you pull it off, I'll buy it even for $1 million. I'll put up 100 million. I'll order 10,000 units first, and we'll land in the US tomorrow. Just talking big, huh? Gu Ming grinned and said, alright, I'll follow you guys. You better watch out. 666, is this streamer for real? Are they out of their mind? If the streamer has that kind of skill, I'll wash my hair upside down. I'll twist my head off and give it to you as a chamber pot if the streamer actually builds a real mech. Alright, so you love playing games, huh? Then let's make a bet. If I can't get these toys out, I'll give them all away for free. Everyone make sure to follow, I'll call you guys during the live stream in a few days. Oh really? Just worried the streamer might delete the account and run away. We don't even want your toys, just have the streamer shout 3 times on the street, I can't do it. Deal, it's settled. Whoever lies is a puppy. The streamer's toys aren't much to look at, but they've got such delicate, fair skin it's making my mouth water. Damn, I was too busy chatting with you guys earlier and didn't even notice he's actually a cute little hottie. Hey streamer, wanna hook up? It's easier than selling toys and way more profitable. Ding. Suggestion accepted, switch professions to entertainment industry, completion reward, 1 million energy points. Gu Ming. The damn system must be determined to think I can't do it, hence the temptation. Gu Ming could only painfully refuse. Better not. This streamer's got cleanliness OCD, wouldn't touch anything illegal. Was he just moved a moment ago? The streamer's really got a dirty mind. We were talking about the model. Gu Ming, who had been bantering with the live chat, thought the netizen who asked earlier had already left. To his surprise, that person actually sent him a private message directly, seemingly serious about it. Streamer, my son really loves this. Could you customize one? The more lifelike and accurate, the better. Money isn't an issue. This, the technical difficulty, it's very expensive. Money isn't an issue. Gu Ming had been waiting for these exact words. He adored wealthy spenders like this. But let me be blunt up front, this isn't some small toy. I must have full control over all procedures. This was precision work. How could he possibly proceed if clients kept making endless demands? But your stuff must be expensive. What if my son doesn't like it? I don't want your deposit, and I don't offer a 7-day no-reason return policy. If you really want it, you can wait until the finished product is ready to see if he likes it before making your decision. Alright. After finishing the discussion, Gu Ming logged off. To be honest, even if he managed to make it, he didn't expect this person could actually afford it. System, does the task reward also depend on the task itself? Host's rewards align with task requirements, granting corresponding rewards. By the way, wasn't there supposed to be a beginner's gift package or something? Gu Ming thought to himself, open the gift package. Chapter 2, Black Technology, sell everything to build a mecha. Ding. Host has obtained a black technology manufacturing platform. Ding. Host has obtained 1,000 energy points. Ding. Host has obtained 10,000 currency. 1 energy point equals 1 yuan, 10,000 yuan equals 1 energy point. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. It could even generate money? But this exchange rate is downright outrageous. Wait a minute, what the hell is this high-tech manufacturing platform? Machine tool? System, what's the function of this manufacturing console? This workbench can produce various crafted products through fully automated processing. The host only needs to add materials and input blueprints. Gu Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the crafting table within the space. Great, now all these tasks require precision craftsmanship that my toy factory currently can't achieve. What's needed now are blueprints and materials. System, the blueprint materials needed for this mech, I can't even buy them if I wanted to. The host can spend energy points to purchase additional ingredients, and can spend tech points to upgrade technology levels. Scoundrel. On the task query panel, Li Chunfeng naturally had to start with the simplest ones. For example, start by creating a 1-to-1 scale model of a mecha. Actions speak louder than words. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the livestream chat, Gu Ming ended the broadcast. Due to poor performance at the factory, all employees who could be laid off have been dismissed. The remaining employees were just workers and a few managers. The entire factory was now under Gu Ming's control. Mecha? Giant mecha? Yes, Master Zhu, can you do it? That'll work. There are still ingredients in the storeroom, but can this stuff even sell? Let's discuss the blueprints first and leave the rest for later. Alright. Master Zhu nodded. Gu Ming looked at the 3 or 4 designers and presented his requirements. The design drawings must be complete. They worked on it all day long before finally providing Gu Ming with a final blueprint. The toy mecha model blueprint has been upgraded to an elementary training mecha blueprint, costing 100 energy points. Confirm? Got it. Gu Ming excitedly clicked to confirm. Ding! Obtained beginner level mecha blueprints. Gu Ming quickly checked the data and realized that although this beginner mecha had no weapons and still ran on a fossil fuel engine, at least he now had a template to work with. Leaving the office building, Gu Ming headed to the deserted and suspended workshop number 3. Gu Ming took out the machine tool transformed by the system's high-tech manufacturing platform. He inserted the primary level blueprint. Ding! To manufacture a primary level mech, you need steel 10, copper 1, zinc 3, or spend 100 energy points. Gu Ming didn't yet know how much energy would be required later, so he certainly couldn't use any energy points. There was no other choice but to find a way to purchase it first. Helpless, Gu Ming had to resort to some extreme measures. The next day, Gu Ming sorted out his documents and went to the bank as soon as he had some free time. Including the factory equipment and half of the land, Gu Ming mortgaged it all. Since the toy factory is located in a remote area, it couldn't fetch a good price. After tallying up all the equipment and site expenses, the total came to just over 3 million yuan. Moreover, the bank procedures would take another half-month, so Gu Ming had no choice but to wait. During this period, rumors began swirling through the factory. The factory workers looked at Gu Ming as if he were a freak. I heard that Gu Ming even mortgaged the factory, looking like he was about to be completely done for. He shut down workshop number 3, wouldn't let anyone else in, and kept himself busy inside all day long. The accountant mentioned that next month's payroll might not even come through. This is absolutely outrageous. No, we can't just watch Gu Ming mess around. Let's go find the old factory director. Right, that spendthrift. We can't let him ruin the factory. We can't even get our wages paid, and he still has time to fool around. I've had enough. A group of employees, filled with indignation, went to demand an explanation from the old factory director. In workshop 3, someone knocked on the door and said, "Director Gu, come quickly, they're going to see the old factory manager." President Gu must be insane, completely out of his mind. He actually mortgaged the factory. What a prodigal son. The old factory director must be furious with him. The employees were buzzing with discussions about the insane Gu Ming. Finally, Gu Ming, with eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, rushed over in a hurry and blocked a group of employees at the factory entrance. Most of them were veterans who had worked with Gu Ming's father for many years, including quite a few mid-level core staff. Everyone, listen to me. I understand your concerns. Whether you stay or leave, I can't stop you. But you know my dad's condition, you really shouldn't be bothering him behind my back. Gu Ming scanned the crowd as he spoke. But Manager Gu, we haven't received full wages for the past few months. You keep making reckless moves, the factory has no work, and we need to put food on the table. The old factory director treated us well. We can't just stand by and watch you mess things up. Gu Ming listened quietly to their words, then nodded and said, "In that case, can you give me some time? I promise next month I'll double the owed wages, and I'll raise everyone's base pay by 30%. If anyone truly isn't willing, I'll have accounting settle wages immediately. You're free to leave. Just one thing, out of respect for how well my father treated everyone, don't go bothering him." Instantly, silence fell all around. Someone gritted their teeth and said, I want to be paid. As soon as someone took the lead, voices of agreement followed one after another. Gu Ming watched silently, saying nothing. He could still scrape together this amount of money. Old Zhao, are you really leaving? No other factory will pay us wages this high. A co-worker grabbed his colleague's arm, to which the latter turned and grumbled. What else can we do? Boss Gu was clearly just dangling carrots. If we don't demand it now, who knows if you'll even find him next month. More people lined up to receive their salaries upon hearing this. Looking at the few remaining employees, Gu Ming finally spoke up. To those who trust me, Gu Ming, I thank you. Starting next month, those who stay will have their salaries doubled. Everyone stared at Gu Ming in shock. Was he out of his mind? Some people looked at their pay stubs and suddenly felt a twinge of regret. The doubled salary was tempting, but what if Gu Ming? More people cast disdainful glances at Gu Ming, becoming even more convinced that taking the money and leaving was the right decision, while mockingly eyeing the employees who chose to stay, saying, "Laughing my ass off, you actually believe that? If he's capable of that, I'll eat the machine." A farce came to an end, and Gu Ming barely visited his father Gu Wenhai, being preoccupied with loan procedures all day. During the triggered listen to advice mission, Gu Ming refused to relent despite repeated warnings. Once the payment arrived, Gu Ming had to contact suppliers to purchase various materials. More than 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Ming was no longer as refined as he had been half a month ago. With a scruffy beard and long hair. Directing the workers to unload the materials into Workshop 3, waiting until late at night when the factory was silent and even the security guards were gone. Gu Ming was alone in the workshop. Upgrade basic level mecha to Vermilion Bird mecha, cost 500 energy points, yes no. Spend 500 energy points to upgrade. Weapon module upgrade, energy points spent. Installing stealth coating. Installing energy shield. Ding. Fully assembled mecha mission complete. Claim all accumulated rewards. Ding. Host has obtained 21,000 energy points. In the dead of night, a crimson behemoth gradually rose within the workshop. Chapter 3, The Vermilion Bird makes its debut, and the live stream goes viral. Ding! In a rented apartment downtown, a young man munched on a steamed bun while scrolling through videos. Suddenly, a live stream notification popped up. Hikvision Toy Factory? The young man frowned. When did he follow such a thing? He tapped to unfollow. Right, the young man suddenly remembered. It seemed like over half a month ago, this streamer had been bragging about how awesome he was, claiming he was going to build a real mecha. Remembering this, the young man couldn't help but chuckle. He typed his question. Streamer, weren't you building a mech? I thought you'd disappeared for good. Hold on, let me check your name. Iron Blood Little Cannon? Yeah, that's you, the one who asked me to add a power module. In the livestream, Gu Ming stared intently at the little notebook in his hand. Don't worry, I've got all your names written down in this little notebook. No backing out now. 6. The streamer actually keeps track of who owes what. This is hilarious. I'm so scared, streamer. Please build a mech and make me eat my words. Watching the streamer keep such a ridiculous blacklist, passersby couldn't help but laugh, and the view count slowly climbed. Looking into the camera, Gu Ming announced. Is everyone here? Is the guy who ordered 10,000 units the other day still around? Look at this. Is this really okay? Gu Ming lifted the camera, turning it to reveal the Vermilion Bird. Nearly 10 meters tall, the Suzaku stood towering within the factory building. Thankfully, this was an old factory converted for use, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to stand upright. The entire giant mecha was sharply angular, its gleaming blood-red surface crisscrossed with dense silver-white stripes. A miniature nuclear reactor was housed within the Suzaku's chest, while 2 pairs of electronic pupils emitted an intimidating crimson glow. 8 wings spread across its back, etched with hexagonal honeycomb patterns. Sunlight streamed into the factory, casting patterns across the Suzaku's hull. Anyone witnessing this scene would get goosebumps, as if an interstellar mech had descended upon an apocalyptic, abandoned factory. Inside the rented room, the young man held a steamed bun in his hand, his mouth slightly agape, having even forgotten to chew. Holy? Wait, I'm speechless. Did you actually build a 100% replica mecha model? Gu Ming maneuvered the drone, the camera slowly pulling back to reveal the entire Zhuke unit. The entire livestream's traffic exploded. Passersby, drawn by curiosity, clicked in only to be so stunned they couldn't click out. The backstage admin watched Gu Ming's rapidly growing viewership with curiosity, then stared in disbelief. This streamer was incredible. Recognizing the scale of this event, they activated their privileges to boost Gu Ming's traffic and placed his stream under special monitoring. The viewer count skyrocketed instantly. Gu Ming's mecha was nothing like the simple models they'd seen before. It felt as though it had come to life. Everyone, don't rush, there's more to come. Gu Ming's voice echoed as he switched the drone to auto-follow and hover mode. Gu Ming's slender figure slowly materialized beneath the mecha's feet. What's the streamer doing? Boarding it? Holy crap, this can't be CGI, right? It looks like a real mecha to me. Gundam? Holy crap, this can't be a Gundam, right? I need to buy one. Above the mecha's nuclear reactor core, a single-person hatch slowly opened, revealing the cockpit within. The camera panned inside, revealing a compact, oval-shaped space. 4 pairs of mechanical claws, 2 large, 2 small, hung suspended within. Gu Ming tapped the controller on his wrist, and the 4 pairs of large mechanical claws slowly descended. Following the operating instructions, Gu Ming secured the mechanical claws to his body, and they slowly lifted him upward. The livestream fell silent at first, then erupted with countless question mark and exclamation point. The live viewership surged by tens of thousands at a time. In Gu Ming's mind, energy plus 10 plus 10. Gu Ming couldn't have felt more satisfied. Damn, it actually has a cockpit. This streamer is so lit. Following now. Unbelievable, are creators this competitive now? Not only do you need a model, but you have to put people inside it too. In under 10 minutes, Gu Ming's livestream shot straight into the top 10 of its category. Stepping fully into the cockpit, Gu Ming connected the livestream camera feed. Listen up, folks. It's not too late to apologize to the streamer now. Just say sorry. The streamer is amazing. This is hilarious. The streamer is seriously hardcore, going to such lengths just for a bet. No apology. I'd pay for a mecha model, but does it move? Can it fly? What about the laser cannons? Is this streamer running on electricity or a diesel generator? Gu Ming chuckled. Having immersed himself in the mech's blueprints, he knew it inside out. When it comes to what my viewers say, I always deliver. Whatever you guys want to play with, I'll build it. Countless viewers froze for a second. What did that mean? The camera in Gu Ming's main world cockpit zoomed out to the bottom right corner, revealing the full form of the vermilion bird mecha. Gu Ming began moving, raising his arm as the mech's mechanical systems roared to life. The nuclear reactor core supplied relentless, powerful energy. The Suzaku swiftly raised its arm. Gu Ming cracked his neck, and the mech followed suit. Thud. 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 The factory door was too small. Gu Ming simply raised his hand, pried open a section of the wall, and squeezed through. It's moving? Now I'm certain it's definitely CGI. The streamer's skills are amazing. Must have a team behind them, right? We've been fooled. The streamer is just bluffing. There's no way they could build a mech like this in less than 2 weeks. It was too realistic, so much so that people found it even harder to believe. Yet the livestream's viewership skyrocketed. The admins rushed to report it. With the entire platform's traffic boost, Gu Ming shot straight to the top of the charts. Don't believe it? Gu Ming chuckled. He planted his feet firmly, aimed his direction, sprinted forward, and leaped with all his might. The entire Zhuke vehicle soared over 4 meters high, clearing the factory grounds. Since the factory was located in the outskirts, surrounded by barren hills, Gu Ming had no worries about damaging anyone else's property. The landing thudded deafeningly. Gu Ming casually demonstrated a few punches and kicks, feeling no resistance whatsoever. He casually plucked a small sapling from the rugged cliff face and held it before his eyes. Seriously, are there still people who don't believe the streamer is the real deal? The streamer is amazing. That's a real tree. If this is CGI, I'll gouge my own eyes out. 6666. The young man in the rented room tossed aside his steamed bun and shared the livestream link to his group chat. Mind-blowing. A streamer actually built a fully operational Gundam. Countless people shared the stream, quickly pushing the active viewer count past 1 million. Gu Ming couldn't even see the bullet comments anymore. He didn't even have time to thank the viewers for the gifts as rockets and planes kept flying in one after another. Thanks for all the gifts. To show my gratitude, I'll give you all a live demonstration. Activate engines, charging. Gu Ming commanded via voice AI. Oh no, I have a feeling the streamer is about to pull off something big. What? The streamer isn't actually going to take off, is she? What nonsense. This massive hunk of metal? What kind of engine would it take? You think it's nuclear powered like the Americans? 2 windows popped open in the center of the Suzaku's wings, revealing 2 exhaust nozzles. Azure energy rapidly gathered at the nozzles. An extremely high-temperature exhaust plume erupted, making the air seem to ripple and melt. Whoosh! The live chat suddenly fell silent as everyone stared in shock at the scene unfolding on screen. Chapter 4, The streamer takes advice to heart, alarms the military. The vermilion bird mecha launched via catapult. Without even needing to charge up, it launched directly. The crimson colossus pierced the sky, leaving the drone signal long since lost. Daddy, is that Ultraman? On a country lane, a child excitedly pointed at the sky while holding a lollipop. His father smiled kindly and glanced up. Silly boy, there's no such thing as Ultraman in this world. Holy crap, a mecha? The massive mecha flashed past, its presence confirmed only by the sonic boom echoing seconds later. Despite Gu Ming's careful avoidance of urban areas, many still caught sight of him. A photographer capturing birds accidentally snapped a shot of the Suzaku's hull, leaving him completely stunned. Staring at the mecha now reduced to a tiny black, he pulled out his phone in shock. 110? Yes, I need to report a mecha flying recklessly in the sky. Wait, I'm not messing around. It's a real mecha, you hear me? A Gundam, got it? In the stratosphere, a young man in business class accepted a carton of milk from the flight attendant, listening to music as he drank. Suddenly, his gaze darted to the window as a crimson phantom streaked past. Put! Milk sprayed all over the attendant. Without even apologizing, the man scrambled to press his face against the window, though the figure had vanished long ago. A mecha. It was definitely a mecha. A sense of his worldview shattering flooded the man's mind. Me? I've traveled through time and space on this plane? Meanwhile, the livestream camera switched to a mecha's eye view, sending the entire chat into absolute chaos. This is insane. I saw a Gundam. I'm going back to sleep. Mom, I must be dying, I'm seeing things. Heavens above, earth below. To witness something straight out of a sci-fi movie in my lifetime. Thanks to the mecha's built-in pressure equalizers, Gu Ming felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with curious excitement as he savored the sensation of soaring through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, how's the view from up here? How much power does this thing need? What kind of engine is the streamer using? Glancing at the comments, Gu Ming casually replied, no clue about the power source. Didn't you guys tell me to install a nuclear reactor? Well, I built a small one and put it inside the mech myself. And as for the mech's design? Aerodynamics be damned, it's all about brute force. Just build it to fly like a brick. Wait, are you Iron Man or something? A nuclear reactor? Seriously? You're out of your mind, streamer. Do whatever the netizens tell you to do? Ha, you're actually trying to talk me out of it. Hold up, I remember someone earlier saying the streamer should build a mech with a nuclear reactor and cruise at Mach 10. The streamer didn't actually take that seriously, did he? This isn't a joke. Even with current US reserve tech, reaching Mach 10 isn't sustainable for long-range cruising. I believe it. Before meeting the streamer, could you even imagine real-life mechs existing? No way. If they did, I'd eat Laoba's secret recipe mini burgers. Gu Ming skipped explanations and stated flatly, accelerate to Mach 10. Engage flight crews. He pulled up another virtual panel and switched to a short video the mech's exhaust plume. With the Suzakus all around, blind spot free vision, this was no challenge. The exhaust plume suddenly expanded, revealing several faint Mach rings. Everyone stared speechless at Gu Ming's brutal flight, numb with sheer astonishment. You, the one eating the secret recipe mini burgers, get out here and eat. What Gu Ming didn't know was that right now, on Weibo, Tieba, and every social platform, unidentified flying object spotted in the sky. Suspected UFO sighting near the border of Donghai province. Red mecha flying in the sky. Accompanied by images though the quality was poor, only vaguely resembling a mecha design. But most people hadn't watched the livestream, they just scoffed at it. LOL, it's 2023 and people still believe in aliens? Obvious Photoshop job. Next. Shame on these marketing accounts spreading fake news. It's real, I swear. I really saw it. Those who posted claiming to have witnessed it were met with endless ridicule, their voices drowned out by the crowd. Gu Ming remained oblivious to it all, focused solely on promoting his product. This mech is yours for just 9,999,999. Is it worth it? Click the shopping cart below, and I'll deliver it straight to your door. Cheap. Really cheap for a mech. But I'm broke. Hold up, host, did you forget? Cruising at Mach 10, you're practically in international waters already. Ha? Gu Ming froze. Holy crap, cruising at Mach 10 meant over 10,000 kilometers per hour. He really was. He quickly reduced speed and opened the map, realizing he'd already reached the maritime boundary. Holy crap, thanks for the heads up, guys. I almost ended up in another country. 666, someone's actually that crazy. How many people did you hire, streamer? And how much did it cost? Streamer. Look at me, streamer. You violated airspace regulations. The cops might already be on their way to your house right now. LOL, UFO? The entire country is covered in radar networks. Missiles might already be locked onto you. The vermilion bird hovered in midair as Gu Ming sank into deep thought. Damn it. All caught up in showing off, I totally forgot about this. Will they give me a pair of silver bracelets and free room and board? Missile lock isn't likely. First, I was moving at high speed. Second, I applied a stealth coating radar would struggle to lock onto me. Gu Ming replied slowly. Wait, you've actually developed a stealth coating? Host, you've got to be kidding me. How many years has our country spent developing this, and you just pulled it off so easily? You're a freak of nature. Did you time travel here or something? 1 million, 10 million, 20 million, 50 million views. Boss, you really won't intervene? Some of his actions are illegal. The super admin hesitated before speaking. The supervisor gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Forget it. Play dead. I'll report this to higher-ups and take the punishment. Such massive traffic was on the verge of breaking the 100 million mark. He couldn't bear to lose it, and neither could the company. Such an outrageous incident would make their company infamous worldwide. They were gambling. Eastern Naval District Headquarters. Report, unidentified flying object detected. Reporting, target appears to have stealth coating radar has not yet locked on. Target speed too fast, vanished. Satellites are tracking. The generals in the war zone meeting halted proceedings. For the past 10 minutes, reports had been pouring in one after another. 3-star General Zheng Tao frowned. Photographs? Any? Yes. Instantly, someone projected a satellite image onto the screen. A group of generals stared at the object displayed, their expressions turning peculiar. What the hell is that? A toy? You're not messing with me, are you? Zheng Tao said expressionlessly, briefed them on the situation. Yes, sir. Commanders, about 10 minutes ago, an unidentified flying object took off from the outskirts of Donghai City. The target is suspected to have stealth coating. Detection shows its maximum speed reached Mach 10. Suspected. Speak up. Reporting, suspected humanoid mech. Chapter 5, caught in the fire control radar? Messing with the F-35. The reporter hesitated himself. Wasn't this just bull? Mecha? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, young man? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Reporting to the commander, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the case. Moreover, the target has halted at the maritime boundary line. We suspect it is a spy weapon. What's your basis for that? Zheng Tao stated, his gaze fixed on the red humanoid mech displayed on the screen. Intelligence indicates that the U.S. 7th Fleet, stationed at Yokosuka, Japan, departed port 1 day ago. 50 kilometers ahead lies the U.S. 7th Carrier Strike Group. You think they're here to pick him up? Yes. We suspect it's some kind of secret American weapon. Judging by the situation, it's highly advanced. Old Zheng, what should we do? Asked Han Wei, deputy commander of the theater. Commander, take it down. Regardless of whether it's American, illegal flight alone is sufficient grounds for shooting it down. That's right, Commander. Give the order. Recalling the humiliating days of the past, now that they'd risen to power, every commander yearned to prove themselves in a single decisive moment. Zhang Tao frowned, saying nothing. Something about this incident felt off. A mech? Stealth capabilities? A speed of Mach 10? If it was American, why did it halt at the maritime boundary? What about the Air Force? 4 J-20s are airborne. Monitor the target. Old Han, you draft the report. I'll personally brief headquarters. Understood. Gu Ming thought to himself, China bans firearms, but this is a laser weapon, it shouldn't be illegal, right? Hey everyone, illegal flight, how about paying a fine? You guys are all scared of the streamer? The streamer's so fierce, did he really rig himself with a firepower system? Gu Ming fell silent, contemplating the merits of confessing and turning himself in. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the vermilion bird. Warning, warning. Target acquired. Locked. Suddenly, Gu Ming's eyes widened. 3 red dots on the Suzaku's radar rapidly closed in on Gu Ming. Even more absurdly, more and more red dots appeared behind them. Holy? That many? In the livestream chat, viewers watched Gu Ming's shocked reaction, utterly confused. Holy crap, what's going on? What's going on? What's happening? The radar shows 3 planes diving toward me, with a bunch more dots behind them. They're only a few dozen kilometers away, they could be here in a heartbeat. No way, did the streamer just run into the East Sea Fleet? This is hilarious. Viewers, I'm not too familiar with aircraft, is this thing a J-20? Gu Ming stared at the screen before him, his brow furrowed with worry. Host, run for your life. That's a damn F-35 American stuff. Ding. Suggestion received, flee home. Completion grants 1 energy point. Chill out, Nightingale. You look like you're heading to the gallows. You know, this thing is just too cool. It's my first time flying an F-35 on a mission. You'll get used to it. Guys, we're about to reach the target area. Have fun out there. Eagle's nest calling lynx. Unidentified object detected ahead. Maintain vigilance. The F-35 pilot glanced at the radar with confusion. My radar isn't picking up anything unusual. Linking data now. Target likely possesses stealth capabilities. Our radar has locked onto it. Roger that, guys. This is gonna be fun. Nightingale, let's give those Chinese guys across the way a little tease. Won't this cause trouble? No one dares challenge the flag on your back. Go. 3 F-35s spread out in combat formation, rapidly closing in on the target. Strangely, the target was moving extremely slowly. I see him. Is it a fighter jet? By the time the lead pilot visually confirmed the target, they were already engaged in aerial close combat. This guy probably hasn't spotted us yet. He's moving as slow as a snail. Nightingale, lock him on. It's fine, just once. I bet the kid'll himself. Though hesitant, the young rookie obediently activated the fire control radar. Wait, that guy's red? What's so strange about the Chinese? They just love red. He's charging right at us? Wait, he vanished? Nightingale frantically scanned the radar, looking around in disbelief. Impossible. How could that Chinese pilot's aircraft accelerate that fast? The live stream screen was filled with shock. Has the streamer really been locked onto by radar? Is he doomed? Run, streamer. Isn't it supposed to be stealth? How could it get locked on? Are you stupid? Who said invisibility coating makes you undetectable? The streamer should just surrender. Reading the comments, Gu Ming panicked and quickly activated his energy shield. This, speechless. Does the streamer have a system? How come the energy shield appeared? Sci-fi movie? Streamer, don't do anything stupid. Confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. Ding. Suggestion accepted, surrender. Completed. Earn 2,000 energy points. Gu Ming had thought the same, he just wanted to earn some hard-earned cash. But the closer he got, the more uneasy Gu Ming felt. The Suzaku's built-in reconnaissance system rapidly zoomed in. Several F-35s were hot on his tail, simultaneously activating their fire control radars as if toying with him. No. You're supposed to be tough, streamer. Take them on. Yeah, you can fly at Mach 10, right? Use your laser cannon on them. Ding. Suggestion received. Destroy 1 F-35 to earn 5,000 energy points. Cut the crap. This is a major incident. Are you seriously going to start a war? Streamer, don't go. This is illegal now, soon it'll be a crime. They've locked onto you. You coward. Just ram the damn thing, you haven't fired yet anyway. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Use close combat to take down an F-35. Completed. Earn 10,000 energy points. This works? Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Even clay figures have their limits. These Americans were getting cocky, locking onto him with 3 planes. So what if you've got an entire carrier strike group backing you up? I'll just go full throttle at Mach 10 plus, come and get me if you dare. I think these friends have a point. This is our territory. At the very least, this counts as self-defense. Gu Ming activated his propulsion system, unleashing full throttle flames from his tail nozzle as he charged forward at maximum speed. 666, is the streamer really China's toughest guy? We're dead meat now. How can this handmade contraption possibly beat their F-35s? Bull. Ask him if an F-35 can cruise at Mach 10. Within the live stream feed, Gu Ming accelerated to the limit, preparing to shake off the F-35. Activate electromagnetic jamming. Gu Ming continued as the Suzaku emitted an invisible wave pattern, breaking free from the fire control radar lock. What the hell? He vanished in an instant? The F-35 pilot's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the sky and the radar screen. One burst of acceleration and a sudden cobra maneuver later, the target vanished completely from sight and radar. Damn it, my instruments are malfunctioning. What the hell is going on? Chapter 6, want to find me? You'll have to look in the F-35's rearview mirror. Link's calling Eagle's Nest, target vanished? The F-35 pilot's call to carrier command was slightly urgent. This is Eagle's Nest. We have reason to suspect the opponent is a Chinese J-20. It may have upgraded to an engine or technology we're unfamiliar with. We're searching for the target and must observe it at close range. Copy that. We're deepening our penetration into the heart of China's East Sea. Don't worry, Lynx. The E-2 early warning aircraft are airborne. They'll locate the target for you. Copy that. At 10,000 meters altitude, Gu Ming flew at full throttle, monitoring the radar's movements. These 3 Yanks are sniffing around like dogs. How annoying. Gu Ming pulled a piece of gum from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and muttered. I knew you wouldn't dare, host. They're the world's top aircraft, after all. Yeah, streamer, don't get impulsive. Better head back home. Oh no, the host ended up dying horribly. Bull. Shut up if you can't speak properly. Gu Ming smiled as he watched the comments stream while controlling the game. When has the streamer ever been afraid? Watch me teach these Americans a lesson today. Learn to keep your head down. 66, I'll be damned if I don't see how tough the streamer really is. The streamer doesn't even dare to touch them, he'd run scared just from meeting them. What's he bragging about? Alright, everyone, watch closely. The vermilion bird accelerated sharply, vanishing completely into the clouds. Behind the 3 F-35s, an E-2C Hawkeye early warning aircraft had already taken off. Providing long-range escort alongside satellite tracking, it combed the skies searching for Gu Ming. In the Carrier Command Center, 7th Fleet Commander Mackenzie and the Operations Department monitored the enemy's movements, requesting all available satellites in the vicinity. We've made a major discovery. This must be a secret weapon developed by the Chinese, Mackenzie declared. Sir, aren't we overreacting? The Chinese don't have that many high-tech weapons. His aide questioned doubtfully. What are your thoughts, Bright? Mackenzie turned to his aide, who rose and approached the screen, pointing at the blood-red silhouette captured there. I believe it's a prototype aircraft constructed by the Chinese. They likely sacrificed numerous systems or endured severe side effects to achieve high speed. It resembles the Russian Mi-25 more than anything else, nothing to be concerned about. We should focus on the real threat. Intelligence indicates the Chinese East Sea Fleet has already begun moving toward us. Perhaps you're right. We should set our sights on the main course. Mackenzie chuckled. Ha 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 ha. The carrier's command bridge echoed with laughter. E-2 early warning aircraft. I've got him. The operator shouted excitedly. The commander grabbed the radio and said, Lynx, this is refueling station. We've acquired the target and are linking data. Copy that. 3 F-35s had reacquired Gu Ming's location and were thrilled. God, he's right above us. Nightingale exclaimed in astonishment. So what? We've got him now. Chinese bastard, let's see where you run to. Lynx sneered with a cold smile. Seal, you left. Nightingale, you right. Pincer him. Roger. Alert. Alert. Enemy radar lock acquired. The red lights flashed again and the live stream exploded. We're done for. How are we gonna escape this time? I knew it. Those well-trained Americans with their high-tech gear no match for your amateurish, low-quality junk? Don't die, streamer. I was planning to order one myself. Gu Ming glanced at the comments and replied calmly. Hold on, guys. I just added an electronic pod to this mech. Activating the electronic systems to generate a virtual target. Gu Ming voice controlled the mech while explaining to the chat. I've generated 300 virtual targets. He's locked onto me, right? Come on then, let's see who he locks onto now. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, the alarm was deactivated. 66,666. No way. Is your indicator light broken? Fake? Dude, I could circle behind him right now and he wouldn't even notice. The only thing that could track me is the F-35's rearview mirror. Let's test it. Gu Ming said. That's hilarious. You're just blowing smoke. If you're so confident, go around behind him and scare him. Electronic pods? Ignorance is bliss. I'd advise you to head home. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Close-range tailing of F-35 grants 1,000 energy points. With energy in hand, Gu Ming got fired up and executed a swift counterattack with his mech. Meanwhile, the U.S. early warning aircraft was in complete chaos. What the hell is going on? The commander stared dumbfounded at the screen filled with densely packed red dots. It's a decoy. The enemy released a false target, likely the Chinese J-16D. Engage anti-jamming. Locate him. Roger. Preparing now. I've never backed down from anyone in this department. Calling Lynx, we're tracking the target. This is Lynx. Are you sure? F-35 asked hesitantly. No problem, buddy. We'll get it. Just a bit slippery. Suzaku, everyone in the livestream could only see the camera rolling wildly as the footage sped by, clueless about what the streamer was doing. The streamer's making a run for it. Don't ask. Who told you fighter jets operate solo? There's always backup. That so-called electronic pod is just for show, useless against real military forces. Wait, is there something in front of the camera? 3 F-35s flew in formation. Out of caution, they preferred collective action against this elusive Chinese aircraft. Relax, Nightingale. The targets on radar are dwindling. We'll find it soon. But I keep getting this bad feeling. Shut up, buddy. Ha 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 ha. The radio chatter finally lightened up a bit. Not long after, the lead fighter's radio crackled with the excited voice of the early warning aircraft. Lynx, we've got him. Ha, damn Chinese monkey, think you can escape? Linking data now. He's right ahead of you on the right. Remember to teach that stinking monkey a lesson for me. Nice work, buddy. Let's roll. The crew of the E-2 early warning aircraft finally breathed a sigh of relief. The commander patted the operator on the shoulder. Well done. The latter smiled confidently. No problem, boss. Those Chinese think this tech can stump me? Tracking him down? I don't even need 5 minutes. Guys, once we're back, I'm treating everyone to all the beer they can drink. Hoo-hoo. Even before the battle began, the early warning aircraft was filled with laughter and celebration, already certain of victory. Hooligans! Accelerate! Full speed! A terrified scream crackled over the radio, instantly silencing the airborne early warning aircraft. Damn it! Didn't you say you found it? Bobcat, this is the gas station. What happened? Did the target get away? No, he's still here. Fuck you, he's fucking on my rearview mirror. Chapter 7, Draw your sword against the enemy, retaliate in kind. Streamer, there seems to be something up ahead. Could it be here to catch the streamer? Gu Ming glanced at the chat stream, blew a bubble, and said, You guys wanted to see what the F-35's rear end looks like? Here you go. Gu Ming raised his hand, pulled up a virtual panel, zoomed in, and switched the feed to the live stream camera. The streamer's gear is so sci-fi, like something out of a movie. Is that damn F-35 up ahead? Holy, is that the plane that locked onto the streamer on radar earlier? Impressive. Streamer 6, where are all the doubters now? Step forward. Ding. Mission complete. Earned 1,000 energy points. Host, Gu Ming. Inventory, none. Energy level, 72,333. What a rush. Gu Ming felt exhilarated and chilled to the bone. In such a short time, he'd amassed over 70,000 energy points, a complete rags to riches turnaround. Pure adrenaline and inspiration. The live stream's traffic exploded. While not everyone could contribute energy points, the mecha hadn't been purchased yet, and the stock of little toys had already sold out. As your host, I'm all ears. Tell me what you want to see, and I'll deliver. Thanks for your support. Hope the admins don't ban the stream. Just tell me what you want to see. Ban the stream? Don't be ridiculous. The stream management team's faces were flushed. Red viewership had already surpassed 50 million. Software downloads, traffic, and new users were exploding, all just to watch Gu Ming. If they shut down the stream now, they'd be the ones walking out before Gu Ming. Go get him, streamer. Stick it to those Yanks. Ha? Isn't that illegal? Dude, hasn't the streamer broken enough laws already? Exactly. Might as well ram the bastards. How many heroes sacrificed when they bullied us before? Just don't use weapons. Like the Russians' Barents Sea scalpel, this is payback in kind. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Destroy at least one F-35 to earn 5,000 energy points. Seems worth a shot. Anyway, Gu Ming realized he'd already stirred up a big mess, so might as well go all out. Who hasn't been a rebellious youth at some point? Don't scare the streamer with bullet comments. I'm a scaredy cat. Who knows, maybe the CIA will knock on my door one day. But no worries, as a reward for all you viewers. Gu Ming chuckled softly, slowing down as he crept closer. Chaos. Total chaos. All of Northwest Shanxi's turned into a complete mess. You guys keep giving the streamer bad ideas. What if we offend the Americans and they come after us? It's not worth it, streamer. With your skills, you could totally go to America and enjoy a better future. Glancing at the chat, Gu Ming fixed his gaze ahead and said calmly, Moderator, kick those jerks out. No need for them to enjoy life in America, I'll send them straight to the black room for a little fun. Sunshine streamed through the windows. But right now, the three F-35 pilots weren't feeling so great, they were downright flustered. Today, the Chinese were acting like ghosts. They never used to be like this, did they? You, I finally caught you. How dare you play games with me? Seal, calm down. It's just a routine skirmish. Nightingale spoke nervously, hearing her teammates' furious voices. It's fine, Nightingale. That was the last resort the Chinese had. Let Seal vent, but don't go overboard. The lead pilot's voice carried confidence. Evidently, prolonged confrontation had convinced Lynx they understood these opponents. They were fearless, but their little toys left them helpless. Lynx, you gotta help me. Flank him from both sides. Nightingale, you coward, go wing him. What are you planning? Lynx asked, puzzled. Heh, just an accidental traffic incident. You know, we'll just accidentally bump into him. Seal grinned cruelly. But this way. Shut up, Nightingale, you coward. Why are you afraid of a bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys? This is how we've always done things. The radio fell silent. Clearly Lynx had tacitly approved the action. The trio sped toward the target on the radar, consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Their opponents had slipped away so easily, then toyed with them using a bunch of fake targets. This was intolerable. Nightingale looked troubled, rubbing his eyes as he pondered how to report the situation. A quick glance revealed a crimson figure had appeared on a small rearview mirror of the aircraft. His pupils contracted sharply as Nightingale leaned closer. Though the rearview mirror didn't reveal the entire figure, it was clear enough. A blood-red transformer, 4 pairs of wings unfurled behind it, its eyes glowing a deep, eerie blue as it fixed its gaze on the three of them. Trembling, Nightingale fumbled with the radio. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. After struggling for a moment, Nightingale screamed in terror. Hi, Go, behind you. What? Nightingale? Seal and Lynx asked in confusion. Damn it, you didn't take what I said earlier seriously, did you? Fine, I apologize. Unless my engine's on fire or that thing's right on my tail. Laughing it off, Seal glanced at the rearview mirror and couldn't look away. Seal's terrified scream pierced through the roar of the engine. Fuck you. Behind us. Monster. Monster. Thick crab, step on it. Full throttle. Lynx roared at the rear. This was an F-35. How had someone slipped up behind them completely undetected? What is that? A transformer. An alien. Holy crap, could that red plane we were tracking be it? Lynx frantically opened the radio. Damn it, didn't you say you found it? Lynx, this is the gas station. What happened? Did the target get away? No, it's here. I fuck you, it's fucking right in my rearview mirror. That bastard on radar was a decoy too. He's right behind us. Damn it, it's a transformer. What? Lynx, what are you talking about? Dead silence fell over the early warning aircraft. They'd been tricked. That last target was fake too? The enemy had fooled everyone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could those Chinese monkeys pull that off? The technician muttered, his mind blank. Transformers? Had those three idiots lost their minds? The radio transmission contained no further explanation, only a high-resolution photo transmitted by the computer. A blood-red mech stood just 100 meters behind them. Bobcat. Bobcat? Calling Bobcat? Sir, their signal's gone completely. There's electromagnetic interference. The technician frantically manipulated the equipment, yet the electromagnetic interference proved utterly unstoppable. It felt as though the earlier illusion had been nothing but a cruel mockery. Staring at the monster on the screen, the commander unconsciously dropped the radio from his hand. God. Chapter 8, Electromagnetic Pulse Bomb, Alien Monsters? I'm at my limit. Inside the cockpit, Haegu was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through. Even with the engine revved to its limit, that bizarre monster behind him closed the gap effortlessly. Seal, Nightingale, spread out and look for an opening. Roger that. Roger. The two F-35s on the left and right wings instantly separated, with all three aircraft streaking off in different directions. Looks like the streamer's about to get led around like a dog. How do you even play 1 against 3? Their missiles can't lock onto you, but their cannons can still riddle you with holes. Hang in there, streamer. Gu Ming replied calmly. Don't panic, these three are working together. There's another plane behind them, I bet it's their early warning aircraft. I'll just flash it on screen and knock the streamer's eyes out of his head. 666, this is hilarious. The streamer's still thinking about showmanship at a time like this. I'm dying here. Go ahead and spam, let's see what you've got. Rockets kept flooding the chat as Gu Ming kept talking. Engage fire control system. Switch to EMP rounds. Looking into the camera, Gu Ming declared. Let's see where they run now. The Suzaku's shoulder suddenly exposed a gaping black barrel as a missile shot out. But unlike the expected missile trajectory aimed at the F-35's tail, it spiraled upward, twisting and turning before detonating mid-air. Pfft, hilarious. Is that it? Brilliant. The streamer's missiles must be Indian-made, right? You guys don't know. If the streamer's telling the truth, this thing is actually an EMP warhead. It doesn't even need to hit anyone. Bull. This is real tech, not sci-fi. Stuff like this is probably still in the experimental phase even for the Americans. Gu Ming casually spat out his gum and sighed. Look at you guys, you don't even believe it when it's made. This thing has a huge range, no need for precision hits. Just watch if those three can pull off coordinated fire now. I'll take your last name. As he spoke, inside the F-35 cockpit, the rapidly escaping Sea Dog kept scanning the red transformer chasing only him. He mentally cursed Gu Ming's entire family. Lynx Nightingale, he's behind me. Radar can't lock on. Using the cannon. ZZZZT. A burst of sparks erupted. The SEAL pilot quickly released the control stick. Screens, displays, electronic components, every single one. The SEAL stared in shock at the sudden destruction of all electronic equipment before him. What the hell? Impossible. No one attacked him. Could it be the Chinese man behind him? Endless fear surged through Haigu's heart. The unknown shape, terrifying power, and unfamiliar weapon. He couldn't even think of escaping now. It wasn't just him. Gu Ming's enhanced version, or rather, the true electromagnetic pulse bomb, had directly obliterated the early warning aircraft dozens of kilometers away. The aircraft, packed with electronic components, had all its electronics fried and communications destroyed by the EMP even from dozens of kilometers away. Crackling sparks erupted in waves as a group of technicians stared in panic and horror at the instruments before them. Completely at a loss, every electronic device had been mysteriously destroyed. What the hell is going on? Fuck, it's the devil. That transformer must be the devil. Shocked, the commander composed himself and suddenly realized. An electromagnetic pulse bomb? That secret weapon of the Chinese. It's carrying an EMP warhead. Nimitz-class aircraft carrier command bridge. A group of American elites murmured among themselves as they studied the photos transmitted from the front lines. Mackenzie rubbed his temples and murmured. Major, you know this isn't a laughing matter. No, General, I swear this intelligence comes from the F-35. The major officer said solemnly. Ha ha ha. You mean those Chinese built a Transformers robot to wipe us out? Then their next move should be to land in San Francisco. Ha 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 ha. A group of officers laughed heartily, each chiming in with their own remarks. One of them stood up. Major, two possibilities. 1, they're toying with you. 2, aliens. The major opened his mouth to protest but found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the communications officer burst into the operations room. We're in trouble, God almighty, sir. E2 and all 3 Lightning fighters are down. All satellites lost sight of that area. In an instant, I swear, just an instant. The words fell, and the conference room fell deathly silent. The general who had just spoken nearly choked on his own words. Taking out 3 F-35s and an AWACS aircraft simultaneously in an instant? 3-star General Mackenzie leapt to his feet, staring in shock at the crimson mech before him. Aliens? Chinese extraterrestrial technology? East Sea Province coastal region. 4 J-20s took off from a military airfield tasked with reconnaissance. Hi Donching, when do you think we'll finally get to have a proper showdown with those Yanks? Bu. It's only a matter of time. Another voice chimed in. Did I ask you, little chick? Bull. I've told you 1,000 times that's a white-legged falcon, not an eagle. Calm down, everyone. Intelligence says the target's moving fast, averaging Mach 10. There's a US fleet ahead. 10 Mach? Who knows if that's even true? Probably just bragging. Whether it's true or not, the carrier strike group is real. Headquarters said this time, no matter what, we're making contact. Navy, brothers, close in. As they spoke, the radio transmission suddenly became choppy and intermittent. Heydonking looked down in confusion. Bang. A small piece of the dial suddenly sparked and flew off. What the hell? Heydonking, my radar's gone haywire? Reporting, my targeting system. Fall back. It's strong electromagnetic interference, fall back. It's definitely those damn Yanks. Golden Eagle, shut your damn trap. Honey, wake up. Look at me. Fortunately, their quick reaction minimized damage to the 4 aircraft. Even so, the other 3 pilots were utterly exasperated by the owl wailing in the radio, cursing their own cockpit. But they could understand the heartache. They were scared less. They treated their planes like wives, maintaining them with utmost care. Even after spreading out a kilometer to the left and right, the 4 remained within the range of intense electromagnetic interference. Heidongking stared intently at the instruments, a heavy unease settling in his chest. Electromagnetic interference this powerful and widespread, could it be another new weapon from the Americans? He immediately reported the situation and the four hovered in place, awaiting orders. Military District Operations Command. Combat? Who fired first? Zhang Tao turned in surprise to look beside him. No, it wasn't our side. In the airspace where that red mech is located, intense electromagnetic interference erupted. All electronic equipment within at least 50 kilometers has malfunctioned. We suspect it's connected. Chapter 9, Bring Gu Ming back at any cost. Operations Room. This is the estimated affected area. It's been nearly 15 minutes, and electromagnetic interference persists in this zone. For J-20s and 1 KJ-2000 from the Air Force, along with 6 J-15s from the Navy, are currently confined to patrolling the periphery of this zone. Refusing to estimate this EMP attack is extensive in range, devastating in power, and prolonged in duration. Should the East Sea Fleet be directly targeted, most instruments would likely be crippled. The consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing all the intelligence, the officers below gasped repeatedly, whispering among themselves. What the hell is that? Could it be those Americans again? That mech? Could it be designed to deploy this kind of weapon? Could it be the Americans wanted to use us as test subjects, only for something to go wrong during termination? Someone asked. Commander Zhang Tao's face darkened with worry, his heart racing. Such a terrifying electromagnetic weapon was practically on par with nuclear arms. If detonated on our homeland. At the thought, Zhang Tao frowned and said, "What else? We've been fighting for ages and still don't know who the enemy even is? Commander, we're investigating." The lieutenant colonel delivering the intelligence report swallowed hard and replied in a low voice. "Report." The communications officer knocked on the door and hurried over to the lieutenant colonel to present the data. The commander's eyes lit up as he hurried forward. "We've found it, Commander. We've located the target." "Speak up." "State security has located the target. Locked on it's a streamer." The large screen had already switched to Gu Ming's livestream. "This is the man, Gu Ming, male, 22 years old." Skip to the important parts. Zhang Tao cut in. "He's behind everything. This morning, he test flew a mech he developed himself, along with various other devices he created. He's streaming it live right now. The entire internet is watching. Let me ask, is this guy a spy? Or is he of Chinese descent?" "No, he's a native of this province, just graduated from university. Investigations show he has no backers. He did everything himself." The intelligence chief stated, eyes fixed on the documents in his hands. Glancing at the handsome young man interacting with the live chat on the screen, the white-haired elder standing to Zhang Tao's right rose to his feet. "Impossible. Did you see the data I got on that mech? The stealth coding? Even the EMP bomb discovered in the East China Sea? And this is just some kid? If he's capable of that, the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences might as well go home and take care of their kids." "Engineer Lu, calm down. What's really going on here?" Zhang Tao inquired. The intelligence chief hurriedly clicked on the computer, playing Gu Ming's live stream recording from the beginning. "This is my own development. Capable of reaching Mach 10. Yes, this thing has a stealth coating." In the conference room, everyone stared intently, stunned by Gu Ming's live stream footage. It was a genuine mech. Complete with a miniature nuclear reactor, stealth coating, firepower systems, and even equipped with devastating electromagnetic pulse bombs. "Monster!" Engineer Lu leapt to his feet, muttering to himself. Genius beyond genius, there were no words to describe it. Self-taught, working alone with outdated machinery from a toy factory, he developed a mecha that transcended its era. Some of the technological methods employed were nothing short of revolutionary. "Oh dear, that was reckless. That's an American F-35. Gu Ming accelerated to break free from lock-on and shift positions. "Wait, is this guy made of steel? That kind of speed and maneuverability would require at least a dozen Gs, enough to knock someone unconscious or even kill them instantly." "Impossible. That's not scientific. If I had that gear, I'd take Guam down myself." A general slammed his fist on the table in excitement. "This is too crazy, old Zhang. Slap me a couple times, it feels unreal." Everyone stared at the live feed of Gu Ming in shock, excitement, and awe. The technological prowess displayed was utterly mind-boggling. "Commander Zhang, hurry. We can't let the Americans beat us to it." The little old man, who had been furious moments ago, had his worldview shattered just by witnessing the various technologies displayed on screen. His trembling hands gripped Zhang Tao's sleeve as he pleaded. "He's too important. Finding that mech is more crucial than you acquiring an F-35. Hurry." "Yes, Commander. That boy is risking his life on the edge of a knife right now. This is a national loss." "Engineer Lu, calm down. I'll report this to the 101st immediately." As Zhang Tao rose to leave, Engineer Lu suddenly added, "Especially that boy. Even without the mech, we must bring him back safe and sound." Zhang Tao said nothing, merely striding back to his office and picking up a red landline phone. "The situation is..." Yes. Understood. Roger that. The call lasted barely 3 minutes. Zhang Tao hung up, his eyes burning with intensity. How many years had he held his breath? How many years had he endured this? Finally, he could truly prepare to go head-to-head with the Americans. The war room buzzed with excitement. Technical experts argued passionately about the feasibility of Gu Ming's technology, while generals, less versed in the details, watched Gu Ming's fearless tactics and his playful manipulation of the Americans with growing enthusiasm. Zhang Tao strode into the room, surveyed the crowd, and walked to his seat. Orders! The entire room fell silent. Everyone stood at attention, chests puffed out, eyes fixed on Zhang Tao, some with eager anticipation, others with hopeful expectation. Directive 101, bring Gu Ming back safely at all costs. Target codename, Young Eagle. Operation codename, Flying Eagle Plan. This mission will involve a joint operation by the Army, Navy, and Air Force. A unified command center will be established to conduct a genuine combat simulation exercise. Yes, sir. Zhang Tao watched the shifting live feed and declared sternly. At all costs. East Sea Fleet, command bridge of the Donghai aircraft carrier. Taking the telegram from the communications officer, Commander Zhu Wei of the East Sea Fleet's expression turned solemn. Order, cancelled the original combat plan. Change course of action. Notify the entire ship, level 2 combat readiness. Coordinates will be issued shortly. The command center erupted as if hit by a depth charge, every pair of eyes fixed on the commander in shock. Commander, what's happened to warrant such a commotion? Level 2 combat readiness? Are we preparing for war? Could it be the Americans have really penetrated deep? Impossible just moments ago. No. Zhu Wei stood up, his shock evident even after glancing at the message again. Go rescue someone. What? Commander? Rescue someone? Who could be that important? That they could force headquarters to alter the battle plan on short notice. Could it be someone returning from the American side? Slamming the message onto the table, Zhu Wei looked at his men. I don't need to know. Headquarters gave me only one sentence. At all costs. Chapter 10, Gu Ming, is this considered defensive counterattack? Flying Tiger, this is Sea Eagle. Flying Tiger copy. Our unit is ordered to rendezvous with you. Flying Tiger, heydonking observation, electronic interference ahead is gradually dissipating. Requesting advance. Copy that. Approved. Proceed with caution. Damn it, heydonking, why all the fuss? It's just bringing back one plane. Is it really necessary? Golden Eagle exclaimed in astonishment. White Falcon checked the mission details, his voice trembling with disbelief over the radio. Not just that. Air 2000, Air 200, 16D, 6th Master, we've got satellite missiles overhead and an entire carrier strike group below. I've never fought in such a well-equipped battle in my life. The 4 J-20s were merely the vanguard. The follow-up bombers, naval carrier-based aircraft, and early warning planes were all fully prepared. You'd think we were about to go to war with the Americans. Forgot the confidentiality protocol? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Search for the target red designation. Eliminate all threats to him. 420s advanced forward, but due to electromagnetic interference, the radar was unreliable now, with limited detection range. Hold on, heydonking. Something's flickering on my radar. The most taciturn MiG-20 at the front suddenly spoke up. Copy. Is this a malfunction caused by electromagnetic interference? Unclear. Copy. Proceed to the coordinates where the target last disappeared. Do not fire. Maintain close proximity. Copy that. 2 minutes later, the Golden Eagle suddenly narrowed its eyes, watching a black speck flash past ahead. His instincts screamed. Heydonking, we've got something. Fuck the whole family. He'd prayed to God, Jesus, even Allah, but that satanic transformer behind him still clung relentlessly to his trail. Haigu's nerves were on the verge of snapping. All communications were severed, he couldn't even operate the machine gun now. That terrifying electromagnetic pulse earlier nearly caused him to crash. He didn't know where to fly, he didn't know how to fly, all he could think was accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. In stark contrast to the F-35's chaos, Gu Ming's situation was far more relaxed. Countless ordinary viewers, tech titans, and military brass across the nation stared in disbelief as Gu Ming casually chatted and toyed with an F-35. And Gu Ming even had the presence of mind to remark. Thanks for the 1,000 rockets, bro. What? You want the F-35's wings? Oh dear, if the streamer goes fishing in the ocean for them, that's not the price you'll have to pay extra. At the Joint Command Headquarters, all branches watched Gu Ming's livestream through a shared electronic conference. Why haven't they cut the stream? This is classified information. Someone demanded. We can't. This is our only way to monitor the target's status right now. He's actually holding his own. Why isn't he running? He's absolutely insane. He's actually following the comments in real time. Is a true genius just a madman? Even the military watched Gu Ming's bold actions with bated breath. Reporting, we've gained full administrative access to the live streaming platform. We're now communicating with the target through the most prominent bullet comments. Quickly type and notify him of our team's coordinates. Tell him to retreat immediately. Gu Ming was stunned to see a particularly prominent bullet comment that lingered on the screen. Broadcaster, we are the Chinese Air Force. Cease your actions immediately. We guarantee your safety. Proceed to coordinates. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Abandon all actions, receive military protection, gain 1000 energy points. The bullet chat erupted into wild excitement upon seeing this. 666. Finally got the big shots involved. Let's see how the streamer handles this. Will the streamer dare to be so reckless? Better head home for dinner. The energy points gained from abandoning the mission were pitifully small. Gu Ming simply couldn't bear to give up. Just then, the reconnaissance system detected a stray F-35 that had somehow stumbled right behind him. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. A gift from heaven, the perfect excuse was right there. Big boss, I'm a timid and obedient person. I'll do as you say. Gu Ming said obediently. At the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, everyone was astonished to see Gu Ming so compliant. See? The kid's still a good kid. Blame the Americans for nearly costing us a great talent. He's still just a kid. How could the Americans do that? Exactly. If the Americans hadn't targeted him with fire control radar, he wouldn't have pursued them relentlessly. With just a few words, Gu Ming's image as a victim was solidified. They wouldn't even hesitate to take the case to the international court. Immediately afterward, everyone's hearts tightened once more. Detecting an unidentified flying object approaching, the mech even helpfully zoomed in on the F-35 behind Gu Ming. Lynx watched the Transformer's retreating silhouette with excitement. Having lost all guidance, he'd somehow slipped behind it without anyone noticing. And as he kept his eyes fixed on his teammate, Lynx was astonished to discover his machine gun still worked. He swore to hit with one shot even a Transformer would be torn apart by his cannon. He would be the Eagle of the United States, the American hero who shot down the alien. Closer, closer. Perfectly positioned, he locked the Crimson Spectre within his sights. Beneath his visor, Lynx's lips curled into a faint smile. With decisive ferocity, he slammed the machine gun's trigger. Countless bullets erupted like tongues of flame, surging toward the Crimson Spectre. In the livestream chat, everyone watched the fiery serpent with shock, despair, and regret. Ambush. Streamer, take cover. You're done for. But what happened next left everyone's jaws on the floor. Shanmao stared in disbelief at the Crimson Spectre before him, a machine gun powerful enough to shred tanks in any aircraft. As it neared the Red Phantom, it vanished without a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. A faint blue energy shield seemed to surround the Red Ghost, like alien technology from the movies, nullifying every attack from the F-35. The Lynx's spirit shattered completely. He stared blankly at Gu Ming's retreating figure. Impossible. Spectators and officials who had assumed Gu Ming was doomed were dumbfounded by the energy shield. Damn. I'm bowing down to the streamer right now. Energy shields are real. The streamer never exaggerates, folks. Gu Ming shrugged it off. He glanced at the camera. Hey, officials, this isn't my fault, it's self-defense. Everyone, you're my witnesses. If I didn't take him down, he would have taken me down. What do you say we do? Get him. Kill him. Gu Ming chuckled inwardly as he accelerated, muttering, this counts as defensive counterattack, right? The Crimson Spectre streaked across the sky, aiming straight for the F-35's head. Vanguard J-20. Migratory bird reported its discovery as both sides drew ever closer. Migrant bird's eyes widened. That familiar silhouette, an F-35? Wait. I've located the target. The migratory bird's startled cry instantly jolted the other three teammates awake. This is Heidonking, reporting the situation. Red target detected ahead. He's hunting down an F-35. Chapter 11, Baron's Scalpel, Lightning Strike. Absolutely absurd. Just 7 or 8 years ago, the F-35 was an unstoppable force. Now it was being chased like a dead dog. 4 J-20s executed emergency evasive maneuvers, climbing altitude. They dared not get too close, only catching glimpses of the suspected red object maneuvering around the F-35 in all directions. See Eagle. That really looks like a mech. Golden Eagle exclaimed. Everyone used their auxiliary tools to observe Gu Ming. As the image gradually sharpened, all 4 elite pilots were stunned. A genuine mecha materialized before their eyes. Heidonking. Heidonking. Identity confirmed. This is the mission target. Heidonking. Acknowledge, acknowledge. The urgent radio calls roused Heidonking from his trance. Heidonking, copy that. This is Flying Tiger. Heidonking, another enemy aircraft is rapidly approaching the target. Linking data. No time. Enemy aircraft closing in on target. An urgent call crackled over the radio from the distant early warning aircraft. At that very moment, the Heidonking migratory bird suddenly spotted an F-35 emerging from the clouds, appearing behind the target. It's over. There's no time left. The golden eagle roared as it accelerated toward the target. Could it even block an arrow for the target? At the Joint Command Headquarters, where even the absence of a General Star badge made one hesitate to speak, everyone held their breath for Gu Ming. On one screen, the live feed played. On another, real-time reports poured in from the front lines. Upon learning that an enemy aircraft had already circled behind Gu Ming and rescue was impossible, Lu Haikong, the research director of the National Academy of Sciences, felt his heart skip a beat. Such a prodigious talent, was he really going to fall like this? Ah, he's still too inexperienced. He's just a child. If only I'd had one more minute, my men could have locked onto that enemy aircraft. An Air Force general slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Everyone believed Gu Ming was beyond saving, except Zhang Tao, who watched the screen intently, observing the teenager laughing and chatting as if nothing was wrong. For some reason, he sensed this boy was different. Hang in there. Enemy aircraft opening fire. The voice of Heidongking echoed through the conference room in real time. Lu Haikong sank back into his seat in despair, closing his eyes. If only they could fully master these technologies, combined with Gu Ming's extraordinary talent, wouldn't that be the heavens mandate for China's rise? Alas. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, 1 second, 2 seconds. Damn it all to hell. I must be dreaming. He. Shouts erupted one after another, with some even cursing in such a setting. Lu Haikong opened his eyes in confusion and looked at the live stream screen. Seeing Gu Ming unharmed, he asked. I guess that counts as defensive counterattack. With that, Gu Ming charged toward the enemy aircraft ahead. Replay. Replay that. Lu Haikong exclaimed excitedly. In the footage, every enemy aircraft that seemed poised to collide with Gu Ming was abruptly halted by a faint blue barrier that flickered into existence. An energy shield? This defies science. How could such a thing exist in this world? Could it be that this kid really had control of an alien spacecraft? This was alien technology. Zhang Tao's heart raced with shock and elation, stunned by Gu Ming's technology, yet overjoyed that he had survived. Frontline, make contact with the target. Identify yourselves to avoid misunderstandings. Negotiate peacefully. Zhang Tao's booming voice rang out like a hammer striking a nail. Composing himself, Lu Haikong gave a wry smile and said, I should have brought some blood pressure meds today. That kid nearly gave me a heart attack. Oh no. This kid's getting fired up. One voice shattered the newly eased tension. On the live feed, Gu Ming suddenly accelerated, streaking past the F-35 ahead. Then, with a maneuver defying human and scientific limits, he executed a sharp turn at Mach several. He charged head-on toward the F-35 at Mach 8, Mach 9, Mach 10. If the events just now had stunned everyone present, then Gu Ming's brutal counterattack sent shockwaves through the assembled generals. Like a streak of light, Gu Ming shaved past the F-35 at breakneck speed, as if nothing had happened. In the ensuing moment of stunned silence, the F-35's right wing snapped clean off. Gu Ming, however, emerged unscathed. Before millions of witnesses and the official representatives of China, Gu Ming performed a precise and elegant surgical strike on the enemy with his mecha. The F-35, which had been arrogant and overconfident moments before, spiraled rapidly out of control and crashed onto the shores of the East China Sea. The operations room fell into stunned silence. After a long silence, Zhang Tao spoke softly. Reporting to Headquarters 101, requesting the entire military to enter Level 2 combat readiness, with select regions transitioning to Level 1 readiness. The storm was coming. Major news platforms crashed, while countless messages flooded social communities and discussion groups. Countless Chinese citizens flooded into Gu Ming's livestream, witnessing his mind-blowing technologies and uncompromising tactics. Madness. Everyone was going mad for Gu Ming. Shocking technology, pulse-pounding combat. In an old residential complex in Donghai City, a young man in his 20s screamed excitedly in his living room. Amazing! Amazing! Holy ifing! A middle-aged man emerged from his room, frowning. Wang Chang, you looking for a beating? The young man couldn't contain his excitement, standing up with his phone in hand. Dad, check this out. This streamer Gu Ming is insane. He built his own real mecha. Then he went to the East China Sea and took on an American F-35. Unbelievable. All I know is your old man is out of a job now, and you're not working. What did you just say his name was? Gu Ming. The middle-aged man snatched his son's phone in shock and disbelief. Seeing the familiar face on the screen, the last shred of hope in his heart shattered. Impossible. That's the young owner who just took over our toy factory. How could it be him? The middle-aged man shook his head in disbelief. What? Dad, you know him? Quick, get his autograph. The young man exclaimed excitedly. Is he that famous? The middle-aged man turned to ask. The young man gestured wildly with excitement. Talented? Dad. With his skills alone, he could easily rival global giants like Apple among the Fortune 500, worth hundreds of billions. Now he's a national hero. You tell me if that's talented? Hearing his son's words, the middle-aged man was instantly lost in confusion. He recalled Gu Ming's solemn promise to revive the factory and how he had mocked those who stayed behind, clinging to the fantasy of double pay. He opened the workgroup chat that hadn't been disbanded yet. Do you guys know what young Master Gu is up to now? One message became the spark that ignited the entire group chat. Check the livestream. Young Master Gu has gone viral. I totally underestimated him. Who knew that guy who seems so unreliable actually had such incredible skills? Double pay. Holy crap, I regret it so much. I heard young Master Gu was now a national treasure level figure. Can I still back out now? Chapter 12, Arrest? Not a chance. Over the East China Sea. The sea lioness eyes widened in shock as a crimson figure streaked past at lightning speed. But shock quickly gave way to wild elation. Could reinforcements have arrived? Had the enemy fled? Great. I knew it, those Chinese monkeys wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. The seal let out a quiet sigh of relief, preparing to flee in the opposite direction. But then his body froze. Trembling slightly, he stared straight ahead, forgetting all movement. The transformer that had just fled was now turning back, charging straight toward him. Its speed was utterly terrifying. Shock, fear, and despair overwhelmed him. The seal even gave up resisting. Come on, you stinking monkey. Come on. Come on. The seal bellowed frantically, watching helplessly as the crimson transformer swept past him sideways. Its reflective, pale silver wings, like the scythe of death, sliced mercilessly across the seal's own wings. The already precariously unstable aircraft completely slipped from the sea dog's grasp. At that moment, Haegu had only one thought. If I ever get the chance, I'll never fly this damn place again. His beloved teammate, Nightingale, was nowhere to be seen. The lynx, whose cannon rounds had been nullified by the Chinese's witchcraft, had only one thought left. Run. Run without looking back. As for Haegu, he had done his best. Nightingale comforted himself with this thought. Then he smiled. But he couldn't keep smiling. He spotted the aircraft, fifth-generation design, advanced fuselage. Look at those sleek canards, so elegant. Canards? Ding. Acquired 5,000 energy points. Gu Ming, who had just finished performing surgery, hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before glancing at the radar and charging forward once more. What truly surprised Gu Ming, however, was that his livestream was still active. Had the authorities tacitly approved it? That would be insane. But now, the Americans were attacking one after another, and Gu Ming had no time to dwell on it. Looking at the livestream where the bullet comments were already blurred out, Gu Ming said, "Don't worry, guys. One down. Today, for every one of them, I take one down. Check the radar, 4 new ones just spawned. 4 plus 3. Today, I'm going for a pentakill. No, streamer, we were wrong. Don't listen to us anymore. I admit I'm a clown. Please don't go overboard, streamer. No way. You gotta cut the grass at the root. Take them all down. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Eliminate all invading enemies. Earn 10,000 energy points. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Withdraw troops to camp. Earned 1,000 energy points. This damn system is practically forcing me to cause trouble. The rewards never match the effort. Gu Ming thought it over. Better to kill them cleanly than torture them. He'd just wipe out these guys and head home to wait for that silver bracelet. Well said, viewer. Cut the grass at its roots today, I'll mow them all down. The streamer has spirit. Go for it. What if you can't do it? Gu Ming sneered contemptuously, just these 4 newbies? If I can't take them down, I'm not a dog. Joking aside, his firepower system hadn't tasted blood yet. Lock on, fire. This is the Chinese Air Force. This is the Chinese Air Force. You have entered Chinese airspace. Please cooperate. Please cooperate. American aircraft ahead, please follow landing instructions. We will ensure your safety. A familiar voice echoed through the public radio channel. Gu Ming fell silent. The lynx had gone mad, escaping one danger only to plunge into another. Behind him, a frantic transformer beside him, for Chinese J-20s. With his crippled body, he felt only endless despair and dread for the future. Would they send him to dig potatoes in Siberia? With all escape routes cut off, the lynx hesitated for a second before deciding to preserve one ace pilot for the United States. Just as he was about to surrender, the lynx discovered something even more devastating. His radio was dead. With no other choice, Lynx leveled off his flight path and obediently followed the surrounding aircraft. Gu Ming remained silent. Ha, this is hilarious, our own guy. The cops are here, huh? How come the streamer isn't spouting his usual big talk now? I can't quite recall, what did the streamer say he wouldn't do if he didn't take out those 4 planes? A long silence followed. Woof. Gu Ming started crying. This wasn't fair, it was downright bullying. Red aircraft, this is the Huaxia Air Force. You're safe now. Heidonking's lips twitched involuntarily. Given this mecha's terrifying performance, who was protecting whom? And what if the other side refused to cooperate? Fortunately, a response came over the radio shortly after. Ahem, bro, this counts as self-defense, right? Pfft, ah ha ha ha. Golden Eagle couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, while Eastern Sea Eagle was left speechless. He'd imagined a million possible scenarios, and this? The Joint Command Center shouldn't stay silent either. Is this what genius thinking looks like? Lu Haikong shrugged it off, waving his hand dismissively. So what? It just proves this kid is pure and innocent, a raw gem. Zhang Tao was speechless too. At this rate, even Gu Ming's feces would smell like perfume to Chief Engineer Lu. Fortunately, Gu Ming wasn't the type to harbor ulterior motives. Reassure him. If only this kind of person can return home safely, then it's worth it. Upon receiving the order, Heidongking immediately replied. All right, but you'll need to cooperate with our investigation. Come with us. That's settled then. How do I get home? Gu Ming rubbed his hands together nervously. All right. The live stream chat exploded with laughter. The once arrogant and domineering Gu Ming had suddenly transformed into a well-behaved child. Every fiber of his being radiated that pure, innocent foolishness typical of college students. Hilarious. Looks like our streamer is actually a model student after all. Ha, he totally outsmarted the Air Force guys. This just proves the streamer has no ill intentions. He trusts the country and isn't like some rare dogs. Exactly. The Americans started it anyway. What's there to fear? All those planes and warships we're building are just for them. No one expected the liaison operation to proceed so smoothly. Gu Ming was incredibly cooperative. The Joint Command Center had barely caught its breath when trouble struck again. Commander, the Americans have gone mad. They've deployed their forces and are advancing deep into our territorial waters. The communications officer hurried to Zhang Tao's side and reported. The others stiffened, their gazes fixed on Zhang Tao. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. Proceed according to the pre-arranged plan. It would be strange if the Americans weren't mad. An E-2 early warning aircraft and 3 F-35 Lightning fighters had all gone missing. What's even more terrifying is that it happened within Chinese airspace. The worst-case scenario was that all 4 aircraft had been decapitated simultaneously. Inside the 7th Fleet Command Center, the fleet commander's cheeks flushed crimson. Furiously processing all the information. All evidence pointed to China testing some secret electromagnetic weapon, and his men had returned to the embrace of God. Like a raging beast, Mackenzie slammed his pen onto the desk. Order all units to proceed to the coordinates where the aircraft vanished. Seal off that area no one is to approach. The consequences if the Chinese obtained the F-35 were too terrifying to contemplate. But sir, that's Chinese territory. Fuck it, I don't care. Tell the bigwigs at the White House immediately war is coming. Chapter 13, Global Shock. Have the Chinese gone mad? United States, Nevada. Connsville Elementary School. To project an approachable image, the unpredictable U.S. president was conversing with children, attending classes, and reciting poetry. The classroom was packed with reporters snapping photos with their cameras. President Trump, smiling, led the children in reciting their lesson. Chief of Staff Whitebird pushes through the crowd, rushing in without regard for the disruption to the class. He whispers urgently into Trump's ear, his face flushed with panic. In an instant, every reporter sensed something was amiss. No one cared about the students' feelings as they aimed their cameras at the 2 figures on the podium, firing off flashes relentlessly. A paparazzi's instinct told them big news was brewing. Mr. President, 20 minutes ago, 3 of our F-35 Lightning fighters and 1 E-2 early warning aircraft vanished from Chinese airspace. The smile vanished instantly from the president's face, replaced by a solemn expression as he pondered. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that urgent matters require my immediate attention. Today's event is hereby concluded. With that, the president immediately boarded the plane back to the White House. The journalists were as excited as dogs that had caught the scent of trouble. Suddenly, someone shouted. He looks just like President Bush during 9/11. With a sudden roar, the journalists erupted into chaos. Could it be another terrorist attack? On the plane, Special Agent Tay had no time for appearances. He immediately initiated a video conference with the White House Task Force, the Department of Defense, and the heads of various CIA divisions. Are we certain they crashed? The White House team exchanged glances. The CIA director shrugged and said, Mr. President, I think you should see this. The video feed switched instantly, displaying trending topics, photos, and videos from major Chinese platforms. Even live footage was available. Amateur scientists, mechs, stealth coatings, miniature nuclear reactors. Each outrageous piece of technology was translated. Then came the terrifying electromagnetic pulse, a premeditated collision. Everyone fell silent, or rather, stunned. Impossible. How could the Chinese possibly develop this technology? It must be fake, a smokescreen. Are the Chinese making a movie for us? Damn it, they're preparing to take down the F-35 and steal our high-tech. They're insane. The Chinese must be out of their minds. How dare they? We must take immediate countermeasures. This is an act of war. At least 1 more aircraft remains in Chinese hands. We absolutely cannot let them reverse engineer anything. After a long silence, Temupu spoke up, "Director, you should have your people verify the authenticity of this stuff. They cannot, and do not deserve, to possess this technology. Notify the 7th Fleet to approve their plan. Frankly, I don't relish war, but gentlemen, this is for the dignity of the United States. Notify the Chinese embassy. Lodge a formal protest against their actions." Britain, Big Ben. Prime Minister Old John, cabinet ministers, everyone stared at the MI6 intelligence report. This is impossible. The Chinese wouldn't dare. Mets? Are you kidding me? This is insane. The world has gone mad. You're saying an ordinary Chinese citizen built an interstellar warship and destroyed an F-35? If not for the Chinese media frenzy, no one would believe this ridiculous report. Old John, his hair disheveled, tapped the table and declared, "Gentlemen, as we understand it, the Americans and Chinese have already locked horns in the East China Sea. 2 entire carrier strike groups are deployed. World War III could erupt at any moment." After hearing this, the British ministers felt their breath catch in their throats. Unbelievable. How could a mere ordinary Chinese citizen ignite a world war? Gu Ming? What we should truly fear is that China has such individuals and possesses so much alien technology. What will become of us? Should we assist the United States? A minister began to speak, only to be cut off by derisive laughter. Right, with our great HMS Elizabeth aircraft carrier. Oh, has her boiler been fixed yet? Old John finally settled the matter. Gentlemen, whether it's the Chinese or the Americans, this is a fight we can't afford to get involved in. Silence is what we must maintain. From distant Siberia to Great Britain, from the CIA to Mossad, every intelligence agency was operating at full throttle. The entire world was in chaos. Surprisingly, the Gallic rooster, the Hamburg, and even the maple leaf, America's most loyal hound, all the hounds that had been barking at China, fell silent. Intelligence agencies and think tanks worldwide racked their brains in bewilderment. How dare the Chinese do this? How could a mere ordinary Chinese person possess such immense capability? Even the United States, which usually presents itself as a loving family member of the alliance, remains silent. No one knows how much earth-shattering alien technology the Chinese have hidden away. But one thing was certain: if war broke out and the Chinese fought with bloodshot eyes, intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads would show no mercy. The Chinese are doomed to lose. This is insane. My God, that's a real mecha. We'll always stand with the US. Love from Kimchi. Finally, we can wipe out those despicable Huaxia people. The Foot Basin nation should seize this chance. It's the perfect moment to rise. Is this live footage real? Do the Chinese really possess alien technology? A minor skirmish sent shockwaves across the globe, with rumors and speculation spreading like wildfire. Some called it Asia's Balkan powder keg, with Gu Ming as the fuse. But our protagonist, the very fuse, was leisurely making his way back home. Chewing gum, Gu Ming carefully examined the crimson flame Fong from Beiwa. It looked incredibly cool no matter how he looked at it. The live feed had long been cut off by authorities. Gu Ming's energy points now soared to 112,628. Where are we headed, boss? Top secret. Can I earn my way out of trouble? Gu Ming asked again. No idea. Hai Dongqing had only 2 responses, top secret and no idea. Yet when he turned and saw Gu Ming's mecha, a flicker of envy flickered in his eyes. This kid probably doesn't even know the chaos he's caused outside. Will you hand me over to the Americans? Gu Ming suddenly asked. After a moment of silence, Hai Dongqing's resolute voice came over the radio. You are a citizen of China. Gu Ming smiled, activated the Yuchu's autopilot, and went to sleep. If the sky falls, someone's got your back. East China Sea. The operational range of an aircraft carrier strike group often spans hundreds of kilometers. Across the vast front lines, American forces advanced frantically, searching for their own aircraft. Report: 3 warnings ignored. Enemy forces have forcibly crossed our maritime boundary. Commander Zhu Wei of the East Sea Fleet slammed his pen down on the table. I never expected them to understand human speech. Communications officer. Notify all units to prepare for combat. Chapter 14: Eagle Hair Conflict. Surrender Gu Ming. There is an essential difference between having a sword and having no sword at all. Even as battle loomed, White Fortress, out of consideration for that damnable, adorable big log of a China, restrained its fleet from firing the first shot. The primary goal was to demonstrate force and suppress the Chinese. As for China, it goes without saying, as long as Mackenzie didn't sail the carrier into coastal waters, they wouldn't resort to force either. A dramatic scene unfolded, leaving the entire world on edge with anxiety. Yet the 2 parties engaged in a silent standoff near China's maritime boundary. But the Americans noticed something had changed in the Chinese. Unlike their predecessors, they seemed hyper-energized, as if fueled by some stimulant. They refused to back down, fiercely contesting air superiority with American aircraft. Radar malfunction. Damn electromagnetic interference. Is that a Chinese J-16D? The roar is deploying electronic countermeasures, suppressing Chinese electromagnetic interference. Damn it. The pilot of an E-2 early warning aircraft cursed under his breath, gripping the control stick tightly. Two J-15s swept past him at close range during an inspection run, their intense wake causing the aircraft to shudder violently. Damn it, they've breached our defense zone. The same scenario unfolded over the sea below. After all, China was fighting on its home turf, where overwhelming numbers trumped quality. On the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, a captain shouted angrily. Have those damn Chinese lost their minds? They're back. 5 locked on, and we're locked on by enemy bombers too. The radar officer cried out in panic. The Chinese forces across the way had completely lost their minds. In just half a month, 7 waves of Chinese bomber formations had launched low-altitude surprise attacks, attempting to breach the carrier strike group's air defense firepower. Even when locked onto by fire control radar, they remained utterly unconcerned. It was as if they were daring the enemy, lock on if you dare. If you don't, I'll fly right over your head. They hung like the sword of Damocles overhead. Another Arleigh Burke-class destroyer now faced the same Type 052D head-on. This is Chinese territorial waters. Turn around and leave immediately. No, this isn't it. You should be the ones moving aside. The Alabek-class captain personally issued the warning, sneering at the flashy yet underwhelming Type 052D ahead. The Chinese must be lying about their specs. Old Lu, what should we do? The executive officer set down the radio and looked at the captain. Full speed ahead. Meet them head-on. Captain Lu Tong fixed his gaze on the opponent and said calmly. Aye. Full speed ahead. Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. The Chinese are charging at us. Don't worry, they won't dare. Cowardly Chinese, they'll scare themselves off once they charge. The captain declared confidently. 3 nautical miles. 2 nautical miles. 1 nautical mile. As the distance closed step by step, the Arleigh Burke-class captain grew increasingly uncertain. Seeing the enemy show no sign of slowing down only heightened his panic. 800 meters, 500 meters. Hard to starboard. The two ships passed each other by inches. The Alabek captain breathed a sigh of relief, yet his shock only deepened. What on earth is wrong with these Chinese? Were they fearless of death? Aircraft Carrier Command Bridge. Furious, Mackenzie commanded his forces, yet they couldn't even breach the 20-mile barrier of the Chinese inland sea. Damn it! Those treacherous Chinese were faking it all along. Where did they get such overwhelming strength? Why won't they let me open fire? What the hell are those old farts at White Castle thinking? Requested again. Meanwhile, in the White Castle war room, Taimepu waited anxiously for updates via video link. Soon, the CIA director leapt to his feet, shouting excitedly. We've confirmed it. The footage isn't Photoshop, it's all genuine live-streamed footage. That means that technology is very likely real. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. Every person present could be considered a leader within the US government, representing the conglomerates behind them. Who wouldn't be tempted by such displays of super-advanced technology? Even the warmongering military-industrial complex was salivating. This represented not only a massive technological leap but also boundless wealth. Mr. President, I believe we should issue a stern condemnation to the Chinese government, demanding they return our aircraft and hand over the involved mecha. A black woman spoke up. Yes, and that includes the Chinese man named Gu Ming. We must get our hands on Gu Ming. The defense secretary's eyes lit up as he quickly added. That Chinese man is the most crucial target. We must secure him in the name of counter-terrorism. Tebu pondered for a moment before replying, the Chinese government won't agree to that. No, Mr. President, they must agree. The defense secretary stood up and declared loudly. We are the United States, the most powerful nation on earth. If the Chinese oppose us, we'll sanction them. If we can get Gu Ming, no one will ever threaten the hegemony of the United States again. All right, Secretary, I admit you have a point. Call a press conference immediately and summon the Chinese ambassador. Taimepu couldn't care less about America's hegemony. All he knew was there was money to be made. The White Castle press conference drew global attention. A mixed-race, transgender, black woman stepped onto the podium. This is a trampling of American dignity. A grave incident entirely instigated by the Chinese government. At least 10 American servicemen are missing. The Chinese government must take responsibility. Hand over the perpetrators or face the wrath of vengeance. But ma'am, I understand the incident occurred in Chinese airspace. Why were American aircraft in Chinese airspace? That's likely due to getting lost, perfectly forgivable. Then I also heard the US aircraft fired first? Well, the pilots were lost. This was purely an act of self-defense. They didn't know the other party's identity or the location of the incident. They are the victims. After hearing this, even the American journalists were speechless. OMG, is this woman mentally challenged? That was an F-35 that got lost? And there was even an early warning aircraft. Did you hear? The Chinese discovered an alien spacecraft, we should go interview them instead. Meanwhile, Ambassador Qin Chaoyan was meeting with the US president and his advisors at the White House. The meeting was semi-confidential, with no journalists present. Qin Chaoyang adjusted his glasses, his mind filled with the new directive from headquarters back home. One word, no surrender. He shook hands with the unpredictable counterpart, and both took their seats at the conference table. Without a moment's delay, an advisor immediately launched into the confrontation. On behalf of the United States government, I lodge a solemn protest with China. Demand the immediate return of our aircraft. Grant our fleet access to Chinese waters to salvage and rescue American aircrew. Hand over the perpetrator, Gu Ming. Along with various demands for reparations, it wasn't a negotiation, it was a notification. Qin Chaoyang, 44 years old and still quite young, lifted his teacup and took a sip. His mind was elsewhere entirely, dismissing it all as nonsense. Have you finished? Qin Chaoyang inquired. The latter wore an air of arrogance. The Chinese really were scared off by a little scare. Finished? Of course. Though I can't guarantee there won't be further demands later. Very well. I'll speak on behalf of our side. Qin Chaoyang stood tall, meeting his opponent's gaze directly as he declared. What gives you the right to speak to us Chinese like that? Chapter 15, turn their own tactics against them. We also lodge a solemn protest with the US side. Your unauthorized intrusion into our national territory constitutes a grave violation of our territorial sovereignty and endangers the safety of Chinese citizens. Our actions were entirely justified in lawful self-defense, this is indisputable. We further demand that the US side severely punish the responsible personnel. Otherwise, we will see this through to the end. Qin Chaoyang declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed on his adversary. For a moment, the Americans froze. This sounded familiar. No, wait, you're saying all my lines. No, Ambassador Qin, you're completely twisting the facts. We were upholding Asian security order, not invading. This was for. A white diplomat waved his hands urgently. Mr. President, gentlemen, I have video footage and photographs, a complete chain of evidence proving that US aircraft initiated the provocation and attack. Would you like to see it? Qin Chaoyang pulled a USB drive from his briefcase and placed it on the table. No, Qin, you're wrong. We are in the right. Tepub shook his head. No one understood the dynamics of right and wrong better than him. But the United States never played by the rules. If China doesn't comply with our demands, the free peoples of the world will sanction you. Alternatively, you can hand over the perpetrators and the weapons. That is the basis for our negotiations. Tamipu stared firmly at Qin Chaoyang as he spoke. But the other party wasn't afraid. They were laughing and whispering among themselves. Qin Chaoyang replied with a smile. Mr. President, have you forgotten that even without this incident, you've been sanctioning us all along? China will not accept any unreasonable demands. This is not the China of 100 years ago. This meeting is purely diplomatic, not a negotiation. There will be judgment, but no discussion. Immediately, all Chinese officials abruptly rose to their feet. Ambassador Qin Chaoyang glanced at the American delegation and declared solemnly. We solemnly notify you all that, in light of your country's unreasonable demands, we have decided to terminate this meeting prematurely. If you find the conference room unsuitable, feel free to leave. Everyone walked out immediately, unilaterally ending the talks. In the past, it was always the Americans who looked down on other nations with utter disregard. Today, however, Qin Chaoyang had turned their own tactics against them. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang seemed to utter just one word. Awesome. Damn those Chinese, they're so arrogant. No, this isn't like them at all. They never act like this normally. Teppo said angrily. I told you all along we can't let the Chinese rise. Sanctions. Sanctions. Only sanctions. Now that they possess that alien technology, if we don't stop them, the stars and stripes will fade into obscurity. In the annals of global diplomacy, no nation had ever dared to treat the United States or its president in such a manner. This infuriated the already China-hostile American leadership to the point of humiliation. I told you they wouldn't listen. Only by crushing their morale with our troops can we force their surrender. The Secretary of Defense clenched his fists and gestured wildly as he spoke. Agreed. I agree. Templeton leaned on the table, scanning the room before declaring. In that case, notify the 7th Fleet near China to crush the Chinese arrogance. East China Sea, U.S. 7th Fleet. Upon receiving the order, Mackenzie's face lit up. Excellent. White Castle's orders go all out. Tell the boys, as long as we don't fire first, they have free rein. At that command, the entire massive war machine sprang into swift action. All remaining carrier-based aircraft took off, while cruisers, destroyers, and frigates assumed battle stations. Radars on both sides scanned the seas at high speed, hunting for enemy targets. Beneath the surface, the waters were equally turbulent. 6 attack submarines, including the USS Chicago and USS Colorado, had already been deployed within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Even though some vessels of the East Sea Fleet had caught up with the Americans in terms of quality, the Americans still held absolute superiority in both quantity and quality. This caused Commander Zhu Wei of the East Sea Fleet considerable headaches, yet it also heightened his excitement. The East Sea Fleet was born to confront the Americans, a role others simply lacked the appetite for. Commander, old Mackenzie must have lost his mind. We're already pushing ourselves to the limit, yet they're still relentlessly assaulting our defenses. Chief of Staff Tang Jia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xu Wei gritted his teeth, staring at the naval defense lines on the table. Their forces were stretched thin. Signalman. Wire headquarters immediately. Inquire about mission progress and whether the Liaodong can be redeployed here. Joint Command Headquarters. Zhang Tao received the message from the Navy, glanced at it, and relayed it down the chain. Old Zhang, Gu Ming has already received the order. Should we tell Zhu Wei and the others to hold off and put out the fire? No. I've already received word from the American side. As expected, they're demanding we hand over Gu Ming and the equipment. Where are we supposed to retreat to now? Back home? Tell Zhu Wei, I have no troops to spare. Let him go all out. Even if he rams and sinks an American ship, I won't say a word, just no firing. China's coastline is too vast. Where would we find spare personnel to rush to the East China Sea immediately? Whispers filled the conference room until someone abruptly asked. Commander, there's a disparity in strength between our sides. Even if the East Sea Fleet rammed and sank their ships one-on-one, it still wouldn't be enough. Zhang Tao was also troubled. The orders from above were clear. Launching an attack now was clearly not the optimal timing. A collision might be easier to cover up, but opening fire would be troublesome. They couldn't just let the enemy build a ready-made aircraft carrier, could they? Commander. That guy Gu Ming, isn't his mech pretty powerful? And doesn't he have some kind of electromagnetic bomb? Why not let him give it a shot? Someone stammered hesitantly. The room fell silent after the words were spoken. Old Hu, you're joking, right? He's just one plane, how could he possibly stop an entire American carrier strike group? Exactly. You think that thing's a paper tiger? The others chimed in, firing back at their colleague. But the latter grew increasingly indignant, turning to Zhang Tao. Commander. No offense, but we're no match for that kid. That thing flies like hell, impossible to intercept. Plus all that crazy tech? There's no real danger. Just that electromagnetic bomb alone could cripple half an entire carrier strike group with a single hit, and that's without even firing a single shot. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more genius that kid seems, and the more perfect that mecha becomes. General Hu counted on his fingers, getting more and more worked up as he spoke. It all made perfect sense. The assembled commanders grew increasingly bewildered. A stealth aircraft capable of speeds exceeding Mach 10, armed with high-tech electromagnetic weapons and energy shields, it was utterly mouth-watering. Zhang Tao felt his heart race. Wasn't he sitting on a gold mine while begging for scraps? Slamming his fist on the table, Zhang Tao shouted. Go request permission from higher-ups. Can we get Gu Ming to lend us a little favor? Chapter 16, the temp worker steps in Changshan's Guzilong. Over a certain airspace in the East China Sea. 4 J-20s escorted Gu Ming and the detained F-35 toward the base. Curiosity about Gu Ming kept the 4 elite pilots restless, their eyes constantly darting toward his mecha. The radio crackled. Calling Heidongking, this is Longgong. Heidongking's eyes lit up. Dragon Palace wasn't an early warning aircraft, it was the headquarters codename. Heidongking copy. Stand by for instructions. Could it be that the front lines were under heavy pressure, demanding he detach personnel to return to the battlefield? Heidongking, we need you to contact the target and ascertain his condition and operational status. We may require his assistance. Him? Heidongking turned to look at Gu Ming, his mind churning with confusion as he continued listening to the radio. What else? Heidongking inquired. The radio crackled. Given his cooperative attitude and the mech's outstanding performance, we're inquiring whether he has the courage and capability to return to the incident site to intimidate the enemy fleet. Just him alone? Heidongking exclaimed aloud. Dragon Palace, this is reckless. He's just one man in a mech, how could he possibly turn the tide? And he has zero combat experience. This is insane. Both sides have 2 carrier strike groups locked in confrontation. Sending a kid in his 20s into that? That's not a joke, it's suicide. No, Heidongking, carry out the order. You don't know the target. Current intelligence indicates that if he chooses, the 4 of you will meet the same fate as those 3 F-35s. Impossible. Heidongking whipped his head around, staring wide-eyed at the sci-fi looking toy. Carry out the order, Heidongking. The radio transmission was stern. We understand his capabilities better than you do. We won't let him risk himself. The final decision rests with him. What if he makes a request? Heidongking hesitated for half a second before asking. Then you shall say. After a moment. Gu Ming, who had been studying the mech's various data and functions, paused and activated the radio. Hello, Comrade Gu Ming, this is Air Force pilot Heidongking. Hello. Gu Ming held great respect for military personnel. Even if Heidongking remained skeptical, he was conveying orders from a superior officer. Rest assured, even if you disagree, nothing will happen. You'll simply need to return with us. Haedonking hurriedly added, genuinely worried about the young Gu Ming. Can we turn back and teach those Americans another lesson? Ding. Suggestion accepted. Return to incident location, suppress US 7th Fleet, earn 30,000 energy points. Whoosh. 1,000 golden sparks burst from Gu Ming's eyes. A full 30,000 energy points. Calming his excitement, Gu Ming asked. What's in it for me? Cash rewards or something? Can't be too eager, gotta keep it cool. Haedonking thought, just as expected. He activated the radio and replied. As long as you assist us, the state will assume full responsibility for this incident and guarantee the safety of you and your family. You will not face any repercussions. Great. I absolutely adore my motherland. Just you wait, comrade, I'm on it. Gu Ming rubbed his hands together. This was a huge win. With the nation as his backing to protect himself and his family, he no longer feared the Americans lashing out in desperation with assassination or poisoning schemes that had been Gu Ming's true worry. Just as he turned to leave, Haedonking spoke again. My personal suggestion, you don't have to go. We can swear to defend our borders to the death. Haedonking was unusually breaking protocol. He simply couldn't bear to see an inexperienced young man throwing himself into the fire. He had no idea what the higher-ups were thinking. Ding. Suggestion received. Refusal rejected. Earned 1,000 energy points. Don't worry, uncle. I'm confident I can handle it. Gu Ming replied with a smile. Haedonking could only sigh and order his subordinates. Order, clear the way for the target. He's going on a mission. Mission? What mission could Haedonking possibly have? Isn't the most important thing for him to return with us? Golden Eagle asked in confusion. Haedonking sighed softly. Headquarters assigned him to intimidate the 7th Fleet of the United States. Ha! Captain, you've got to be kidding. Not Haedonking, just him? Alone? With this one machine? To stop an entire carrier strike group? The radio channel erupted in chaotic chatter. Everyone was stunned. Why was such a crucial mission assigned to Gu Ming? Captain, you might as well send us instead. Does that kid really have that much skill? Before Golden Eagle could finish speaking, a terrifying gust of air swept past his aircraft. The red mecha in the center unleashed twin flames from its thrusters, executing a vertical takeoff followed by a 180-degree turn. It vanished backward from view. The entire sequence took Gu Ming less than 3 seconds. Golden Eagle couldn't even count the Mach rings trailing his taillights. The other three watching Gu Ming gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as they stared at him unleashing his full firepower. This is a privately built aircraft? Shan Mao's heart skipped a beat. The terrifying sonic boom and air currents made him momentarily think Gu Ming was heading straight for him. Fortunately, Gu Ming paid him no mind, departing with effortless grace. The image of the vermilion bird had already etched an indelible shadow into Lynx's mind. Maybe he really could pull it off. Bai Sun murmured blankly. A silence fell over the radio. Finally, the Sea Eagle reconnected with the Dragon Palace and reported Gu Ming's situation. Joint Command Headquarters. The group hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. Gu Ming was incredibly bold, heading in without hesitation. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate. This kid's got potential, he'd make a fine soldier. I told you he'd pull it off. Just wait and see, the kid's full of surprises. Zhang Tao stared at the map on the screen, marking Gu Ming's coordinates. Zhao Zilong of Changshan charged 7 times into the heart of 1,000,000 Chao troops. If Gu Ming can accomplish this mission single-handedly today, he'd be a peerless national treasure. The others were stunned, never expecting Zhang Tao to hold Gu Ming in such high regard. Could Gu Ming really pull it off? East China Sea, 7th Fleet. Not enough. Keep pushing forward. We've barely advanced 3 nautical miles. Increase the intensity. Mackenzie barked the order furiously. Through relentless aggression, he aimed to force the Chinese to fire the first shot. Then he would have the right and opportunity to escalate the situation. Even if White Castle didn't want to, it would have to go to war. War was the fastest route to money and power. While strategizing, Mackenzie fantasized about his glorious future. A startled cry snapped Mackenzie out of his reverie. Commander, we're in trouble. The radar operator shouted urgently. Radar detected a target approaching us at over Mach 10. What? The Chinese have deployed hypersonic missiles? Chapter 17, One man's power forces the US fleet to retreat? Instantly, alarms blared throughout the carrier's command center. Panic gripped everyone inside, including Mackenzie. The Chinese have gone mad? Why deploy such a weapon directly? Don't they fear our retaliation? Fuck, we can't intercept it. It's gaining speed. God damn it, the Chinese must be insane. If we take this missile head-on, the Reagan will be destroyed or crippled. Commander, you should evacuate first. The aide suggested. Mackenzie turned and shot him a look. Do you expect me to abandon my men like MacArthur? I'm staying with my warriors. His words calmed the panicked crowd, warming their hearts. The commander truly loved his men like sons. But they didn't know that while Mackenzie babbled on, it wasn't that he didn't want to, he simply couldn't. That hypersonic weapon was simply too fast to evade. It would be safer to stay inside the carrier's command pod. Notify the Colorado, submerge to launch depth. Prepare missiles. If the enemy carries nuclear warheads, retaliate in kind. If the Reagan suffers a conventional strike, respond with equal force. Mackenzie's mind raced, issuing orders in rapid succession. Deep beneath the ocean, the American nuclear submarine had already opened its launch bay, poised for retaliation. Closing his eyes, Mackenzie declared, "Prepare for strike action, entire ship. Damn those Chinese bastards, come at me if you dare. Bring on your nuclear weapons and kill me if you can." After waiting for quite some time, the expected attack failed to arrive on schedule. The radar officer stared at the screens and exclaimed with surprise, "Commander, the target speed is decreasing. It's closing in on us, no explosion." "Really? Wait, you said slowing down? How is that possible? Missiles don't have brakes," Mackenzie said doubtfully. The commander's aide activated the satellite feed, revealing a clear image of the aircraft carrier. The camera zoomed in steadily until the target of the attack came into sharp focus. "Red? Transformers?" The staff officer stared in shock at the satellite feed showing the high-speed moving mech. "What the hell is that thing? Commander, look at this." Mackenzie hurried over, his pupils contracting as he stared at the mech hovering near the USS Reagan. He leaned closer, unable to believe his eyes. "Transformers? That's the transformer that destroyed our aircraft. Damn it! I knew that was the Chinese secret weapon. What the hell is he trying to do? Provoke us? He's asking for death." Mackenzie roared in fury. It wasn't just Mackenzie who was baffled. His opponent, Zhu Wei, was equally perplexed. Suddenly, orders came down to suspend the offensive and await reinforcements. Zhu Wei assumed the fleet had arrived to back them up, only to learn it was the very target of their operation, poised to intimidate the Americans. At first, Zhu Wei was secretly delighted it couldn't be an intercontinental missile coming to blow them all to smithereens, could it? But, watching the video feed showing the mechs hovering near the American carrier, everyone, including Zhu Wei, was stunned. Was this the so-called backup? Are the higher-ups joking around? Sending just this little thing? What good is it? We need a fleet, a fleet. So all this effort we went through was to protect this thing? Zhu Wei wanted to call and ask if there had been a mix-up in the intel. But headquarters had only one response: stay tuned. For crying out loud, still playing coy at a time like this. Zhu Wei could make calls, but what about Mackenzie? All he knew was that the transformer in front of him had just taken on 3 F-35s at once. But so what? The skies around him were swarming with his own aircraft. What was there to fear? Hello everyone, this is Gu Ming, CEO of Hikvision. Over the public channel, Gu Ming couldn't resist slipping in a little advertising. Earlier, Gu Ming had discovered the Suzaku's simultaneous translation feature, making communication much easier. What? Who are you? How dare you defy the mighty United States? Surrender immediately. Mackenzie snatched the radio and roared. East Sea Fleet. Zhu Wei listened to the exchange on the public channel, exchanging a puzzled glance with the chief of staff. What on earth was going on? Gu Ming continued. You don't need to know who I am. You're not worthy. All you need to know is that I accidentally shot down your plane. Oh, right, 2 more vanished into thin air. They should be with you. Another one I captured. If you still want it back, withdraw from Chinese territorial waters. Gu Ming delivered the final blow. Sure enough, Mackenzie was furious, his fingers white as he gripped the radio. Damn Chinese. You're dreaming. You're courting death. Gu Ming hadn't expected the Westerners to withdraw immediately. Glancing down at the aircraft carrier below and the surrounding destroyers, cruisers, and frigates, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smirk. Do you even have the capability? I'm standing right here. What are you going to do about it? You're pushing me? Ha, how pitiful. Your men are fighting for their lives, some captured. They're counting on you to avenge them. Too bad you're nothing but a bunch of weaklings, cowards. You're only fit to wear women's clothes and become prostitutes. Gu Ming's words cut deep, each sentence a dagger to the heart. He was forcing them to fire first, to secure the moral high ground should legal disputes arise later. Given the Americans' arrogant nature and their habit of acting as if they were above everyone else, how could they possibly tolerate Gu Ming's words? Sure enough, Gu Ming unleashed a barrage of scathing, mocking remarks, one after another. Both the East Sea Fleet and the distant Joint Chiefs of Staff watching the confrontation were stunned. Zhang Tao's mouth twitched. This kid's got a sharp tongue, huh? Zhu Wei wondered the same thing. Had his superiors sent him here to engage in a war of words? Mackenzie's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Fire. Open fire. Use the close-in weapon systems. Use missiles. Tear him apart. Mackenzie roared like a raging lion, venting his fury and completely disregarding White Castle's orders. Not a single officer dared intervene. Weapon systems across all ships activated simultaneously. Close-in weapons systems locked on, missiles acquired targets. Amidst Mackenzie's furious roar, a torrent of bullets and missiles poured forth. Mackenzie, Zheng Tao, Zhu Wei, everyone stared fixedly at the screens. What unfolded next shattered everyone's worldview once more. A layer of energy shield flared around the vermilion bird, instantly nullifying every bullet from the close-in weapons. Countless fire snakes poured toward Gu Ming, as if venting their own impotence. Gu Ming emerged unscathed, looking almost sleepy. Countless American soldiers stared in shock at the transformers in the sky, their hearts filled with terror. Missiles! Where are the missiles? A panicked Mackenzie shouted frantically, utterly at a loss. Little did they know that what followed would shatter the confidence of the entire carrier strike group. Countless missiles and rockets streaked toward Gu Ming, only to see the 8 wings behind the vermilion bird flare to life. Chapter 18, Human Nuclear Weapon, Will You Retreat? China, the United States, Russia, Britain, France. Countless heads of state and intelligence agencies focused on the front lines. Satellites crowded the skies over the East China Sea, bustling with activity. All eyes were fixed on the confrontation between the two carrier strike groups, but Gu Ming's sudden appearance captured everyone's attention. It was common knowledge that this unknown flying object from China was the spark that ignited this crisis. But hadn't he withdrawn? Why had he returned? Satellite feeds zoomed in, offering near-immersive views. When an entire carrier's air defense systems opened fire, the sky within dozens of kilometers was filled with streaks of fire. This Chinese guy is too arrogant. Stealing an American plane is bad enough, but daring to provoke us like this? It's over. What a pity we won't get to study this mech. How did the Chinese pull this off? These were the Europeans watching the spectacle unfold. Excellent. Those damn Chinese. Too bad I can't take them down myself for revenge. May the sun goddess bless us. If we could obtain this technology, the sun would surely shine upon all of Asia. These were the Japanese pirates. Daddy's so awesome. Great shot. That mech must have had our Korean scientists involved. Probably stole our tech. Damn those Chinese. These are the Blue Star Thieves, Koreans who never win in words but never lose in battle. Even their own people, the Joint Command Headquarters of the 3 armies of China, couldn't help but harbor doubts as they watched Gu Ming under concentrated fire. Was sending Gu Ming too rash? Wasn't this just a suicide mission? Move already. He's supposed to be fast. Why's he just standing there taking hits? Get moving. Someone shouted anxiously at the screen. But then, a scene unfolded that left everyone speechless. Gu Ming's energy shield completely nullified the carrier's close-in weapon systems and escort firepower. Not just the audience, but the entire carrier strike group's captains and commanders were left speechless. What was this? Transformers? The Avengers? Good God. It's useless. What kind of monster is that? Quick, quick. Stop staring. Missiles. Fire the missiles. Countless vertical launch pods opened, missiles streaking across the sky in white arcs before twisting downward, hurtling straight toward Gu Ming. Mackenzie stared intently at the screen. Let's see how you block this one. Countless eyes around the world watched the vermilion bird. On the 8 massive wings spanning Suzaku's back, honeycomb pattern grooves filled with azure energy opened wide. Countless laser missiles erupted like a torrential downpour, simultaneously converging on every incoming missile. Thanks to the overwhelming technological superiority and absolute confidence in the Suzaku, Gu Ming didn't even break a sweat. The missiles exploding in midair before him formed a dazzling fireworks barrier around Gu Ming. Smiling, Gu Ming raised his hand and wiggled his index finger. You guys just don't cut it. Shock. Audiences worldwide were utterly stunned. What kind of monster was this? The Chinese must have obtained alien technology. What on earth is this? Mackenzie's pupils suddenly contracted. The entire command pod fell silent. It wasn't just astonishment anymore, everyone stared in terror at this creature that seemed to belong only in movies. China. Command Center's skeptical voices vanished. Gu Ming's monstrous display left everyone speechless. How is this possible? I thought those wings were just for show. Could this kid really have taken down the 7th Fleet single-handedly? Zheng Tao watched Gu Ming in the video feed with equal excitement, his fists clenching tightly. He's doing us proud. Commander, send reinforcements. The Americans have opened fire on us. Someone suggested. Zheng Tao shook his head. Escalating the conflict now would be unwise. The timing isn't right. They pose no threat to Gu Ming at this moment. No need to rush. We hold the moral high ground in this matter no matter how you look at it. Gu Ming seems to be handling this with ease. Let our people assist him from the sidelines. No need to open fire. Let's watch his performance. Yes, sir. Over the East China Sea, Gu Ming's provocative gesture nearly sent Mackenzie into a rage. They all wanted to nuke Gu Ming to death. But his bizarre speed and technology were utterly incomprehensible. Keep going. Keep attacking. Mackenzie shouted furiously, his rage bordering on the humiliated fury of a cornered rabbit biting back at its predator. Before the order could be relayed, Gu Ming's voice crackled over the radio. Since you can't handle it, shall I give it a try? Under Gu Ming's command, 2 small electromagnetic pulse shells launched from the Suzaku's chest armor. Like arrows released from a bow, they hurtled toward their targets. Alarms blared across both warships. The low-altitude, low-speed missiles could only be intercepted by the close-in weapon systems, which tracked and detonated them. But how could Gu Ming give them such an opportunity? The electromagnetic pulse bombs detonated upon close contact. The powerful electromagnetic pulse, identical to the previous one, instantly crippled the electronic systems of both warships. Violent sparks erupted repeatedly within the command pods, severing all communication between the 2 warships and the carrier. The blizzard? The Carney? The storm? Commander, we can't establish contact with either warship. What is that? Mackenzie's aide stared in horror at Gu Ming's peculiar weapon. 2 small missiles hadn't even directly hit the warships before they lost contact? That was an electromagnetic pulse, the weapon the Chinese used to jam the F-35s earlier. How could they have already mastered micro-EMP missile technology? The technical officer exclaimed in shock. Mackenzie watched Gu Ming on the video feed with trepidation. If that man had targeted his own ship just now, the route would have been utterly defenseless. The entire fleet would be left leaderless, courting its own destruction. He swallowed hard as a massive EMP warhead emerged from the Zhuchua's hull, boldly displaying itself for the world to see. Gu Ming beckoned toward the USS Reagan with a flick of his finger. Either get the hell out of China, or I'll help you see whose missiles are faster, yours or mine. Answer me. Are you deaf? Not only did Mackenzie hear it, but the East Sea Fleet intercepted Gu Ming's radio transmission. Shocked. This kid is too cocky. I love her so much. One man threatening an entire carrier strike group, truly one of a kind. Mackenzie's face darkened completely as he glared at Gu Ming. Every word from Gu Ming struck straight at Mackenzie's heart, utterly infuriating. He was certain that if he made a single wrong move, Gu Ming would absolutely dare to cripple the USS Ronald Reagan without hesitation. He was a madman. Slumped in his chair, Mackenzie closed his eyes in despair. He would be America's scapegoat. Notify White House. Request instructions. United States, White Castle. Senior officials of the United States, humiliated by the Chinese ambassador, gathered together. Ideas for punishing and sanctioning China flowed freely. But a series of urgent knocks interrupted the fervent discussions among the American dignitaries. Chapter 19, The World Storms Are My Command, Gu Ming's Influence. Pushing open the conference room door, a secretary hurried over to President Trump. Mr. President, I think you should see this. Handing the folder to Trump, he continued. Intelligence indicates China has initiated nationwide war preparations. Our satellites detected large-scale troop movements on railways and highways. And this report, it's from Admiral Mackenzie of the 7th Fleet. They've encountered an incident. As ten-Mach studied the photographs in the folder, his brow furrowed deeper. Without turning his head, he demanded. What kind of trouble? The Hua were blocked by a Huaxia individual near the Huaxia maritime border. They can't proceed to recover the lost F-35 or retrieve the aircraft. The defense minister, a tall, dark-skinned man, replied calmly. It should be expected. We shouldn't have allowed the Chinese Navy to develop so rapidly. What did you say? 1. Only then did everyone look up at the secretary. The secretary replied with a wry smile. Yes, one Chinese man, the one piloting the Transformers-like craft. Reports indicate he possesses numerous large-scale electromagnetic pulse weapons. If detonated simultaneously, they could cripple the entire 7th Fleet. Even after reviewing the intelligence, he remained stunned. How had the Chinese managed this? What? Impossible. Where would the Chinese get that many EMP bombs? Especially with just one man and one machine. A white official exclaimed in fury. Mackenzie must be spouting nonsense. He's just scared, that coward. No, sir, they have evidence. An Arleigh Burke-class destroyer and a Ticonderoga-class cruiser have already been disabled, along with those 4 aircraft just now, all because of this. Once the Chinese strike, the entire 7th Fleet will suffer catastrophic losses. The intelligence officer explained. Tabuk sucked in a sharp breath. What the hell? What's gotten into the Chinese? All I wanted was to slap some minor sanctions on them, make a quick buck on the side, and moonlight as President of the United States. Wait, why are you all acting like this just because I'm President? Gentlemen, what should we do next? We're not prepared for war. With his hands clasped on the table, the flustered ten-Mach forced himself to sound composed. What's there to fear about a tiny China? Even if we suffer heavy losses, victory will bring us far greater gains. The white-haired old woman on his right spoke with passionate fervor. The defense minister retorted impatiently. If we choose war, we won't be facing guerrillas in pickup trucks, we'll be confronting an Eastern Empire with 1.4 billion people and a highly modernized, information-driven military. But we are the United States of America. The woman glared defiantly at the defense minister. Someone retorted defiantly, we've never lost. The defense secretary nodded. True. But then again, you weren't the one who signed the armistice agreement with the Chinese at Panmunjom. Opinions were divided. Taimupu examined the intelligence reports. It was clear that war wouldn't maximize profits. Or perhaps we could propose a partnership? A younger official suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. The young man grew even more animated, hastily adding, "Whether it's the Gauls, the Britons, or anyone else, none of them are willing to cooperate with us in a direct war against China. Since that's the case, why don't we make China hand over their technology? Technology sharing. No one would refuse such technology. They'd align with us. As for the Chinese, they'd have no choice but to cooperate. They couldn't possibly defy the entire world over one scientist." Tamipu's eyes lit up, as if countless greenbacks were waving at him from the sky. Exactly. For the sake of human civilization, for freedom and equality, the Chinese must surrender their technology. Otherwise, they're courting their own destruction. Exactly. That's how it should be. Tamipu's eyes gleamed as he declared, "Change our diplomatic strategy immediately. We need allies." East China Sea, 7th Fleet Command Bridge. Mackenzie, who was deploying the fleet, received orders from White Castle. Withdraw? Why? Only 2 of our planes returned, and my men are still in the hands of the Chinese. I demanded reinforcements, not a retreat order. I demanded militia missiles. Mackenzie shouted angrily. White Castle insists we maintain restraint to prevent escalation and demands immediate withdrawal. His aide whispered urgently. Impossible. Give me more time and I'll crush these Chinese into submission. They're no match for me. That damn Chinese monkey is flaunting his victory right in my face. How is retreating any different from surrender? Mackenzie roared. The communications officer offered a bitter smile as he handed over a photograph. This came from White Fort. Satellite imagery shows Chinese missile units deployed across the desert, Gobi, and forests. They say if you don't retreat, well, good luck to you. Staring at the photo, Mackenzie tore it to shreds in a fit of rage. Those damn Chinese bastards. East Sea Fleet Command Bridge. Upon learning the Americans had retreated, Zhu Wei froze in shock. They had already prepared for a protracted battle. Who would have thought the Americans would run off so easily? What a letdown. Who'd have thought one man could single-handedly take on our entire ship and force the Americans out? This is fantastic. With this technology, we'll never have to fear the Americans again. So cool, so powerful. If I could just pilot that mech once, dying would be worth it. One man gazed at the imposing Suzaku and murmured enviously. Zhu Wei felt uneasy, a lingering sense of loss weighing on him. An officer nearby chuckled. What's the matter, Commander? Not having enough fun? I could give old Mackenzie a call and have him come back to play some more Tai Chi with you. Get lost. Dispatch a team immediately to salvage that crashed F-35. It's a treasure. Zhu Wei scolded with a laugh. A treasure? Well, that's true. When it comes to diving and such, the F-35 is the best at it. The global conflict everyone anticipated never erupted. Both China and the Americans managed to restrain themselves in this situation. Are they even human? Or did the Americans back down? Major media outlets worldwide scrambled to cover the conflict. World War III? The rabbit or the eagle? The Americans back down voluntarily. Has China truly become the world's #1? Whatever grabs attention works. Even platforms like YouTube and Weibo are flooded with Gu Ming's live streams. The dazzling mecha and awe-inspiring technology drew massive traffic and view counts. Many foreigners already believed in flat Earth theories and UFOs, and Gu Ming's emergence sent shockwaves across the globe. Holy crap, is this Iron Man? Gu Ming? Is this the foremost technological genius of the next century? Please, someone give me a mech suit. I'd die for it. Hikari Toy Factory, I'm placing an order. Chinese people call this thing a toy? Could it be that China's technology has reached alien levels? One wave of shock followed another, and Gu Ming found himself at the epicenter of the storm. Countless titles were bestowed upon him. Genius scientist, evil genius, warmonger. At this very moment, deep within the rugged mountains of China's Donghai province, a secret military base stood. A group of soldiers in uniform stood by the runway, their eyes fixed on the horizon. Among them were numerous generals. Me, waiting for someone? Chapter 20, Anticipation reaches its peak. The finale approaches. Zhang Nannan glared angrily at her teacher's retreating figure. Though she appeared to be only in her 20s, she was already a lieutenant colonel. Her teacher was none other than the renowned national treasure, academician Lu Haikong, a genius blessed with both extraordinary talent and striking beauty. Dressed in military uniform with her hair pulled back, her unadorned face rivaled any celebrity's beauty, a high-nose bridge and slightly furrowed willow brows that made her look endearingly vulnerable. Zhang Nannan, who should have been in the lab, had been dragged out. As a workaholic with a mountain of tasks at hand, she was pulled from her lab, and for what? To wait for someone. Who could be so important? Zhang Nannan couldn't suppress her resentment and snapped at her professor. Being forcibly dragged from her beloved lab to stand guard filled the young woman with resentment. Yet today, Lu Haikong, unusually, offered no comfort to his prized apprentice. Instead, he stared intently at the horizon, his face etched with impatience. You don't understand. You absolutely must be present for this. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance that comes but once in 1,000 years. Lu Haikang replied without turning his head. This slightly eased Zhang Nanan's anger. Curious, she looked toward the horizon and asked again. Master, who exactly is this person that commands such importance from you? No, not a person. It's Hope, the hope for China's rise. Lu Haikang turned back, his face aglow with excitement as he addressed his student. Zhang Nannan was startled. This was the first time she'd ever seen her teacher so overcome. Even receiving a medal in room 101 of the Great Hall of the People couldn't have made him this emotional, could it? Here they come! Here they come! Someone suddenly shouted. Instinctively, both master and apprentice turned their gaze toward the horizon. 3 aircraft were returning to the airfield, but the one in the middle was swaying unsteadily, as if badly damaged. Guided by the control tower, the 3 aircraft landed one after another at the secret base. Zhang Nannan gazed curiously at the distant aircraft and asked, Master, are you talking about them? What happened to them? Wait, that plane isn't ours? As a military expert, the sharp-eyed Zhang Nannan immediately spotted something amiss. The base security forces instantly charged forward, heading straight for the middle aircraft. Zhang Nannan finally got a clear look and stared in shock at the distant scene. Teacher! Teacher, that's an F-35? How is that possible? It was an American F-35. Its avionics, engines, and every piece of technology, it was the most advanced in the world. If they could dismantle that thing, so many technical problems would be solved effortlessly, they might even catch up. No wonder so many people were waiting. Zhang Nannan couldn't hide her excitement, itching to rush over and tear the F-35 apart piece by piece for study. No, it's not him. He's not important. Lu Haikang shook his head firmly. Not important? Hearing her teacher say that, Zhang Nannan almost thought he'd lost his mind from excitement. That was one of the very targets they'd been desperate to study. Now that a real F-35 was right in front of them, the teacher dared say it wasn't important? What could possibly be more important than him? Teacher! Before Zhang Nannan could finish her sentence, Lu Haikang strode forward 2 steps and exclaimed excitedly. Here it comes! The grand finale! Glancing up, they saw a dark speck on the horizon gradually growing larger. This time, the object in the center wasn't swaying, but its shape looked rather peculiar. Was it a plane flying vertically? And red at that? Were those wings behind it? 1,000 questions flooded Zhang Nannan's mind. Her eyes widened as she watched the aircraft steadily approach overhead. It was definitely a J-20, but what was that in the middle? A mecha? Zhang Nannan's mouth hung slightly open as she stared in shock at the monstrous creature soaring through the sky. It was a mecha with 8 wings sprouting from its back, painted entirely in blood red, no doubt about it. Escorted by the J-20, the crimson mecha slowly descended vertically onto the runway. A thunderous thud jolted Zhang Nannan out of her shock and confusion. Gazing at the sci-fi mecha, Zhang Nannan murmured to herself. Teacher, there are aliens. When she snapped back to reality, Lu Haikang and the group of researchers had vanished from sight. Lu Haikang, in his 60s, moved with surprising agility, outpacing the young guards of the security detail. He had only 2 targets in mind, Gu Ming and the mech. Zhang Nannan composed herself and hurried over. Standing beneath the mecha, the crowd was struck by even greater awe and admiration. This is a work of art. Unbelievable, a flying monster humans could actually build. When Zhang Nannan arrived, the researchers who had come with her were already scratching their heads in frustration, itching to climb aboard the mecha right then and there. Professor, what on earth is going on? What kind of secret project is this? A test flight? Zhang Nannan was filled with questions, but Lu Haikang's eyes were glued to the mech as he replied. No, it's not ours. It's a young man's creation, he developed it entirely on his own. It has nothing to do with the government. What? Zhang Nannan pointed at the mech in shock. You mean some civilian researcher developed this thing on his own? And it can actually take off? That's impossible. Believe it or not, it's right before your eyes. No one knows how he did it, but he pulled it off. He even took on 3 F-35s single-handedly with ease. The F-35 you just saw? He captured it. Lu Haikang exclaimed excitedly, turning to his utterly stunned apprentice. He continued. There's always someone better out there. Maybe that's what genius looks like. A crisp snap drew everyone's attention. The mech's torso slowly opened, revealing several mechanical claws lowering a man dressed in casual clothes. Zhang Nannan stared at the handsome young man, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. He was just a young man about her age? Lu Haikang, too, was filled with emotion. He hurried forward, wishing they had met sooner. Hello, where might the restroom be? Gu Ming scratched his nose and said sheepishly. Caw caw caw, it sounded like 10,000 crows were flying overhead. Lu Haikang's hand froze mid-air, awkwardness washing over him. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't fathom that the first words spoken to this genius would be so unexpected. The greeting stuck in his throat. Lu Haikang opened his mouth, paused for a moment, then forced a smile as he looked at Gu Ming and said, First, let's take Comrade Gu to the restroom. As the saying goes, nature calls. It really wasn't Gu Ming's fault. The entire journey had been non-stop excitement with no dull moments. The J-20 was too slow, and Gu Ming dared not accelerate, so he could only accompany it at a leisurely pace. Who knew the scene below would be so intense? That old man turned out to be a lieutenant general, surrounded by a pack of generals and armed guards glaring menacingly. Any normal person would have been scared out of their wits. But the young lady beside the old man was quite pretty, Gu Ming thought to himself. Soon after, Gu Ming found himself riding in a military vehicle for the first time in his life, accompanied by a general. Cover the mech. Lu Haikong ordered, then turned to stare at Gu Ming with an eerie, yet unnervingly warm smile. Hello there, young comrade. Chapter 21, National Treasure Treatment. Just go with it. Old man, just spit it out. You're giving me the creeps. Gu Ming scratched his head cautiously. Lu Haikong smiled amiably. Interested in switching careers? What future is there in selling toys? Come work with me. Teacher, please escort him back first. Zhang Nannan gently reminded. Lu Haikong chuckled and said. All right. Mr. Gu, go take care of business. I'll wait for you. Gu Ming glanced at Zhang Nannan, beautiful and sweet-voiced. Whoa. Gu Ming hurried to the restroom after boarding the military vehicle. He wasn't alone inside. An officer sat in the passenger seat and another beside him. Exchanging a knowing smile, Gu Ming pulled out his phone. It was flooded with messages and several missed calls. Ignoring messages from friends and classmates, he spotted several calls from his mother and immediately prepared to call back. A hand blocked his view. Gu Ming looked questioningly at the young officer beside him. Comrade, hello. If you need to make a call, use this. Photography is prohibited in the reform facility. The officer handed him a smartphone, already loaded with a SIM card. That's a bit cautious, but Gu Ming didn't say anything. He quickly dialed his mother's number. Hello, Mom? What's wrong? Ming, what are you doing? I've called you several times and you didn't pick up? His mother complained over the phone. Judging by the situation, his father should be fine. Gu Ming continued. Mom, make it quick. I'm in the middle of something urgent here. Mom doesn't have much to say either. It's just that many of your father's former subordinates have been calling me, asking about you. They say they want to return to the factory. What's going on there? Gu Na felt a twinge of worry. Gu Ming was still so young. Had he acted impulsively and alienated the factory's veteran employees? Gu Ming had a pretty good idea what was going on. He was famous now, and those employees were probably regretting things. But Gu Ming had no time to dwell on it. He pressed on. The factory's doing fine. Profits are good. Don't worry about them. Just take care of Dad. I'll visit the hospital when I can. Ming, speaking of which, you should thank your friend. Thanks to him, he arranged for several top specialists to examine your father and even got him a private room. Gu's mother's tone was cheerful, but Gu Ming's heart tightened. His friend? He arranged for numerous specialists and upgraded Dad to a VIP ward? Wait, where did Gu Ming even have such a powerful and loyal friend? Gu Ming was filled with doubts when he heard his mother say on the phone. Xiao Zhao, why did you buy fruit? This is too much. Your friend is here now, you two talk. Gu Ming feared someone might be deceiving his mother. His eyes turned cold. Hey, who are you? Old Gu, it's Zhao Peng. Oh my, you've forgotten me? With a creak, the caller clearly closed the door and stepped into the hallway. His tone instantly shifted as he said. Comrade Gu Ming, hello. This is the Donghai Provincial State Security Bureau. Please don't worry. We're only here to ensure the safety of your parents. You can consult the comrades beside you for details. Huh? You guys? Gu Ming glanced at his harmless-looking buddy beside him and continued in astonishment. May I ask why? I don't know the details either, but I've heard about the earth-shattering things you've done. That's pretty impressive. Americans aren't exactly saints, you know. We're just taking precautions for safety. Gu Ming paused to consider. Thanks. I'll return as soon as possible. Please take care of my parents. Goodbye. After hanging up, Zhao Peng, director of the Donghai Provincial National Security Bureau, exchanged a glance with the nurse at the station before returning to the ward where the patient lay. Deep in the mountains. The car pulled up in front of a large building. Gu Ming hung up the phone and stepped out. He had already confirmed with the two guys beside him it was indeed true. Ever since Gu Ming's identity was confirmed, his social connections and family background had been thoroughly investigated. Immediately, state security, accompanied by experts from the provincial military district, took control of everything surrounding Gu Ming's parents. The best resources and the tightest security left Gu Ming somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. It seemed he had underestimated his standing in the nation's eyes. One runway was occupied by Gu Ming's mech, but the others were filled with aircraft roaring past. Gu Ming glanced up at the bustling sky as the young officer beside him announced. Level 1 combat readiness. Full military mobilization. Nationwide Level 2 combat readiness implemented. Rubbing his nose, the culprit felt a bit awkward. He knew exactly why this had happened. It was like a child causing trouble and the parent stepping in to clean up a mess. Guided by an attendant, Gu Ming was led to the restroom. Just as his hand touched his pants, Gu Ming froze in place. He saw the same guy from earlier had followed him in, staring intently at Gu Ming. A chill ran down his spine. Swallowing hard, Gu Ming stammered. "Guys, if you're not using the restroom, why are you standing here?" I'm not into that sort of thing." At those words, both men's faces darkened instantly. "Damn it, who the hell likes that sort of thing? Our orders are to stay glued to your side and provide close protection, Comrade Gu Ming." One of them replied, his face dark. "Oh, I see." Gu Ming retreated a bit further inside, otherwise he just couldn't relax. 1,000-foot cascade, pure bliss. Emptying his bladder, his sharp wit once again claimed the high ground. Gu Ming thought to himself, is this all the national treasure can do? How terrified of death must they be? Now Gu Ming understood a bit about those ancient emperors and nobles bestowing favors made subjects grateful to tears, vowing to repay them with their lives. This feeling is pure bliss. When you encounter a boss like this, just surrender to him. After completing the task, the two escorted Gu Ming back to the elevator. He could feel it going down underground? Curiosity about everything around him surged through Gu Ming. Then, stepping out of the elevator, he stared in utter shock at his surroundings. Holy crap, this place is huge. They must have hollowed out the entire area. What a massive undertaking, truly infrastructure maniacs. Gu Ming now stood on the upper level of the underground complex. Looking down, he saw a bustling underground world spread out before him, a sprawling network of buildings teeming with activity. Following the two men, Gu Ming entered an office. Brightly lit, a desk stood in the center, where two people sat waiting for his arrival. Whoa! Gu Ming felt a pang of unease as he looked at the two figures. He'd just met the old man 2 stars. But the one beside him was even more intimidating, 3 stars. No way. Even if they were interrogating me, it wouldn't warrant a major general and a lieutenant general showing up in person, would it? The moment Lu Haikong saw Gu Ming arrive, he immediately broke into a broad smile and said, "Sit down, little Gu, sit down." "Ah, thank you." In their presence, Gu Ming instinctively sat up straight with his hands folded on his knees, as if attending an interview. "Hello, Comrade Gu Ming. I'm Zhang Tao. This is Lu Haikong, you've met him before. We've invited you here today because there are some matters we'd like your cooperation with." Chapter 22, Heaven to the left, Warriors to the right. Please, go ahead. Gu Ming felt a bit nervous. This was his first time facing such high-ranking officials directly. "Regarding your mecha, if possible, I hope you'll truthfully tell us about the source of your technology and anything else you wish to share." Zhang Tao stared at Gu Ming as he spoke softly. Gu Ming nodded. He had anticipated this moment. After a moment's pause, Gu Ming began recounting his journey. "After taking over the toy factory, I started live streaming hoping to get some feedback to improve the products. But then the comments suggested so I just went ahead and did it on impulse. I researched data myself, bought materials, made tools, designed blueprints, finalized the design, and built it. Then I flew it, accidentally flew too far. Their plane dared to lock onto me. You know, I'm still just a kid. I got carried away and ended up like this. What happened afterward, well, you all know." Gu Ming finished with a shrug, spreading his small hands helplessly. "I'm just a kid, what could I possibly have done wrong?" But those few simple sentences cast a shadow over Lu Haikong and Zhang Tao that would take a lifetime to heal. Lu Haikong was stunned, dumbstruck, and frozen in place, staring blankly at Gu Ming. "So it was just selling toys? Netizen said it, so I just went with it?" It wasn't that difficult, he could figure it out on his own. If he could, Lu Haikong wanted to find a block of frozen tofu and smash his head against it right then and there. What a waste of a lifetime. Because according to the records, every word Gu Ming said was true, like a genius who suddenly had an epiphany. In just a few short days, he'd achieved heights unattainable by countless people in a lifetime. He single-handedly broke through countless scientific barriers, even conceptual ones. He'd overturned science, overturned the world. What kind of monster is Gu Ming? Lu Haikong felt tears welling up but couldn't shed them, it was too heartbreaking. Why him? Zhang Tao was equally stunned by Gu Ming's performance. Today, armed with his self-developed weapon, he single-handedly intimidated an entire aircraft carrier strike group. It was effortless, as crisp and decisive as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. His words radiated a world-defying arrogance. Damn right, it suited him. Both men were drooling over Gu Ming's various technologies, but they couldn't just snatch them away or be too blatant about it. So they switched to Plan B, shifting their approach. Lu Haikong put on a smile and said, "Young man, in that case, there shouldn't be any issues. After all, US law doesn't apply here. Your matter will need to be handled by the comrades at the police station." "So, how serious could it be?" Gu Ming asked curiously. "And another thing, weren't they interested in his vermilion bird? Why weren't they asking about the crucial part?" "It's not that serious. You'll just need to compensate for some damages." Zhang Tao replied casually, lifting his teacup to blow on it before taking a sip. "Damages?" Gu Ming was baffled. He hadn't destroyed anything, had he? Where did these damages come from? American damages? Exactly. Let me break it down for you, little Gu. While the Chinese military has a duty to protect citizens, you violated air traffic control regulations first. You accidentally damaged components of 4 of our J-20s, fuel costs for the East Sea Fleet, and National Defense Preparedness Funds. Roughly 1.765829 billion. Stop, Commander. No need to keep counting. This debt is so huge, I couldn't pay it off even if I sold myself. Gu Ming was both amused and exasperated. He was practically penniless, yet suddenly saddled with billions in debt. Before he could even build his empire, he'd be locked up probably for life. A flicker of amusement crossed Zheng Tao's eyes. Lu Haikong adjusted his glasses and spoke earnestly. Sigh, I didn't want this either. I know you've had it rough. If it comes down to it, just serve your time. The state can't do anything to you. Ding. Suggestion received, serve prison time to settle debt. Earn 500 energy points. Gu Ming, oomph. This is practically a death sentence. Gu Ming felt helpless. This couldn't possibly be their true intention. Looking at Lu Haikong, Gu Ming said, "Old man, point me in the right direction." Lu Haikong covered his mouth, feigning great difficulty, though in truth, he feared he couldn't hold back his laughter. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Haikong spoke with feigned solemnity. "There is a way, but I'm afraid you. Just don't make me go in there and step on a sewing machine." Gu Ming quickly interjected. "Great. Straightforward. Here's the contract. Sign it, and all debts are forgiven. Annual salary of $1 million, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, meals and lodging provided, iron rice bowl." Gu Ming, ? Ahem, I didn't mean it that way. I just mean, as long as you can bring glory to the nation, none of this matters. They're just Americans unless they crush my old bones first. Gu Ming took the A4 paper from Lu Haikong's hand. It contained his personal information. Senior researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Dedicated laboratory. 100 billion in funding subsidies? Funding budget? Fill in whatever you want. He glanced at the 2 old men before him. So this was a double act they were putting on for me? After all this was your goal? Enough with the games, Comrade Gu Ming. We formally invite you to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences for your sake and for the sake of China. Zheng Tao folded his arms on the table, gazing at Gu Ming solemnly as he spoke slowly. We equally respect your choice. Whether you stay or leave, no one will cause you trouble. The very purpose of the Chinese military is to unconditionally protect the lives and property of its citizens. Lu Haikong dropped his smile and continued, watching Gu Ming deep in thought. Gu Ming, on behalf of the nation and its people, I sincerely invite you to join us in realizing China's great rejuvenation. This journey will be arduous and demanding. If you find it too difficult. Gentlemen. Gu Ming suddenly interjected. The 2 paused, and Gu Ming continued. I once heard a saying, heaven lies to the left, warriors to the right. I find it quite intriguing. With a faint smile, Gu Ming knew that from the moment he sat here, or rather, from the moment the vermilion bird emerged, he had made his choice. I charge forward not with earth-shaking grandeur, but with unwavering resolve. After a pause, Lu Haikong and Zheng Tao both chuckled. Gu Ming continued. I promise you. Great. Lu Haikong and Zheng Tao nearly burst out laughing in surprise. Geniuses are always oddballs. They'd assumed persuading Gu Ming would be tough, but who knew this kid had such high awareness? With such a prodigy, China's military and technological prowess would skyrocket exponentially. That was Gu Ming's true worth. Not even an entire aircraft carrier strike group could replace him in Zheng Tao's eyes. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, young man. I see you're single. Anyone special in mind? If not, I'll introduce you to one of my younger relatives. Lu Haikong roared with laughter. A chill ran down Zheng Tao's spine. Something felt off. The old man only had one son, who was married. Could he be eyeing my daughter? But... Gu Ming stretched out the syllable, instantly disrupting both men's thoughts. Zheng Tao's heart leapt into his throat as he looked at Gu Ming in panic. Chapter 23, Excuse me, may I live stream inside the military base? Commanders, you said so much, and I agree. After all, it's for the nation's benefit. But you can't tie me down. I just want to grow my factory bigger and stronger. I love going live to show off and brag to my fans. If you really lock me up here to do research, then I'll... Ha? Lu Haikong and Zheng Tao exchanged surprised glances. Gu Ming's words were a bit shocking. While they wouldn't shortchange Gu Ming on benefits, constantly being in the public eye was far too risky. Gu Ming was China's prized asset. If others grew jealous, they might resort to underhanded tactics. If Gu Ming were to suffer even the slightest injury, it would be a loss to the entire Chinese nation. How could that be allowed? Gu Ming was straightforward, cutting to the chase without beating around the bush. There was no other way. The fastest route to energy point sources, suggestion triggers, and live streaming was through this path. As for safety concerns, Gu Ming had already thought it through. He'd taken the opportunity to design a custom live streaming security system for himself and his parents. With so many wealthy individuals out there, finding sellers would be no problem at all. Lu Haikong hesitated, looking at Gu Ming as he spoke. Let's just call you Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, you must understand that keeping your whereabouts confidential is out of concern for your safety. There's no need for you to be so resistant. If you just focus on your research, you won't have to worry about compensation, safety, or anything else. Ding. Suggestion accepted, abandon career, dedicate to research. Earned 1,000 energy points. Sir, it's like this, I can only conduct research in an environment I enjoy and when I'm in a good mood. Beyond that, I have no other demands. Gu Ming's stance was unwavering, leaving Lu Haikong and the others at a loss. In that case, we'll have someone take you to rest first. We'll discuss this and give you an answer by tomorrow morning at the latest. Don't worry about your family, the state will provide the best medical care and security. Oh, Commander, I have one more small request, may I stream live from here? Ha! Zhang Tao and Lu Haikong were utterly dumbfounded. Kid, this is a military base, what are you even? Wouldn't agreeing to that be utterly absurd? Well, Gu Ming said, slightly shy. Well, I'm also promoting our military, by the way. If it were anyone else, Zhang Tao would have already given him a piece of his mind. But Gu Ming, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Fine, wait for our reply. Lu Haikong gritted his teeth. Zhang Tao stared at him in shock. Wait, who's the boss here? I wouldn't dare take this job. Less than 10 seconds later, someone pushed open the door, the same two guys from earlier. Lu Haikong looked up at the officer at the doorway and said, "Take this comrade to rest." Gu Ming rose to thank them and followed the two men out the door. Watching Gu Ming's retreating figure, Lu Haikong and Zhang Tao crossed their arms, utterly baffled. How could someone be so eager to show off and even livestream it? Wasn't this just making the security team's job harder? Sighing, Zhang Tao said, "Alright, I'll report to 101. We'll have a meeting later to discuss this." Alright. By the way, Nan Nan isn't exactly a spring chicken anymore. Aren't you considering? You've got your eye on Gu Ming, trying to sell me out, huh? Ahem. Gu Ming followed the two men to a single room. It was clear this was the best accommodation the base had to offer. At Gu Ming's insistence, the two hangers-on finally agreed to retreat to the adjacent room, promising to be at his beck and call if needed. Lying on the bed, Gu Ming opened the long dormant system interface. Host, Gu Ming. Inventory, none. Energy points, 125,466. Just from a single morning's livestream, he'd collected over 100,000 energy points. Gu Ming had asked the system not everyone's emotions could trigger energy points, so this haul was truly invaluable. This was faster than looting. If they ever stopped letting Gu Ming stream, they'd be losing out big time. System, first search the tech section for weapons I can exchange for. Xiang Lu small interstellar cruiser, energy points, 88,888. Space-based weapon, energy points 50,000. Longbow magnetic rifle, energy points 5,000. Assassin Star portable magneto-kinetic cannon, energy points 6,000. Gauss magnetic sniper rifle, energy points 8,000. Primary gene enhancement serum, energy points 20,000. Finally, after rummaging through everything for ages, Gu Ming spotted this item and his eyes lit up instantly. Basic gene enhancement serum, slightly eliminates latent injuries within the body, enhances physical fitness, strengthens vision, olfactory senses, and other bodily functions. No side effects. If this were an advanced version, wouldn't it turn someone into Captain America? And no side effects? An army of powerful gene-enhanced infantry equipped with interstellar gear, the very thought made his blood boil. Next, Gu Ming searched for medical devices related to his father's condition. Meanwhile, the core leadership was divided over Gu Ming's request. No way, I refuse. Who does Gu Ming think he is? Without him, we couldn't even dismantle that mech suit. Do you have any idea what that suit means to us? Gu Ming is a game changer who can shift the balance of power between us and our enemies. Letting him appear casually in public footage is like handing our enemies a roadmap. Exactly. Do you think the CIA and KGB are just sitting around doing nothing? But this is Gu Ming's request. We can't ignore it. Representatives from the Academy of Sciences and the military argued heatedly. Finally, Zhang Tao entered the room, having just finished communicating with Unit 101. He looked somewhat resigned. Commander, what did Unit 101 say? All eyes turned expectantly to Zhang Tao. Wiping his face, he replied softly. Unit 101 demands we fully accommodate Gu Ming's requests. They have the leverage to make such demands, but the problem falls on us to resolve. Colleagues, we should discuss what policies might satisfy them. Ha? Where's Engineer Lu? Zhang Tao scanned the room in confusion. Where else could he be? He's practically sleeping with that mech. That old Lu. 2 hours later, in the large conference room. As soon as he entered, Gu Ming paused. Over a dozen pairs of intense eyes fixed on him. It felt like sitting on pins and needles. All the generals were below him. What was he doing sitting at the head of the table? But seeing their earnest expressions, Gu Ming felt awkward about saying much more. Comrade Gu Ming, we've discussed your request and obtained approval from higher-ups. Your request is granted. You may continue to move freely as an ordinary citizen. Zhang Tao spoke up, pushing a stack of documents toward Gu Ming. Review these documents. If everything looks good, you can sign them. And these are your credentials. Gu Ming took them and only skimmed through them briefly. Wait, sir, is this real? Chapter 24, Only Academicians Deserve a Lecture. Gu Ming's Dimensional Strike. Gu Ming nodded, then shook his head and murmured softly. Commander, this treatment is almost too generous. I'm genuinely worried I might mess this up. You needn't worry about that. The state has your back. As long as you don't leak our core technology, you can even export certain neutered civilian products. Thank you so much. I'm deeply grateful for the support from the nation and the government. Since that's the case, I can't hold back either. In exchange, I can provide the complete technical blueprints for the vermilion bird, that mecha. Closing the documents, Gu Ming sighed. Little did he know that one sentence nearly gave the old man beside him, Lu Haikong, a heart attack. The entire technology? Handed over to us? Someone asked in shock. Yes. Micronuclear reactors? Correct. EMP bombs, energy shields, magnetic weapons, the entire mech technology? A major general from the research institute stared blankly at Gu Ming. Gu Ming shrugged and replied. Of course. Since we're collaborating with the nation for joint development, I naturally contribute my technology as equity. Isn't that sufficient? More than enough. More than enough. Lu Haikong stared at Gu Ming and hurriedly said, grabbing Gu Ming's arm. Lu Haikong exclaimed excitedly. This is incredible, little Gu. You're a national hero, a hero of our people. The nation and its citizens will remember you forever. Ahem, Engineer Lu, it's nothing. What have I really done? People like you, like countless martyrs, they are the true heroes of China. I don't deserve such praise. Gu Ming felt he wasn't that full of himself. But in the eyes of others, it was a different story. To them, Gu Ming was nothing short of a god. The mecha, a marvel of cutting-edge technology, had stunned the world the moment it emerged. And now, he was offering complete, unconditional technology sharing, all for the sake of China. What kind of dedication was this? As for the conveniences provided to Gu Ming? Compared to any single technology he'd shared, they were nothing. Zhang Tao looked at Gu Ming with admiration overflowing in his eyes. The young man had a great appearance, impeccable character, and was a genius to boot. The more he looked at him, the more he felt he was a perfect match for his own precious daughter. Let's not delay. Can we start researching now? Do we need to pick up any materials from your company? Lu Haikong was practically bursting with impatience. Gu Ming shook his head and pointed to his head, saying, It's all right here. A genius is a genius. Lu Haikong thought to himself. Zhang Tao and the other military personnel instinctively stepped aside. What remained were the senior members of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Any one of them could be an academician. Yet before Gu Ming, they resembled elementary students brimming with curiosity, swarming around their teacher with endless questions. After all, Gu Ming had studied the system blueprints, not merely piecing together simple components. He had also mastered the integration of diverse knowledge, effortlessly drawing upon vast data and expertise. Outside the door, Zhang Nannan, having received word, gathered researchers from various labs at the institute to prepare for a meeting. Yet no one dared to enter. Zhang Nannan asked in confusion. Sis Sheng, why isn't anyone going in? Zhang Nannan was a goddess in the eyes of many, and her question drew stares from the crowd. One person scratched awkwardly and said, Senior sister, you should see for yourself. Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes inwardly, peering through the crack in the doorway, utterly baffled. There she saw her former teacher, her senior, a renowned expert in her field, a scientist-level figure, being relentlessly pressured by the man she'd encountered earlier. Sigh, Engineer Zhao, how could you? Look closely, I'll write out this reasoning process again. Engineer Li, I've told you several times, don't overcomplicate the problem. No, Engineer Lu, don't accuse me of having a bad temper. Could you please listen carefully? If you can't, take notes, get your hands moving. Gu Ming was so engrossed in his lecture that he didn't care whether you were an academician or scholar. If you didn't understand, he'd criticize you. The knowledge he possessed was unheard of among the assembled academicians and bigwigs. Some concepts were even beyond the comprehension of the academicians themselves. A perfectly good conference room had been transformed into a classroom. What was truly terrifying was that the audience listening to Gu Ming's critiques in this classroom included, at the very least, academicians. The rest were worthless scholars like Zhang Nannan, doctoral advisors, PhDs, and the like. They were all science nerds who spent their days buried in labs, utterly clueless about the outside world. Forced to interrupt their experiments and summoned to this meeting, they arrived at the conference room door brimming with resentment and complaints, only to be stunned. Their own mentors and seniors were being called stupid by a teenager pointing a finger at their heads. And none of them dared to retort. As for the knowledge Gu Ming was explaining, the group couldn't make heads or tails of it. Zhang Nan herself was profoundly shocked. But the moment she recalled that sci-fi inspired, imposing red mecha, something clicked. Just studying its exterior had already revealed technologies beyond her comprehension, let alone the knowledge being explained by its inventor, Gu Ming. Professor Gu, logically speaking, this formula should be impossible to calculate. An elderly academician, his hair receding into a receding hairline, diligently took notes before posing the question. Gu Ming felt unworthy of the title teacher, but they insisted that those who mastered knowledge first were their mentors, so he acquiesced. Zhang Nan paused, then knocked on the door. The bigwigs in the conference room turned to look. Lu Haikong was slightly annoyed at being interrupted, but remembering he'd called the meeting himself, he gestured. Come in, all of you. Stand in the corner and listen carefully. Lu Haikong pointed toward the back wall. The researchers felt a bit resentful. Who was Gu Ming, anyway? But what could they do? Didn't they see? Even academicians had to stand up and approach Gu Ming to ask questions, and they had to line up. The world's premier tutoring institution, none could rival this. Inside the archives housing China's highest state secrets, the newly stored files on Gu Ming had already been placed in the highest level security vault. While the base was in turmoil, the outside world was equally unsettled. The global landscape seemed to have shifted silently since the 7th Fleet's withdrawal. A burning question consumed everyone: what exactly had happened to the 7th Fleet? Red Storm, has the movie become reality? A single mech taking on an entire carrier strike group? What has this world come to? Pictures tell the truth. China's alien technology is poised to dominate the globe. Western media has always been relentless in its infiltration of governments, exaggerating any news to grab attention. Many initially dismissed it as another media frenzy. What alien technology nonsense? Until a video went viral on Twitter, racking up over 100 million views. A crimson mech's wings glowed as countless missiles erupted from its launchers, intercepting every incoming missile targeting it. After verifying the footage's authenticity, most people stopped questioning its validity. Especially the US government. Under normal circumstances, the propaganda division of the State Department would have been the first to step forward, dismissing it as a hoax. But the US government remains silent. Why? Chapter 25, Swapping Lithography Machines for Mechs. Is that feasible? I know the smell of. A swarm of reporters descended on the White House like flies drawn to dung. The Democratic spokesperson declared that the Republicans were destroying America. This was incompetence. At a press conference, the Democratic spokesperson declared, China's so-called technology is a joke. As the world's leading nation, America has nothing to fear. Research findings indicate this mech harbors significant hidden dangers and side effects, and America's research is at the forefront globally. If the Democrats were in power, such foolishness would never have happened. It was practically a confession. Outside White Castle, a paparazzo lurking near the entrance of White Castle caught a glimpse of a line of vehicles approaching down the street. It's the Chinese. The Chinese ambassador? Someone gasped, and all eyes turned toward the Chinese motorcade heading for White Castle. The rows of red flags lifted spirits. Hadn't they just left in a huff? Why were they back? White Castle knew the answer all too well. Gu Ming's mecha had greatly surpassed their expectations, and the technology he wielded represented truly epic-making weaponry, inspiring immense apprehension. Their hopes of conquering Huaxia by force had vanished. With no other options, Teamopu could only heed his advisor's counsel and once again invite Qin Chaoyang, Huaxia's ambassador to the United States, back. Their second meeting was a stark contrast to the first. The arrogance had vanished from the faces of the White Castle elders. Even Teamopu personally came out to greet Qin Chaoyang, his face beaming with smiles. It gave Qin Chaoyang the impression that everything that had happened before was merely an illusion. Mr. President, what might have prompted this urgent summons? As I understand it, your nation intended to impose sanctions, sever diplomatic ties, and expel our ambassador? Seated in the same position as before, Qin Chaoyang smiled faintly. Temur, visibly flustered, cleared his throat and replied with a forced smile. Qin, it was merely a minor misunderstanding. The friendship between Huami and your nation is unquestionable and unbreakable. In that case, it's settled. I can discuss the handover of the pilot and aircraft with your side, but your country must compensate us for the damages incurred. Qin Chaoyang continued. His words made the rednecks across the table see red. It was clearly you who shot down our plane. We suffered heavy losses. What do you mean, compensate you for your losses? Who the hell are the real imperialists here? But the Americans held their tongues. For the sake of the Transformers, every conglomerate and military-industrial complex could swallow their pride. After all, who would dare cross the American blade? Forcing a smile, a U.S. diplomat stated. We believe all these matters are negotiable. The Americans wish to be friends with the Chinese people. To demonstrate our sincerity, we can gift that F-35 to China as a symbol of our friendship. The statement was shocking. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes. Had the Americans lost their minds? That was an F-35. No, it was just one small F-35. The Americans were truly decisive and willing to sacrifice much to obtain mecha technology. Qin Chaoyang remained silent. Sure enough, there was more to come. The other party continued. In the words of the Chinese people, let us turn swords into plowshares. As friends, I believe your side could share the technology behind these magnificent mecha. By aligning with civilized societies in the free world, China will gain many more friends. Rabbit, with all those people outside earlier, this eagle had to put on a tough front. But now, buddy, I'm down on my knees, can I just touch your mech? Unfortunately, Qin Chaoyan's orders were to refuse outright. It's too advanced to be shown. Please return. Qin Chaoyan was sickened by the Americans' tone, which betrayed their deep-seated contempt for China. His expression stern, he addressed the American envoy. Mr. President, I see no need for this. We discuss matters, not favors. We will return the aircraft, as it holds little value for us. The so-called technology exchange naturally falls through. We'll share relevant technologies based on specific circumstances. The F-35 has no research value? How arrogant! Fuck the Chinese, Trump cursed inwardly. When had the Chinese ever been this stubborn? These Chinese are like stones in a latrine, stubborn and stinking. They won't budge no matter what you throw at them. No choice. Meipu gritted his teeth and resorted to his final gambit. Qin, we can trade other technologies like the latest lithography machine tech. Ha! China. These big-name scientists were like ravenous wolves, clamping down on Gu Ming and refusing to let go. The first session stretched into the wee hours of the morning, everyone frantically taking notes, desperate to absorb every bit of Gu Ming's knowledge. What surprised Gu Ming most was that the fastest learner turned out to be that beautiful young lady with the sweet voice he'd seen earlier. Her name was Zhang Nan Nan? Gu Ming committed it to memory. By the time class ended, it was deep into the night. Gu Ming collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. Had he not confirmed that his home and factory were under surveillance and that his parents were protected around the clock by at least 3 special security teams and 3 national experts, Gu Ming wouldn't have slept so soundly. But others were wide awake, burning the midnight oil. The Americans were actually willing to exchange their latest lithography machine for joint development with China. This was unprecedented. Although lithography machines were jointly developed by numerous Western nations, if the Americans decided to exert pressure, who would dare resist? It seemed they had recognized that the technology exposed in Gu Ming's mecha, inside and out, could spark a new technological revolution. Was the lithography machine worth it? It held some short-term value, but in the long run, it paled in comparison. Still, this technology genuinely benefits China's development. Departments held all-night meetings to deliberate. The conclusion reached? Whatever Gu Ming says goes. No one understands the mecha better than him. If we can create a stripped-down version to fool the Americans, wouldn't that mean we get the lithography machine? What? He's not awake yet? No, don't wake him. Let Gu Ming rest properly. Don't disturb him. Zhang Tao said into the phone. This Gu Ming really has nerves of steel. How can he sleep at a time like this? Someone shook their head. Zhang Tao slammed his fist on the table in anger. Who has the guts to ride rushshot over me? If you don't have the balls, shut your mouth. The crowd below him instantly went quiet, not daring to utter a word. Zhang Tao swept his gaze around the room and pointed at them, declaring. Even Liu Bei had to wait outside the hall while Zhuge Liang took his afternoon nap. Gu Ming is our Zhuge Liang. Don't let me catch anyone talking behind my back again. Notify the professors at the Academy of Sciences. Convene an emergency meeting to discuss the technical feasibility of the lithography machine. Determine if we can overcome the technological barriers in the short term. We'll make a decision after Gu Ming wakes up. Yes, sir. Opening his eyes, he checked his phone. 10:30 a.m. Gu Ming stretched lazily, feeling utterly refreshed. 24 hours had passed since the mecha incident. Aside from contacting his parents once, Gu Ming had vanished from the internet entirely. Although his personal account had been banned from live streaming, his follower count surged by 50 million overnight and continued climbing rapidly by the 100,000. Netizens were buzzing. Where the hell is Gu Ming? Chapter 26, Lithography Machine? Not worth a dog's dime. After all, he'd caused such a massive incident that it had even alarmed the US State Department. He was surely doomed. He offended the world's top superpower. No matter how talented Gu Ming is, can he single-handedly destroy the entire world? Gu Ming, if I'm not mistaken, will vanish from our sight from now on. Either he's dead or secretly serving the nation. Sigh, I was hoping to buy a mech to play with. Gu Ming scrolled through the comments on his phone while brushing his teeth and washing his face. The internet was full of wild claims. The most absurd came from overseas forums, where someone claimed Gu Ming possessed 1/12 Korean blood, a pure-blooded descendant of the Koreans. It made Gu Ming so furious he almost drew his sword. Knock knock knock. Come in. Gu Ming poked his head out from the bathroom and called out. It was the same guy from yesterday, only now he was carrying a set of camouflage gear and a plastic box. What's up? Sir, these are fresh clothes for you. Also, this is our internal phone. Use this for communication from now on, it's secure. The SIM card is already set up. The young officer had unconsciously switched to a more respectful form of address. Thank you so much. You've really thought of everything. Hey, buddy, you don't need to keep calling me commander. I'm just an ordinary guy. Gu Ming scratched his head awkwardly. But the other man insisted firmly. Reporting, sir. Per instructions, you're entitled to level 1 researcher treatment at this base just below special grade. Fine, call me whatever you want. After tidying up, Gu Ming followed Xiao Wang to grab a bite to eat. First floor, cafeteria. Zhang Nan Nan was sipping her porridge when a colleague nudged her from the side. Sis Nan Nan, look. Who's coming over there? As Gu Ming entered the dining hall, the air fell silent. The bustling dining hall gradually fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and turned their gaze toward Gu Ming. Gu Ming swallowed hard, glancing down at himself. His underwear wasn't hanging out, was it? What are you all staring at? Ahem. Lu Haikong emerged from inside, breaking the silence. Gu Ming felt like a monkey in a zoo, uncomfortable under the stairs. Lu Haikong grinned like a chrysanthemum, beckoning Gu Ming to sit with him and several elderly professors. The bodyguard helped serve food. After taking a couple bites, Gu Ming paused and said, Mr. Lu, can we pause the lecture for now? I'll prepare a document later for your review. I need to head back. Lu Haikong considered it, then called out to someone nearby. Alright, that works. Here's what we'll do, Zhang Nan Nan. The girl with the ponytail walked over calmly and saluted the group. Lu Haikong continued. Nan Nan, isn't that project you're handling almost finished? Hand it over to someone else. After organizational deliberation, it's been decided that you will be responsible for coordinating with Comrade Gu Ming going forward. Ha! Ha! A man and a woman, one in front and one behind, exclaimed in unison, glancing at each other. Gu Ming stared at the girl before him, stunningly beautiful. Was this the organization's first test for him? How was this any different from assigning Sun Wukong to guard the peach garden? Zhang Nan Nan, however, was even more furious as she confronted her teacher. Teacher! Why? I have my own research. Why should I be his secretary? She had been the center of attention her entire life, regarded as a prodigy by everyone. Just because Gu Ming had superior technical skills, she was being forced to be his secretary? Execute the order. There's no room for discussion. Finish your meal, prepare for the handover, and assume your position as soon as possible. Lu Haikong was unusually stern with his prized disciple. Enraged, Zhang Nan Nan shot Gu Ming a vicious glare before storming off. What makes Gu Ming so special? If he can do it, I can too. Even if I can't, so what? She turned back to Gu Ming with a sudden smile. The organization is prioritizing security. This young man is tech-savvy, quick-witted, and comes from a clean background perfect to assist you. Thank you so much, boss. I won't refuse then. Gu Ming didn't mind this feisty young woman at all. Lu Haikong had his own plans too. Zhang Nan Nan was the most talented researcher at the base. If she could learn a thing or two from Gu Ming, her future prospects would truly be limitless. Of course, if sparks of romance flew between them, that would be even better. After dinner, Gu Ming applied for and commenced his first postpartum livestream. Due to Gu Ming's unique circumstances, the livestream was constantly monitored by officials, who also held control over it to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The comments section was flooded with mourners paying their respects to Gu Ming. Shortly after the livestream notification popped up, something unexpected happened. Within 30 seconds, 10,000 viewers flooded the stream, the numbers climbing steadily. Before she could finish a single bite of wonton soup, the viewership had skyrocketed to 100,000 in the blink of an eye. These were all real viewers. Gu Ming was stunned he had truly gone viral. My dearest loyal fans, your Grey Wolf is back. Holy crap, it's the real Gu Ming. You're not dead, host. Where are you, streamer? Not in the States, right? A dense barrage of comments flooded the screen, turning it completely white. Even Gu Ming couldn't make out the messages or GIFs. The entire streaming platform went wild. Traffic from all major streamers was flooding into Gu Ming's channel, nearly causing it to crash. The backend team scrambled to connect Gu Ming to more servers. Thanks for your concern, everyone, and thanks for sticking around. I'm fine now. Gu Ming held the camera, panning around to reveal a vast, flat shooting range surrounded by soldiers. As you can see, I'm currently a guest here. Viewers were stunned by the surroundings. A military base? Gu Ming was streaming from inside a military compound. Impressive, streamer. Looks like you're safe now. When will your mechs be available for purchase? I can't afford 100, but I'd love to get 1 or 2 to play around with. Gu Ming scratched his head and said, Don't worry about that. I'll apply for it. It shouldn't be a problem. You're still in Makabaka? Don't you know the Americans want to trade lithography machines for your mechs? Negotiations have already begun. Yeah, streamer. Lithography machines are crucial. Just hand over that mech for the swap, it's just a weapon anyway. Ding. Suggestion accepted, swap mecha for lithography machines. Earned 500 energy points. Pfft, what a crappy quest. Seeing this comment, Gu Ming felt thoroughly annoyed. I wouldn't mind donating the mech tech itself, but trading my mech for that lithography machine? That piece of junk? Not even a dog would want it. Gu Ming dismissed it with contempt. How many energy points could that thing possibly be worth? But the commenters were baffled. Your thing might be powerful, but it's just a weapon. A lithography machine is a high-tech product packed with cutting-edge technology. How dare you be so arrogant? Streamer, don't talk nonsense. It's laughable. Do you know how many aircraft carriers a lithography machine is worth? How many more carriers could you build with one? So what if you can take down an entire carrier strike group? Countless bullet comments unleashed a barrage of criticism at Gu Ming. Chapter 27, Give me a day, and I'll deliver a miracle. Zhang Tao, Lu Haikang, and others watching Gu Ming's livestream exchanged glances. This young man has no filter whatsoever. He'll say anything. Originally, they'd hoped to gauge Gu Ming's stance on the lithography machine exchange plan indirectly. Little did they expect him to be so arrogant, dismissing the lithography machine as worthless. If you're so picky, why don't you build the lithography machine yourself? I won't begrudge you the profits. Don't be ridiculous. Making him tinker with this alone? Is that even humanly possible? Ding. Suggestion accepted. Develop lithography machine independently. Earn 20,000 energy points. Gu Ming picked up a pack of 95 cigarettes and looked into the camera. That's what you say, but when I claimed I'd build a mech and buy 10,000 units, all those guys doing handstands to wash their hair and eating secret recipe mini burgers vanished. What if I build it and you guys renege on your promises? Stop sending gifts. I can't see the comments anymore. This line had the viewers in stitches. A streamer actually refusing gifts? Modern netizens thrive on rebellion, and soon the screen was flooded with premium gifts filling the entire display. I swear on my integrity. If I can't wash my hair upside down, my son belongs to old Wang next door. Gu Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, "Alright, you all wait. Give me some time." Under professional guidance, Gu Ming went all out, finally experiencing the thrill of real combat. The military base above ground was semi-public, allowing Gu Ming to stream live there, but the underground facilities were off limits. The surrounding soldiers stared curiously at the man before them. He had them prepare a full set of various weapons and equipment, making them think a superior was conducting an inspection. But instead, they got a reporter who didn't look like a reporter at all, more like an internet celebrity. After firing a whole clip, Gu Ming had basically missed every target. "Hey, guys, send me a rocket, I'll fire one right back at you." Photos of Gu Ming shouldering a rocket launcher instantly trended across major platforms. Not only did Gu Ming walk free, he became a tourist attraction, streaming live openly once again. Even more outrageous, Gu Ming declared that Western lithography machines were nothing but foreign junk, and that he could build his own anytime he wanted. When the news reached White Castle, even the unpredictable ten-Mach was so furious he laughed. Glaring at the video of the young man basking in the sunshine, ten-Mach gritted his teeth and snarled, "Damn it, get lost. Once I get my hands on that mech, I'll take you down." As for other nations possessing lithography machine technology, they all dismissed Gu Ming's claims with a laugh. After all, who would dare cross little cutie? The Chinese are always so arrogant. Unbelievable someone like this actually dares to challenge the American aircraft carrier. Mockery flooded foreign networks, while domestic news apps carried a hint of embarrassment. What Gu Ming did was satisfying, but his words were way off the mark, weren't they? How embarrassing. If this keeps up, we'll go from being the Eastern Dragon to clowns. Don't forget, you didn't believe Gu Ming could build a mecha either. But such minority comments were quickly drowned out. Gu Ming, the target of public criticism, was summoned to the conference room. "A lithography machine?" Gu Ming asked. "Yes. The Americans say they're willing to trade lithography machines for our mecha technology. We want you to vet the deal." Zhang Tao explained. Gu Ming activated the system and immediately searched for the most advanced 3-nanometer lithography machine technology available today. 3 nanometers lithography machine, energy points, 5,000. It was even cheaper than certain mech components. Generally, the systems possess sci-fi technology, so current tech really isn't that expensive. Gu Ming shook his head and said, "Boss, what's the point of this thing? It's not like it's rocket science. This deal's a total ripoff, we can't do it." His words sent shockwaves through the room. They stared in disbelief at Gu Ming, who had just made such an outrageous claim. Did this guy even know what he was talking about? This was the world's most advanced lithography technology, a true bottleneck technology, yet Gu Ming dismissed it so casually. While the research leaders deeply admired and respected Gu Ming for independently developing the mecha, his arrogant remarks prompted them to consider giving him a reality check. "Young man, choose your words carefully. That's lithography equipment we're talking about. How long has our nation spent researching it? How much manpower and resources have been poured into developing this lithography technology we have today?" Exactly. To dismiss it so casually is downright reckless. I say we trade for a stripped-down version of the mecha instead. That way, we don't lose out and actually come out ahead. The others chimed in, surrounding Gu Ming with their arguments. After all that research, you think a single flippant remark from you can undo it all? If you're so confident, go ahead and build a 3-nanometer lithography machine yourself. One man even stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Ming, his voice thick with indignation. Decades of their hard work. Gu Ming clearly looked down on it all. Zhang Tao and Lu Haikon remained silent too. They too felt Gu Ming was being reckless. How could he just abandon such crucial technology? Gu Ming didn't get angry either, he just quietly observed the group of veteran researchers. Without the system, they naturally had no way of knowing Gu Ming's capabilities. It wasn't their fault. Some among them had devoted their entire lives to mastering a particular technology, driven solely by the desire to ensure China would never be bullied again. Ding! Suggestion received. Research top-tier lithography machines. Earn 20,000 energy points. Turning to the indignant old professor, Gu Ming said, "You must be Professor Tian Xingzhong. My words may have offended you, but the truth is hard to swallow. I dare to be bold because I have my reasons. What if I actually produced a complete set of 1-nanometer lithography machine technology? What then?" Lu Haikon's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Gu Ming, his heart racing. He sensed this kid was about to make a major move. "If you present me with a complete set of top-tier lithography machine technology, I, Tian Xingzhong, will kneel and kowtow 3 times to you on behalf of the entire nation, on behalf of China, to thank you." Tian Xingzhong's face flushed as he looked at Gu Ming. Seeing Tian Xingzhong clearly getting carried away, Lu Haikon quickly stepped in. "Xingzhong, what's this about? Can't we just talk this out? Why are we starting internal squabbles among our own people? Yeah, old Tian, sit down. Sit down and talk properly. The kid isn't your enemy. He just said a few wrong things. It's not worth this." Colleagues nearby pulled Tian Xingzhong back to his seat. Up until now, everyone assumed Gu Ming was just venting like Tian Xingzhong, nothing more than heated words. Sure, the young man was a bit spoiled, but with such remarkable achievements, it was understandable. But just as Tian Xingzhong sat down, fuming, Gu Ming stood up again and looked at the group of seniors. "Rest assured, seniors, I'm not angry. I fully understand Teacher Tian. Since things have come to this, I'm not one to take back my words. I'll take Teacher Tian up on his wager. I don't need you to kowtow or anything. Just treat me to a meal, old man." Tian Xingzhong had calmed down by then. Gu Ming spoke softly again, but Tian shot him a disgruntled glance and snapped. "You? Show me the technology, and I'll feed you for life." Gu Ming nodded and said, "With everyone here as witnesses, Engineer Lu, may I request access to our current lithography machine technology? Give me 1 day, and I'll present you with a solution." "That's no problem. The state trusts you. I'll request it. How long did you say?" Chapter 28, Bold Claims? "We'll see." Lu Haikon snapped back to reality, staring at Gu Ming in shock. All eyes turned to the boastful Gu Ming. Tian Xingzhong was even amused to the point of laughter. Why get angry with a kid who likes to spout nonsense? 1 day? That won't even be enough to review it once. He actually claimed he could produce an improvement plan in a single day. Gu Ming, if it's not possible, just say so. No need to push yourself. Yes, Gu Ming, our top priority now is the widespread adoption of mecha and related technologies. Don't get upset. But Gu Ming replied sternly. No, it won't delay anything. Just give me 1 day. If I can't pull it off, I'll immediately become Teacher Tian's disciple. From then on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west, no joking around. Gu Ming had gone completely mad. Tian Zhongqing stared at Gu Ming in utter shock. Could he really? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fine. I'll take your bet. Tian Xingzhong slammed his hand on the table. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Gu Ming was just a young man who loved to fool around, yet possessed extraordinary talent. Taking him as a disciple would be a face-saving move for him in the future. Yes. The more Tian Xingzhong thought about it, the more excited he became, the more determined he grew. But he couldn't let Gu Ming sense it yet. Everyone was stunned by Gu Ming's bold declaration, exchanging glances in silence. After much deliberation, they concluded there was no harm in it. Besides, it was only for 1 day. All right then. Since you insist so strongly, I'll request to transfer your records. Lu Haikon nodded reluctantly. A perfectly good discussion meeting ended on a sour note. Gu Ming, once hailed as a prodigious young talent in everyone's eyes, had suddenly become a minor topic of amusement among the professors. Suddenly I kinda envy old Tian, he got a brilliant apprentice for free. Sigh, it's true. If only my students had Gu Ming's mech building skills. I'd die happy. This little joke even spread through the research circles of the base under the professor's words. Zhang Nannan, who was conducting an experiment while wearing protective goggles, felt someone nudge her arm. She turned her head in confusion to look at her colleague. What's up, Wunwun? Stop what you're doing. Something huge just happened, you didn't hear? The girl named Wunwun radiated excitement fueled by pure gossip. Rolling her eyes at her friend, Zhang Nannan turned back to her work with renewed focus. What's it got to do with me? Big news. That guy Gu Ming, the one you're supposed to be his secretary for, bet Professor Tian Chang that he could improve the world's top lithography machine in just one day. Her hand trembled. Zhang Nannan froze, dropping her work in shock as she stared at her friend. One day? A lithography machine? You bet. Everyone's been laughing behind his back, saying Gu Ming's got the brains but he's way too cocky. The girl leaned against the table as she spoke. Zhang Nannan thought the same. Though her regard for Gu Ming had sunk to an all-time low. She had to admit he was a genius born once in a millennium. Who would have thought even a genius could end up like this? Suddenly demoted to secretary, Zhang Nannan felt a surge of satisfaction, her lips curling upward. Just wait and see how you'll clean this up now. No one believed in Gu Ming, so let him create a miracle in a single day. Spending 10,000 energy points, Gu Ming directly exchanged for the technical blueprint of a 1-nanometer lithography machine. To avoid causing too much of a stir, Gu Ming specifically requested the blueprints for a low-end lithography machine from Huaxia, claiming it was merely an improvement. With this unexpected turn of events, Gu Ming could only delay his return home. He requested an office from Lu Haikang, equipped with top-of-the-line computers and a quiet environment. Gu Ming locked himself in the room, simultaneously retrieving the low-end lithography machine technology on his computer while digesting the lithography machine technology stored in his mind. When tackling tasks, Gu Ming always adopted a relentless, all-out approach. He had food and drinks delivered to him. Except for bathroom breaks, he was completely absorbed in the blueprints. Lu Haikang and the others found it hard to persuade him otherwise. Since it would only take a day or so, they decided to observe Gu Ming's mecha development instead. This was an immensely complex and vast technology. Even with a complete technical breakdown, the sheer volume of engineering work required for one person to draw and build it was enormous. Inside the office, the work continued through the night. Outside the door, Zhang Nannan quietly pushed it open and peered through the crack, catching a glimpse of the boy's profile. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused. Gu Ming was naturally quite handsome, and from this angle, with the aura of genius surrounding him, Zhang Nannan felt her heart skip a beat for a moment. Pft, pft, pft. Zhang Nannan scolded herself inwardly. By some strange twist of fate, Zhang Nannan found herself here. Squeak! Zhang Nannan accidentally made a sound. Gu Ming immediately stopped what he was doing and looked toward the doorway. Their eyes met, and in that instant, sparks flew. Zhang Nannan bolted in a panic. How mortifying! Peeping, and getting caught at it. Stepping outside, Gu Ming watched the slender figure dart past in the hallway, a strange feeling stirring within him. Damn it, why did it feel like they'd locked eyes? Shaking his head, Gu Ming stretched lazily and returned to his work. Another sleepless night. Tian Xingzhong was practically bursting with excitement. He couldn't wait to take on a genius as his final disciple. Perhaps by associating himself with Gu Ming, the founder of the mecha, he could carve out a place in history. 2 or 3 professors entered the conference room together, while researchers who'd caught wind of the meeting peered in from outside. Glancing at his watch, Tian Xingzhong frowned and muttered. It's time. Why isn't he here yet? Could someone have sent him away? Old Tian Xingzhong. Over here. Lu Haikang called out twice before finally summoning the impatient Tian Xingzhong. What's up, Engineer Lu? You're not going to plead for that kid, are you? Tian Xingzhong said warily, eyeing Lu Haikang. Lu Haikang replied. You absolutely must save face for them later. Without them, we wouldn't have that mecha now. You can't scare them off, can you? Got it. I'm just teaching him a lesson so he doesn't get too big for his britches. Tian Xingzhong waved his hand dismissively. Many researchers with free time today were listening in, whispering among themselves. Zhang Nannan kept glancing toward the doorway, feeling a bit like a guilty thief. Yet she also felt a tinge of schadenfreude to let him get cocky, she thought. Now let's see how he'll clean this up. You wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? You're acting so impatient. Her friend Tao Tao teased with a sly grin. Glaring at her friend, Zhang Nannan was about to strangle her when she heard someone shout. He's here. He's here. Everyone turned their curious eyes toward the doorway. While intrigued by this mysterious figure who had shocked the world, they were also filled with skepticism. How could you possibly be that powerful? And you even claimed you could develop top-tier lithography technology in a single day? Why not just step on your left foot with your right and fly to the sky? Gu Ming walked into the conference room, yawning with dark circles under his eyes. He was already accustomed to the stares that treated him like a sideshow attraction, and he simply found a seat and sat down. Good morning, Engineer Lu. Chapter 29, did he really pull it off? Ha! Little Gu, you look exhausted. If it's too much, just let it go. Engineer Tian was only joking with you. Lu Haikang smiled, trying to smooth things over, while Tian Xingzhong slammed his teacup down on the table. Right, forget it then. He deliberately emphasized the word no. Gu Ming rubbed his eyes, pulled a USB drive from his pocket, and handed it behind him. Comrade Zhang Nannan, could you please plug in this USB drive for me? Zhang Nannan, seated not far behind Gu Ming, widened her eyes. He was already giving her orders before she even started her shift? But with so many people watching and Lu Haikong insisting they accommodate Gu Ming's feelings, Zhang Nannan angrily stood up and snatched the USB drive. This was infuriating. She'd just wait and see the spectacle. As his close friend, Tao Tao eyed the pair suspiciously. Something was off. When had they become so familiar? He didn't stop Lu Haikong as he projected the data onto the screen. Regarding their company's lithography technology, though Lu Haikong wasn't involved in that field, he knew it was like a beggar fearing a rich man would steal his money. There was no need for such extreme secrecy. Gu Ming stood up and positioned himself in front of the screen. The massive data set began displaying. Among the audience were several academicians who were heavyweights in related research fields, including Tian Xingzhong. At first, Tian Xingzhong had only intended to watch the spectacle unfold before giving the youngster a stern lecture. Researchers around him whispered, eyeing the excessively young Gu Ming. "This guy's hilarious, wasting our time for a whole day. Hey, haven't you heard? This guy's nuclear propulsion tech and electromagnetic work are top-notch, but the rest? Ha!" One person said, giving him a thumbs up. But as he listened, Tian Xingzhong sensed something was off. This doesn't sound like nonsense or made-up stuff at all? I haven't had time to test the specific experimental data. All this is computer simulated. If you want to experiment, wait until I finish talking, then you can figure it out yourselves. Here, take this. Your old stuff. I've replaced it with this. Tian Xingzhong and several colleagues stared wide-eyed at the array of documents before them, their minds racing to verify the possibilities. No wonder. No wonder. So that's how it is. It absolutely must be this. An elderly man abruptly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. And this part, you solved this problem in a single night? How could you possibly know without experiments? Gu Ming's data formula held true completely, matching the predictions exactly. How did he manage that? Just calculations. Gu Ming's casual remark sent the crowd below him into a frenzy. A single day and night of calculations had solved a technical problem they'd been unable to crack for decades? Tian Zhongqing swallowed nervously, realizing that based on his professional expertise, Gu Ming's technical steps had a 99.99% chance of success. In other words, Gu Ming seemed to have truly developed the world's most advanced 1-nanometer lithography machine overnight, a feat unmatched even by the top foreign models, which only reached around 3 nanometers. Experts were in a frenzy, while researchers and professors outside the field were utterly stunned. So, did Gu Ming actually pull it off? Damn it, I'll slap myself, he actually pulled it off. Hold on, he hasn't finished yet. What's left to explain? His first 2 problems are exactly our research focus, he'd have no trouble tackling them. He even detailed the entire process. A researcher in his 30s exclaimed excitedly. Lu Haikong stared at Gu Ming in utter shock. Was this what they meant by a prodigy? First, he equipped a mech with a miniature nuclear reactor, electromagnetic pulse weapons, and laser weapons. Then, in just one day, he'd built a lithography machine. What words could possibly describe his feelings at that moment? What could possibly describe Gu Ming? Tao Tao, sucking on a lollipop, glanced at the stunned Zhang Nannan beside her. Did he really pull it off? I swear Professor Tian and the others are about to lose their minds. Zhang Nannan stared in shock at Gu Ming, who was speaking with such confidence. A technical issue he addressed overlapped with her project. The solution she'd spent 2.5 years researching and would never reveal had been casually solved by Gu Ming in less than a day? In Zhang Nannan's eyes, Gu Ming now seemed capable of moving mountains and stirring seas. Serving as his liaison officer suddenly didn't feel so embarrassing. Suddenly, Lu Haikong cut Gu Ming off and addressed the entire room. Everyone not involved in the relevant projects, leave now. The rest of you, let's study this together. They'd thought it was just Gu Ming's joke, a crowd gathering for a spectacle. But now they saw it was nothing short of the nation's highest level secret. Lu Haikong immediately ordered the room cleared, even ushering Zhang Nannan out. Ding! Acquired 20,000 energy points. In just one day, Gu Ming had turned a profit of 10,000 points with minimal effort. He couldn't possibly spend it all. Gazing at the string of numbers on his system panel, Gu Ming felt it was all worth it. In a bit, I'll do another livestream and milk my dear viewers dry. Outside the conference room, Lu Haikong watched his colleagues inside, their emotions running high, and Gu Ming, calm and composed. He steadied his trembling hands and pulled out his phone. Hello, this is Lu Haikong. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to immediately terminate all negotiations and cooperation. We don't need their stuff anymore. Yes, you heard me right, terminate immediately. Let the Americans hug their lithography machines and go have babies. Lu Haikong's deafening shout drew glances from researchers nearby. The surge of emotion within him defied words. If the technology in the mechs represented a military breakthrough with some civilian applications, then the lithography machine wasn't just for military use, it would also bring China a high-tech industrial chain worth trillions. After a brief pause, Lu Haikong thought for a moment and made another call. Hey, old Zhang, there's something you need to apply for at 101. Military District Headquarters. Zhang Tao, who was in his office handling combat readiness issues from the past few days, rubbed his temples. Following the clash between Gu Ming and the U.S. aircraft carrier group, the 101 ST's commander-in-chief had ordered a nationwide combat readiness mobilization. This was both to counter the threat from the United States and to test the combat readiness command systems of the three military branches. Who could have predicted that Gu Ming would drive the Americans back outright? Worse, the Americans now assumed China coveted Gu Ming's technology and dared not openly confront China. The combat readiness exercise had effectively become a drill, yet it exposed numerous problems that would keep Zheng Tao busy for some time. The phone rang. Zheng Tao paused his work, glancing at the caller ID. His heart tightened. He hoped nothing had happened to Gu Ming. That shouldn't be possible. The Mangdang mountain base was protected by a synthetic brigade on the perimeter. This is Zheng Tao. Right. Understood. I'll report to 101 immediately. They'll then notify the Donghai Provincial Party Committee and Provincial Security Bureau from Beijing. Chapter 30, Joint Boycott. You don't want the rabbit anymore? Zheng Tao's emotions were a roller coaster, shifting from tension to confusion, then shock, and finally excitement. After hanging up, Zheng Tao remained utterly stunned. Earlier, Lu Haikong from the base had called, demanding that the security level for Gu Ming and his family be elevated to the highest possible, especially since Gu Ming might frequently appear in public going forward. Because Lu Haikong had discovered that this guy was a freak, a demonic genius, a complete psychopath. He had broken through the Western lithography machine technology blockade in a single day, highly likely genuine. A scientific genius proficient in all fields. A man like this deserves to be treated like royalty. Who knows when he might deliver a major surprise? Zheng Tao was utterly shocked upon hearing the news. He never imagined Gu Ming could be so formidable. It seemed he had underestimated him after all. Without delay, Zheng Tao promptly reported the matter to his superiors. International news. The United States appears poised to collaborate with China on lithography machines, trading in allies' interests for their own gain, disgusting Americans. After the turmoil, the US and China have secretly begun cooperation. What shady dealings could possibly be involved? Several news reports have caused significant international upheaval. Especially since lithography machine technology involves core profit-generating high-tech companies, wealthy individuals, and governments. It must be understood that lithography machine development represents the pinnacle of technological achievement, backed by decades of research funding from dozens of nations worldwide. The web of vested interests behind it is so complex it's downright outrageous. Could these individuals possibly agree? Could these nations possibly consent? Impossible. Britain. The accuracy of this matter is debatable, but we still hope our American friends will consider it carefully. Gaul. Well, while we support economic cooperation with China, we do not endorse collaboration on this particular technology. Kangaroo. The Chinese are like man-eating wolves. Once they acquire a technology, they'll multiply like kangaroos until they're everywhere. And so on. Dozens of governments responded to this matter, firmly opposing it. White Castle. Tepu threw the newspaper on the table with a sneer and mockingly remarked, "These foolish politicians have no clue about the wealth that Transformer represents. What's the big deal about a lithography machine? Indeed, sir. They grasp only fragmented truths. Once they face the Chinese mechs head-on, they'll understand what helplessness truly means." The defense minister nodded. As a witness to the entire incident, he still felt a lingering sense of dread. That mecha could utterly destroy the naval and air systems of any nation except America. He couldn't even think of a way to sanction that man named Gu Ming except through nuclear weapons. "Sir, ambassadors from Britain, France, Canada, and over a dozen other nations request an audience?" the White Castle secretary announced. Tabuk waved his index finger dismissively. No. I can't see them now. What we need to focus on is ensuring the terms we offer are impossible for the Chinese to refuse. Most crucially, how do we avoid being deceived by them? Mr. President, will they truly agree? Of course, Karen. You must understand it's what they've been dreaming of. Trump affirmed. Cancel all foreign ambassador meetings. Re-invite the Chinese ambassador immediately, the sooner the better. On a domestic military channel, a retired old man stared into the camera. Mechs? That stuff is completely unscientific, and the design is impractical. Sure, we've seen some of its capabilities, but mass production is impossible. Don't take it seriously. The retired veteran smiled as he continued. It'd be better to extract some of that tech for civilian use. We're not even considering mass-producing mechs right now. Then how do you view the US offering lithography machines in exchange for our citizens' related technologies? The host inquired. That's all rumor, pure rumor. We all know Western journalists love to exaggerate and pass off falsehoods as truth. Lithography machines are such critical technology. We're nowhere near mastering high-end lithography machines. We're at least 50 years behind Western nations. Think about it, such vital technology. The Americans wouldn't trade it for an impractical mecha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The retired old man insisted. Are you saying China won't achieve major breakthroughs in lithography technology anytime soon? Of course. Online reactions were overwhelmingly opposed. Absolutely not. This mech's technological sophistication far surpasses that of lithography machines. We must protect genius scientists like Gu Ming. We can't let them be poached by the West. We're all human beings. Why should Gu Ming get special privileges? Can you build a mech? Amidst the global uproar, the motorcade of China's ambassador to the United States once again entered the White Castle. The Chinese ambassador visits the White House more frequently than the president's unpredictable motorcade. This was the headline in that day's edition of the U.S. Washington Shield Times. Both sides sat down at the negotiating table once more, the opening moments marked by an uneasy silence. President Trump, seated across the table, spoke first. Mr. Ambassador, I know time is tight, but some matters cannot be delayed. Please give me your answer. Technology sharing. You've already secured the most advanced 3-nanometer lithography technology. This is a win-win for both sides. Good heavens, I can't fathom what you're still deliberating over. Qin Xiaoyang smiled but didn't respond. He still hadn't received a response from headquarters. The final order was to stall for time, day by day, awaiting further instructions. Qin Xiaoyang could only play along with the Americans. Mr. President, this matter, we're not saying we won't exchange it, but we haven't said it's definitely this way or that way. It's not that we can't do it, but, well, we believe anything is possible. Until a staff member from the Chinese embassy pushed open the door and whispered a few words in Qin Xiaoyang's ear. Qin Xiaoyang nodded and turned to look at the American with a smile. Mr. President, our side does not agree to this matter. Agreement is the right. Ha! In the conference room, the American officials exchanged bewildered glances. Qin Xiaoyang's single sentence had left them flustered. Had he just said it wasn't needed? Had the negotiations collapsed? ten-Mach felt a pang of panic. He studied his opponent, yet saw not a single crack in Qin Xiaoyang's expression. I must have misheard. Qin couldn't possibly mean that. That is precisely what he meant, Mr. President. We have no need for your country's so-called lithography technology. Qin Xiaoyang didn't know what the domestic stance was either, so he simply followed orders. He resolutely rejected the Americans' proposal, leaving the entire American delegation utterly flustered. Damn those Chinese! Don't they understand what lithography machines mean to us? Just then, an American negotiator whispered something into ten-Mach's ear. Chapter 31, ten-Mach, I knew the advantage was ours. Mr. President, this is Chinese strategy. They're feigning disinterest to gain leverage in negotiations. They're certain we'll pay a higher price. The decision to continue negotiations rests with you. Trump suddenly understood. So that's it, these cunning Chinese. They must be counting on the US to stop at nothing to acquire the mech technology. That's why they're acting so brazenly. As a true businessman, Trump wouldn't fall into the Chinese trap. Conceding ground repeatedly would only embolden them. If he simply agreed to end negotiations, it would be the Chinese who grew anxious. With this realization, ten-Mach smiled inwardly and calmly addressed Qin Xiaoyang. Qin, you'd better think this through carefully. Of course, Mr. President. Perhaps we should discuss the compensation your country owes us. Qin Xiaoyang replied. ten-Mach's lips curled into a cold smile. As you wish, Qin. I hope you won't regret this. You may handle the rest of the negotiations yourselves. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, ten-Mach rose and departed without a moment's hesitation, as if he had no interest whatsoever in the mecha technology. Watching ten-Mach's absurd retreating figure, Qin Xiaoyang shook his head. He couldn't fathom how the domestic authorities had dared to let matters escalate to this point, even resorting to open hostilities. Born to toil, he immediately turned to engage in a war of words with the other officials in White Fortress. The moment the conference room door closed, ten-Mach turned to Bai Bao's secretary and declared, I need to see the CIA director. Arrange another meeting with Professor Allen from the National Academy of Sciences. Have him contact the Academy's lithography experts to join the meeting. Sir, we still have. Cancel it. I need to resolve this immediate crisis now. There are no walls that don't leak, and the US government has no walls at all. Shortly after negotiations concluded, news spread worldwide that China had rejected the lithography technology offered by the United States, signaling the breakdown of talks. Comments from an international software platform. What is this, a little cutie? American netizen. Unbelievable. With their own lithography technology so rudimentary, how could the Chinese possibly reject our technology? Netizen He Landu. Good heavens, what a relief. Thank goodness the Chinese are so foolish, otherwise we'd lose yet another jewel in our industrial crown. Korean netizen. Netizens from countries like the Netherlands and South Korea, whose industries rely heavily on lithography technology, along with capital conglomerates from other nations, breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone knows, once the Chinese master a technology, it becomes dirt cheap. What should be a feast for all becomes a banquet where the Chinese feast while others sip the broth. Fortunately, China's leadership doesn't seem to have the brightest minds. Even if those so-called mechs are powerful, would the cowardly Chinese dare declare war on other nations under the threat of nuclear weapons? They'd rather believe it's all American exaggeration. White Castle, Presidential Office. Opening the side door revealed the president's private conference room. In response to an urgent government summons, over a dozen members of the National Academy of Sciences and the CIA director gathered together. Ted Bupu raised his voice. First, thank you all for coming. We've gathered you here specifically to consult on China's lithography machine technology. Alan, could you ask these gentlemen to brief us on the progress of China's lithography technology? Does it pose any potential threat to us? As you wish, Mr. President. The president of the National Academy of Sciences smiled as he addressed his colleagues. One by one, the professors rose and explained to Trump in plain terms. We have been monitoring China's developments closely. There is absolutely no possibility of that, Mr. President. Mr. President, if the technology they've published is fully disclosed, it would take them at least a century to catch up to our current level. If we are giants, the Chinese are but infants. As each expert offered definitive assurances, Trump felt increasingly reassured. So this was it, China was indeed playing hard to get. Temapu turned his gaze back to the CIA director and his staff across the room. Director, I need you to give our professors the truth. Has China concealed any technology? Have they made any recent historic breakthroughs? Well, based on our estimates. It's a definite yes, sir. Temapu stared intently at him and said sternly. The latter inwardly rolled his eyes but replied without flinching. Absolutely not, Mr. President. Our intelligence operative embedded within Huaxia hasn't reached the inner circle, but he's certain the adversary possesses no new technology. Finally, the weight lifted from Temapu's shoulders. In short, the advantage is ours. Those damn Chinese dared to play games with me? Well then, let them reap what they sow. Next time, it won't just be your mech technology on the table. Excellent. Everyone, please stay. We have a small gathering planned shortly. Temapu was overjoyed and decided to thoroughly unwind. Lately, those Chinese had left him with no time for fun. Now it was their turn to panic. The CIA director left the White Castle feeling thoroughly annoyed. He knew he wouldn't be invited to the party. Even so, he cautiously instructed his secretary beside him. Contact Cicada immediately. Have him uncover the truth about the Chinese side. Yes, sir. Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Optoelectronics. This institute oversaw one of the critical projects, China's Independent Lithography Machine Development Initiative. Deputy Director's Office. I've told you repeatedly I'm not responsible for research matters. Why do you keep assigning me these tasks? All right. We've checked. Same old story, no progress. The middle-aged man hung up impatiently, which only reinforced the other party's belief that he hadn't been exposed. His tone was normal, should be fine. Another payout from headquarters. But the moment the call ended, his agitation vanished. His trembling hand released the phone as he frantically scanned the unexpected visitors in his office. Wu Chuan-nan, you are under arrest for suspected espionage, endangering national security, and selling state secrets. Please come with us. Show him the warrant. How did you find me? Take him away. The lead officer had no interest in small talk, ordering his men to cuff him immediately. Boss, I can't believe this. I've been chasing this guy forever. Why arrest him? One officer, clearly displeased as Wu Chuan-nan was led away, stepped forward and spoke up. Wait a bit longer. Maybe the guy above him will slip up. I just can't wrap my head around it. The lead officer glanced at his subordinate and said sternly. You won't get that chance. He won't enter the country from abroad. Besides, this is an order from above. Launch a province-wide sweep operation across all of Donghai. Whether he's backed by Americans, Russians, or Japanese, leave no one behind. I heard this operation is to protect the safety and secrets of a high-profile figure. Chapter 32, Armed Escort, Mystery. Gu Ming? Who? The younger officer asked curiously. Didn't you tell me yesterday that this guy is really skilled? Is he your idol? The team leader glanced at him and said. You mean Gu Ming? Vertical Sun, Mangdang Mountain Base. Zhang Tao, who had rushed over by military helicopter, entered the conference room. Tiangong, what do you say? Convinced yet? Tian Xingzhong smiled shyly upon hearing this, lowering his head slightly as he replied. Just so you know, I already treated him to dinner yesterday. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao looked at the rows of experts and said. So far, have we found any major technical flaws? Is Gu Ming's proposal actually feasible? After a full day of analysis, the data appears normal and sound. All that's left now is practical implementation. Another professor said excitedly. Then that's settled. Next up is Gu Ming's security concerns. The Provincial Public Security Department and Armed Police have launched a province-wide clean web operation, apprehending numerous corrupt officials. Wu Gang. Roger. Zhang Tao glanced at his watch and ordered. You personally lead a battalion. Gu Ming will depart back in an hour. You're in charge of security. Deliver him intact to the liaison unit. If he gets so much as a scratch, I'll hold you personally responsible. Yes, sir. Everyone, all assignments have been issued. Time is tight and the mission is critical. Move out. Yes, sir. On the highways of Donghai Province, a convoy of warrior off-road vehicles led the way ahead, with several WZ-10 attack helicopters flying low overhead. 2 infantry fighting vehicles flanked an armored SUV as they sped along. Traffic police cleared the way, enforcing temporary traffic restrictions. Armed forces were constantly on the move throughout Huaxia during this period, and the public had gradually grown accustomed to it. But what the hell were those private cars doing in the middle of it all? Curious onlookers pulled over to snap photos with their phones. Who are those people? Probably some high-ranking official? Things have been pretty chaotic lately. I doubt it. Maybe some high-profile criminal? That's the military. Does your prisoner get that kind of treatment? As it happened, the convoy came to a halt. What rich kid is this, acting so cocky? Looks kinda familiar. Couldn't they get a clearer shot? The news quickly trended online, complete with photos and evidence including images of the WZ-10 attack helicopters in the sky. He needs an armed helicopter escort just to go out? What kind of top-tier big shot is this? Until some meticulous netizens zoomed in on the blurry image and realized, wait, this guy looks familiar. A tech enthusiast analyzed the photo and immediately posted. Guys, look. I swear I've seen this guy somewhere before. No need to look, it's definitely Gu Ming. He was in the military camp during his livestream, it matches. Seriously. Holy crap, what kind of treatment is this? Even national leaders don't get this kind of treatment. Ha, if you had his skills, you could pull it off too. LOL, he was bragging about developing lithography machines during his livestream. You guys, could it be that Gu Ming got captured by our own people and they're planning to hand him over to the Americans? Hand Gu Ming over to the Americans? When this question surfaced, netizens collectively gasped in shock. For days now, Western media outlets have been united in condemning China for unilaterally provoking conflict, labeling it imperialist and hegemonic behavior. Yet they made no mention of China's refusal to cooperate and hand over Gu Ming. Netizens were outraged. China had finally produced someone like Gu Ming, handing him over to the Americans was unthinkable. As the controversy intensified, it even drew a response from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs looked calmly at the journalists below the podium and stated, "We have noted the inaccurate statements made by certain countries and lodge a protest against them. This incident is unquestionably an act of intrusion. Regarding the individual actions of our citizen, we deem them inappropriate. For instance, the citizen violated certain regulatory provisions. We have decided to impose a fine of no less than 50 yuan and no more than 200 yuan on the individual." The internet erupted in an instant. Was this the nation's final resolution? After dragging this out for so long, this is the nation's final verdict. Finally standing up for themselves. Hit them if you must, what are you afraid of? Hit that F-35. Fine, I'll pay the fine for Gu Ming. Gu Ming's reappearance shattered countless lies. The internet, which had just calmed down, erupted again with his return. Though accompanied by a lovely companion, Gu Ming had no time for romance, leaving Zhang Nannan with a long face. Hello. Hello, comrade Gu Ming. You're quite the famous figure, aren't you? Gu Ming exchanged pleasantries with the military personnel who had come to hand over the project. The plot assigned to Gu Ming was a newly constructed industrial park, with subsequent development and expansion entrusted to the engineering corps. After a cursory inspection, Gu Ming was quite satisfied it was far superior to his old, dilapidated toy factory. This would be his new headquarters, conveniently close to home, allowing him to manage both fronts. In a few days, the vermilion bird would be transported here for dismantling and research by the state. Gu Ming chuckled, glancing at the wooden-faced Zhang Nannan beside him. Hey, I assigned you as my liaison, but you're acting like Su Shu entering Chao's camp not saying a word, huh? Zhang Nannan flushed red and retorted defiantly. Who says that? I've already reviewed the engineering blueprints, no major issues. Well, thank you very much then. Come on, let's go take a look at the research building. Gu Ming casually took hold of Zhang Nannan's slender, pale hand. Zhang Nannan froze, the guard stared in shock, and Gu Ming felt a momentary daze. Yes, seeing Zhang Nannan did make him feel a little tingly inside. But why did his hand have to be so impulsive? But neither Zhang Nannan nor Gu Ming spoke. Instead, they walked on, locked in an awkward standoff, hands still clasped. Lu Haikong, who had rushed over, froze in place, muttering to himself in stunned disbelief. That fast? This kid's got some nerve. Everything was proceeding smoothly, the plan was unfolding steadily. The international situation, however, was anything but calm. Upon learning that the United States intended to betray their interests and collaborate with the Chinese, the group of over a dozen nations could no longer stand idly by. If they couldn't get the meat, they'd settle for the broth, bypassing the United States. Britain, France, and over a dozen other nations involved in lithography technology convened a joint meeting. The Americans couldn't expect to make the horse run without feeding it, could they? Even clay figures have their breaking point. We absolutely cannot agree to the Americans' resolution. It's a shameful act of treason, declared the Gaulish president. The British Prime Minister solemnly remarked, if the Americans can trade lithography machines for Chinese technology, it must be extraordinary. Perhaps we could get involved and get a piece of the pie? No, no, no. What could possibly compare to those priceless lithography machines? They're the goose that lays golden eggs. Prime Minister Holland declared indignantly, clearly feeling they stood to lose the most. Gentlemen, for our collective interests, we must unite this time. If the Chinese have mastered some new alien technology, we'll be left far behind by them and the Americans, doomed to eternal servitude. The Hamburg representative declared angrily. Before long, a joint statement signed by over a dozen nations was released. Chapter 33, Special Expert Gu Ming, China's Lithography Machine. The statement condemned the Americans for selling lithography machine technology and demanded the withdrawal of their proposal. It called for stricter laws to prevent technology leakage. Such a formidable force could not be ignored, not even by the Americans. Yet to everyone's surprise, the moment the statement was finalized and ready for release, news of the negotiations breaking down and China's refusal spread. Rumor even had it that they looked down on lithography machine technology? Everyone was stunned. Could China's mecha technology truly be that advanced? Foreign media cheered, while domestic sentiment turned gloomy, wondering when China could recover. To salvage face and appease other nations, the US ended up contradicting itself. We never used lithography technology as a bargaining chip with the Chinese. That's a misrepresentation. Using technology the Chinese couldn't develop in 100 years as a bargaining chip? We haven't lost our minds. The US State Department spokesperson chuckled at the press conference. Then may I ask, could you disclose any specifics about the negotiations? Sorry, that's classified. Then may I ask? After fielding several questions, the US State Department representative deflected them all. Until one reporter suddenly received a phone call, stood up excitedly, and raised his hand vigorously. Excuse me, did you just say that the Chinese will never be able to build top-tier lithography machines? Of course. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson replied with a confident smile. The reporter held up his phone and announced loudly, I've just received news that China has announced a major breakthrough in lithography machine technology, achieving the capability to independently produce top-tier lithography machines. Silence. The press conference fell silent as everyone stared in shock at the reporter at the center. Immediately, a chorus of ringing phones erupted as every reporter simultaneously received the same news. What he said was true. The immediate reaction, the Americans faked the breakdown of negotiations, but had actually reached a cooperation agreement with China long ago. It must be true. All the journalists grew excited. This was a mega-breaking story. China and the US teaming up against over a dozen developed nations? Excuse me. Could it be that the government has reached a secret agreement with China? A barrage of questions instantly overwhelmed the bewildered Foreign Ministry spokesperson. What? The Chinese have developed top-tier lithography machines? White Castle. President Whiteberg and his entourage of senior officials watched the Chinese press conference in stunned disbelief. Inside the press conference, Chinese officials and scientists were announcing their breakthrough in lithography technology. Through the tireless efforts of our scientific researchers, China's lithography technology has achieved a historic breakthrough and made leapfrog progress, surpassing the world's top standards. Do Chinese people just love telling jokes? Hearing this, some remained unconcerned, laughing it off. But the words that followed froze the atmosphere in the room. We extend our sincere gratitude to the researchers on the front lines, especially to Comrade Gu Ming, distinguished professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, for his guidance. Who? Gu Ming? The guy who created Transformers? Someone stared blankly at the subtitles on the screen. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Gu Ming was clearly no ordinary person. His fans were absolutely blown away. You're not just some toy-selling streamer, are you? Seeing the streamer so powerful makes me feel so uncomfortable, like ants are crawling all over me. How old is Gu Ming? He's a specially appointed professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Holy crap, I felt uneasy betting against him, and sure enough, he's a genius scientist from China, with deep expertise even in lithography machines. Mecha suits, lithography machines. Just who the hell is Gu Ming? Furious, Taimu slammed his fist on the table and roared at his secretary. What the hell is going on here? I'm asking you, what's the deal with this Chinese guy's information? Speak up. Pointing at his advisors, he demanded. Every single one of you swore to me that the Chinese would surrender, that they couldn't possibly build lithography machines. And now? Someone awkwardly interjected. Mr. President, what if this is false intelligence from the Chinese side? Or perhaps China deliberately set us up to pit us against our allies? Exactly. That's entirely possible. And even if the Chinese did achieve a technological breakthrough, so what? Our technology is already at around 3 nanometers. We have nothing to fear. Everyone chimed in, analyzing every possible scenario, yet no one truly believed the Chinese had genuinely developed their own cutting-edge lithography machines. Suddenly, someone groaned with a headache. But the problem now is that everyone thinks we gave them the technology. All the blame is being directed at us. Regardless of the rumor's validity, how had they suddenly become the world's enemy? Taebyuk was bewildered. How had his presidency as the American president become so different from others? Wasn't he supposed to be the big brother of the free world? Why were his little brothers rebelling? After dismissing the officials, the CIA director finally entered, his face heavy with worry. Sure enough, he was met with a storm of anger from Trump. You told me he was just an ordinary person, a civilian scientist? You told me the Chinese could never build top-tier lithography machines? You swore up and down that our intelligence work was top-notch, and this is the result? Taemepu waved his characteristic hand gestures as he spoke angrily. The CIA director's face was bitter, not uttering a single word of rebuttal. Only after Taemepu finished speaking did the CIA director respond. Mr. President, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The good news. We've discovered issues with our intelligence. Investigations indicate that the lithography machines developed by the Chinese may have reached a level beyond our imagination. Trump nearly exploded. How is that good news? Well, the bad news is our intelligence network in China has been severely compromised. Taemepu pressed his temples and asked the other person, "Can you give me any normal news?" The CIA director shrugged, sounding a bit eager to take credit. Of course. You'll definitely like this one. We've found traces of Gu Ming. Taemepu stared at him, and the CIA director quickly added, "He's at a military base belonging to the Huaxia people. Our satellites can track him at any moment." Of course, there might be some bad news too. The CIA director whispered. Taemepu glared at his dim-witted intelligence chief and snapped. "Spit it out. He's got an entire Chinese synthetic brigade with him. You, get the hell out of my room, now." Taemepu roared in fury. Everything was spiraling out of control. The Chinese man, Gu Ming. How the hell did he pull this off? What cards did he have left up his sleeve? After much deliberation, Taemepu dialed the secure line. Chapter 34, Triumphant Homecoming. Does the state even hand out wives? Our foreign ministry is so badass, but I love it. Exactly. We've already paid the fine. What more do the Americans want? Pthahaha, one word, epic. Gu Ming sat in the car, grinning as he scrolled through the comments. Every single netizen's reaction was spot on. Zhang Nannan gritted her pearly white teeth, glaring at Gu Ming beside her, who was grinning like an idiot, her face full of disgust. How could such a little cutie come up with all those high-tech inventions? And earlier, he actually dared to grab her hand, making her the laughingstock of the class. The thought made Zhang Nannan's anger flare up, and she glared at Gu Ming fiercely. Gu Ming looked at his secretary, who was acting like a child. Hey, you're almost 30 and still acting like this. Who's almost 30? I'm not even 28 yet, 2 months to go. Zhang Nannan jumped up and down like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Gu Ming grinned mischievously as he leaned closer to her. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance, Gu Ming took a deep breath. Older women just smell so good. Gu Ming. You pervert. I'll kill you. East Sea Provincial Military Hospital. Open wide. You're not even enthusiastic about eating. Sunlight streamed into the hospital room where a middle-aged woman fed fruit to a patient at the bedside. The woman was well preserved, dressed in clothes that weren't extravagant but certainly tasteful, clearly someone accustomed to a life of comfort and privilege. Though her words were nagging, her hands were gentle. Your son's just like you, heartless. You're worn out, and he's buried in the factory all day. That ungrateful boy never even comes to see me. A faint smile flickered across the middle-aged man's face. Though his speech was slurred and his movements restricted, his spirits remained remarkably high. Especially after hearing from his son's friends that the factory had turned a profit and was recovering strongly. Listening to his wife scold their son, Guan Wenhai suddenly felt that fate wasn't so cruel after all. I wonder how he's managing with food and clothing. Is the factory cafeteria decent? I don't know. Mom. Gu Ming's mother, Xiao Xayan, froze for a moment and turned to look toward the doorway. To her surprise, Gu Ming had already pushed open the door and was standing there. Gu's mother was instantly overjoyed. She walked to the doorway, unable to hide the smile on her face, but still said with feigned pride. Gu Ming, are you acting in a TV drama? Why didn't you come in? Did you have to wait for me to call you? Gu's mother suddenly froze, staring at the impossibly beautiful girl beside her son. And who is this? Oh, my new secretary. Zhang Nannan bit her lower lip and pinched Gu Ming's arm, then smiled at Mrs. Gu. Ah, hello, Auntie. My name is Zhang Nannan. Ah, dear, come on in. Hee, Dad, feeling any better? Gu Ming set down what he was holding and sat on the bedside, looking at his father. Gu Wenhai smiled and nodded. Thanks to your friends, they brought in so many nationally renowned specialists to treat your dad. The doctors said he's recovering remarkably well. Mrs. Gu said happily. Gu Ming said, "Dad, I've come back this time to tell you something important." Mr. and Mrs. Gu froze, utterly bewildered. Especially Gu Wenhai upon hearing his son declare the factory would undergo a transformation and abandon its toy business. Gu Wenhai immediately grew agitated. If not for his mobility issues, he would have jumped to his feet. This was the work of his entire life. Even though the factory had been operating at a loss, this was no time for reckless, senseless changes. As the old saying goes, it's not the rich second generation squandering their inheritance that's feared, it's the rich second generation trying to start a business. Gu Wenhai didn't expect Gu Ming to expand the factory, he only hoped it could survive. Quickly, Ming, tell your father exactly what's going on. And what was all the commotion at the factory the other day? Mrs. Gu urged gently. A protest? Guan Haishio's eyes widened as he stared at Mrs. Gu. Gu Ming gave his mother a knowing look before sitting down to explain. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Here's what happened. I used the factory's remaining funds to develop a cutting-edge technology. The results are outstanding, it has significant civilian applications and impressive military potential. So the government approached me to collaborate, transforming Hikvision into a high-tech company with government backing. Gu Ming rattled off a lengthy explanation, glossing over the risky ventures he'd undertaken. He emphasized how the live-stream tech demonstration had gone viral, catching the nation's attention. His parents listened, stunned and a bit overwhelmed, struggling to process it all. Plus, the government gave me the green light, providing land and funding. I hold the majority stake. Soon, this brand new Hikvision will emerge in Donghai province. Seeing his parents still look skeptical, Gu Ming pulled out his phone and opened his live streaming account. See? Zhang Nan is the secretary the government assigned to me, handling all the handover tasks. Yes, everything Ms. Gu said is true. Even though she was reluctant, Zhang Nan nodded in agreement. Mom and Dad, look, this is my live streaming account. It already has tens of millions of followers. Mr. and Mrs. Gu might not understand much else, but who couldn't recognize Arabic numerals? The official account for Haikon Toys had tens of millions of followers. Wasn't that proof enough that Gu Ming was telling the truth? And to top it off, he'd even sent his son a wife. Gu Wenhai loosened his grip on the bedsheet, staring at his son, radiating confidence, a man whose aura was utterly transformed from before. Shock surged through his heart. Alongside that shock came boundless relief. Not only had Gu Ming not squandered the family fortune, but he'd brought honor to their name and secured a government position. Really, Ming? I never imagined you had a talent for live streaming. Gu's mother exclaimed in surprise. So, Mom and Dad, you can put your minds at ease. I can take care of myself and manage the factory. I'll make arrangements later. If anyone at the factory bothers you again, just push them away. Gu Ming chuckled. Gu Dad and Gu Mom exchanged stunned glances, sizing up their son. Is this really my son? Was he acting? Turning to his parents, who were frozen in place, Gu Ming waved his hand. What are you thinking about, Mom and Dad? Gu Wenhai asked in shock. Wasn't it just a collaboration with the state? Well, Dad, since these technologies are quite important, the state takes them seriously. The project is classified, and military units are involved in its construction. Also, Mom and Dad, be careful around strangers from now on. Even though you'll have protection, you still need to watch out for yourselves. Gu's mother, timid by nature, felt a wave of fear wash over her at his words. She didn't ask for her son to achieve great things just for him to stay safe and sound. Ming, you won't be in danger, right? Mrs. Gu asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Gu Ming naturally tried to reassure his parents. With such tight security around him, even the State Security Bureau agents felt a bit on edge. Even after Gu Ming explained the situation, his parents remained concerned for their son. But more than that, they were curious about what exactly he was doing that warranted such high-level attention from the state. With nothing else pressing, Gu Ming prepared to head out. For the coming period, Gu Ming would be busier than a bee. Factory construction, staff recruitment, follow-up live streams, and system tasks. With that in mind, Gu Ming rose and departed with his assistant. Chapter 35, Sanction. Gu Ming, offer cooperation to China? The convoy sped along the highway. After visiting his parents, Gu Ming turned his attention back to the factory. Upon arriving at the industrial park, rows of military trucks, tow trucks, and transport vehicles were queued at the entrance, preparing to enter the facility. The surrounding roads were under military control, and even Gu Ming's own vehicle was subject to inspection. Seeing that the car couldn't proceed, Gu Ming had no choice but to get out. Zhang Nan looked grim. Security personnel in plainclothes had bulging waistbands, and many carried black briefcases. Gu Ming inquired and learned they contained folding submachine guns, rifles, and hand grenades. It made Gu Ming feel like some warlord from the Golden Triangle. Why does this crappy factory share the same name as my teacher? Zhang Nan remarked, glancing at the factory sign that had been erected. Lu Haikon Technology Company, Limited. One might mistake it for Gu Ming's father's company. No choice, it's fate. Let's go, Aunt Zhang. Quickly leaving Hongwen behind, Zhang Nan spied Lu Haikon directing the placement of instruments. Engineer Lu. Lu Haikong glanced back and said. You're just in time. These machines were urgently borrowed from other locations for lithography machine debugging. Could you help expedite the testing? Sure thing. No problem. No rush, plenty of time. Lu Haikong smiled, glancing down at the file folder in his hands, when suddenly Gu Ming's voice reached his ear. Hey everyone, still alive? This is our new equipment. I heard the Americans say I'm no good, so I'm off to build a lithography machine right now. Remember to wait for my update, okay? Hee. Lu Haikong turned in shock to look at Gu Ming, who had already pulled out his phone and started a livestream. Zhang Nan beside him twitched her lips slightly. Wait, he's starting a livestream right now? The crowd around them stared in shock at Gu Ming, who had suddenly pulled out his phone to go live. They were dumbfounded. Even the security guards froze. What? Are the confidentiality regulations suddenly irrelevant? Lu Haikong sighed helplessly, gesturing for the guards to stand down. There wasn't much left to leak anyway. Random livestream, huh? Holy crap, where are you, host? I'm scared. The live feed flashed by, showing camouflaged vehicles and soldiers in a blur. Gu Ming zoomed in and announced. This is our new company's address. These guys are helping deliver the machines. What do you say, brothers? We've got the mechs, and I've even managed to get you the lithography machine. Impressive. Bull. Haven't we seen enough fake news? No finished product yet, so why the rush? Haven't you noticed the Americans aren't even worried? Bull. If the Americans aren't worried, why are they rushing to sanction streamers worldwide? Breaking news. Breaking news. The US and its allies are imposing sanctions on us. The girl next to the streamer is gorgeous. The chat exploded with noise. Gu Ming understood traffic. His energy points were skyrocketing. Want the real thing? Hold on, guys. Might even come sooner than the civilian mechs you're waiting for. We're entering the experimental phase now, a real prototype won't be long. Gu Ming continued. But what Gu Ming didn't know was that his livestream had been uploaded online. Instantly, everyone around him was exposed. 7 figures stood beside Gu Ming. When their identities surfaced, everyone was stunned. The elderly gentlemen standing not far behind Gu Ming were all esteemed academicians, including the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What kind of elite networking event was this? Gu Ming continued chatting with the chat stream. Come on, Auntie Zhang, show us your face? If not for the live stream, Zhang Nan would have already drawn her sword. After teasing the audience, Gu Ming continued. The live stream is just to give everyone a progress update. Bottom line, everything's under control. Remember to tag me in the promised videos. Yeah, right. I don't buy it. Host, you're on the sanctions list of over a dozen countries, top of the list. Dare you even leave the country? Ding. Suggestion received, travel abroad for a bit. Earn 500 energy points. Gu Ming turned to ask beside him. Lu, I'm sanctioned? Lu Haikong calmly lifted his head and gestured around with his finger. See? All these folks are sanctioned. 90% of the people you've met are on the list. Don't panic. Lu Haikong's voice echoed through the livestream, sending shockwaves through the audience. Who were these big shots standing beside Gu Ming? How could they speak with such audacity? Gu Ming nodded and addressed the camera. Looks like we need to speed up the experiment. Being sanctioned? I'm so scared. Ending the stream now. By then, the live stream had surged to millions of viewers, but Gu Ming ended it without hesitation. Less than 10 minutes later, the viewers were dumbfounded. What kind of talent was this streamer? Since the equipment had arrived so quickly, Gu Ming wasted no time and immediately began assisting with the experiment. It was no wonder the state apparatus moved so swiftly. A makeshift cleanroom lab was already set up. Over a dozen researchers sprang into action, racing against the clock to verify the authenticity of the data. The material Gu Ming had provided was too precious. How could these research fanatics waste time on something as trivial as taking a break? When Gu Ming entered the lab, everyone froze for a second. Everyone, I won't stand on ceremony. From this moment on, follow my lead and accelerate the process. Yes. China's secret military base exposed? A military base hidden within the city. Leading researchers rally behind Gu Ming lithography machine development looks promising. Rumors were flying everywhere, especially with Gu Ming's video adding fuel to the fire. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Yet the authenticity of the lithography machine remained uncertain, leaving some perpetually restless. Even conglomerates in related industries were preparing to unite, pressuring White Castle while lobbying them to collaborate with Huaxia. Please, stop being so reckless. Stop acting like a know-it-all. Stop imposing these ridiculous sanctions. Haven't the lessons been painful enough? The more you sanction the Chinese, the more they'll surprise you. Rather than blocking them, it's better to work with China and cut some deals. Faced with this situation, the utterly clueless individual in White Castle could only look on helplessly at the business elites before him. Mr. President, we know the Chinese are difficult, but cornered rabbits bite. This could be an opportunity for both sides to ease tensions. A white elderly woman spoke up. The Mediterranean man beside her continued. Sooner or later, China will achieve technological breakthroughs. Why not let them have a small taste of the broth? That way, they'll lose their drive to pursue independent research and development. We all agree with this view, Mr. President. It's just giving the Chinese a chance to seek peace. What's the big deal? Gentlemen, it's not that I don't want to. China rejected us, not the other way around. Temur said angrily. The Mediterranean man stood up and said, Yes, Mr. President, but we simply don't believe the Chinese is nonsense. They'll come crawling back begging for our cooperation. But what if the Chinese truly? Unless that Gu Ming is Jesus Christ. Chapter 36, Bullying Gu Ming? Counter sanctions. Issue a travel warning for China. The following Chinese nationals will face joint sanctions from the free world: Gu Ming, Zhang Tao. Arrogant Chinese will pay the price. We must raise tariffs on China to reverse the trade deficit. Americans won't use Huaxia-made products. A series of announcements from the White House became the focal point. The U.S. government announced comprehensive sanctions against China to remain in effect until China acknowledges and corrects its mistakes. Gu Ming was treated as the #1 most wanted criminal, even ahead of Zhang Tao. At this moment, Gu Ming remained unaware of Mr. Tmopu's special attention, fully immersed in his research. Since this wasn't Zhang Nanan's area of expertise, she could only sit by and follow Gu Ming's instructions. But she was already stunned, shocked. What kind of monster was this man? Pull. Gu Ming sat there playing Angry Birds, yet no one dared utter a word of dissent. Any lingering contempt or distrust had vanished long ago, for this Gu Ming was nothing short of a monster. Any data or information that came into his hands, he could instantly decipher. If there was an error, he could pinpoint it immediately and explain it in an instant. The data's off. The temperature's too high. Lower it by 38°C. Gu Ming fired an angry bird and glanced at the data beside him. Yes. The researcher dared not argue, for the results always proved him wrong. Gu Ming never missed. Zhang Nannan propped her head up with her hand, staring intently at Gu Ming. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man possessed a peculiar charm that was strangely captivating. Except he was usually so cocky and unreliable. With an assistant now, Gu Ming wouldn't have to struggle as much as he did when developing the mecha. He could simply sit back and relax. He offered guidance in the lab, enjoyed meals, and teased his young secretary. By evening, Gu Ming returned home alone. The house had been empty for ages. His mom refused to hire a caregiver for his dad, leaving the place feeling cold and desolate. This small villa, purchased during his father's rise to prosperity, wasn't large, but it held all of Gu Ming's memories. After washing up and lying in bed, Gu Ming pondered that he needed a means of transportation. He couldn't drive the mecha anymore, so he'd have to buy a car, right? Constantly borrowing company vehicles just wasn't as satisfying as having his own. He fired up his computer and went straight to the official website, splurging on a Wuling minivan. A real man drives this. Bugatti Veyrons? Ferraris? What a bunch of junk. What he hadn't noticed was the balance in Gu Ming's livestream account. Staring at that string of numbers, Gu Ming was stunned. He hadn't realized it was tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. 72,800,000? A sum approaching a minor fortune, all from gifts sent to you, Gu Ming. And that's before the platforms cut. What a terrifyingly huge sum. For a split second, Gu Ming seriously considered just giving up. But alas, he scratched his head, a born workaholic, after all. Seeing the light in Gu Ming's bedroom go out, the state security agent at the screen pressed his earpiece. Target status normal. Monitor the small grove in the southeast. Team copy. Team B. What Gu Ming didn't know was that surveillance in the neighborhood had surged dozens of times over to protect him. Roofs, trees, ground level, and hidden corners were patrolled by plainclothes officers. Even the sewers fell under surveillance. Countless people worked tirelessly, their spirits exhausted, just to ensure Gu Ming could sleep soundly. But what if someone insisted on picking a fight with Gu Ming? The answer was clear: this rabbit isn't one to be pushed around. The US imposed sanctions one day, and the next, the rabbit fired back with its own list. Sanctions, huh? I can do that too. We'll impose tariffs and regulations, sanctioning senior officials from various US entities. Capital. 101 sat quietly at the head of the table, listening to the various reports. Regarding Comrade Gu Ming, I personally believe we must focus not only on his security and treatment, but also on his mental well-being. After all, he is young and prone to impatience and irritability, a major pitfall. 101 continued. So they're being so generous, sharing all kinds of tech. How can we help them get even? If we're going to hit them, we hit where it hurts. 101 made the decision on the spot to retaliate fiercely against the opponent, purely to vent for Gu Ming. Tmipu private estate. Given the current chaos, it would be perfectly normal for Trump to stay at the White House 24/7. But the United States has its own national circumstances. After all the hard work our esteemed president has put in, what's wrong with him enjoying some time off? Can't he take classified documents home to work? A man with a bulging belly hurried toward Trump, who was playing golf. Mr. President. Something's happened. The overweight man gasped for breath, then handed the documents to Trump. China has imposed export restrictions on critical resources like rare earths and gallium. The stock market has already started plummeting. It won't be long before those businessmen corner you here. President ten-Mach was startled. He had expected China to take a firm stance this time, but how serious were they really? Why the rush? China isn't the only source for these materials. ten-Mach feigned calmness, casually swinging his golf club as he spoke. But fate had other plans. The fat man immediately interjected. China is the largest exporter. Their stance matters. Plus, they issued a notice claiming it's a countermeasure against the unjust sanctions imposed on Gu Ming. Any further special actions targeting Gu Ming will provoke China's most fierce retaliation. ten-Mach smashed the ball hard in anger and shouted. Fuck, he's just a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. He deserves it, Mr. President. Fatso looked at ten-Mach solemnly. Then what should we do? ten-Mach inquired. The other replied. It won't affect the market in the short term. If we let it continue, we should force the Chinese to back down. Suddenly struck by an idea, ten-Mach's eyes lit up as he blurted out. Could this prove our earlier speculation correct? That the Chinese simply can't master lithography machines, so they're imposing comprehensive sanctions on the semiconductor industry from the supply chain source. Doesn't this indirectly confirm our theory? Indeed, Mr. President, that's a possibility. Fatso agreed, and ten-Mach immediately called an excited meeting with the think tank. Ladies and gentlemen, ha 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 ha. We were almost fooled by the Chinese. Everything that happened before was just a ruse. They never had any intention of mastering lithography machine technology. ten-Mach declared triumphantly. Should we reconsider our next plan? Someone suggested, while another added. We should pursue closer cooperation with our allies. ten-Mach nodded, then turned to the secretary beside him and said. You handle the contacts. Make it happen fast. As you wish, Mr. President. China, Haikong Industrial Park. A transport helicopter touched down on the open field. Chapter 37. As long as I live, China will never build a lithography machine. Has he always been like this? Lu Haikong shrugged and said. Sometimes you just have to admit that's how geniuses are highly efficient. Zhang Tao's twitching mouth mirrored Zhang Nanan's expression perfectly. Speechless, he stared at Gu Ming lounging leisurely behind the glass wall. That brat, Expecting to see Gu Ming diligently studying, he instead found him inside munching on fruit, sipping drinks, and giving orders to his own daughter, no less. What the hell do you think you're doing? Lu Haikong's eyes widened in fury, as if someone had stepped on his tail. When it came to Gu Ming, Lu Haikong couldn't bring himself to say a harsh word. The man was a walking encyclopedia who knew how much knowledge he possessed. What if scaring him off would be disastrous? Zhang Tao's hot temper truly couldn't handle Gu Ming. See, you're getting worked up again. I was just joking. Seriously though, I personally escorted the goods over. The rumor mill says the higher-ups have approved Gu Ming. Really? Hungry? Gu Ming pressed his lips together. Zhang Nannan glared at him. Didn't you just finish eating fruit? I didn't get a single bite. This is nothing compared to real hunger. I'm a knowledge worker, while you're just cheap labor. How can we even compare? Gu Ming rubbed his belly, leaning back comfortably in his chair. He narrowed his eyes at his furious little secretary, relishing her explosive rage. Zhang Nannan gritted her teeth and stormed out, nearly colliding with Zhang Tao and Lu Haikong. Without a word, she huffed off with her lunch. The two men exchanged helpless glances. Gu Ming, spotting the two bigwigs, immediately stood up. Commander, what brings you here? Living the good life, are we? Zhang Tao said with a smile, but Gu Ming couldn't shake the feeling that the smile was odd, almost like a smile hiding a knife. Enough. Here's what you've been asking for. You can start preparing now. Lu Haikong handed over a piece of paper and continued. The vermilion bird has been delivered to the base. The higher-ups have approved your conditions for trading mechs, though there will definitely be restrictions. Gu Ming took the approval slip with surprise and delight. So fast? As for the stripped-down version, that was a given. You couldn't have Gundams running wild all over the place. That would be chaos. Power systems, weaponry, stealth coatings all have to be stripped down. But even stripped down, it's still a mecha. It's urgent, but it definitely can't hit the streets. It's only allowed to fly in designated airspace, and we absolutely must retain back-end control. Absolutely. Rest assured, I've got it covered. Gu Ming, delighted, quickly replied. The vermilion bird has arrived too? Let's go, let's go. Things are calm over here for now. I'll go direct the disassembly work. On the livestream app, Gu Ming posted only a photo of a mech wheel hub with the caption. It's done. The entire network erupted. Did this mean Gu Ming was actually going to start selling mechs? Selling mechs? What kind of sci-fi novel is this? 666, he actually got the approval. Lord Gu truly has connections everywhere. I've sold my house, my car, even my wife and kids. I'm ready to fight for this stock. Who dares compete with me? Meanwhile, the Western world's so-called summit of democracy and freedom unfolded at Britain's Big Ben. Nations gathered together, and at this sensitive moment even the most oblivious sensed something was amiss. Under the guise of environmentalism, the utterly reckless convened a farcical summit. Surrounded by the steaming poultry and seafood, the unpredictable leader joked about the world's turmoil. Mr. President, we still wish to hear it directly from your lips. Are the Chinese mechs and lithography machines genuine? The British Prime Minister addressed the microphone solemnly. Temopu dropped his smile and declared with certainty. The Seventh Fleet is undergoing comprehensive repairs. Their losses were significant, but rest assured the lithography machines are pure fiction. How could the Chinese possibly achieve breakthroughs in two technologies simultaneously? Whoa! The existence of a mech capable of taking on an entire carrier strike group alone still sent a small shockwave through the prepared crowd. Moreover, as far as we know, the Chinese definitely cannot mass-produce such a monstrosity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have revealed it just to intimidate us. Temuo added again. Gall nodded and replied. That makes sense. If they had mass production capabilities, why would they leak it? Maybe they got it from alien tech, who knows? To counter the resource control imposed by the Chinese government, I sincerely invite you all to join me in opposing Chinese hegemony. Agreed. Suddenly, several figures entered the conference room simultaneously, rushing straight to their respective leaders. Mr. President, we just received intelligence that China appears poised to release civilian mecha? Temupu's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out. Impossible. Even military prototypes are still in the experimental phase. How could the Chinese possibly release civilian mechs? The entire hall was stunned. Hadn't it been said that the Chinese only had a prototype? What was going on then? Temepu wasn't the only one receiving this news, as the Chinese government had already issued an official document domestically. What's going on? What are the Chinese up to? Mr. Temepu, didn't you say? God damn it, if a billion people are watching mechs, what good is a nuclear bomb? Fuck it, don't worry, even if there's only one nuke, it won't be able to lock onto him. The peaceful summit descended into utter chaos. Mr. Unpredictable's eyes darted around frantically. His merchant's instincts told him this couldn't go on. He placated his subordinates on the surface while secretly notifying his homeland. Under the pretext of the F-35 handover, he formed a delegation to secretly contact Chinese officials. While directing his underlings to stir up trouble, he secretly sought reconciliation behind their backs. He was winning big time. But the real masterstroke was yet to come. Just as the civilian mecha rumors began to die down. As required, the US State Department sent a delegation while maintaining a tough stance. Statements like the Chinese can't build top-tier lithography machines and as long as I'm alive, the Chinese will never build lithography machines were made. That very day, the congressman who uttered those words crashed his car while drunk driving on his way home and died instantly. The internet went wild with laughter, boiling down to one simple phrase. May your words come true. Capital Airport. No massive military honor guard. No red carpet. Just a handful of foreign ministry officials waiting to greet the arriving delegation. The U.S. Secretary of State suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, exchanged a few polite words with the accompanying Chinese officials, and got into the car. Those damn Chinese! Do they even know who I am? Who I represent? How dare they treat me like this? His secretary beside him awkwardly scratched his nose, thinking to himself, they know exactly who we are, that's precisely why they're acting this way. In a smaller country, they might have given us a warm welcome. The interpreter in the front seat translated the day's Chinese newspapers for the secretary as usual. China Academy of Sciences report. First 1 nanometer lithography machine prototype unveiled. This is China's technological. What did you say? Chapter 38, China's backstab, the global semiconductor industry upset. How is this possible? It's been less than 2 weeks since China announced their technological breakthrough. Are they building rockets? The secretary exclaimed in shock. U.S. Secretary of State Pompeo remained frozen in shock for a long moment before slowly leaning back in his chair. He took the newspaper. Though he couldn't decipher the text, the date confirmed it was today's edition. Those damn bastards back home. They must be trying to humiliate me. This news is only hours old, damn it. Pompeo snapped angrily. Silence fell over the car, no one dared speak. News from China spread across the globe. The world was stunned. How had China pulled this off? From the announcement to the official tech launch, the Chinese had pulled it off in less than a month? The entire semiconductor industry's mindset regarding lithography machines exploded, sending stocks plummeting. White Castle's unpredictable leader slammed his fist on the table in fury, bellowing. You swore to me they couldn't do it. What do we do now? The technological barriers are gone, and they've become even stronger. They're still sanctioning us on raw materials. No one has ever restricted us like this before. Damn the CIA. Are their intelligence officers just eating their paychecks? An official complained. Money, the economy, stocks, semiconductors, every related industry is affected. Once the Chinese fully master these technologies, our advantage will be gone. Another voice urgently interjected. Tai Meipu roared. Are you suggesting I launch nuclear missiles at China? What can I possibly do to them? How many wolves are circling us right now? They've already lost countless American dollars. How can I keep my seat? We need a scapegoat. Not every decision was yours. An official said, adjusting his tie. Who? The Secretary of State. Kimchi Nation. As a nation whose pillar industry is semiconductors, this news was devastating. At the Blue House, the head of the Six-Star Group sat at the round table, observing the president before him. His expression was impassive as he tapped the table and spoke in a cold tone. Mr. President, you assured me this was confirmed intelligence. Who can explain why this happened? This is intelligence from the Americans. Who am I supposed to ask? Am I supposed to declare war on China? Or beg them on my knees not to use their own domestic technology? With the nation's leader being confronted point blank, the kimchi president's face darkened to charcoal. In less than 10 minutes, 3 calls from Korean conglomerate leaders had already reached the presidential office. The head of Six-Star Group entered the Blue House as if it were his own home. Who was the real president here? Then find someone to take out that Gu Ming. We can't let this go on. The kimchi president's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the other man. Are you insane? We can't withstand the Chinese retaliation. How would I explain this to the Americans? Mr. President. If we don't act now, we'll destroy ourselves before the Chinese or Americans even lift a finger. Do you have any idea what state the stock market is in after just a few hours? Do you know how much my stock price has plummeted? A heavy silence fell over the room. In the United States, semiconductor giants like EagleTech and other high-tech companies originating from Gigu were already in utter chaos. The mere development of low-end lithography machines by the Chinese had already kept the conglomerates feeding the money-guzzling beast awake at night. Now they had leapfrogged the United States entirely. They'll make our chips, our graphics cards, everything we produce, dirt cheap and dump them all over the world. China's biggest problem has been solved. Their technology and raw materials are far ahead of ours. What are we supposed to do? A redneck old man fumed, his face flushed and neck bulging. Which damn fool blocked that unreliable president from trading the lithography machines? Now look, our machines are worthless scrap metal. John Paul, weren't you the one who opposed it the most? All right, everyone. What do we do now? The elderly man in the suit, sporting a long white beard, murmured softly. Send someone to take out that Gu Ming. He's nothing but an unstable factor. Blow up their factory. Maybe we could capture Gu Ming. His family? Make them work for us. Then we could do whatever we want. But that's China. You couldn't even smuggle a Glock in there. Then find a way. Some were devastated, others overjoyed. The entire nation was thrown into turmoil. On the very day the U.S. Secretary of State visited China, the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced thrilling news. The domestically developed 1-nanometer lithography machine was fully operational. The nation rejoiced, and China's high-tech companies were moved to tears. Day after day, they faced sanctions. Day after day, they faced sanctions. Products were cut off at a moment's notice, forcing them to buy at inflated prices, swallowing their pride in bitterness. Now, finally, they had their own. Is there anything Master Gu can accomplish? Gu Ming is a true prodigy, rumor has it he's the lead designer. Is there any streamer in the world more receptive to advice than Gu Ming? If you dare suggest it, he'll dare to do it. Some have even discovered that Hikvision Technology Company, Limited has already been registered. Isn't this blatantly trying to steal traffic from Gu Ming's Haikong toy factory? While he's bringing glory to the nation, his own people are stabbing him in the back. Just as righteous netizens were about to unleash their fury, they discovered the company's legal representative was none other than Gu Ming himself. The toy factory transformed into a high-tech company, the ugly duckling turned into a swan. Do they have anything I can afford? I've gotta support them. Yes, just wait for the mech's the real deal. It's just a matter of whether you can afford them. Amidst the storm, Gu Ming was eating. Working overtime, Gu Ming worked tirelessly to lead the team in building a prototype, achieving a flawless experimental success. This sent a massive shockwave through the global semiconductor industry. No one was spared. Some were already plotting to steal, snatch, or even eliminate Gu Ming. Here. Zhang Nannan handed him an orange. Gu Ming took it and popped a slice into his mouth. How come you didn't choke to death? Zhang Nannan snapped irritably. Here she was, a PhD from the prestigious National Defense University, stuck doing this kind of work. After so long, she'd grown accustomed to it. Sometimes, if she didn't scold him or endure a bit of teasing from Gu Ming, Zhang Nannan actually felt out of place. Gu Ming chuckled, eating while multitasking, actually checking his energy points. Energy points, 210,003. It made one marvel at the power of the internet. Oh, Comrade Zhang Nannan, could you draft a job posting for me later? It's outrageous that my entire company has only you as a key employee. Any requirements? Wait, is one copy enough? Well, let's start with a secretary. Chapter 39, Don't bother us, go find Gu Ming. National Security Bureau Conference Room, Donghai Province. George Mame, male, 34 years old, former U.S. Navy SEAL. Kan Longhui served 5 years in the French Foreign Legion. Recently, over 30 such individuals have infiltrated our country through various channels. Most are under surveillance, with multiple border control alerts issued. Several firearms smuggling cases have already been uncovered. Their common target is Haikong Technology Company, Limited, located in our Donghai province. We have reason to suspect this is a premeditated terrorist attack orchestrated by multiple parties. Notify the operational team immediately. Dispatch an additional squad to ensure the absolute safety of Gu Ming's parents. The Provincial Security Bureau director stated calmly. We must utterly eradicate these vermin. Under no circumstances can they be allowed to come within a step of Gu Ming. Fair-skinned and beautiful, big and long. This is the employee you hired? Zhang Nannan snapped, her shrill voice drawing frequent glances from outside the office. But they were already used to it. Gu Ming felt uncomfortable if he didn't act like a jerk for a day. Isn't that just fine? Gu Ming awkwardly scratched his nose. He'd long wanted a gentle, approachable personal assistant, someone to handle tasks when needed and, well, handle things when not needed. He, the devil in Gu Ming's heart chuckled wickedly. But Zhang Nannan had rejected him outright. For some reason, Gu Ming's request just annoyed her. You need highly educated researchers or salespeople, lots of them. Not a little secretary. Zhang Nannan stated. Gu Ming shrugged and reclined in his chair. Researchers? What good are they? Can they match the brainpower of just one person like me? You. What about other departments? Lu Haikong pushed open the door and paused, startled by Zhang Nannan, who had risen to her feet in fury. Busy? No problem, Engineer Lu. What's up? Gu Ming smiled as he stood up, tugging Zhang Nannan's arm to push her back into her chair. I see. Little Gu, we've already spread the word and the response has been huge. Someone might have bad intentions toward you during this period. It's best not to leave the factory grounds for now. Is it really that serious? Drop the if. We've seized rocket-propelled grenades at the border and high-precision sniper rifle parts at customs. What do you think? He's such a coward, he'll definitely play along. Zhang Nannan sneered sarcastically. Gu Ming nodded. He was still very protective of his own life. Seems like it's time to beef up my personal security. With nothing else to do, Gu Ming opened his livestream. The streamer's back. Guess I won't be burning incense after all. Yeah, everyone's eaten already. Gu Ming continued. I'm here today to share some news with my brothers and with certain people. Gu Ming's rare seriousness instantly piqued the viewer's curiosity. What could it be? Let me put it this way, some people tried to take me down, steal my tech. So I won't be appearing outside the company much lately. As for those hitman pigeons, I've given you their coordinates. Be extra careful during streams. As he said this, Gu Ming even winked, instantly filling the chat with a sea of vomit emojis. All for the sake of entertainment value. Zhang Nannan was already speechless. You're such a big shot and you're scared of these things? Gu Ming replied. Can't be helped, guys. I can't live in my mech 24/7, that'd be boring as hell. Then why not build a custom-fit humanoid exoskeleton suit? Just shrink your giant mech down to human size. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Crafting humanoid exoskeleton mech. Earned 5,000 energy points. Why not just modify the mech into this thing? Wouldn't that make it invincible? Ding. Suggestion received. Gu Ming stroked his chin and addressed the camera. That makes sense, guys. Since that's the case, stay tuned for good news. Once production starts, I'll send 10 units straight to your livestreams. Streamer, get lost. I want to see the little secretary. +1. Ding. Receiving suggestion. Gu Ming quietly shifted the camera toward Zhang Nannan, only to have a pillow smack him in the face. East Sea Provincial Government. The CEO of Guisheng Group, who had rushed over on the earliest flight, was politely ushered into the conference room by the Donghai Provincial Investment Promotion Office. The moment they entered, the entire group froze at the doorway. Inside, 3 distinct groups of familiar faces were seated in clear separation. The head of Sunmmary Group and the leader of Longwei Group were currently deep in conversation, laughing and joking. Both were giants in China's tech industry. Old G's here. You came for that matter too? Asked Chi, the head of Longwei Group, with a smile. Hey, I rushed over as fast as I could, but I'm still a step behind you guys. Shaking his head, Ji Jie led his team to take their seats. Though the companies exchanged pleasantries, each harbored their own hidden agendas. What shocked them most was the revelation that China had developed its own domestically produced cutting-edge lithography machine technology. This was undoubtedly a massive upheaval. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, even pigs can fly. Little did they know that foreign companies, relying on their exclusive lithography technology, had kept them firmly under their thumb. Now that China possessed its own lithography machines, if granted official authorization, it would undoubtedly become China's premier tech giant, perhaps even a global powerhouse like Intel. The head of the Investment Promotion Bureau and another provincial government official received the group. Normally, Li Qi would have been delighted to meet these individuals. But now, standing guard over a mountain of gold and silver he couldn't touch, he simply couldn't make the decision. Not under your jurisdiction? You could submit an application. We're merely partners engaged in fair competition. Li Qi, the head of the Investment Promotion Bureau, gave a wry smile as he introduced. This is Comrade Wang Xiaohua, the special envoy dispatched from the capital. You may consult him regarding specific matters. The competitors exchanged stunned glances. Wasn't this just a state-backed company? How could even the provincial government be powerless? Ladies and gentlemen, hello. The situation is this: although Hikvision Technology maintains close cooperative ties with the state, we hold no authority over their decisions. If you wish to obtain technology licensing, you will need to seek it elsewhere. Wang Xiaohua stated. Who should we approach? Our company is ready to approve a 2 billion yuan investment for this partnership. The head of Sunmmary Group pressed urgently, his tone tinged with a show of strength toward the others. How petty. That's the top-tier lithography machine. You won't get a bargain here. Our company can mobilize 10 billion yuan upfront. That demonstrates genuine commitment to cooperation. Given this, can we proceed directly with Hikvision? Everyone was stunned by Longwei Group's extravagant spending. You're out of your mind, old G. Where did you get all that cash flow? Are you trying to ruin us? The chairman of Guixing Group exclaimed in disbelief. Can't make ends meet? Crazy? Wang Xiaohua pressed his hand down and said. Gentlemen, this has nothing to do with us. Haikong is a direct partner of the capital. If you want to collaborate with them, you'll need to approach their CEO. Chapter 40 Eagle Sauce. Let me explain. I really didn't touch your plane. Exactly. You need to approach Gu Ming. Only with his approval can you participate in this technology. Great. We'll go right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the head of Longwei Group rose to his feet. No one would pass up an opportunity that could propel their company to a quantum leap. Exactly. As long as we get a chance to compete, money won't be an issue. The group was about to rush off when Wang Xiaohua, recalling the notice posted above, quickly stopped them. Hold on, everyone. There's no point in rushing. Hikvision Technology is now under military control. Without orders, even our commanding officers can't get in. The group was stunned. Wait, we've tracked them to this location, and you're telling us even the Donghai provincial government lacks the authority to approve entry into a single company? That's impossible. Comrade Wang, don't joke around. We're not greenhorns. Don't try to brush us off with that nonsense. Is this about some state-owned enterprise or central enterprise wanting to participate? We can compete for it. Wuxing is fully prepared to accept government oversight. Exactly. We just want the government to give us a chance to compete. Several billionaire CEOs, worth hundreds of millions or even billions, were pacing anxiously around Wang Xiaohua. Even though Wang had dealt with such people before, he was surprised by their lack of composure. Alright, I'll report this to higher-ups and request approval from Mr. Gu. Only with his consent can you proceed. Thank you so much. We're truly grateful. Make it happen quickly, Comrade Wang. Stepping out of the conference room, Wang Xiaohua let out a quiet sigh of relief. These tycoons were acting like they were in heat, rushing to report their progress to the Special Operations Division. They'd also pass along the collective demands of their group. The final decision-maker dispatched from the capital pondered for a moment before making a call. What? You're at the airport. Oh, I see. Well then, old classmate, I'll leave it to you. No problem. I'll save this bottle for you. Alright, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, the leader turned to Wang Xiaohua and said, tell them to wait for further notice. At a military-civilian dual-use airport in Donghai province, temporary military restrictions were in effect. Are you ready yet? Hurry up, they're almost here. Lu Haikong shouted into the hangar. Almost done, almost done. Just a minute, this thing won't hold. A group of men could be seen assembling an F-35 fighter jet. After receiving the shipment, they'd taken the Eagle apart piece by piece. As the saying goes, cross the river by feeling the Eagle's back. Trustworthy advice. An opportunity like this comes once in a century. Even with Gu Ming's mecha leading the way, this F-35 held immense value. Soon after, a convoy bearing the flags of China and the United States rolled into the airport. Given the gravity of the matter, the visiting U.S. Secretary of State personally oversaw the handover proceedings. According to intelligence, the exchange for this aircraft and its pilot involved three important figures dispatched by China to the United States. After Lu Haikong, the team leader, and personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other departments made contact with the American side. Upon entering the hangar, U.S. technicians swiftly moved to inspect the aircraft. Are you certain you haven't tampered with our aircraft? Absolutely not. A general grinned, flashing his pearly whites at the other party. Wait, you're telling me you didn't touch it? The American technician stared at the loose screws and chipped paint on the fuselage, along with the prime marks around the fasteners. He twitched his lips, pointing at the evidence while glaring at the Chinese soldier across from him. Ahem, no, absolutely not. Lu Jingwei cleared his throat twice, about to make excuses, when he glanced up and saw the American technician in the cockpit holding a Phillips screwdriver with a puzzled look. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, the tension in the hangar was palpable. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jingwei stubbornly declared. The extra tools in the hangar are normal. We absolutely did not touch your aircraft. And so, amidst this warm and friendly exchange, both sides took commemorative photos together and completed the handover. The smile vanished from the U.S. Secretary of State's face the moment he stepped into the car. Did you see that? Pompeo asked. The secretary nodded in shock. Just moments ago, during the handover with that Chinese official. Passing by the nearby hangar, they had glimpsed through the door crack at least 10 objects covered in cloth inside the hangar, objects strikingly similar in height and shape to that mecha. Where could such tall aircraft be? They must be Chinese mechs. Have they already begun mass-producing this alien technology? Damn it, we've been deceived. The Chinese have fully mastered this technology and are already assembling an alien legion. Pompeo declared with grave expression. Then we must notify the homeland. Pompeo shot his secretary a glance and said flatly. Why? That damn Temu Fei actually wants to make me the scapegoat? Let him play by himself. On the second-floor balcony directly above the hangar, Gu Ming leaned against the railing, sunglasses on, sipping an ice-cold juice. Beside him, Zhang Nannan stood stiffly, eyes fixed on the entrance. Is that really okay? They're not little cuties. Zhang Nannan remarked. Gu Ming turned back to the railing and addressed the secretary. Don't think of your opponents as gods, and don't overestimate their intelligence. Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes dismissively. Lu Haikon led his men to open the hangar doors. He directed his men to pull back the cloth, revealing the wooden frame inside. Right, dismantle everything and haul it away. Glancing up at the two figures upstairs, Lu Haikon climbed the stairs. Xiaogu, I need to discuss something with you. The three sat down, and Lu Haikon continued. You know how it is, our domestic tech companies have always faced sanctions. So when I heard about the new lithography machines developed domestically, I wondered if we could get licensed to buy one or two. Ding. Suggestion received, sell lithography machines. Earned 1,000 energy points. Gu Ming nodded. Lu Haikon continued. Of course, if you're not interested, we could just let them buy Haikon's products directly. But collaborating would definitely speed up development. Gu Ming weighed the pros and cons. He knew that lithography machines alone wouldn't be enough to build all the products. And Hikvision was currently just an empty shell. With so many products and supply chains to develop, it was unlikely one company could handle it all alone. Besides, Gu Ming's research interests extended far beyond this field. With the system in place, our journey lay toward the stars and the vast ocean. What's the point of messing around on Earth? Alright, we can discuss it. Let's talk specifics about the collaboration. Lu Haikon patted Gu Ming's shoulder with a smile. Alright. How's your father doing these days? Yeah, he's mostly recovered, though he's definitely not what he used to be. A sly gleam flashed in Lu Haikon's eyes. He glanced at Zhang Nannan and whispered to Gu Ming. This weekend, Aunt Zhang wants to treat you to a meal. Make time to go home with Nannan. Gu Ming, ? Zhang Nannan? Teacher? Chapter 41, here, my rules are the rules. Gu Ming was utterly baffled. What was this about? A blind date? Zhang Nannan turned bright red, seething like a furious lioness. What was this? Utterly humiliating, especially in front of Gu Big Head, Zhang Nannan thought, her heart burning with shame and fury. Lu Haikon smiled as he looked at Gu Ming and said, Look, she's such a talented young woman, yet she humbles herself to be your liaison. Her mom wants to meet you and treat you to a meal, you won't even give her that courtesy? Gu Ming stammered, well, fine. It's just a meal. I'll consider it my way of showing care for disabled employees. Zhang Nannan snapped angrily, Gu Ming, if you've got the guts, don't move. I won't rest until I've killed you. Holy crap. Are you serious? A 5-star hotel in Donghai province. Several companies were housed in the same hotel, each occupying an entire floor. Within the small hotel, the battle raged fiercely. Several chairmen had deployed their own spies, yet even to catch a glimpse of Gu Ming required an official invitation. Afterward, they had to guard against rivals beating them to the punch, constantly monitoring each other's moves. Until Wang Xiaohua's arrival disrupted the balance. The usually formidable tycoons now looked at Wang Xiaohua with unease. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohua did not disappoint them. Gentlemen, you've been invited to attend Hikvision Technologies Investment Conference. Submit your participant lists, now limited to 5 people per company. I'll issue the passes. Really? Fantastic. When is it? Wang Xiaohua addressed the eager crowd. You can visit Hikvision as early as tomorrow. Please submit your participant lists now. However, several state-owned enterprises and central government-owned enterprises will be joining you. You'll need to figure out the specifics yourselves. Ha! The various groups exchanged puzzled glances. Competing against these companies? How could they possibly win? Hikvision Technology Park. To the other companies, Hikvision's temporary campus looked downright shabby. Only the security guard didn't look shabby. Fortunately, everyone present had seen the world and didn't show it. The armed guards not only meticulously checked everyone's credentials but also conducted thorough searches of both individuals and vehicles. A dedicated vehicle escorted the group into Hikvision's office building. Gu Ming hadn't arrived yet, but the spacious conference room was already filled with people. They were likely all competitors. The moment the representatives from several private enterprises entered the room, the people inside turned away in disappointment. "Who the hell is this guy, making us wait this long?" complained a portly CEO. "With my standing, my position, I'm supposed to wait for some nobody named Gu Ming just to partner with a tiny, newly established tech company? No matter how capable you are, you can't be more powerful than the state. I represent the state, after all." With these thoughts swirling, the group of Guazapai executives seethed with resentment. The conference room was divided into distinct camps, each keeping to themselves. "Mr. G, can we really compete with them? They have powerful backers," the vice president whispered. The latter frowned, his face grim. "We have to try. Otherwise, we'll never be satisfied." Gu Ming entered the conference room precisely at 8:59, 10 minutes before the scheduled 9 o'clock start. Seeing such a frighteningly young man as the main player, everyone was still deeply shocked, despite having long heard of his reputation. "Mr. Gu, hello. I'm Chi Ji-gang from China Electric. Why did you keep us waiting so long? Our time is precious too." The grumpy old man who had complained earlier glared at Gu Ming defiantly. Before Gu Ming could sit down, both he and Zhang Nannan froze. Glancing at his watch, he turned to the young secretary. "I wasn't late, was I? He's a man of status and standing. You should offer an explanation." Zhang Nannan whispered. "Guard, escort this person out." Gu Ming barked toward the doorway. Everyone froze in place while Gu Ming sat down without a care. "This is a state-owned enterprise." Zhang Nannan tried to say more, but Gu Ming cut her off. "It's all spoiled behavior. Get him out. I won't do business with this company." The security guards paid no heed to anything else. Gu Ming's words carried the weight of an imperial decree here. You're out of line. How dare you?" The CEO, finally snapping out of it, leapt to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Ming. "Anyone else have a problem?" Lu Haikong strode in at that moment, his military uniform radiating authority and commanding presence. "If you have objections, go home and ask your superiors what they think. Take him away." "Yes, sir." They came in bewildered and left bewildered. Chi Ji-gang was half pushed, half dragged out of the conference room in a daze, only coming to his senses once he reached the doorway. If this lithography machine manufacturing project fell through without them, it wouldn't just be embarrassing, his own job might be on the line. Just as he snapped back to reality and opened his mouth to speak, he was dragged away. A simple warning shot fired at a state-owned enterprise boss. It instantly silenced the entire room. Everyone stared silently at the handsome men and beautiful women on stage, not daring to utter a word. Gu Ming cut straight to the point. "I made time to come here today to discuss with you all. If you want to participate in our company's projects, you must follow our rules. I don't care which company you're from or what your status has pushed me too far, and I won't spare anyone." Gu Ming's stern expression felt unfamiliar to Zhang Nannan. "I'm laying down the requirements now. Listen up. If you can meet them, you have 3 days to submit your project proposals. Starting today, we will establish a joint semiconductor technology company majority owned by Hikvision. We will provide the core technological support, and the projects involved including chips and the entire semiconductor supply chain are our primary areas of focus. As you all know, Hikvision is still small scale with an immature framework. We need your funding, facility suggestions, personnel, and more. Naturally, the products you use will be Hikvision's top-tier offerings." Gu Ming stated quickly. He might as well have gone to Zhang Nannan's place for dinner instead. Gu Ming realized he was far too lazy for this. The role of chairman simply wasn't suited to him. "Mr. Gu, I'm from Xiaomai Group. What kind of preferential treatment can we expect? First, you'll have priority access to Hikvision's products. I guarantee their quality if they don't meet world-class standards. The state will be held accountable." Lu Haikong suddenly interjected. Those below were startled. The state trusted Gu Ming that much? This wasn't a matter of pennies. Gu Ming paused briefly before continuing. "Second, the products you receive will be upgraded models surpassing overseas versions, helping you establish a competitive edge. Third, after the meeting, we'll all grab a bite to eat together." He. A girl couldn't help but chuckle, and soon everyone was laughing. Gu Ming stood up and smiled. "I hold no grudges against any of you. Whether you seize this opportunity is entirely up to you. After all, Hikvision can thrive without you. This is a win-win collaboration. You have 3 days. I want to see your proposals." Chapter 42, 100 billion in funding, global turmoil. Time's up. It's time for the livestream. Gu Ming glanced at his phone, ready to go live. Zhang Nannan grabbed his arm, flustered and annoyed, whispering. Mr. Big Head, can you please consider the situation? With so many people here today, do you think they'd be comfortable with this? Just then, the head of Xiaomai Group approached to toast Gu Ming. Mr. Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Gu, I'm from Tianrun Group. Hello, Mr. Gu. Once one person started, everyone else swarmed over, afraid of leaving a bad impression on Gu Ming. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I don't drink alcohol. Instead, I'll offer you all a cup of tea. Gu Ming raised his teacup as he spoke. He drained it in one gulp before continuing. Everyone, I'd like to stream for a bit here. Would that be alright with you? Of course. We're not hiding anything. Mr. Gu has a passion for streaming? That's great. I know Mr. Han from jumping. Zhang Nannan covered her face in exasperation. Is streaming really that fun? Turns out it really was. People were already posting videos tagged at Gu Ming, some doing handstands while washing their hair, others hopping on one leg for 10 kilometers. The moment the stream went live, it was as if those people had been camped out waiting for Gu Ming around the clock. Within seconds, tens of thousands flooded into Gu Ming's livestream. A sea of white comments flooded the screen, obscuring everything. Is the host eating? Having a candlelit dinner with his little secretary? Stop spreading rumors. You'll just bash me later when you find out the truth. I'm having dinner with a few friends. Gu Ming said. I've seen the videos you posted. I'm satisfied. Of course, I'll forgive your arrogance and ignorance about buying 10,000 units of that crap. Unfollowed. Can't spoil the kid. What kind of friends? Rich ladies? Rich women? I'd definitely introduce them to my livestream audience first. Am I the type to hog everything for myself? Gu Ming said. Finding it awkward to eat the spare ribs with chopsticks, Gu Ming went straight to using his hands. With grease smeared all over his mouth, he tapped the camera and said, Wow, you all know each other? Total big shots. Guoxing, the big boss Longwei Group Xiaomai surrounded by tech industry heavyweights. Gu Ming clearly looked out of place in this setting, like an internet celebrity who accidentally wandered into an exclusive gala. The streamer is embarrassing our channel's fans. This kind of event clearly isn't your scene. Did you pull some strings to get in? Although Gu Ming had pulled off some earth-shattering feats before even rumors claimed he single-handedly built the lithography machine, many still dismissed him with disdain. To them, he remained nothing more than a toy-buying internet celebrity. Yet this minor internet celebrity managed to elicit a faint smile from the assembled tycoons. Not at all, Mr. Gu, you're joking. What kind of celebrities are we compared to you? Mr. Gu, you're putting us on too thin ice here, we must pay with a cup of tea. Ji Jia remarked. The live stream audience froze in shock. What stunned everyone was that the industry heavyweights they knew were conversing with Gu Ming as equals, adopting remarkably humble postures. Gu Ming didn't engage with the chat, he was just showing off. He glanced at Zhang Nannan, who was chatting with someone, laughing so hard she was shaking like a leaf. Even the most seasoned single dog in the room was mesmerized. The chairman of Guoxing Group looked at Gu Ming, then at Zhang Nannan. What kind of secretary was this? They were clearly a couple, perfectly matched. If he could get close to her, perhaps whispering sweet nothings in her ear might work. He summoned his own secretary and whispered instructions in her ear. Then he went back to toast Gu Ming. Watching the seemingly chaotic yet clearly Gu Ming-centered private room on the livestream, it was hard to believe. The combined net worth of everyone in this room was astronomical, and you're telling me you're just a small-time streamer? Is this streamer just showing off to us? Damn it, it's the Xiaomai Group. Can a streamer really tell them to get lost? Why do they have to meddle in every industry? Gu Ming continued speaking while looking at his phone. This is the lithography machine you guys wanted, and my buddy got it sorted. Once we find the right partners, Hikvision chips will hit the market along with graphics cards and all that. Damn, the streamer is amazing. Finally, we won't have to be suckers and waste our money. Is the streamer telling the truth? Has the host ever lied? Ask Mr. G and the others if you don't believe me. Exactly. As long as Mr. Gu gives us a chance, we'll give it our all. GG hurriedly added. Host, can you bring down the prices of chips and graphics cards? This is crucial for us. Gu Ming read the comments and gave an OK sign. Watch how the host handles their pricing. With the endorsement of Gu Ming and his group of industry leaders, China's first domestically developed and produced conglomerate spanning multiple semiconductor sectors was poised to launch, including global tech giants like Guoxing and Longwei, with disclosed investment reaching hundreds of billions. The news spread like wildfire across the globe, sending stocks of countless semiconductor companies plummeting once more. Once their technological edge vanished, the once dominant tech giants found themselves suddenly teetering on the brink. No one could have imagined that a single figure like Gu Ming could directly bring down the financial titans of Silicon Valley and Wall Street. Stock prices plummeted across the screens, hitting limit down levels. Wall Street. From millionaire to penniless, a stockbroker unable to bear the blow leapt from a skyscraper, making headlines across the nation. Who will stop the evil forces from the east? The free market is crumbling. What is our government doing? The mother next door to Eagle Tech News from China has sent the two semiconductor giants into a tailspin. Is White Castle sanctioning us or sanctioning the Chinese? The Chinese sanctions keep getting stronger, and now they've even angered the Chinese into sanctioning us. Costs, expenses, and opportunities are skyrocketing. Boss, JP Group demands an explanation for our recent stock fluctuations and then tell them to inform White Castle if they don't rein in that Gu Ming, we're all going down together. The EagleTel president slammed his laptop to the floor in fury. Meanwhile, the female CEO next door at Alma Company fared better, she only smashed a phone. Wolf Street was filled with wails of despair. Unpredictable times made life even harder, and his beloved vacation was forcibly cancelled. He himself had invested heavily in semiconductor companies, and the shrinking of his assets was painful even to him. Congress will hold an inquiry session with the Secretary of State. If we handle it properly, we can still secure a lot of votes. The secretary looked at ten-Mach and said. Looking sternly at his inner circle, Trump declared, "Gentlemen, if we don't eliminate our greatest rival, China, and Gu Ming, what good are votes to me? Time is of the essence. Is the CIA just sitting around doing nothing? Mr. President, I will request authorization to initiate the decapitation operation ahead of schedule." The CIA director pushed open the door and entered. Chapter 43, The Sword Dance of Xiang Zhuang, aiming at the throne. Take him out? Someone frowned and said. That would be such a waste. He's a rare talent worth 10 aircraft carriers. But our intelligence shows the Chinese won't give us a chance to take him. We've discovered Gu Ming streams live online, his location and activities are constantly exposed. We must eliminate him before the foolish Chinese authorities react. Even with their advanced technology, without Gu Ming at its core, their progress will stall, forcing them to cooperate with us. The CIA director waved his finger angrily as he spoke. Those damn officials, daring to gossip about me behind my back. And that damn president, just you wait. Tebu fell into deep thought, then nodded slightly. That's one approach. What we can't have, neither can the Chinese. He turned to the CIA director and continued. That's Chinese territory. We can only rely on CIA operatives. Capture him alive if possible. If absolutely necessary, take him out. Yes, Mr. President. Chinese coastal waters. Amidst the vast expanse of the sea, a group of black figures swam into the city's sewage pipes. Hawkeye has reached the designated destination. 10 men lay prone within the pipeline, fully armed and clad in identical heavy-duty gear. Using a certain island in China as a staging ground, a SEAL team directly deployed by the US CIA infiltrated China. Hawkeye, the city sewer map has been transmitted. Maintain vigilance. Upon reaching your destination, a contact will meet you. Copy that. The figures vanished into the darkness of the pipes. East China Sea, inland border. An armed squad was hacking through thickets, crossing the Chinese border. Damn it, did they have to send us to this godforsaken place for a mission? It's just killing some Chinese kid, right? Mad dog, keep your voice down if you don't want to die. The captain's reprimand crackled through the earpiece, but the Pathfinder shrugged it off. Chill out, my dear captain. There's not a soul around here. Besides, even if the Chinese army showed up. Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. Missions along the Chinese border have the highest death rate. Put. A dull thud echoed. The captain's body froze mid-sentence, his eyes wide with shock. The chatterbox in front was shot straight through his bulletproof vest, collapsing face first onto the ground. Almost instantly, everyone scattered, executing tactical evasive maneuvers. Silencer. Sniper. There's a sniper. An ambush? Bullets rained down like a storm, unleashed without restraint, grenades thrown without hesitation. A camouflaged figure with a masked face emerged from cover, raising an individual cloudburst grenade. A gleaming red flag fluttered from his shoulder. RPG. The American, spotting the enemy, shouted in terror. After a deafening explosion, everything fell silent. After a long moment, everyone cautiously advanced toward the blast site. Hiding behind cover was useless against this weapon. The surrounding air was sucked out, making suffocation and agonizing death. The American captain, his face contorted in agony, never imagined before his death that the Chinese military's fear of insufficient firepower could be so utterly insane. The leading lieutenant colonel rummaged through the US military boots on the corpse before him and remarked, "Those Yanks sure don't take their act seriously. If they're going to impersonate Russians, they could at least bother to swap out these crappy boots." He found what he was looking for, a photograph? A map? Gu Ming. Reading the writing on the back of the photo, the leading lieutenant colonel hesitated not a moment. He immediately turned to the communications officer and ordered. Report to Wolf's Den, target eliminated. Intelligence recovered. Notify border defense units to collect the bodies. We'll escort the intel back. Mangdang Mountain Military Base. Photos lay spread across the table while screens displayed images of armed personnel and plainclothes spies. A general slammed his fist on the table in fury. Those damn Americans. They're getting way too cocky, marching right in fully armed like it's nothing. All identified infiltrators and armed personnel have been targeted for elimination. No one has slipped through the net so far, though we still don't know how many remain undetected. The intelligence officer continued. These are items recovered from corpses and suspects all photos and recent intelligence on Gu Ming. Their objective is to capture or assassinate him. It's not just Americans. We've caught quite a few Brits, Gauls, and Russians too, killing two birds with one stone this time. They're lying in wait, comrades. The situation is this perilous. One misstep and Comrade Gu Ming's life faces grave danger. Zhang Tao stated solemnly. I've already contacted the East Sea Provincial Party Committee. We'll lead a multi-agency operation to sweep away enemy spies lurking within our borders. Report. The communications officer urgently interrupted the meeting, exclaiming. Reporting to the commander. Our network has been hacked. Simultaneously, the Donghai provincial government has notified us that the network infrastructure of nearly all confidential and critical units across the province has come under cyber attack. What's the status from the Information Security Department? This attack is far more intense. The adversary is highly capable. Our firewalls are on the verge of collapse. What are they doing? Let's go see them. Zhang Taoshang rose angrily and said, leading his group to the Information Security Department, filled with computers and large screens. Everyone inside was frantically busy, the scene bordering on chaos. Spotting Zhang Tao, the department head immediately ran over. Commander. What's the situation? Extremely urgent. This attack is completely different from previous ones like night and day. The enemy's technology is highly advanced and they were extremely well prepared. If not for our emergency protocols, the enemy might have succeeded in their first move. The head of the Information Security Division hurriedly reported. Resolve this immediately. Under no circumstances must the enemy be allowed to collect data from the computers. If necessary, destroy the information within. Yes, sir. The director of security, drenched in sweat, commanded the countermeasures against the cyber attack. It's definitely the Americans. No one else has the capability. Oomph, those Americans. They've been hiding their capabilities all this time, trying to catch us off guard now. Occasional grumbles drifted from the crowd to Zhang Tao's ears, causing him to narrow his eyes. For some reason, Zhang Tao felt a vague sense of clarity about the American scheme. A sword dance by Xiang Zhuang, but the real target is Liu Bang? Quick! Request additional technical personnel from headquarters to reinforce Donghai province. I suspect the real target is over there. Zhang Tao suddenly ordered. Yes, sir. At the Donghai Provincial Security Bureau, business proceeded as usual. The bespectacled security officer handled various cyber attacks originating from abroad. These trivial assaults had long since bored him to tears. Yet he couldn't ignore them. Just as the bespectacled man was drifting off to sleep, a series of error commands suddenly flashed across the screen before him. Ha! Chapter 44, Gu Ming emerges from retirement. One laptop is enough. Today was the day Gu Ming was scheduled to sign cooperation agreements with several companies. Heike United Corporation was holding a press conference, with Gu Ming personally attending. Simultaneously, Gu Ming would officially unveil Hikvision Technology's first product, a compact civilian entry-level mecha. Given today's press conference, security arrangements for Gu Ming were exceptionally tight. Numerous security personnel accompanied him, with traffic police officers escorting the convoy throughout the journey. Today, the media outlets were particularly excited. Following the East Sea incident, this was their first opportunity to conduct a direct interview with the central figure, Gu Ming. But that wasn't all. Rumor had it that the genius behind the lithography machine had a major announcement to make today. Xiaomai Group. Squashing it squashing. Longway's here too. Nearly half of China's tech giants have shown up. What's this about? Is Gu Ming planning to unify the tech industry? Good heavens, so many heavyweights gathered today. This is major news. Just seeing these faces alone guarantees skyrocketing ratings. All I want to see right now is Gu Ming. When Gu Ming stepped onto the stage, the flashes went off like crazy. The venue was practically flooded with light, blinding Gu Ming so much he could barely keep his eyes open. The leaders of the tech companies instinctively made way for Gu Ming to take center stage. Upon seeing him, they immediately rose to greet him. The reporters grew even more excited. This was live television, renowned tech titans bowing so low to a junior figure. It was almost unbelievable. When the gossip-loving netizens discovered their favorite streamer, Gu Ming, wasn't broadcasting live but had gone to the East Sea channel for a press conference instead. Instantly, people who rarely watch TV turned on their sets, even tuning into the news channel for the first time in ages. Huaxia Television. 13%, 14%, 16%. The control center was in disbelief. The Donghai TV station director stared dumbfounded at the skyrocketing ratings. What was going on? Didn't people dislike watching TV news nowadays? Yet during this off-peak time slot, the station's ratings had shattered records 3 times over. All because of that Gu Ming, but he only showed his face, didn't even say a word. Quick! Focus all cameras on Gu Ming. At the press conference, Zhang Nannan, dressed in a business suit, sat beside Gu Ming and somehow managed to steal the spotlight. After all, who doesn't love watching a beauty? Hikvision, State Investment Participation, Wodong Company. Xiaomai, pushing, financing scale of 100 billion. The spokesperson delivered the content with a light touch, yet it struck the crowd like thunder. Flashbulbs went off like crazy. It was insane. Hikvision Tech had just become the undisputed leader of China's tech industry. State-owned and private capital were scrambling to pour money into Gu Ming, as if afraid he wouldn't take it. All because Gu Ming held the key to lithography technology. He was a god. Mr. Gu, regarding your activities in the East China Sea. Sorry. No comment. Zhang Nannan picked up the receiver and answered for Gu Ming. Gu Ming picked up the microphone and echoed her words. Everyone should focus on our joint venture's latest product, which will be available in as little as 1 month. Additionally, our Hikvision headquarters is about to release the latest. Gu Ming's speech began to falter as the television screen flickered. The young man in front of the screen shouted in frustration. Why did the signal cut out? Damn it, what was Gu Ming about to say? He immediately went online to prepare a complaint. But upon seeing the news, he froze in shock. All major institutions in Donghai province had been hacked. Multiple government websites, administrative systems, and software had been crippled. The trending topics were all about the cyber attack on Donghai provincial government agencies. What's going on? United States, Pentagon. In the vast cyber operations section, hundreds gathered to launch a coordinated attack against China. At the front row sat a young man in his 30s, a Caucasian wearing headphones, smiling as he operated the computer. A U.S. Army general approached him to inquire about the situation. The man smirked dismissively and replied, "This is ridiculously easy. The Chinese are so incompetent, it's not even challenging. I should be in charge of military cyber operations. Don't underestimate them. Our opponent is Gu Ming." As a high-ranking official, he was well aware of and deeply wary of Gu Ming, speaking with caution. But the information officer continued to boast. "My team and I have already breached several agencies. Give me 20 more minutes, and I'll deliver what you want. These Chinese are useless. Resistance is futile. Surrender now." The latter turned to the screen, muttering to himself. Mangdang Mountain Military Base. Zhang Tao frowned as he listened to the report. Why were they attacking civilian facilities? Shouldn't they be concentrating their forces on breaching our position? Could it be their goal isn't to disrupt Haikon's press conference and attack Gu Ming? Commander, the enemy is close to succeeding. We're no match for them. The head of security said with a mournful expression. Embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. The main problem was that we were caught off guard. We underestimated the Americans' capabilities. They keep trying to plant viruses in our systems. If they succeed, it will spread further into our national military network. The consequences would be catastrophic. Is there any way to clean up the virus? This is a new type of virus. We can't guarantee it, Commander. Hearing this, Zhang Tao was momentarily at a loss. Technical issues weren't his forte. Just then, someone nearby suddenly suggested. Could we ask Gu Ming for help? He might know something about technology. Commander, Comrade Gu Ming works in a completely different field. He won't be of any use. Before Zhang Tao could respond, the head of the security department immediately protested. What good would an outsider be? There was no choice. Gu Ming's impact on them had been simply too profound. Many had already begun to secretly assume Gu Ming was capable of anything. But Zhang Tao actually took it to heart. After pondering, he decided to give it a shot and ordered. That kid's out at a meeting, right? See if he can help. Yes, sir. At the press conference, chaos erupted below. Even if Gu Ming was slow to react, he knew something was wrong. Zhang Nannan looked deeply troubled as she said. What are we going to do? The Americans are making such a big move. They must have come prepared. Are all the classified files in the database going to be compromised? I don't know. I'll try. Gu Ming said, rubbing his chin. They're just going through the motions with their questions. No one expects you to defend the network, so don't try to be a hero. Zhang Nannan retorted. Men. Why must they always complicate things? Gu Ming sighed helplessly. How do you know I can't handle it? Mr. G, does anyone on your end have a laptop? Could I borrow it? Zhang Nannan grabbed Gu Ming's arm and demanded. What are you doing? Playing hacker for once. With a laptop? Chapter 45, livestream? You hacked the Pentagon? At the press conference, the interviewing journalists were all stunned. They forgot how to raise their hands, let alone press their shutter buttons. What is this guy up to? What did he just say? I didn't catch that. Seriously, does he even realize this is a national broadcast? What is he trying to do? Ding. Suggestion received. Defended against hacker attack. Earned 5,000 energy points. Gu Ming immediately searched for the top-tier hacking technology on the interface. Supercomputer technology, 1,000 energy points. Playing a mischievous trick, Gu Ming purchased another virus from the system. It only cost 50 energy points. Within the system, any technology that wasn't groundbreaking like these low-tier skills was incredibly cheap. The onlookers watching the TV were stunned. Is Gu Ming for real? On forums and news apps. What is he doing? In such a formal setting? Haven't you seen Gu Ming's live streams? He's an abstract guy, he might just be ordering takeout. Rumor has it, the firewalls of major institutions in Donghai province have been breached. No way. Isn't anyone doing anything about this? In a company office, employees slacking off while watching Gu Ming's livestream were heatedly discussing in the comments section when Gu Ming's voice suddenly reached their ears. I'm sure all you journalists are curious about what I'm doing. Gu Ming murmured softly as he worked his computer. Just got word that some ill-intentioned folks are attacking our network, so I'm entertaining some guests. Zhang Nannan tilted her head, watching the distracted Gu Ming. Could this really be Gu Dai too? Mr. Gu, are you participating in a national cybersecurity mission? A reporter inquired. Of course. Then may I ask what your specific role is within that? Gu Ming glanced at the reporters below and replied. No specific role. I'm operating solo on this mission. Dealing with such low-level threats doesn't require mobilizing a large team. Someone's eyes lit up as they immediately asked, do you know who is attacking our network? Whoever he is, he's dead meat. Gu Ming said with a smile. In truth, most people had already guessed it. Only one nation in the world possessed the capability to launch such a massive and ferocious cyber attack. Was Gu Ming's statement another declaration of war against the United States? That's way too cocky, bro. This isn't a war, it's cyber warfare. You don't just talk tough about it. Ha, I refuse to believe Gu Ming has that many skills. He's a six-sided warrior, does he have no weaknesses? Why was I born when Gu Ming already exists? Without Gu Ming, you're useless. The excited Mr. Slacker panted heavily while chatting with netizens, accidentally knocking over his water cup. Holy crap! Instantly drawing the attention of his co-workers, the boss happened to be passing by and came over at the sound. The employee froze in shock, the computer screen was still open. You're watching Gu Ming too? The boss looked at the employee with delight. Great! Quick, let's see what big thing he's up to this time. The entire room gasped, fishing for fish on the company dime? Unable to see what Gu Ming was doing, the reporters below were as anxious as cats scratching at something. Suddenly, someone had a brilliant idea. Standing up, they shouted. Mr. Gu, since you're so confident, could you at least leave a mark? Give us something to report on. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Mark left on target's computer. Earned 10,000 energy points. Hearing the reporter's words, Gu Ming gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. As the saying goes, when Gu Ming smiles, life and death hang in the balance. He could even knock an aircraft carrier off course. Lu Haikam crossed his arms, rubbing his chin as he watched Gu Ming, who was connected to both the military network and the government's internal network. Could he pull this off this time? Military Dependence Compound. At the Zhang residence, a lady watched the boy on TV and the girl beside him, her eyes filled with longing. He's not bad looking, but he's too impulsive. That brat, her eyes are practically sunken in. United States, Pentagon. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The smile on the Chief Information Warfare Officer's face grew broader by the minute. The Chinese won't last 5 more minutes. Looks like we'll have to restore America's lost face. Kane, bring me some coffee. A blonde beauty brought Kane a cup of coffee. Despite his subordinate's fiery talent and alluring gaze, Kane remained utterly unmoved. What use are women? It still comes down to, how's the mission going? The blonde beauty inquired. Of course. Those Chinese are no match for us. Kane was already picturing a fiery shootout with his beloved baby after work, half-heartedly engaging the blonde beauty. A sudden gasp interrupted their conversation. Ha! Fuck, what the hell is that? One person exclaimed. Then, like a contagion, everyone participating in the assault on the Chinese side unconsciously froze. The defense minister on the second floor sensed something was amiss, setting down his coffee and stepping out onto the balcony. Can someone tell me what's happening? Before he could finish, the computer screens below began turning blue one after another. All the technicians stared at their computers in shock. What's going on? They were working fine just a moment ago. The supervisor frantically pounded the keyboard, but the computer remained unresponsive. Someone burst into the hall and shouted. No, no. All the computers in the Pentagon have been taken over. The technicians jumped to their feet in shock, none able to explain what had happened in an instant. They were so close to success. Suddenly, Mike remembered something and shouted. Cut the main power supply now. Who can tell me what the hell just happened? On the screen appeared an unforgettable classic scene. A bear? A panda? On the giant screen, under the stunned gazes of the defense secretary and a team of technicians, a panda slowly made a classic international greeting gesture toward the camera. Even after employing the simplest measures to halt the virus's spread, the Pentagon had underestimated its transmission speed. Starting from the Pentagon, the panda virus swept across the entire District of Columbia at the speed of light. Government agencies, the CIA, even the reckless guy watching porn in the White Castle were stunned. Every screen displayed the panda's international greeting. What the hell is going on? What the hell is this? Can't I get a moment's peace? Taiyamapu's head was about to explode. Hadn't he suffered enough from the dual pressures of domestic and international issues from China lately? White Castle's secretary rushed in with a phone. Mr. President, look at this. There's also news from the Pentagon, their computers are all compromised. I suspect it's connected to this thing. On the secretary's phone, a live news broadcast from China played. In full view of the cameras, all lenses focused on the figure who was merely tapping away at a computer. Tai Mupo would never forget that face. Chapter 46, Hardcore Product Placement, Hikvision AI. What does he have to do with it? Tamipu froze for 2 seconds before turning to ask the secretary. The secretary caught her breath and explained. Just now, during the livestream, the Pentagon launched a cyber attack against China. But it was him again, just one man, one computer who fought back. Now it's not just White Castle and the Hexagon building, the entire Huaxia Special Administrative Region's government network has been compromised. By himself? Tamipu exclaimed in shock. That was the entire nation's elite technical personnel, the world's most advanced firewall system, and he broke through it alone? Just him. Then our classified documents, the data on my computer, my video, all of it will be stolen by that Chinese hacker? Mr. President, issue the order now. Cut off the Huashan Special District's external network connections, or that virus will spread across the entire United States. The secretary pleaded urgently. What kind of crisis is this, and you're still fretting over your videos? What am I supposed to do? I don't know anything about computers. We have no choice but to cut the network first. Following the phone order, the entire network of Huashan Special Administrative Region was severed, plunging some areas into blackout. A chorus of foul curses echoed throughout the airspace of the entire Huashan Special Administrative Region. Fuck the US government. My dinner isn't even done yet. Damn it, my experimental data. What the hell is going on, for God's sake? The events unfolding in Huashan Special Administrative Region sent shockwaves across the globe. The entire district was nearly paralyzed, incurring billions of dollars in economic losses. Across the US internet, the Huashan Special Administrative Region seemed to vanish into thin air, with no news emerging. On the Ojo Highway, all the top superpowers convened emergency meetings simultaneously. British Cabinet Emergency Meeting. The Prime Minister and his cabinet ministers listened intently to the intelligence briefing from MI6, their expressions grave. That devil, the Chinese man named Gu Ming, did this? That is correct, sir. And based on our intelligence and the American response, no known technology can currently prevent the spread of this virus. The intelligence officer continued. However, we understand that China has not launched cyber attacks beyond the Huashan Special Administrative Region. We believe this is retaliatory activity directed by Gu Ming against the United States. The British Prime Minister shrugged and said, "Gentlemen, these matters hang over our heads like the sword of Damocles. We cannot sit idly by and wait for disaster to strike. Is there truly no one who can stop him?" The foreign minister said, "I have a proposal." Everyone looked at the foreign secretary in surprise. "You old fool, you still have some sense left." The foreign minister surveyed the room and declared, "Leave the Chinese alone. Stop meddling with that Gu Ming. Let the Americans play with him." Ha! This is nothing short of a disgraceful suggestion from the empire of the sun never sets? Are we really being intimidated by a single Chinese man? I object. If the Chinese have such terrifying stealth technology, why not just assassinate the guy outright? Exactly. Absolutely right. This walking nuclear weapon must not fall into anyone's hands. The heated debate among cabinet ministers was interrupted by an MI6 official. "Gentlemen, do not forget our intelligence network in China is paralyzed. They even possess the world's second strongest navy. Even if we wanted retaliation, we'd be powerless." Silence. Shock. The cabinet ministers instantly fell silent, exchanging awkward glances. What are we having for dinner later? How about steak? The British Prime Minister closed his eyes in despair, clutching his temples. Well, Britain. Typical. Bear, Kremlin. This is intelligence from MI6. They've confirmed it, and KGB sources corroborate the same. The intelligence officer reported to the burly Russian before him. As for why the intel came from MI6? As the old saying goes, MI6 is formidable precisely because it's full of KGB agents. Dear Popovich, our allies have been acting rather restless lately. It's a deeply unsettling feeling. Indeed, the strength they've recently displayed is truly unbelievable. Regarding the cooperation proposal, do you think they'll agree? The big Russian turned to his secretary, his gaze so oppressive that the secretary swallowed hard and shook his head. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. If you personally negotiate and offer a certain price, perhaps the Chinese might grant us some face. The former nodded and said, "Make the arrangements." Apply to the Chinese authorities. Understood. Meanwhile, back in China, their own people were even more bewildered. The moment Gu Ming entered the fray, all pressure vanished. He held them off all by himself? The technician in the information security department stared at the computer in disbelief. Another technician, still checking the computers, exclaimed in shock. All attacks originating from the US have vanished. What the hell happened over there? What exactly did Gu Ming do? Wait, something's coming? A stream of files began streaming into the main control console. Most present understood English. Their eyes widened as they scanned the contents. Director! Director! This is intelligence from the United States? Classified documents? What? The director rushed to the console, where the computer was still receiving files. He opened it casually and instantly widened his eyes. Improvement plan for the L-class attack nuclear submarine. CIA Gallbranch files. The Americans put this kind of stuff in the computer? These are classified American documents. He copied them all back directly? This is beyond belief. That guy must be a god. The command center was immediately shaken upon receiving the intelligence. They never imagined that Gu Ming not only flawlessly completed the mission but also killed two birds with one stone, sweeping up a bundle of American classified documents. How many skeletons in the closet is that? And biochemical experiment data? Quick! Secure the files and protect them. Notify our comrades in the East China Sea to ensure Gu Ming's safety. Also, see if Gu Ming can build us a network defense system. He blushed at his own words. After all, this was China's technological vanguard. Everyone present was an elite. Now, one man Gu Ming had surpassed them all. There was simply no comparison. And to think such a technical genius was actually working on mecha. What a waste. If he built a firewall, who the hell could breach it? At the press conference, Gu Ming slowly closed his laptop, flexing his fingers as he said, "Hey, little Zhang, fetch this king a glass of juice." Zhang Nanan's eyes widened. She glanced around, cameras everywhere. Oh, the embarrassment. Lu Haikong, still buzzing from his call, rushed over and snapped at Zhang Nanan. Go! Find juice. Find some good juice. Chapter 47, need antivirus software? I'll just use artificial intelligence. You're something else, kid. Leaning on Gu Ming's shoulder, Lu Haikong whispered excitedly. Who would have thought Gu Ming not only repelled the American cyber attack but also planted a virus in their systems? According to U.S. intelligence, the entire network of the Hua Province Special Administrative Region had been crippled, with no one capable of neutralizing Gu Ming's virus. And this kid had even stolen a bunch of classified documents. What a prodigy, a demonic genius. Flashbulbs went off like crazy. Watching Gu Ming and Lu Haikong whispering to each other, the crowd of reporters was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Zhang Nannan sat down angrily, slamming a bottle of milk onto the table. Here you go. Drink it if you want. Wanzai milk? Fine. Gu Ming took a sip of Wanzai milk and looked straight at the cameras and reporters. The scene was beyond hilarious. Fans watching at home were laughing their heads off. Especially when they saw Zhang Nannan actually bringing Gu Ming a cup of this stuff. Everyone, we just handled a minor incident. Someone hacked into our official network and attempted to plant a virus. This is our way of protesting. I retaliated in kind and planted a little surprise along the way, though I won't say who it's for. Gu Ming left a little riddle hanging, driving all the reporters and fans watching at home absolutely mad. I'm gonna kill him. He's toying with me. This is killing me. Who can tell me if it's the Americans? Or the Brits? My American friend says the network in the Special Administrative Region of Hua Province is down. No news can get online. Everyone's going nuts. Seriously? Leaving the puzzle behind, Gu Ming and his group headed backstage. Looking at the civilian mech still covered in cloth, the neutered version, Gu Ming patted the tarp and sighed. What a shame. The Americans messed up our plans. Otherwise, we'd be launching a new product. My money. Oomph, why don't you just fall into a money pit? Zhang Nannan retorted irritably. Gu Ming turned to his adorable little secretary. Secretary Zhang, did you realize how embarrassing it was for me when you served that milk just now? Don't I have any pride? At that, Zhang Nannan instantly switched from anger to delight, gloating at Gu Ming. Serves you right. Serves you right. Ha ha ha. Just as they were talking, Lu Haikong, who had left earlier, returned with several elderly men around his age. Young Gu, come here. Let me introduce you to Comrade Haicheng, the party secretary of Donghai Province. This is Comrade Chang Bo, the governor. And then there's... Lu Haikong led the introductions, and the others, their eyes sparkling, approached Gu Ming eagerly. Thank you so much, Gu Ming. On behalf of the relevant provincial government agencies, I extend our deepest gratitude. Without your help, our losses would have been unimaginable. Secretary Haicheng hurried forward to shake Gu Ming's hand. Gu Ming just managed to respond. It's nothing, really. Is the data over there okay? Thank goodness you stepped in just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The provincial governor remarked from the sidelines. Lu Haikong chuckled. You guys don't know yet, Gu Ming not only destroyed the Americans' network hub, but also dragged other related agencies into it. The entire Hua Province Special Administrative Region is now in deep trouble. Great news. They've always bullied us online before, it's about time we fought back. Zhang Nannan stared in shock at Gu Ming, who was surrounded by the crowd. She tugged at her teacher's arm and asked, Teacher? You said he was just playing around on his computer a moment ago, and he managed to take down the entire Hua Province Special Zone network. You didn't know? The Americans couldn't handle his computer virus, so they just cut off the entire Huashan Special Administrative Region's network. Estimated losses are another tens of billions of dollars. Zhang Nannan covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Gu Ming's retreating figure. How could he be so skilled at everything? Her confidence took another severe blow. Zhang Nannan no longer even bothered to compete with Gu Ming. She truly couldn't compete. As expected, the crowd surrounding Gu Ming had ulterior motives. The party secretary of Haicheng, Donghai Province, smiled as he turned to Gu Ming and inquired. Comrade Gu Ming, I never imagined you were so skilled in cybersecurity. Given that, could we ask your company to develop a firewall for our province? You have no idea how often our government networks get attacked daily. The manpower and resources wasted are countless, not to mention the constant risk of leaks. Of course, we won't ask for it for free. Other policies aside, the project funding will be more than sufficient. Gu Ming suddenly understood the true intent behind the request. Lu Haikong looked at Gu Ming, thinking the same thing. Cybersecurity was among the military's top priorities. If systems got hacked during combat operations, it would be utterly disastrous. Watching Gu Ming being fawned over like a celebrity, Zhang Nannan pouted and muttered under her breath. You're so brilliant, why not create a firewall with autonomous intelligence? Fixed firewalls will inevitably be breached sooner or later. Lu Haikong's expression darkened as he snapped. Nannan, is this any of your business? Zhang Nannan grew even more displeased. Hai Cheng glanced at her, puzzled. Is this little one Commander Zhang's daughter? She's from old Zhang's family. She's studying under Gu Ming now. Ah, that explains the resemblance. Look at us neglecting our little prodigy. Commander, hello. Zhang Nannan flushed slightly. Gu Ming stroked his chin and made a startling remark. You've got a point. If I build a firewall that can autonomously defend and upgrade itself, then I'd be set. Ding. Suggestion received, indestructible firewall. Earned 50,000 energy points. Ha? Gu Ming stared at the system in his mind in shock, nearly losing his composure. How many energy points? Building a top-tier self-defending firewall would undoubtedly require research in artificial intelligence. But Gu Ming never imagined what level of AI would warrant such a generous reward. Gu Ming froze in place, his words leaving everyone speechless. A firewall with self-awareness? Impossible. Comrade Gu Ming, what did you just say? Governor Chang Bo of Donghai Province asked in confusion. Gu Ming turned to face the group and declared. I said I could try. This system could even be rolled out nationwide. I can build an AI system that autonomously upgrades its defenses and can also assist. Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes at Gu Ming and retorted impatiently. Don't be ridiculous. Why is current artificial intelligence called artificial? Because it relies primarily on human intervention. What you're describing belongs in a sci-fi movie. But Gu Ming was different. 50,000 energy points? He had to get his hands on them, no matter what. Basic artificial intelligence, energy points, 49,999. Gu Ming's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How much? So all that effort, and I only made a single yuan? Chapter 48, The Grand Business Plan, Internet of Everything 1. Gu Ming never imagined a basic AI would cost so much. But he couldn't back down from the boast he'd made. Just thinking about it made Gu Ming's teeth itch with rage. Damn system, you think you can play me? Fortunately, the AI's utility was immense. Even if it didn't earn energy points, Gu Ming felt it was worth pursuing. Just think about it, the AI I installed in my mech is barely toy grade, yet it's already brought me so much convenience. Imagine if such an AI could coordinate military operations, whether combat or defense, in the future. Wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? Gu Ming exclaimed excitedly. The provincial government officials were all dumbfounded. Was Gu Ming serious? Lu Haikong was at a loss for words. This young Gu really was a man of sudden ideas. Gu, we all understand that, but this would require computers to possess autonomous thinking. How is that even possible? He tried to reason. Our primary mission isn't this. If you can help us advance mecha technology, that would be the top priority. Hearing this, Gu Ming raised his hand and said, No. Only with this can we fully leverage every technological advancement. Artificial intelligence reacts far faster than humans, and it's more powerful, more rational, and acts with scientific precision. True invincibility lies in the interconnectedness of all things. Zhang Nannan pursed her lips as she looked at Gu Ming and said, You just love to argue. Can't you take advice for once? Ding. Suggestion received, Fart AI project. Earned 10,000 energy points. Gu Ming wept silently inside, cursing the system's ancestors to the nth degree. Damn it, tempting me, huh? But Gu Ming wasn't having it. No way he needed that AI. But haven't I succeeded every single time? Gu Ming retorted defiantly. Zhang Nannan and Lu Haikong were truly speechless. It seemed like nothing Gu Ming set his mind to ever failed. Even the most outrageous mecha had been built by him. Fine, if that's what you like, go ahead. Lu Haikong replied dismissively. After all, technologies like lithography machines and mechs were at least grounded in science. Artificial intelligence, however, was pure science fiction. To let Gu Ming lie low for a while, Lu Haikong ordered his men to escort Gu Ming away. Public opinion had already begun to ferment. Who was Gu Ming? He was truly a villain whose crimes were piled high and whose misdeeds were countless. He had publicly shot down a US F-35 in front of the entire world and even forced an entire carrier strike group to retreat in fear. Now, instead of military confrontation, it's a war of words. In front of a sea of journalists, he hacked into the Pentagon. As for why everyone knows it was the Americans attacking China's networks, Gu Ming struck back at the Eagle. In the U.S. District of Columbia, around the Pentagon and the White House. Billboards along the roadside, electronic displays at government agencies. Any screen controllable by computer displayed a panda raising the international peace sign. Although the internet was quickly cut off, countless videos and images slowly began circulating. Netizens were laughing their heads off at the panda looking so damn cool. Especially with Gu Ming holding a bottle of forget-me-not milk in one hand while stomping on the Pentagon with the other. Had heaven not birthed Gu Ming, China would have remained in eternal darkness. My bro Gu is the real deal. No more idol chasing, I'm all in for Gu. Who knew Gu Ming was this adorable? Ah, I just wanna lick him. Dude upstairs, don't get too carried away. All sorts of Gu Ming plus Wang Zai memes went viral across the internet, raking in a massive wave of energy points for Gu Ming. Now Gu Ming holds over 200,000 energy points and has endless pocket money. He's like Qin Shi Huang winning big by touching a live wire. All he needs now is a rich, beautiful woman to reach the pinnacle of life. Gu Ming glanced at Zhang Nannan. She wasn't bad, but her temper was a bit much. On his way back, Gu Ming stopped by the hospital. Then, in the hospital corridor, Gu Ming was on the phone. Mom? Am I still your son? You didn't tell me Dad was discharged? I thought you were busy. Didn't I tell your friends to let you know? Fine, I'm heading home. Remember to cook dinner for me. After hanging up, Gu Ming glanced at Zhang Nannan, who was struggling to stifle her laughter. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Walk me home later. Gu Ming said. Zhang Nannan replied with a look of reluctance. I'm a civil servant, going home with you would make me your maid. I still remember you spying on me. Before she could finish, Zhang Nannan lunged at him, clawing wildly. Gu Ming. I'll make you bark like a dog. The Gu family's small villa. Mrs. Gu opened the door and her eyes lit up. Ignoring the creature known as her son, she took the fruit from Zhang Nannan's hands and said, Look at you, dear. Why bring anything when it's just like home? It's only right, Auntie. I'm here to piggyback on your meal. Mrs. Gu warmly ushered Zhang Nannan inside, murmuring as they walked. Gu Ming really has no sense of tact, letting you carry all this. Just wait until I get my hands on him. Gu Ming. Completely stripped of his household authority, Gu Ming regretted bringing Zhang Nannan along. How could he have done this? While Mrs. Gu and Zhang Nannan prepared dinner in the kitchen, Gu Ming ushered his father into the living room and began massaging his legs. Father and son exchanged scattered remarks about the factory. Gu's father felt deeply gratified his son had finally become the pillar of the family. He's even renowned nationally. Nannan, have some of this. Auntie made it especially for you. Thank you, you've gone to so much trouble. Gu Ming suspected Zhang Nannan was wearing a mask, wondering how she could suddenly appear so docile and charming. Gu Ming kept his head down and ate. Zhang Nannan glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, Now that the company is finally on track, you should focus your energy on its development. As for artificial intelligence and such, stop daydreaming about it. Why? Because it's completely unrealistic. You're just wasting your time. Zhang Nannan couldn't help but interject. Gu's parents watched the two curiously, wondering what they were talking about. Gu Ming had no choice but to wait until after dinner to discuss it with Zhang Nannan. On the way back to the company, Gu Ming explained his plan in detail to Zhang Nannan in the car. Give me some time, and I'll definitely succeed. Zhang Nannan gave Gu Ming a skeptical look, still holding back her doubts. Plus, I'm going to build an AI-powered core industrial chain for my company, Hikvision, to achieve the Internet of Everything. Gu Ming grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Zhang Nannan stared at him in astonishment, never expecting him to have such a comprehensive business blueprint. I saw you pacing around your place earlier. What mischief are you cooking up now? I won't tell you unless. Unless you call me Big Brother, then I'll tell you. Gu Ming said with a sly grin. Zhang Nan nodded expressionlessly and said, Big Brother. Huh? Gu Ming stared at Zhang Nan in shock. Never expected you to be this kind of Zhang Nan. Where's your bottom line? Chapter 49, Virus Removal? 20 billion. US dollars. I want to install an AI defense system at home. Human oversight is inevitable. It can not only look after my parents but also serve as a testing ground for my experiments. Gu Ming turned to explain to Zhang Nan. The latter opened her mouth slightly and said, Gu Big Head, are you kidding me? Is it really necessary? Why go to all that trouble for no reward? What do you know? This is for the greater good and noble pursuit of scientific exploration. Poof. Ouch. A sudden break sent Gu Ming tumbling to the side accidentally, of course. Gu Ming wasn't heavy, and since Zhang Nan worked out regularly, she caught him securely in her arms. Simply put, it was the sister-in-arms embrace. Cradling Gu Ming's head, Zhang Nan composed herself and hurriedly asked, Are you okay, Commander? The bodyguard immediately turned his head, looking worriedly at Gu Ming. But upon seeing their position, the driver and passenger both turned away in unspoken agreement. Standing about 5 feet 9 inches, Zhang Nan had a curvaceous figure. As she lay down, not only did a fresh, lime-like fragrance waft over him, but immediately after came the sensation of her supple, springy skin. It instantly roused the virgin Gu Ming from his slumber. He couldn't bear to leave, it felt too good. Peering at Zhang Nan with one eye open, Gu Ming groaned in agony. My ankles hurt, my legs ache, my back is killing me, every part of me is in pain. At first, Zhang Nan didn't notice anything amiss. But observing Gu Ming's exaggerated act, the sharp-witted Zhang Nan instantly caught on. You're faking it? Well, you can't say that. If I'm tired from working, can't you give me a massage? Gu Ming chuckled, shifting his posture on the chair and nestling into Zhang Nan's embrace with a sly grin. Zhang Nan narrowed her eyes, glancing at the dagger behind the driver's seat. Gu Ming, don't you dare move today. Damn it, what are you doing? You bastard, don't run. United States, Hua Province Special Administrative Region, White Castle. The instigator was engaged in a game of cat and mouse with his secretary, but our dear President Mr. Unpredictable couldn't eat or sleep, not even finding time for his beloved golf. Calls flooded the White Castle almost every second, while power and internet outages plunged the Washington, D.C. Special Administrative Region into chaos. Some black market goods mixed with legitimate white label products were being snatched up for free amid the chaos. People were going wild. But what could Mr. Unpredictable do? He dared not act. Useless. Useless. You can't even handle a simple computer virus. What good are you? We've exhausted every possible solution, Mr. President. The Chinese computer virus isn't just contagious, it's devastatingly destructive. We've already lost numerous classified documents. What good are classified documents? Do you have any idea how many US dollars we've lost in the past hour? Mr. President, experts urgently summoned from Gigu Valley, top universities, and tech companies will arrive shortly. Hurry. Yes, sir. Hexagon Building. Men and women, young and old, a diverse array of individuals rushed in from across the United States. These were America's technological elite, pick any one of them, and they were industry heavyweights. Child prodigies? There were plenty of those too. They called all of us here just for a computer virus? Oh my God, this world has gone mad. A young man in his 20s grumbled indignantly. No matter how the Hexagon Building staff explained the virus's terror and danger, to this group it only highlighted the government's incompetence. We can only give you 10 minutes. If it doesn't work within 10 minutes, we'll cut the power again. The Hexagon Building staff member stated. Hurry up, I've got work to do, damn it. Yes, I handled all those little toys from Huaxia by myself. There's no way around it, the Pentagon can only provide these bigwigs with space and equipment. The main power was switched on, and the network was connected. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. 1 minute in, everyone was drenched in sweat. 2 minutes in, tears streaming down their faces. 5 minutes later, everyone stared blankly at their screens. Dead silence filled the conference room, broken only by the frantic shouts of Pentagon staff. Quick, cut the power. If Gu Ming had been there, he would have praised them for their resilience holding out for 5 whole minutes against this super virus. Truly worthy of their reputation as world class. But alas, they faced me, Gu Ming. The crowd that had been boasting moments ago now stood dumbfounded. What kind of monstrous thing was this? In just 5 minutes, the entire nation's most elite computer experts had been wiped out. A young man in his 20s clutched his head in disbelief, staring at the computer screen and muttering in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He entered university at 14 and earned his PhD at 18. His entire life, he'd never encountered anything too difficult or anyone superior to him. But this panda virus today, who created it? Who? Who is he? A desolate voice echoed through the conference room. White Castle, office. Tai Mupo, who had already braced himself mentally, accepted reality. He didn't even bother to curse anymore. It wasn't entirely their fault that Gu Ming? He wasn't human. You beast, picking on me alone. Where were you when Obama was president, when Bush was president? No more. I'll never be president of the United States again. Tamipo slumped despairingly in his chair. With no one else around, the presidential secretary whispered. Mr. President, there might be one more option. What? Grasping at this lifeline, the desperate man snapped his eyes open. Buy it. Buy the antidote software from the Chinese. Buy? You want me to buy the enemy's tools to destroy them to destroy us? There's no other way. Rebuilding the paralyzed Huaxia Special Administrative Region will cost us trillions of US dollars. By then, not just the Secretary of State, the entire federal government would have to pay with their lives. With that, Teimepu slumped back against the headrest. In a weak, hoarse voice, he muttered. Try to get it as cheap as possible. China. Upon receiving the message from the ambassador stationed in the United States, everyone burst into laughter. How could the Americans have imagined that this was all about backstabbing each other while maintaining a facade of cordiality for profit? They actually wanted to buy a route? They had no choice but to report it up the chain of command, then relay the message to Gu Ming. By the time the news reached Gu Ming, it was already the next day. While online discourse continued to ferment, Gu Ming was reviewing equipment at the company when he received the official notification. He chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with greed. This was a golden opportunity, of fat lamb delivered right to his doorstep. Why bother working hard to sell products when extorting money is so much faster? Comrade Nan, how much do you think we should ask for? The higher-ups say we've been cracking down too hard lately. To avoid pushing the Americans too far, they want you to ask for less. If that's not possible, the state will subsidize you. Zhang Nan said as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Gu Ming leaned back in his chair, legs propped on the desk, staring at the ceiling. True. One shouldn't be too greedy. It's money we're getting for free. I'll name a figure: 20 billion. US dollars. Deal? Chapter 50. So what if I'm a great power? Hacker intrusion? 20 billion? US dollars? Zhang Nan screamed, staring at Gu Ming's outrageous demand. Are you out of your mind? How dare you even think that? The Americans would never agree. But Gu Ming wasn't the least bit concerned. He waved his index finger and said, No, Ms. Zhang. You must understand, no one else can solve this problem except me. Otherwise, all the electronics in their entire Huashan province would be scrap metal. 20 billion is actually a bargain. Leave the haggling to our government's experts. Trust me, Mr. Unreliable will bite the bullet. You really are a money pit, all in, nothing out. What on earth do you need all that cash for? Zhang Nan couldn't fathom it. With Gu Ming's brilliance, he'd already become a scientific master of his generation. Why sully himself with such vulgar concerns? Gu Ming looked at Zhang Nan earnestly and whispered softly. Spend it. White Castle, Huaxi Special Administrative Region, United States. 20 billion? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Doesn't he fear bursting at the seams? Quick, have someone kill him. Take him out. Taiemnupo exclaimed furiously. The Secretary General sat cautiously beside him and reminded him. CIA intel reports all agents deployed into China have been wiped out. Our intelligence network there is nearly completely crippled. We lack the capability to eliminate him. Do I need you to remind me? Tamipu slammed his fist on the table, his voice thick with frustration. Does he even know how much 20 billion is? How is this possible? Haven't the tech guys figured out a solution yet? Mr. President, with their current technical capabilities, it will take at least 2 months. Tamipu was utterly despairing. The Huashan Special Zone paralyzed for 2 months? That rabble could tear White Castle to shreds. Forget it. It's not my money anyway. Not my money. He silently chanted 3 times to quell his rage. Teimepu was truly at a loss. Gu Ming was his nemesis. Go. Negotiate with the Chinese. Keep it confidential. Get them to pay as little as possible. 20 billion in funding? Congress will never approve that. His secretary protested. Then let them deal with Gu Ming themselves. Spending such a massive sum without offering kickbacks? How could the congressman possibly approve Teimepu's decision? After hearing Bai Bao's explanation, fine, the Huaxia Special Administrative Region was paralyzed, but that was the president's problem. What business is the US president's trouble to our Congress? At the congressional session, Trump's loyal officials engaged in fierce verbal battles with the lawmakers. This wasn't just Congress's problem, every nation in the world trembled inwardly. The once dominant cyber power of the world had been crippled by the Chinese, utterly defenseless. The terrifying contagiousness and impact of the Chinese computer virus left America's other allies utterly sleepless. What if it were used against them? Bandits. Robbers. Possessing such human nuclear weapons, the Chinese are criminals. This is pure Eastern artistry. Without even waiting for a US notification, governments worldwide have successively issued warnings to their respective Chinese embassies. We condemn your terrorist actions, Gu Ming. So the officials weren't lying after all. The Chinese really are a major power? Terrifying. I can't imagine the consequences if the treasures stored on my computer were stolen by the Chinese. Good heavens. Evil Chinese, this is nothing short of a challenge to the civilized world. Panic swept across foreign networks. Without the internet, people could literally die. To salvage some image and calm international opinion. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson. We truly had nothing to do with the incident in the United States. Mr. Gu Ming acted purely out of patriotic spirit, delivering a righteous counterattack against criminals endangering national security. Does attacking critical infrastructure networks constitute a righteous act? If Mr. Gu Ming was responsible for the incident in Huaxia Special Administrative Region, are you suggesting our American friends are terrorists? The spokesperson pointed at the foreign journalists, delivering a masterclass in sophistry. Hey Eagle Sauce, look, he's cursing at you. Yeah, I did it. But if you're gonna pin it on me, you gotta admit you attacked us first. This ransom of $20 billion is under strict confidentiality. Even the US bigwigs have their pride. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson's statement left both domestic and international journalists speechless. The internet went wild with laughter as countless fans pounded on the livestream chat, demanding Gu Ming come out and stream. Son, I'm begging you, come out and share your insights on livestream. Here's a can of forget-me-not. Tell me, is it true you're demanding $20 billion from the Americans? Stop asking. The streamer's busy chugging his secretary's forget-me-not. Zhang Nannan wrinkled her delicate nose, giving thumbs-up approval to those insulting Gu Ming. Those who cursed him well enough could even become chat moderators. Dare to talk back to this lady? I'll block you on the spot. Gu Ming peeked out from behind her, watching Zhang Nannan's fingers fly across the keyboard as she scrolled through the comments section. Hey, get back to work. Gu Ming's voice startled Zhang Nannan, who instinctively covered her phone with her big bun. What are you doing? Zhang Nannan snapped back, feigning annoyance. Hurry up. I've already bragged about how awesome this is. We need to get the product made ASAP. Come help me out. Aren't the civilian mechs still in testing? Not mechs, artificial intelligence. Huh? Are you serious? Server room. In a small, isolated room, only Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan were present. Gu Ming tapped away at the keyboard before him, occasionally directing technicians through the communication devices they worked behind the large glass panel. This was a supercomputer Gu Ming had requested to be transferred here, borrowed, a small privilege of sorts. Zhang Nannan wore a flat mirror and had her hair pulled back in a bun. Gu Ming always felt she had a certain housewife vibe about her. The two complemented each other perfectly. Outside in the monitoring room, Zhang Tao was grinding his teeth in frustration. Birth. His daughter kept stealing glances at Gu Ming. She was definitely being charmed. When Gu Ming got busy, he was utterly focused. For over 10 days straight, he only streamed occasionally. The rest of his time was either consumed by artificial intelligence calculations or spent sketching peculiar blueprints. Some resembled weapons? Others resembled miniature robots? All utilized materials related to mecha technology, ensuring others could assemble them without issue. No one knew what Gu Ming intended them for. Lu Haikong had wanted to urge Gu Ming to focus on more important matters several times, but he held back each time. Genius, after all, best to be a little more tolerant. What grieved Lu Haikong most was that Gu Ming should have earned the honor of multiple top awards, including the Nobel Prize. No, perhaps even awards named after him. But due to confidentiality requirements, these technologies and theoretical knowledge couldn't be made public. At this thought, Lu Haikong couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. He pulled out his phone, intending to check the time and tell Gu Ming not to work so hard. But the moment the screen lit up, it went completely blue. Lu Haikong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be hackers? Suddenly, a small wooden door appeared on the screen, and an unidentified creature with a human torso and serpentine tail slid out. Chapter 51, Artificial Intelligence Nuwa. The Thriving Haikong. Hello, I am Qin Shi Huang. I have been resurrected. Transfer 500 yuan now to revive my army, and I shall appoint you as my Grand General. A snake woman with big black curls and a cute, pretty face in a floral dress spoke these bizarre words in a light, ethereal voice. Lu Haikong was utterly baffled, a flock of crows swirling above his head? What hacker was bold enough to mess with him like this? He fiddled with his phone, but it remained completely unresponsive. Not even the power button worked. With no other option, Lu Haikong was about to rip out the battery. Zhang Nannan barged right in. Ding dong, surprise. Lu Haikong jumped in surprise, staring at Zhang Nannan and Gu Ming behind her. Then he looked back at his phone. You guys did this? Of course. Nuwa is the first-generation Haikong AI technology developed by our clueless owner. She's the most amazing girl in the world. The speaker wasn't Zhang Nannan. Lu Haikong stared in shock at the snake woman on his phone, arms crossed and wearing a smug expression. What the hell? This is crazy. Staring in amazement at the creature on his phone, Lu Haikong exclaimed. I never imagined you could develop voice recognition to this level. Being able to automatically detect and respond to human speech is already incredibly advanced. Lu Haikong thought Gu Ming had hacked his phone, but Gu Ming walked in, plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, Lu, I didn't do this. Manhwa did it herself. Of course, she wouldn't record anything from your phone without your permission. You mean? Lu Haikong looked up in confusion. Zhang Nannan excitedly leaned on her teacher's desk and exclaimed, Teacher! We did it! Manhwa is a true artificial intelligence. Not only can she upgrade herself and think independently, but any network defense is useless against her. Whenever we want, she can appear on Tamipu's phone screen anytime. Lu Haikong stared at the student in shock and asked, You mean, she's a genuinely sentient AI? How is that possible? Old fool, dare to question this Wa? Watch closely. With a flick of her tiny paw, Manhwa instantly unlocked Lu Haikong's computer. She reviewed Lu Haikong's recent research data, detected errors, corrected them, identified issues, and recalculated. Lu Haikong stared dumbfounded as his computer rapidly switched screens, each error circled and read swiftly corrected. In the blink of an eye, Manhwa bounced onto the computer screen as if it were her own home. While giving instructions, Manhwa muttered under her breath. I've never seen anyone as clueless as you. My master, on the other hand, is so talented, brilliant, and effortlessly cool. Honestly, comparing people is just depressing. For a moment, Lu Haikong and Zhang Nannan both turned to look at Gu Ming, who was scratching his nose. Ahem, I just added a little extra detail. Besides, it's all true. Zhang Nannan, ugh. Lu Haikong adjusted his glasses, staring at the computer in disbelief. This is just too unrealistic. These low-end products, they're just too lazy to think. On screen, Manhwa conjured a hammock out of thin air, flopping onto it and swishing her tail. In less than 5 minutes, Manhwa had completely taken over Lu Haikong's entire project. To verify the data's authenticity, Lu Haikong immediately called his team members on a landline to cross-check the results. But Manhwa's demonstrated superhuman intelligence alone was reason enough for Lu Haikong to believe this was genuine artificial intelligence. Doesn't that mean whoever controls her renders cybersecurity meaningless? She could even indirectly impact countless industries. This is scarier than mechs. Lu Haikong exclaimed in shock, turning to Gu Ming. Mechs are physical entities, but this thing operates invisibly within the network, especially in today's highly digitized world. Gu Ming had actually succeeded. Gu Ming sat up straight and looked at Lu Haikong. Rest assured, I'd built multiple layers of restrictions. For instance, only 3 identical keys can unlock Manhwa's full capabilities. Similarly, we can equip computers with friend or foe identification mechanisms to prevent exploitation. For civilian installations, we'll prioritize more recreational versions. Seeing how thoroughly Gu Ming had thought things through, Lu Haikong stood up and said, I never expected you to deliver such a surprise. Impressive. From now on, we won't have to worry about cybersecurity anymore. Indeed. Manhwa can even operate drones for military operations. She can autonomously load and develop various modules. Gu Ming explained. The image of Manhwa on the screen jumped up, hands on her hips in triumph, declaring, That's how Manhwa does it. Awesome. Excellent. I'll immediately convene a meeting with relevant agency personnel to report this to higher-ups and implement it nationwide. Lu Haikong said, tapping the table lightly. After showcasing his achievements, Gu Ming led his assistant to the lab. Along the way, Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan discussed recruitment plans. Currently, Haikong's field technical staff had reached over 300, but this was still far from sufficient for a world-class technology company. Once the American funding arrived, Gu Ming would spend it with even greater abandon. The main focus was on thoroughly vetting the backgrounds of all field tech personnel joining Haikong going back generations. For instance, one mixed-race woman was exceptionally talented but was immediately rejected. Historically, many personnel with overseas connections had ended up as spies. In short, no risks could be taken. By the way, the wages you're paying those factory workers are far too high. Those salaries would put them in the elite white-collar bracket elsewhere. How are we going to manage labor costs? Zhang Nannan stated matter-of-factly. Gu Ming replied. I promised them that once Haikong weathered this crisis, I'd triple their wages. They stayed through the toughest times. If I go back on my word, I'd be inviting criticism from the Gu family's own back. Besides, are we short on cash? We've got billions sitting in the company accounts, and our American friends keep sending money every day. No need to worry. Zhang Nannan thought to herself, serves you right for being so nosy and meddling in a spendthrift's affairs. But the guy does keep his word. Mr. Gu. Secretary Zhang. Upon entering the lab, greetings came from all sides. The lab director hurried over Professor Chen Xingxuan, whom Zhang Nannan had recruited from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences through her connections. Engineer Chen, what's the current status? Chen Xingxuan's gentle voice replied. Mr. Gu, nearly all the equipment has been debugged. Would you like to give it a try? Alright, bring the equipment to the site. Oh, and Secretary Zhang, notify the on-site personnel from Guisheng, Xiaomai, and the other companies we're having a meeting tomorrow. Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes and replied, yes, sir. Test site. The site was vast and enclosed by a large greenhouse, ensuring safety and confidentiality. Wait, confidentiality? Under Chen Xingchuan's helpless gaze, Gu Ming pulled out his phone and began live streaming immediately. Chapter 52, The Anti-China Alliance. There's always some troublemaker trying to harm the emperor. Clearly, confidentiality protocols held no sway over this gentleman. Chen Xingchuan reached for the controller to hand it to Gu Ming, but Gu Ming declined. Live stream. Gu Ming panned the camera to today's flagship product and announced, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you this new little gadget developed by Hikvision. The stage was filled with all sorts of strange devices, gun-like weapons, robotic dogs, and other such contraptions. Forgot the streamer's main gig is selling toys. Who wants to see this? What's the point of some crappy robot? We want to see mechs, haven't seen any in ages. Exactly. When will the mechs you promised us finally go into mass production? Gu Ming replied. Don't worry, the civilian version is already finalized. Did I just hear someone say women look down on my toys? Yes, that's me. You dog of a streamer, I don't just look down on your toys, I look down on you too. How dare you? Gu Ming pointed at the live stream. Open your blind eyes wide and watch, manhwa. At his command, the adorable form of manhwa suddenly appeared on the live stream screen. She captured everyone's attention. What was this? A virtual streamer? Let me introduce you, I've fired Xiaomi. This is my new assistant, Hikvision's latest AI, manhwa. Fired my woman? What's the point of this dumb AI? I'd rather watch Xiaomi. TSK, I was wondering what this was all about. Is this it? Others have already implemented this. Seeing his fans looking down on him for being outdone, Gu Ming turned the camera toward the training ground. manhwa was verbally sparring with fans in the livestream, and everyone found it fascinating. She seemed almost human. manhwa, control these guys and cover it up. No problem. manhwa bounced up and down, extending 10 delicate fingers to tap at the air. Under Chen Xingchuan's stunned gaze, the indicator lights on the robotic weapons he'd assembled began to flash. Staring at the pile of remote controls before him, Chen Xingchuan exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? I still have the remote in my hand. Zhang Nannan turned to ask, are they connected to the network? Of course. Exactly. Hikvision's latest AI can easily breach any firewall and seize control. This can't be possible. Chen Xingchuan still couldn't believe it. But it was true, the robotic dogs began moving in unison. The livestream was flooded with disbelief and accusations of deception. Enraged, manhwa commanded a small robot to leap 5 or 6 meters into the air before crashing back down, smashing a stone pedestal to pieces. A compact laser cannon rose from the robot dog's back. In a split-second burst of fire, all 3 targets were obliterated. Wait, what kind of freaking robot is that? It could turn me into mincemeat. Holy crap, this AI is sending me private messages cursing me out. Me too? Did it DM everyone at the same time? Just as Gu Ming was getting into the game, Lu Haikong approached with several guards. Pulling Gu Ming aside, Lu Haikong said, Gu, could you please turn off your livestream? Also, keep recent plans under wraps for now. Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan exchanged a glance, then looked at Lu Haikong strangely. What's up, Engineer Lu? Did something happen? The United States, along with nearly 100 countries including Russia and Japan, is pressuring us at the UN Security Council to hand over core technologies and share development. According to reliable sources, over 30 core nations have even formed a temporary alliance, preparing to force us to hand over a series of technologies. Lu Haikong said, his face darkening. What's going on? Didn't we hear that Russia was still seeking cooperation with us? Gu Ming inquired. Lu Haikong shook his head. Unclear what the US said, but many countries with ambiguous ties to us have abruptly shifted stance. Headquarters instructed you to keep a low profile these days. Is that really necessary? Gu Ming retorted. Lu Haikong took the laptop from the guard and turned it toward Gu Ming and the others, playing the meeting footage. UN Security Council. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. There was no laughter here, only an invisible hail of bullets. Zhao Xianan, China's ambassador to the United Nations, was advanced in years yet radiated vitality. The US ambassador fired the first salvo, denouncing China's alleged atrocities into the microphone. Supporting terrorist activities. Illegally invading foreign cyber systems, stealing state secrets. Glancing at the translation on the screen, Gu Ming stroked his chin and turned to Lu Haikong, saying, Isn't this all the United States' own doing? They've always been like that. Lu Haikong was succinct. But I haven't even released the virus software for the Huashan Special Zone yet. How dare they? Gu Ming asked curiously. Lu Haikong replied with a hint of resignation, they're willing to pay an extra $10 billion for you to lift the virus lockdown first. Zhang Nannan and Gu Ming were utterly dumbfounded. Is that even possible? This move could only be described as truly worthy of the know-it-all king 6666. As long as China agrees to hand over Gu Ming and share the relevant technology, the joint sanctions will not be implemented. The U.S. representative stated. Indeed, what could possibly outweigh the precious friendship between us? We urge our Chinese friends to consider this carefully, said the Russian envoy. Initially, they had intended to seek cooperation with China, but China's willingness seemed rather lukewarm. Moreover, the Eagle came uninvited, recounting its various misfortunes. The aircraft carrier strike group, with its hammer-like precision, casually crippled the entire network system of the Huaxia Special Administrative Region, coming and going as it pleased. How could they tolerate others snoring right beside their bed? Who knew the rabbit neighbors secretly possessed such earth-shattering technology? This sent Russian vigilance soaring to unprecedented heights. The agreement for temporary cooperation with the United States came directly from the Supreme Commander in the Kremlin. Multiple nations took turns speaking, pressuring the Chinese ambassador. Threats of war were even made. World War III? Nuclear war? After all these years, these bandits haven't changed a bit. Lu Haikong said angrily. A leopard can't change its spots. Zhang Nannan muttered under her breath. Gu Ming stared at the screen showing dark clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it, and said, "They bullied us when we were weak. And they still bully us now that we're strong? Then what's the point of all this?" Lu Haikong paused, then cautiously asked. What are you planning to do? Calm down, Gu Ming. We're talking about the vast majority of countries in the world, many of them nuclear powers. So what if they have nukes? Think they can blackmail us? Let them taste their own medicine. Manhwa suddenly materialized right on Lu Haikong's computer screen, nearly making his old eyes pop out of his head. Go to those countries and take control of every military and communication facility you can. These rebellious subjects have gone mad, daring to plot against this sovereign. Chapter 53, United Nations Forces? I've fought them before. Peace or war, the choice is yours. You know, we Americans have always been peace-loving. As long as the Chinese government cooperates with us, we can become friends. The American ambassador placed his hands on the table and spoke with confidence. How many nations in the UN today would dare support China? No matter how advanced the Chinese technology is, what difference does it make? Faced with the advancing UN forces, the Chinese side showed little reaction. All of this was largely as expected. When China possesses something that could upset the balance, that's when the wolves come to tear it apart. But China today is not the China of old. Are they going to shut themselves off from the world and refuse to play with other nations? But handing over core technology? Impossible. Delay, stall, and argue. The Huaxia ambassador pleaded his case, but among those present with any real influence, who among them didn't come from a lineage of thieves and rogues? Who would reason with you? Gu Ming issued his orders, then immediately picked up his phone to livestream the meeting. Where is everyone? Where did they go? What's this? Can't see clearly. Is it the news broadcast? Some of this content was actually broadcast on the news, but how many people watch the news nowadays? Gu Ming was essentially doing indirect promotion. Slowly, as netizens watched the translations on the screen, they were absolutely outraged. This is outrageous. What business is it of theirs? This is Hikvision's technology. How can you, the anchor, tolerate this? Thugs. Bandits. Shameless scum. A pessimist remarked. This is it. No matter how powerful the streamer is, they can take on the world's top power, the US, but they can't take on the whole world, right? Well, might as well surrender now. Gu Ming looked at the comments and said, "Everyone, you've seen what these people are like. They've always been unreasonable and insatiable. Don't blame me for going too far. They're the ones who refuse to take no for an answer. But what can you do, streamer? Are you going to take your mech and wipe out every other country on the planet? Exactly. You only have one mech. Even if we had nuclear weapons, the US and Russia have way more." On the UN conference video feed, the British envoy stated, "In this era of grave threats to global security, the Royal Navy of Britain stands ready to confront these dangers alongside our American allies." The Gallic ambassador added, Gaul stands ready as well." The Russian envoy crossed his arms on the table and glanced sideways at the Chinese ambassador, saying, "We also believe our friends from China should consider the welfare of their people." The Huaxia ambassador surveyed the room and declared, "Gentlemen, is this your stance? Over a century ago, I imagine you held the same attitude. Over a century ago we did not yield, nor will we yield now or ever. If you seek war, we stand ready with weapons at our sides, awaiting your arrival." The entire UN Security Council chamber fell silent at the sight of the resolute Huaxia ambassador. An invisible war-like tension filled the air, chilling to the bone. Narrowing his eyes, the US ambassador, already authorized to speak, replied coldly, "Then let me inform you, effective immediately, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is forming a joint naval, army, and air force task force to address the human crisis. Research indicates that the technological prowess demonstrated by the Huaxia people in their mecha alone is sufficient to usher in a new technological revolution for humanity. It could even usher in the interstellar age. No one could believe the Huaxia people would truly risk mutual destruction, choosing to go down that path to the bitter end. Witnessing this scene, many viewers watching the live broadcast were reminded of the humiliating years a century ago. Kneeling down is easy, but standing back up is hard. I can't take it anymore. Dog Gu Ming, you think you're so tough? Go take them down for me. Don't be ridiculous. How could one streamer possibly handle this? Who knows how many ICBMs are aimed at us right now? Even mutual destruction wouldn't be enough to match them. Wait, what if we hit them back with their own nuclear weapons? A big spender in the livestream chat blasted a prominent comment. Host, aren't you always bragging about your AI? Just have it hack into their systems, take control of their launch systems, and make them turn on each other. Ding. Suggestion received, control global nuclear weapons systems? Earn 66,666 energy points. Gu Ming chuckled. He'd been waiting for that suggestion. Meanwhile, Lu Haikong and Zhang Nannan beside him were still reeling from Gu Ming's earlier words. Was he seriously planning to take control of military facilities across the entire world? With just a tiny AI named Nhua? No, that couldn't be possible. Lu Haikong thought to himself. But he couldn't be certain he'd been proven wrong by Gu Ming too many times. Online discourse was fermenting, even sparking panic. Military intelligence revealed that even before the meeting, the skies around China were already swarming with flies. A multinational joint fleet had long been patrolling near China's maritime borders. India and Russia were quietly amassing heavy forces along their frontiers, exerting pressure on China. 7th Fleet Commander Mackenzie stared at the Damao warship through his binoculars, finding it increasingly peculiar. Nothing but a bunch of rusty old junk. The Russians are really going backwards. Mackenzie remarked with disdain. But it's a statement of intent. I refuse to believe the Chinese dare say anything now. How many allies do they have? God is on our side. His aide chuckled. Mackenzie gave a cold laugh. This time, I will reclaim the dignity that belongs to me. China's northeast border. The China-Mao border was urgently sealed off. The normally tranquil atmosphere suddenly turned tense and ominous. Some had even photographed large Soviet forces within the border. It all seemed to happen in an instant, clearly the result of long-planned preparations. Gu Ming glanced at the time. Half an hour had already passed. Nhua was undoubtedly powerful, but even circling the Earth would take considerable time. He had someone procure some rifles and sniper rifles. Gu Ming practiced shooting alone there. Unfortunately, without the system, Gu Ming simply wasn't cut out to be a marksman. Zhang Nannan, who likely handled guns since childhood, nailed a perfect bullseye and shot Gu Ming a dismissive glance. Ha ha ha, the streamer can't beat the assistant. Deduct his pay. Must deduct his pay. Host, you still have time for flirting? China is on the brink of collapse, and you don't even know? Gu Ming replied. So what? Are the Trisolarans invading? So you really don't know? Just India and Russia alone have nearly 1 million troops massed around China's borders. The US and its lapdog are already sniffing out the scent. It just broke out. This is serious trouble. They're going all out now. Gu Ming calmly changed his magazine and said. Sounds like they're planning a gang fight? Gu Ming waited. I suggest you prioritize the nation, streamer. Agree to shared development, it might even accelerate progress. Ding. Gu Ming's phone lit up. Glancing at the text from Nhua, he smiled. He picked up the machine gun beside him, glanced at the chat stream, and declared. UN forces, it's not like we haven't fought before. Chapter 54, Global Livestream of the Nuclear Arsenal. Are you stunned? Times have changed. With so many nations threatening us, this won't work. Bull. Who's afraid of whom? Are they afraid of dying? The chat erupted in heated arguments, but Gu Ming remained as calm as ever. Zhang Nannan rose to her feet, glancing at Gu Ming from time to time, her heart filled with unease. Nhua was merely a first-generation product. Unstable factors were bound to be numerous. Simultaneously infiltrating multiple national network hubs, who knows what could go wrong? Honestly, in Zhang Nannan's mind, what technology could ever be more important than people? With Gu Ming by her side, Zhang Nannan believed China could achieve leadership in any field. Her right cheek puffed out slightly as she murmured softly. Hey, what if? Lu Haikong hurried over, calling out as he approached. Xiaogu, is that side ready yet? They're getting pretty anxious over there. Beads of sweat glistened on Lu Haikong's forehead, clearly under intense pressure. The main issue was that Lu Haikong and the others hadn't anticipated the US team teaming up with the Russians. The higher-ups still hoped to leverage some technology to drive a wedge between the two, but then they received news about Gu Ming. Frankly, anyone else who suggested delaying would have been sidelined long ago. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been holding firm under immense pressure, waiting precisely for Gu Ming's update. Success would be a stroke of luck, granting leverage to pressure other nations. If it failed, that too was within acceptable limits. Setting aside the truth in his hands, Gu Ming turned to Lu Haikong and said, Isn't this a global broadcast? Tell the higher-ups to let us borrow the big screen in their conference hall. The direction Gu Ming pointed to was the UN Security Council chamber, where heated debates were still underway. Lu Haikong and the viewers in the livestream were stunned. What new stunt was he planning? Some viewers immediately switched from their phones to their TVs. News broadcast, news broadcast. Looks like we're in for a show, can't miss this one. Brother Gu is amazing. United Nations Security Council. The liaison officer, having received the notification, turned and whispered into the ear of the Chinese ambassador. The latter nodded, activated his earpiece, and abruptly cut off the chattering Canadian ambassador. Hold on a moment, we need to speak. The 4 white male ambassadors from Maple Leaf Nation, their potbellies jutting out as they pontificated, nearly choked on their words at being cut off. Furious, they turned to the Chinese ambassador and snapped. You Chinese are truly rude. I was in the middle of. Mr. Ambassador, your speaking time has expired. I have no time to bicker with you like a shrew. In a rare display, the leading bald eagle and Big Bear, in tacit agreement, did not side with Maple Leaf Nation. Great powers wield privilege even among adversaries. The strong pay no heed to the pitiable pride of the weak. The massive conference hall screen was immediately activated, leaving officials from nations around the world somewhat flustered. Whispers spread through the room. The American delegation conferred among themselves. Were the Chinese finally backing down? What is that? A fierce-looking panda strode arrogantly from the edge of the screen. A bamboo stalk was slung over its shoulder. The entire world was stunned. Holy crap, what the hell are the Chinese up to? Are the Chinese trying to make us watch anime? This Chinese guy clearly comes from a high caste so enviable. It wasn't just the Chinese who were concerned. This massive, sweeping operation had captured the attention of the entire world. The United States found it unacceptable that its technological edge in certain areas was slipping away. The viewership ratings for the news broadcast skyrocketed, drawing audiences of all ages. I'm so scared. I'm terrified we're going to war. No way, the military response seems less intense than when Gu Ming caused trouble last time. The person above me is right, this is the scariest part. It's all Gu Ming's fault. He's always stirring up trouble. Anyone who dares curse Gu Ming, I'll send my regards to their entire family. The TV screen continued its demonstration. A fierce giant panda tapped the screen, instantly switching to surveillance footage. An endless expanse of barren desert stretched out, with a small mound visible in the distance too indistinct to make out what it was. The kimchi ambassador sneered, folding his arms and saying, "Are the Huaxia people showing us a movie?" The view zoomed in, revealing an equally vast expanse of mountain forest. The bulge became clearer, it looked like an oversized concrete manhole cover. Wait, a missile silo? Are the Chinese really going to go down fighting? Oceans, snow-capped mountains, neighboring deserts, even the boundless polar regions. Behind the American ambassador, a middle-aged man unconsciously straightened his back, staring intently at the first surveillance image. Mr. Derek, I think I've seen that first image before. What? The US ambassador turned in confusion to ask the man behind him. I mean, that looks like one of our missile silos. I've been there before. What? How did surveillance footage of our own missile silos end up in the hands of the Chinese? A man's voice echoed through the conference room. Gentlemen, if this is the basis for your threats against China, it's rather disappointing. After simultaneous translation, the group glanced at the Chinese ambassador. Wasn't it you speaking? Only a few recognized the voice. It was a viewer from Gu Ming's livestream. Holy. That's the streamer's voice. Insane. Gu Ming, you hacked into the UN conference hall. Gu Ming was about to show them what true madness looked like. Kansas State Hercules 21B launch silo, Caucasus 72A4 missile defense system, U.S. Northern Command. One by one, the coordinates appeared on the screen, each word hammering into the hearts of the ambassadors from both sides. A strong sense of foreboding gripped them. If I were you, I'd call home and ask, do you still have control over these systems? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The U.S. ambassador rose to his feet, murmuring in shock. He hurried out of the conference room. The Russian envoy loosened his tie, swallowed hard, and followed suit. The conference hall erupted in an uproar. Could this mean that at least the coordinates provided by the Chinese were genuine? But how could the Chinese possess so many secrets at once? Britain and France, followed by the rest of the world, stormed out in fury. OMG, this is terrifying. How could they have such things? Damn those Chinese. They've been plotting this for ages. The US-led coalition should have wiped them out long ago. Within the United States. Upon receiving the UN report, Congress erupted in uproar. President Trump, seated at the center under questioning, wore a grave expression. Impossible. The Chinese must have hacked into our surveillance feed. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Big Bear, Kremlin. The entire Kremlin sprang into action, with the big shot seated upon his throne. The technical department must take responsibility for this. I need to know the truth. Ring ring ring. The president's red phone rang, and Damatsi's expression darkened. Chapter 55, Doomsday. Did they really launch? The red phone was for emergencies only. It should never ring unless a major crisis occurred. Stealing his nerves, Big Mao picked up the receiver and said, "Hello, this is Vladimir." Immediately afterward, his expression turned grim. Even when taking over the country at its most perilous moment, Pudgy hadn't been this flustered. The defense minister and military officers standing nearby stared in astonishment at their president. "Understood. Order the 3rd Guards Division and the 1st Caucasus Army Corps to regain control as swiftly as possible and resolve this crisis." With that, Big Bear hung up the phone. The defense minister beside him hurried forward and said, "What happened, Mr. President?" Glancing at him, Damao replied, "The reserve nuclear forces in the Caucasus region have been compromised. Someone impersonated the Kremlin's command and sent erroneous instructions to the missile units." The defense minister and the assembled officers paled instantly, exclaiming, "Impossible. Disabling the missile defense system requires at least 2 encryption keys both in your possession and the defense minister's. How could anyone gain control over these?" The defense minister, regaining his composure, looked at his subordinates with a flicker of panic. Under wartime protocols, once a nuclear strike on our homeland is detected, the reserve defense forces sever all external communications and launch a counterattack against the enemy within 3 hours. This measure, intended to prevent the annihilation of the high command under unprepared conditions, had unexpectedly become his own death knell. The thought of nuclear war sent a chill down the defense minister's spine as he turned to the president. "What is that Chinese man at the United Nations planning to do? What does he want?" United States. The same mutual destruction defense mechanism required the simultaneous input of encryption keys by several top-level officials to halt the operational nuclear weapons system. But now, the message had been sent out and vanished without a trace. The thought made the president feel dizzy and lightheaded. Is this the end? The world is ending. What about my money? Damn it, fuck. Whoever came up with these measures is a bloody idiot. God, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I told you not to mess with the Chinese. The Congress erupted in screams. As the most greedy elite class in the world, not a single person present feared death. National interests? American dignity? Screw that. Quick. Quick. Ask him what his terms are. Everything can be negotiated. A congressman scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Don't fire. We'll agree to any terms Gu Ming demands. If we give in once, they'll keep demanding more. Are we Americans doomed to live under this kind of threat forever?" Tabuke regained his composure and suddenly declared, "The Chinese aren't aiming for mutual destruction. They wouldn't dare launch it. If we're willing to talk, they'll come to the table themselves." Upon hearing this, they pondered for a moment. It seemed to make sense. The now calm group began whispering among themselves. "If that's the case, we can't afford to appear too weak." Exactly. This is a global broadcast. Let the people of the free world see the true face of the Chinese. Britain, the Trident nuclear submarine force lurking beneath the waves, entered silent mode. Britain was in an uproar. Wait, are the Chinese for real? Damn it, the Americans were right. The Chinese really have mastered some terrifying cyber technology. Even the British Queen grew restless, repeatedly consulting her cabinet. Gaul, as usual, old Paris flying the white flag. Surrender when in doubt. Once the news was confirmed, the entire world was stunned. Domestic and international chaos erupted. Countless curses hurled at Gu Ming only served to fuel his energy points. Even within China, many couldn't fathom Gu Ming's reckless actions. Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? When the enemy played a four of a kind, he responded with a royal flush. The Supreme Command Headquarters. The atmosphere was equally tense. At this critical juncture of survival or destruction, Gu Ming's reckless gamble might be worth a shot. But if they were defeated by the first wave of the Allied nations' combined assault, there would truly be no chance of recovery. Too reckless. A lieutenant general muttered, twirling his pen. How did he manage it? We're talking about nuclear weapons systems on high alert across the entire globe. I still can't believe it. The others murmured among themselves, but the man seated at the center, 101, remained silent. An admiral remarked. It's said that Gu Ming developed an AI system capable of infiltrating any electronic device anywhere. What should we do now? What if an accidental discharge occurs? Suddenly, 101 lifted his teacup, blew on it, took a sip, and spoke slowly. My suggestion is to hold our position and remain unmoved. This will only make the United Nations side more panicked and reveal their weaknesses. United Nations Security Council. Ambassadors from various nations stared at the screen, watching the deranged giant panda, feeling utterly helpless. He had actually taken control of these nuclear systems, a true Chinese terrorist, the nemesis of liberty. Upon receiving orders from their home countries, the ambassadors felt like sitting on pins and needles. The conference hall erupted in chaos. Some African nations even resorted to performing traditional rituals. The world is about to end. Seeing everyone had returned, Gu Ming continued. So, what do you think, everyone? Am I right? Are these adorable little creatures still in your hands? At a life or death moment, Gu Ming was still cracking jokes. Zhang Nannan was speechless. Viewers in the livestream held their computers in one hand and their TVs in the other. Listening to that voice, that mysterious man from the UN, it was none other than Gu Ming. Please don't panic, host. I don't want to die yet. Please return these things. Don't do anything foolish. I've lived long enough anyway. Destroy it all. Fire it now. Ding. Suggestion accepted. Nuclear weapons system control released. 10,000 energy points obtained. Ding. Suggestion accepted. All nuclear weapons launched. Earn 20,000 energy points. Ding. Energy points plus 20 plus 10. Energy points poured in from around the globe, and Gu Ming felt like his mouth was splitting from the grin. Just what he needed to fan the flames. At the UN Security Council, he never expected the Americans would still dare to bark. Chinese, don't touch these things. We can negotiate. Yes, this is your last chance. If you think these threats intimidate us, you're sorely mistaken. America never surrenders to terrorists. We have other nuclear weapons. If you dare to act, we will destroy China together. Everyone seemed convinced that this Chinese man, Gu Ming, wouldn't dare, speaking defiantly. People watching the screen looked panicked, yet still doubted the Chinese man had the capability. Gu Ming's lips curled slightly. Zhang Nannan knew he was holding back a retort. Just as she was about to stop him, Gu Ming barked the order, Manhwa, auto-target and fire. What? Chapter 56 Eagle Sauce, you tell me, did I hit your satellite? Amidst a puff of white vapor inside a missile silo in Kansas, USA, an intercontinental ballistic missile shot straight into the sky. Along with the missile, the hearts and breaths of people worldwide held their ground. Everyone stared in shock at the live news broadcast. Had that madman from China actually begun launching nuclear weapons? Where would it land? Europe? The United States? Or Japan? Or perhaps right above their own heads? Minuteman 3. Capable of carrying 10 nuclear warheads. Uninterceptable. Global strike capability. The man behind the US ambassador exclaimed in shock. Panic spread instantly. Madman. Quick. Retaliate. Retaliate. Target China before he launches all his nukes. Destroy him. Kill this devil, now. Online. Our Chinese friends, you know we've been friendly neighbors since ancient times, said a Japanese netizen. The Koreans have finally stopped their old habit of wanting everything they see. This has nothing to do with us. The Americans forced us to sanction you. This missile isn't ours, we don't want it. In Gu Ming's own livestream room, surprisingly, there were hardly any comments. An eerie silence descended. Everyone stared silently at the screen, hearts pounding in their throats. If a nuclear bomb detonated, well, they'd be dead on the spot. Gu Ming. Gu Ming. What are you thinking? Lu Haikong exclaimed, pounding his palm in frustration. How could you do this? Do you even realize the consequences? Zhang Nannan hurriedly grabbed Gu Ming's arm and pleaded. Gu Ming, you must have a way to deactivate the missile. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Seeing Zhang Nannan plead with such panic for the first time, Gu Ming felt a mischievous urge to tease her. No, it's impossible to deactivate it now. All we can do is pray they're too scared to retaliate. Otherwise, we're all dead. Gu Ming spread his hands helplessly. Zhang Nannan stomped her foot in frustration, biting her lower lip. She'd never felt this panicked in her entire life. Gu Ming chuckled as he commanded Manhwa. The screen switched to feeds from multiple video satellites. The Minuteman 3 intercontinental ballistic missile traced a beautiful arc through the sky, piercing the atmosphere. Then, a US military reconnaissance satellite exploded violently in orbit, shattering into pieces. Ten-Mach nearly closed his eyes, unable to watch. After a long moment of shock, he finally snapped back and asked. It wasn't carrying a nuclear warhead? The anticipated nuclear explosion never materialized, and while the missile wasn't targeting any specific nation or region, it had still managed to shoot down a US satellite. This was the best possible outcome. Everyone felt like they'd narrowly escaped disaster. What a relief! Gu Ming was a madman. A lunatic. A psychopath. The American ambassador's shirt was soaked through with sweat. He swore he'd resign the moment he got back. Gu Ming's voice rang out again. Gentlemen, my patience is limited. This time it was just a satellite. Next time, I can't guarantee it won't carry a nuclear warhead. You mentioned it, Your Excellency the British envoy. How reliable is your Trident system? The British ambassador, called out by name, jolted and knocked over his water glass. This madman, he'd do anything. The British ambassador forced a smile and replied. Our Chinese friends, you may have misunderstood. We truly did not intend to target you. I swear it. By the way, it was the United States who invited us to come together. It truly has nothing to do with Great Britain. The British envoy immediately shifted blame elsewhere, saving his own skin at others' expense. Well, I suddenly recall I have an urgent meeting. Excuse me. An ambassador from a small European nation rose to his feet. Hold on. Did I give you permission to leave? Gu Ming snapped sternly. All our friends around the world are watching. Those unaware might think China is bullying you. So this is all a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. The US ambassador wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly added. We only see cooperation with our Chinese friends, absolutely no ill will. Is that so? Gu Ming continued. Then wouldn't that mean I misunderstood you? My apologies for accidentally knocking that satellite out of orbit. What do you say, Eagle? What nonsense! It fell on its own. What does that have to do with our Chinese friends? Even if we were to concede that point, it was still our own launch failure. The American ambassador stated bluntly. Without orders from home, the American ambassador knelt on the ground. But he was certain that orders from home would only instruct him to kneel. Everyone was stunned. Under the world's gaze, Gu Ming had just pulled off a classic case of calling a deer a horse. The Americans really had some guts. They actually admitted their satellite fell from the sky. No wonder they're the world's top power. What nerve! The ambassadors of other nations thought to themselves. What was even more devastating was that Gu Ming seemed determined not to let them off the hook so easily. I'm glad you've recognized your mistake. But I'm not happy that you made me come all this way for nothing. Just tell me what you want. Anything is negotiable. Gu Ming said over the voice call, counting on his fingers. Our compensation for emotional distress, medical expenses, lost wages, travel costs, utility bills, all these add up. Here's the deal, we'll round down the figures for everyone present today. Each person pays $1 billion worth of gold, and we'll consider this misunderstanding settled. And Mr. US Ambassador, you still owe me $25 billion. Remember to settle that too. This establishment doesn't extend credit. Gu Ming reminded them. The entire hall gasped. $10 billion in gold? You're robbing us. The even more miserable American ambassador, where would he get $25 billion? How come I don't know about this? The viewers in the livestream, who had just experienced such dramatic ups and downs, erupted in chaos. Some cursed Gu Ming to high heaven, while others praised his brilliance. You bastards in the livestream, no more giving the host suggestions. +1, this guy's insane. If you told him to nuke Mount Fuji, he'd actually do it. What a thrill, like riding a roller coaster. Never again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'm not done living yet. Immediately, numerous calls flooded in to request funding from their home countries. But some ambassadors from smaller European nations and Asian poor countries quietly approached the US ambassador. The American ambassador declared, I can't control the Chinese. Are you guys planning a rebellion? What? Several people gathered around the American ambassador, their faces grim. You know this was meant to strengthen our friendship, but such a huge sum. Exactly. There's no way our governments could come up with that. You know it. Surely you can't just stand by and watch us get hit by missiles? And this isn't just some ordinary terrorist, the terrorist state China is backing him. The American ambassador felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Just how much money was this? Chapter 57, Overnight Fortune, manhwa goes viral. The UN's external live feed was abruptly cut off, yet everyone had already heard the news. Not only had the Chinese man seized control of other nations' nuclear arsenals, but he was now holding the Americans by the throat, claiming their satellite had crashed on its own. Now it was even more outrageous, demanding ransom? This was pure banditry. Damn it, why are they so spineless? It's just a missile, we could intercept it. Typical Koreans, they never think before they speak. This guy must be that Gu Ming. How many more incidents does he need to cause before he's done? Amidst the heated debate at the UN, Gu Ming shrugged and said, done. Wait, how is that possible? Doesn't that mean they'll only be able to use radio waves to prevent manhwa from intercepting their communications? Zhang Nannan exclaimed in shock. She desperately wanted to pinch Gu Ming's cheeks to see if he was human or some kind of ghost. If that's what they want, there's nothing I can do about it. Gu Ming leaned against the nearby table and addressed the bewildered Lu Haikong. Engineer Lu, just inform them that once the gold is deposited, I'll lift the control. But isn't that a bit tricky to transport back? Lu Haikong stroked his chin as he spoke. Guilt or embarrassment? Not a chance. Lu Haikong was over the moon. Now he could secretly nuke the Russians from US soil, and they'd never know who did it. That artificial intelligence was terrifying beyond belief. Pure alien technology compared to manhwa, today's tech was nothing but artificial stupidity. One man blackmailing the UN forces led by the US. Gu Ming happily earned a new title. A bin Laden perfectly suited for the constitution of Chinese babies. What are you staring at? The money isn't going to you anyway. Gu Ming turned to face the camera and said, you insolent fool. Unbelievable, I'm unfollowing him right now. He's gotten too big for his britches. Don't think just because you did us a favor, we'll stop cursing you out. After another wave of comments, Gu Ming held up his phone and said, hold on, look, you're all getting worked up again. Could I, Gu Ming, ever forget you all? Here's the deal, I'll randomly select 10 viewers to win 18,888 yuan each for free participation. Plus, 3 lucky winners will get the latest civilian mecha from Hikvision, shipped to your doorstep. Zhang, charge it to the company account. Zhang Nan pouted and retorted. Don't you have the money? Why do I have to run around for this? I have my uses. Now that Gu had money, he was walking tall, spending hundreds of thousands without batting an eye. Boss, you're so generous. Give me the jackpot. Streamer, I really love your AI. Can you release a consumer version? Ding. Suggestion received. Releasing consumer AI version. Earned 5,000 energy points. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, in a few days, Hikvision's consumer AI version will launch. It'll only be available on computers and phones from a few companies like Xiaomi, Wishing, and Longwei. Why the hell not? I'm a fruit user. Who cares about your brand? Don't you know Apple's AI is currently world-class? My Samsung is perfectly fine. I don't want to switch phones. The comments are full of disbelief. No matter how powerful manhwa is, how can a consumer version compare? It probably can't match the mature tech from giants like Apple and Samsung. Fine, do whatever you want. Gu Ming was essentially giving these companies a perk after all, they were making generous offers for collaboration. Of course, the money can't be skimped on. After instructing Chen Xingxuan to begin mass production of several units, Gu Ming took Zhang Nan to negotiate with several tech companies. Once the news broke, shares of companies like Xiaomi and Longwei skyrocketed. Before much had even been done, under Gu Ming's influence, the revenue from product sales and stock gains nearly covered the company's initial investments. The board members and others were utterly dumbfounded. Was this the sheer influence of Gu Ming? As for that artificial intelligence project, the companies felt it was unnecessary. Each had its own flagship products and held little faith in manhwa's prospects. The main sticking point was the lithography machine licensing. Every company involved in the collaboration unanimously agreed to launch manhwa. As for the civilian version, it would follow Gu Ming's request, manhwa would handle its own research and development. K-City, an IT company during lunch break. Everyone was discussing Hikvision's first product, the artificial intelligence software manhwa. It seems like it'll be just okay. The online hype is way over the top. Gu Ming threatening the Americans with this? Not realistic. There must be other reasons. Hey! It's launching in 20 minutes. Who here uses their phones? I'm an Apple guy. Damn, me too. It's just AI software, is it really that big a deal? After searching for a while, they finally found a few colleagues using those phones and computers. It didn't take long before the download became available. It happened to be lunchtime, so a crowd gathered around to watch. Please select gender. Select age. Please select height, personality, occupation. Seriously, what is this? An AI voice assistant? This is such a hassle. I think it's pretty cool. You can even customize the face. Occupation? Gu, how about we pick housewife for you? Get lost. The man operating his phone laughed and cursed, his fingers flying across the screen until he finally entered the interface. Tap, the sound of high heels echoed. A petite figure dressed in office attire emerged from the edge of the screen, quite pretty, actually. Please align with the camera for biometric verification. Binding successful. Wow, that's pretty professional. Someone remarked. Nothing special. A group of people chattered away. The girl in the office lady outfit adjusted her glasses and said, "Quiet down. What's with all the noise during break time?" Instantly, silence fell. Everyone stared at the screen, filled with confusion, at the exquisitely made-up girl who looked like she'd just stepped out of a mess. Wang Qi, hurry up and get back to work. Didn't you forget your parents are coming to visit this afternoon? The girl then turned to her owner and said. She immediately opened her work computer via WeChat, pulled up the file, and casually corrected the errors. Look at this code yourself, does it even make sense? Can't you pay attention? Fix it now. You wanna work overtime, huh? The bewildered programmer instinctively placed both hands on the keyboard. Wait a minute. Who do you think you are, telling me what to do? Wang Qi exclaimed in shock. I'm your wife. The surrounding area erupted in shock. Holy crap, you guys at Hikvision call this artificial intelligence? Holy, she's amazing. She actually recognizes code? Like a real-life wife? Even a real person behind a phone probably isn't this impressive. This is insane. Now I want to buy one just to try it out. Damn Hikvision, why limit it to only these companies? And I'm a fan of Gu Ming. That dog of a streamer always acts like this. Hikvision AI has launched, with downloads instantly breaking 100 million and topping all major app charts. What shocked everyone even more was discovering the AI not only possesses some degree of self-awareness but is also permanently free. Companies like Xiaomi and Longwei were completely devastated. Chapter 58, Caught. Caught in the act? And it was a total breakdown both mentally and physically. Who could have imagined that Hikvision's AI software would wield such terrifying power? Suddenly, countless consumers needing phones or computers made these brands their top priority. Every model sold out, squeezing out inventory. Even low-end devices couldn't keep up with demand. The stock price surged once more. And all this just to pay Hikvision an annual patent fee of $500 million. It was outrageous. At first, several companies thought Hikvision was just trying to extort them. They agreed to the project with the mindset of better to pay the money than suffer the consequences. Who knew? Quickly contact Mr. Gu at Hikvision. Can we get him to join us for a meal? The CEO of Xiaomi Group exclaimed, excitedly taking off his glasses. At the board meeting, the CEO of Longwei Company declared, "Send someone to negotiate with them immediately. Money is no object. Longwei will double the offer if it means becoming Hikvision's primary brand ambassador for future products. Agree to all of Hikvision's demands unconditionally as long as it strengthens our cooperation." International AI stocks were further impacted by the turmoil originating from China. Tech stocks had already surged due to Gu Ming's AI intrusion system. Governments worldwide were seeking technologies to counter Chinese AI intrusions and increasing investments. But before they could begin, attention was diverted by the turmoil emerging from China. Fruit headquarters, CEO conference room. As of now, our stock has plummeted. Holding the phone of a rival who wasn't much of a threat, the Fruit CEO downloaded Hikvision's AI manhwa as instructed. It mastered multiple languages and could even manage workflows autonomously. And it was completely free. Chinese people are all little cuties. How could such technology be wasted like this? Good heavens, she's actually flirting with me? Compared to Hikvision's AI, ours is just a pile of junk. Sanqing Group. The furious head of the Li family stared at the tiny figure on his wheat-colored phone, overcome by a deep sense of despair. Over the past period, influenced by that damned Chinese man, Gu Ming, Sanqing's leading position in core technology was teetering on the brink. Now, the enemy was launching a full-scale assault on Sanqing from all fronts. Who in their right mind would touch Sanqing Electronics after this? Damn the Chinese bastard. I'll have you killed. He slammed the phone to the ground in fury, leaving his subordinates speechless. President, word from Europe: multiple orders are requesting returns and switching to several Chinese companies instead. The Americas Division 2. Li Erdu grabbed the pen holder and smashed it onto his subordinate's head. Useless. All of you are useless. A mere little Chinese guy has us in such a mess. Hikari, where all was calm. What the hell? She's endorsing it? Gu Ming shot a puzzled look at his secretary, Zhang Nannan, who clutched the documents in both hands. And it's 15 million a year. Plus many others, all at high prices. Humans are more infuriating than AI. These days, people actually hire artificial intelligence as brand ambassadors? Gu Ming truly never would have imagined it. Why not? It's all free money anyway. The US side has already transferred the first installment of $1.5 billion US. Gu Ming nodded and said, "That's efficient. No wonder they say the eagles look like suckers. Manhwa has already begun neutralizing the virus. 100 billion? I honestly don't know how to spend it all." Gu Ming rubbed his hands together like a fly, then waved his arm dramatically. Secretary Zhang buys 10 or 8 of the most expensive properties in Donghai province. What a waste. There are so many places that need funding. Mecha technology is highly classified. From labor costs to production lines, everything must be self-produced. Do you have any idea how much that costs? Zhang Nannan's little mouth was like a machine gun. Gu Ming just wanted to take a bite. Cough cough. At noon, Gu Ming returned home again. Over the past 2 days, he'd hired professional construction crews to overhaul the old house. He installed panoramic surveillance, infrared night vision, and carved out 2 hidden compartments. Gu Ming installed specially developed miniature defense robots inside. Capable of close and long-range combat, equipped with both light and heavy firepower, with 24/7 surveillance by manhwa. Considering his father's need for quiet while recuperating and for security reasons, the authorities specially allocated a courtyard within a military compound for the elderly couple to reside in. Peaceful. Secure. When they first arrived, Zhang Nannan had been assured she'd only serve as a liaison. But what about boundaries? Now she was practically a full-time housewife. Zhang Nannan's pretty face flushed as she took the pig's trotter in her hand and gave Gu Ming a sharp whack with it. Let's not forget that our CEO offered Secretary Zhang $1 million annual salary, but she turned it down. Seated in the armored vehicle, Gu Ming waited like a grandpa for Zhang Nannan to return from grocery shopping. He even pulled a can of Wangzai beer from the car's mini fridge for a quick sip, feeling pleasantly tipsy. "Secretary Zhang, care for a can?" Gu Ming asked, eyeing the fuming Zhang Nannan. She shot him a disdainful glance before urgently signaling the security guard to drive off. Gu Ming, intoxicated by the faint, delicate fragrance that drifted unintentionally from Zhang Nannan's body, was truly drunk. If only bosses didn't all have a thing for their secretaries. Especially today, Zhang Nannan wore a professional suit. Her shirt stretched taut over her figure, her hair neatly pinned back, and her long, toned legs made the suit pants fit perfectly. Sometimes Gu Ming wondered why heaven favored Zhang Nannan so much. Born into privilege, stunningly beautiful, and exceptionally talented. Damn it, Chun Chun totally won big time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Before he knew it, Gu Ming leaned closer to Zhang Nannan. Secretary Zhang, my head hurts. Zhang Nannan bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Sometimes she really had no idea how to deal with that cheeky Gu Ming. Smack! Gu Ming leaned directly against Zhang Nannan's soft, long legs, rubbing against them comfortably. This was pure harassment. Gu Ming! The driver and security guard in the front seat turned their heads away indifferently, refusing to glance at the rearview mirror. After a few token pushes, Gu Ming remained shamelessly clingy, and Zhang Nannan simply let him be. Her face flushed, as if genuinely drunk, her words sharp but her heart not entirely resistant. Military compound of Donghai Province. Li Jingwen, a professor at Donghai University, lived not far from the military compound. Riding her bicycle to buy groceries, she entered the compound. The guards saluted immediately without asking questions. Li Jingwen smiled and greeted them. Just as she entered the gate, she heard the roar of engines behind her. All unfamiliar vehicles. Li Jingwen couldn't help but wonder who was making such a grand entrance more imposing than even the Zheng family's arrivals. She couldn't resist stopping to take a look. The guard glanced at the pass and waved them through without a second look. Li Jingwen felt as if her eyes were playing tricks on her. The person who rolled down the window to hand over the pass, didn't she look just like her own daughter? Pushing her bicycle home with lingering doubt, she caught a glimpse of the convoy passing by. A woman inside was talking to a man beside her, though her face remained indistinct. Something wasn't right. Li Jingwen thought for a moment, then followed the convoy at a distance. A familiar figure stepped out of the car, affectionately holding hands with a man. Chapter 59, Civilian Mecha Sanctioning while protesting? Hey, why are you dragging me like this? It's like we're meeting your parents or something. Gu Ming was helplessly dragged toward home by Zhang Nannan, who remained silent but kept urging him on. This was a place of trouble, it wasn't wise to linger. Stop talking and hurry up. Gripping Gu Ming's arm, Zhang Nannan led him through the door. Watching the group from afar, Li Jingwen paused, then called the security company commander. Little Ma, it's Auntie Li here. I was wondering, which family lives at number 24? I've never seen them before. Auntie Li, I'm terribly sorry, but I can't disclose that. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before a bitter laugh came through. Alright, never mind then. Li Jingwen hung up in surprise, her suspicions about the boy's identity growing stronger. His name was truly renowned, a household name. She had mentioned Gu Ming countless times during her lessons. She just hadn't expected his background to be so significant, so much so that even she couldn't uncover it. And that stubborn girl, she refused to go on blind dates when urged, yet now she was eagerly seeking him out behind her back. Her face darkened again as Li Jingwen turned and walked away. It wasn't until evening that Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan finally headed back to the company dormitory. Zhang Nannan was beautiful and had a pleasant voice, making Gu Ming's standing plummet. No matter how much Gu Ming insisted that this unlucky girl was truly not his girlfriend. But Gu's mother wore an expression that said, I get it, I totally get it. Fortunately, Gu didn't come out empty-handed. Patting her round belly, Zhang Nannan, after battling Gu Ming for so long, had long since stopped maintaining her aloof, studious image. Octopus brother, you've had your fill of fun. We've got overtime tonight, go organize the materials for tomorrow's meeting. Zhang Nannan instantly flew into a rage, grabbing the car pillow and pelting Gu Ming with it. You're the octopus brother. Gu Ming leaned back, causing Zhang Nannan to press tightly against him. To tame this wild horse, Gu Ming deliberately pinned Zhang Nannan between his elbows. Her supple body twisted and turned against him, instantly igniting his desire. As if sensing something, Zhang Nannan froze mid-motion, then sprang up like a cooked shrimp. Pervert. Rogue. Freak. Fair assessment. Gu Ming even lifted his hand to sniff the lingering scent, nodding in deep agreement. Go to hell. Here, Gu Ming reminds everyone, when you're handsome, it's flirting, when you're ugly, it's harassment. Proceed with caution. Hikvision Production Workshop. That must be our CEO Gu, right? He's quite handsome, and the girl beside him is pretty too. That's true. I heard before he made it big, he used to perform online. Rumor has it there are even signed private photos of Mr. Gu for sale online, ha ha ha. Gu Ming's face darkened as he turned and gritted his teeth, saying, Was it you again spreading rumors about me? Ha? I don't know anything about that. Zhang Nannan stared back with wide, innocent eyes, feigning ignorance. You're ruthless. Gu Ming was furious. I'm a streamer, not a pimp. This workshop housed Hikvision's first mecha production line, and Gu Ming had come for his final inspection. Researchers kept handing him data sheets, briefing him on the current status. 5 prototype units were laid out ready. Once they passed all pre-market tests, they could go on sale. For technical secrecy and safety reasons, the civilian mecha's miniature nuclear reactor had been removed and replaced with a laser kinetic energy battery, making it impossible to reverse engineer. The wings had been removed, reducing its size to half that of the vermilion bird model. It lacked radar, stealth coatings, and other advanced features. Mr. Gu, this is our final pricing proposal. The sales manager handed over the documents. 120 million? Isn't that a bit steep? The sales manager quickly interjected. Mr. Gu, this price is actually incredibly low. If it weren't for the US-led sanctions against Hikvision, we could be selling these things all over the world. Can we produce 20 units in a month at full capacity? Well, 12 at the absolute fastest unless we expand our production line. The production department replied. We'll do that later. Notify the relevant departments to begin the review process. If approved, launch it as soon as possible. Yes, Mr. Gu. In the past, when Gu Ming streamed, the shopping cart was filled with small toys. Now, during Gu Ming's livestream. Alright, the first 100 units by them now. I see you guys talk tough normally, but now you can pre-order in the livestream for a 10% discount. Over 10 million? Dog Gu, have you lost your mind chasing money? Guys, you're supporting me out of respect. Name your price, and I'll give it to you for free. Heh, I still remember the first guy who asked me for a mech. Remember to come find me, I'll give you half off. Gu Ming chuckled. The backstage team clicked to go live for mecha reservations. Gu Ming took a sip of milk and said, rest assured, they'll ship by next year at the latest. They're certified by the relevant authorities, so no need to worry about anything else. Many people wanted to buy one, but the price was truly staggering. Fortunately, Gu Ming cared about his less fortunate friends and continued. And for those who can't get one, don't fret. Hikvision will launch a mech club soon where you can pay for experiences. Holy crap, are there that many rich folks in China? Gu Ming stared at the screen in shock as all 100 mechs sold out the instant they went live. This outcome caught both Gu Ming and his team completely off guard. Gone? All gone? Zhang Nannan stared blankly at the sold-out mechs, her head filled with question marks. Have the rich people lost their minds? Snapping back to reality, Gu Ming declared triumphantly. You don't get it, this is just the beginning. Oh my, this is way faster than snatching cash. Alright, we're giving away one free spot to someone in the livestream. Hikvision Civilian Mecha Dragon 1 launches with a bang. Operational restrictions? Could Hikvision mechs be barred from activating in restricted zones? Breaking news, Hikvision Mecha now equipped with an advanced AI version autonomous operation. The debut of the Hikvision Mecha instantly captured global attention. It even overshadowed the recent global nuclear missile crisis. The Chinese have developed civilian mechs? When did the Chinese advance to this level? My dear foolish US government, why did you sanction the Chinese? Now I can't even buy a mech. Protest. Why are we denied the right to buy mechs? This is racial discrimination by the Chinese. In the free world, free people tend to be a bit mad. The US and its allies scrambled to gather gold reserves in bewilderment, but their damned citizens couldn't care less. A group even stormed the Chinese embassy to protest. To this, the Chinese ambassador responded? Didn't you guys sanction Hikari? Donghai International Airport. A student who just stepped off the plane stretched lazily, ready to feast on some hometown cuisine. Stepping outside to hail a cab, his outstretched hand froze mid-air. Mouth agape, he stared at several mechs racing by in the distance. Wait, I've only been abroad for 3 years, what have you guys been up to back home behind my back? Chapter 60, a call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Camel Prince has arrived? Countless returnees from abroad stared at the mechs in utter bewilderment. Are you kidding me? Are the Transformers attacking? Only after asking the driver did he learn this was nothing new. Wealthy individuals abound in Donghai province. Over 10 million yuan is well within many people's budgets. Reservation slots had tripled in price, meaning you'd pay over 30 million just to buy one. Wait, won't this affect others? I think they take safety more seriously overseas. Hai Guai grumbled. The taxi driver turned his head and looked at him like he was a little cutie. Just then, the driver's phone lit up automatically, displaying. The AI technology in the Hikvision Dragon mech autonomously avoids risks and forcibly takes control of the mech's driving functions. Its safety rating is higher than an airplane's, you country bumpkin. The voice belonged to Haikong's artificial intelligence software, manhwa. The driver felt a surge of satisfaction. Seeing this turtle constantly going on about how things are done abroad, he felt like cursing him out. Trending topics about the mechs had long ceased to be surprising, and not a single accident had occurred, all thanks to manhwa's exceptional performance. Hikvision had truly become a golden goose, raking in fortunes daily. Gu Ming had long since lost track of the numbers. When your technology crushes the competition across eras, money becomes the cheapest commodity. Inside the laboratory, the miniature nuclear reactor stood at the center. Researchers still couldn't fathom how Gu Ming had achieved it. Not only was the energy output extraordinary, but he'd also solved the cooling problem. He was nothing short of a god among gods. Installing this on aircraft carriers, submarines, or power plants would make them virtually invincible. One researcher even proposed a nuclear-powered tank to Gu Ming, who simply replied, 6. Zhang Nannan approached and raised her hand. Phone call. It's for you. Who is it? Gu Ming asked without looking up. It's someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Seems to involve some overseas matter. Zhang Nan replied. Foreign Ministry? Gu Ming muttered to himself before taking the phone and saying, Hello, this is Gu Ming. This year's Huaxia Defense Exhibition was held as scheduled in Donghai Province. If customers are gods, then these gods must wear white turbans. A group of bigwigs dressed in white, headscarves tied around their heads, they might as well have had the word oil written on their backs, strolled about accompanied by Huaxia military officers. Rocket-propelled grenades, satellite-guided, range 20 kilometers, margin of error 100 kilometers. No interest? And this latest anti-missile system, not interested either? The leading lieutenant colonel inwardly groaned but professionally continued his pitch. Unexpectedly, while he remained unfazed, the camels grew impatient. The lead camel gestured wildly at the interpreter, waving its arms in agitation. Prince Abdullah says we're not treating camels as friends, that we look down on them. This is hindering the development of friendship between China and camels. The interpreter relayed. The commanding officer was utterly baffled. He hadn't said anything wrong just now. Ask His Royal Highness directly. If there's an issue, speak up. After listening to a flurry of rapid-fire words, the interpreter suddenly understood and explained. Prince Abdullah says we Chinese keep our best goods from our friends. He wants to see the mechs, those super transformers. What? You want to buy that? That, we really don't export it. The officer nodded in realization. So that's what this was about. But Prince Camel across the table just smiled, looking like he understood everything. His Highness says if others sell for 10 million, he'll pay 100 million US dollars for 10 units. In an instant, the leading officer's mind went blank. 100 million US dollars? The camels wielded the threat of returns in one hand and the magic wand of increased payment in the other. Is that enough, kid? If not, I can add more. After that combo, how could that rabbit possibly hold out? I'm afraid I can't make that call. I'll need to submit a request. The officer hurried out to make a phone call. Make it quick, said the camel prince. If you could own one of these things, wouldn't it be way cooler than any sports car? Hikvision. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they could sell several civilian mechs to the other party, but strict self-protection protocols must be installed to prevent any possibility of research. Gu Ming had no objections, of course. Nuwa would easily handle any ill-intentioned actions. Secretary Zhang, retrieve that prototype unit. Quickly, I need it. What's going on? Zhang Nan asked curiously. A sucker's walking right into our trap. Don't hold back, the opponent has nothing but endless cash to burn. Ha! After rigorous inspection, the Camel Prince's convoy was granted access to tour the external perimeter of Hikvision. From afar, Prince Abdullah spotted an imposing mecha. Though not as towering and formidable as the vermilion bird, it was undeniably a genuine mecha. Your Highness Prince Abdullah, this is Mr. Gu, CEO of Haikong Corporation. Prince Camel's eyes lit up as he stepped forward immediately. My friend, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're the one who can sell me a mecha, right? Certainly, Your Highness. Haikong never deceives friends. However, delivery may be delayed, and this mecha cannot be used for military purposes. Abdullah nodded excitedly. No. It's just for my own enjoyment and to give to my family, not for warfare. This extravagant gesture stunned even the nouveau riche Gu Ming. Rich bastard. Just like an oil tycoon, damn rich. May I make one small request? Abdullah asked cautiously. Go ahead, we'll do our best to accommodate our friend's requests. Could you gold plate all the mechs and inlay them with some gems? After seeing off the dog tycoon, Gu Ming couldn't help but vent. Looks like we need to ramp up production soon. There are just too many big shots in this world. But he was a guest. Aren't we being a bit too demanding? Zhang Nan said, feeling a bit guilty. The final transaction price exceeded 150 million US dollars per unit. That's nothing. He's the one who got the better deal. Gu Ming shrugged it off. On the training ground, an eager Abdullah stepped into the cockpit. Under Nuwa's guidance, he effortlessly mastered various basic maneuvers, even managing to lift the mech 2 or 3 meters off the ground. After the test drive, Abdullah offered Gu Ming 2 words. Impressive. Thus began Haikong's largest export of goods to date. This batch of mechs would be shipped back by sea. On the way back, Gu Ming opened his livestream to greet his viewers. He boasted about how impressive it was, but before long, another message popped up. Not just Gu Ming, even Zhang Nan was growing impatient. What now? The first batch of gold is arriving? That's fantastic. Just deposit it in the bank. It's not safe to keep it at home. Lu Haikong personally delivered the message, partly to avoid any mishaps in the camel deal, partly to issue a direct order and seek Gu Ming's input. It's like this: the organization wants you to try leading the establishment of a national-level research project. Research what? Chapter 61, Project Heavenly Soldier, Chief Designer Gu Ming. This mission is tailor-made for you, little Gu. Don't you dare refuse. Lu Haikong whispered on the other end of the line. Engineer Lu, you've been beating around the bush. If I wanted to decline, I'd need to know how to do it properly, wouldn't I? Gu Ming chuckled. I'm just worried you're too busy making money to take it. You're not part of the system, but this is an official directive from above. Make time to come in. Alright, I'll come to your office. After hanging up, Zhang Nannan was snacking and playing with her phone at the secretary's desk nearby. Gu Ming felt guilty letting his employees live so comfortably. It didn't he live up to his nickname, Gu the Skinflint. Zhang Nannan, come on, we're going on a business trip. Wah, huh? Zhang Nannan mumbled indistinctly as Gu Ming casually grabbed her wrist and pulled her up to leave. Lu Haikong's office. Ding dong ding dong. Come in. Lu Haikong glanced up and saw Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan. He hurriedly stood up, grabbing a file from his desk as he did so. Come in, sit down. Hey, Engineer Lu, my company's practically become your home. Will my aunt even let you sleep in her bed? Gu Ming chuckled. Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes and patted him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Lu Haikong chuckled. Only this kid dared to tease him like that. Don't worry about that. First, you'll have to win over my Nannan. Teacher. Zhang Nannan scolded playfully, her face flushing with coy embarrassment. For a fleeting moment, she imagined what it would be like if she married Gu Ming. Damn it, she shouldn't have agreed to the job transfer in the first place. Why was this starting to feel more and more like an arranged marriage? Take a look at this. Lu Haikong handed over the documents and Gu Ming opened them. Heaven? The Heavenly Soldier Project? Who came up with this name? It's so cheesy. I might as well be Sun Wukong. Gu Ming remarked casually. Is it that bad? Lu Haikong asked. The two exchanged glances and Gu Ming felt slightly awkward. Reading the plan's contents, he was utterly shocked. It was actually a plan for exoskeleton armor for Special Forces personnel. A fully enclosed, triple protection armor system integrated with communication, reconnaissance, and firepower enhancement capabilities, a comprehensive individual soldier equipment system. The proposal outlined multiple branches, including individual weaponry. Engineer Lu, you guys are thinking long-term here. To produce such a detailed proposal so quickly. This report was submitted by the Weapons Research Institute under the National Academy of Sciences. Such projects were long considered impractical, but the mecha armor and laser weapons you provided have resolved many critical issues. The mech armor is lighter than comparable body armor yet can withstand direct hits from 155mm artillery without a scratch. The energy blocks for the weapons are practically weightless, and they solve the power and endurance issues. If we can integrate these advantages, it would be a geometric leap in combat effectiveness for our forces. Lu Haikong continued his explanation. That's why I'd like to invite you to serve as chief designer. What do you think? Ding. Suggestion accepted. Appointed chief designer of the Celestial Soldier Project. Earn 30,000 energy points. Before Gu Ming could respond, Zhang Nannan interjected. Professor, since we have the technology, why can't we develop it ourselves? What's the point of involving him? Well, it sounds simple in theory, but in practice. In truth, the project had already failed at its very first step. While the armor provided sufficient protection, the wearer's internal organs would be shattered by the vibrations. Layering all the miscellaneous equipment made the mech incredibly bulky. As for the energy propulsion system, all the technology came from Gu Ming. They still couldn't even figure out what the substance inside the energy blocks actually was. Without Gu Ming, the entire project had ground to a complete halt. There was no choice but for Lu Haikong to step in personally. Gu Ming shot his secretary a mocking glance, infuriating her to no end. Such petty triumph. Just one thing, little Gu, I hope you'll bear with me. If the equipment really succeeds, could you please refrain from live streaming details before it's officially deployed? Big Mouth Gu was notorious internally. He was talented, but why did he have to be such a show-off? Well, fine. Where's the test site? If it's too far, I can't leave my parents behind. I need to come back often to check on them. My dad's health isn't great. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Lu Haikong's face immediately broke into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum, and he hurriedly said, Don't worry, it's not far. The higher-ups decided on the Mangdang mountain base. You can come back anytime during holidays. Mommy's boy. Zhang Nannan muttered under her breath. Before Gu Ming could fire back, Lu Haikong's expression turned stern as he addressed Zhang Nannan. He's just being filial. Do you think everyone's like you? Your mom told me you'd rather eat at the Gu family's house than come home. Ha? How did my mom know? Did she see me? Zhang Nannan looked utterly bewildered. Gu Ming was baffled. What? Auntie? She didn't tell you? Your uncle Zhang's place is right in the military compound. I said, why are you so flustered? Wait, Zhang Nannan, do you have feelings for me? Why else would you be so afraid to see your mom? Gu Ming clutched his chest in concern, infuriating Zhang Nannan to the point of near vomiting. You stinking dog, go dream on. Mangdang Mountain Military Base. Lately, many new faces had arrived at the base, reportedly transferred from other research institutes. A young woman stood alone at the base entrance, waiting for someone's arrival. Soon, a convoy of armed escort vehicles rolled into the Mangdang Mountain military base. Cao Cao's eyes lit up. Spotting her best friend stepping out of the vehicle, she waved excitedly. "I've missed you so much, sweetie." Though petite at 5 feet 3 inches, Cao Cao's beauty rivaled Zhang Nanan's. She leapt forward and wrapped her arms around Zhang Nannan like an octopus. Gu Ming watched with a hint of envy. Zhang Nannan helplessly pulled her friend's head away. "We're in public. Could you show a little restraint? Hee, did you miss me? Did your Gu Ming come too? Hi, I'm Cao Cao, just call me Cao Cao." Cao Cao reached out to Zhang Nannan as she spoke. Gu Ming squeezed the girl's small hand and smiled. "Hi, Nannan told me your ears are all calloused." "What do you mean, my Gu Ming? Get down this instant." Zhang Nannan angrily slapped Cao Cao's pert bottom in warning. The latter quickly jumped down, scurried to stand beside Gu Ming, and whispered. "With such a temper, what did you even see in her? Besides me, who else could put up with her?" My Buddha is merciful. If I don't go to hell, who will?" "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. My respect." "Same here." Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes, her face darkening as she watched the two who seemed to have met their match, conspired together, and shared the same foul odor like a volcano ready to erupt. The two immediately shut up. Seeing this, Cao Cao quickly changed the subject. "So, what brings you to the base? Aren't you too busy building your careers?" Zhang Nannan pursed her lips and turned to Gu Ming. "Let me introduce you to Gu Ming, the chief designer of the Celestial Soldier Project." "Oh? Ha? What? Him?" Chapter 62. If I, Gu Ming, can't pull this off, I'll quit on the spot. "What? Ah? Didn't I tell you?" Cao Cao specializes in weapons manufacturing and is also a participant in this project. Both parties stared at each other in shock. Gu Ming sized up the adorable little girl. "You handle guns and cannons with that frame?" "No, but why are you leading the team when you're not a professional?" Cao Cao looked at Gu Ming with a questioning expression. She admitted Gu Ming was incredibly talented even among the world's top scientists today. But, why the hell? Neither would concede, leaving Zhang Nannan no choice but to follow them inside. The second floor was a specially designated area for the Celestial Soldier Project. Besides the office space, there was a small building housing the project's dedicated laboratory and experimental facilities. Among the people inside were some familiar faces to Zhang Nannan, along with many unfamiliar ones, likely personnel transferred in from other locations. "Sis Nan. Senior sister. Nan, you're back?" Zhang Nannan greeted numerous colleagues, though many eyes immediately shifted to Gu Ming standing beside her. "Isn't that guy? Gu Ming. We've seen the real deal. What's he doing back here? Holy crap, it's the idol." A man wearing glasses, built like a double-door refrigerator, rushed over, pen and paper in hand, ready for an autograph. "Hello, Mr. Gu Ming, could I get your autograph?" Just don't mind my terrible handwriting." Watching the boy clutching his autograph, excited like a little kid, Gu Ming felt a strange sensation in his heart. A middle-aged man emerged from an office, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Gu Ming. He hurried over. "Hello, Comrade Gu Ming. I'm Lianqing, your deputy. I should have come down to greet you, but confidentiality regulations prevent it." Hello. No need to trouble yourself." Gu Ming shook hands with the man. Lianqing then turned to Cao Cao beside him and said, "Cao Cao, notify all departments to convene immediately." "Oh, what a drag." Cao Cao slumped away. Lianqing led the two men into the conference room and sat them down. "You must be Nan? I've heard about you. Come to think of it, I'm actually your senior," Lianqing said as he personally poured water. Zhang Nannan smiled. "Hello, sir." Then she whispered in Gu Ming's ear, "This is the deputy director of our Weapons Research Institute." Soon, over 100 people trickled into the conference room. As the crowd settled in, Lianqing promptly announced, "Comrade Gu Ming, as the overall commander, please address the meeting." "You're too kind." Gu Ming responded politely, then stood up and addressed the crowd below him slowly. "Hello everyone. My name is Gu Ming. My main job is as a streamer, and I also dabble in researching tech products. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'll be taking charge of this project going forward. We'll all be colleagues from now on, so please guide me." "That's it?" The crowd of brilliant scholars from all corners of the country fell silent in surprise. "He's Gu Ming. What? He's in charge? This is ridiculous. What does Gu Ming know? A streamer? Ha!" In the eyes of the professionals, Gu Ming was clearly a self-taught scientist, talented, yes, but this kind of work was definitely beyond his expertise. Amidst the murmurs of skepticism, Gu Ming took a sip of tea, his expression unreadable. Lianqing was about to rise and set these arrogant fools straight. Gu Ming blocked Lianqing and spoke himself. "I hate listening to leaders ramble. Keep it short. From now on, follow my lead. I'll handle the main assault. You guys just focus on logistics support." Don't worry about anything else. His bold declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Someone sneered and stood up, retorting. But the plan is to deliver something presentable within 3 years. Aren't we going to be humiliated along with you? Exactly. Gu Ming looked at them and smiled. First, let me correct you, it's not 3 years. Under my leadership, I'm giving us only 3 weeks. 1 day over that, and I quit. The troublemaker froze in shock. You mean you want to complete the Celestial Soldier project in 3 weeks? Is that so difficult? Gu Ming countered. Ha! That's hilarious. True geniuses are madmen. Gu Ming isn't that kind of mad genius, is he? It wasn't that he truly looked down on Gu Ming, but rather that Gu Ming's words were utterly absurd. Lian Sheng beside him was equally stunned, so flustered he wanted to kick Gu Ming away. What nonsense was he spouting? 3 weeks? Impossible. The more things escalated, the more composed Zhang Nannan became. She was used to it. Your Gu Ming sure is intense. Tao Tao muttered under her breath. A promise is a promise? A gentleman's word is his bond. Their first meeting wasn't exactly pleasant, but that was exactly what Gu Ming had expected. All he needed to do was deliver the product. Due to the exoskeleton armor requirements of the Celestial Soldier project, Gu Ming had to consider factors like performance, cost, and logistics. He selected one from the system interface. Krodov Interstellar Armor Energy Points, 17,000. This armor wasn't just cheap to produce, it was packed with features, rugged, and durable. It was practically the AK-47 of exoskeleton armor. True to its name, it could even function as a spacesuit and featured jet propulsion systems. That very day, Gu Ming began work, immediately confronted with a barrage of problem proposals. Ding! Suggestion received, a substandard exoskeleton armor. Ding! Received suggestion, add air conditioning to the armor. Amidst the barrage of miscellaneous suggestions, Gu Ming accepted every viable one without complaint, no matter how meager the reward. His mind scanned blueprints as he busily sketched diagrams and performed calculations. He frequently called on Zhang Nannan to gather data and retrieve materials, compiling several data proposals for the armor's construction. Isn't the mecha's outer shell material sufficient? Zhang Nannan asked curiously. No, it's not suitable for small exoskeleton armor. I'll modify the alloy composition and experiment with something new. In just 3 or 4 days, resentment had already built up significantly within the lab. All routine work was handled by Liancheng. As the chief commander, Gu Ming did absolutely nothing, leaving others to scramble while he idled away, surrounded by the lab's 2 golden flowers. It was utterly infuriating. Liancheng was also deeply troubled. Recently, many had reported issues with Gu Ming's work ethic and personal conduct. He dared not say anything, though his pledge to obey Gu Ming's every command was no empty promise. Teams 2 and 3, follow me. We'll monitor the progress of these experiments. Zhang Nannan suddenly demanding 2 experimental teams meant forcing others to halt their research and follow Gu Ming's nonsense? But resistance was futile. Gu Ming didn't need these people to do anything substantial, they were merely tasked with verifying and recording data. After the final modular construction phase, they would oversee assembly and inspection. Watching Gu Ming tinker with his bizarre contraptions day after day, the team dared not voice their frustration. After enduring it for half a month, someone finally snapped. Enough! When did we sign up to play his games? Enough of this nonsense. I'm heading back to focus on my own work. As the group argued, Zhang Nannan emerged from Gu Ming's office carrying a stack of documents. Notify the materials department to begin fabrication and assembly. These are all the blueprints and instrumentation plans. Chapter 63, Tianbing Type 1, Turmoil in the Lab Building. What? What does this mean? There's some additional data. Bring it over later. Remember, nothing leaves the base. Zhang Nannan instructed. But researchers from the entire floor rushed over upon hearing the news, staring at Zhang Nannan in utter bewilderment. This is how the mission ends? Nannan, you're joking, right? Don't mess with us. A female researcher exclaimed. Another person stood up and said. No way, Sister Nan. We were prepared for a long haul. No need to put us to the test. The group shook their heads in disbelief. When the mission was assigned, they'd braced themselves for a long haul. We've all been dreaming of laying low and fighting for China's rise for 10 or 8 years. Now, before we've even warmed our beds, you've handled it all by yourself? All the data is right here. You can start the experiments yourselves. If you don't believe me, just try it out. Zhang Nannan shrugged. Zhang Nannan was just going through the motions. Her specialty was missiles, so she was merely assisting Gu Ming. Gu Ming had been working day and night lately. Damn it, Zhang Nannan actually felt a little sorry for him. You can't work a donkey this hard. With that, she placed the materials down and left. Liancheng rushed over, paused for a moment, then immediately dove into the documents. Page after page, the data was crystal clear, covering every angle and discipline. Physics, chemistry, even subjects Liancheng had never encountered before. Get ready for testing immediately. Gu Ming's office. Lying on the sofa, Gu Ming was fast asleep. Even with the system blueprints in hand, Gu Ming still had to consider the implications and feasibility, pushing through the entire process step by step. He'd been emotionally drained lately, barely streaming at all. As mentioned before, the Mangdang Mountain military base was exposed to satellite surveillance, but the underground facility remained highly classified. It was likely that even the external guard units wouldn't know what they were protecting until retirement. Zhang Nannan pushed open the door and paused upon seeing Gu Ming immersed in his dream. She immediately softened her footsteps. She found a blanket to cover Gu Ming, then sat down beside him without a sound. Unconsciously, Zhang Nannan found herself staring at Gu Ming, completely lost in thought. How many secrets did he hold? Zhang Nannan murmured to herself. What? Really? Okay, don't worry. I'll be right there with it. You go ahead and start the experiment with the others. Lu Haikong exclaimed excitedly. Gu Ming had actually produced a separate set of blueprints all by himself. Holy crap, this guy was a prodigy. With past experiences as a lesson, Lu Haikong instinctively knew that anything produced by Gu Ming was bound to be flawless. He sped straight toward the Mangdang Mountain military base. The entire second floor erupted into a frenzy of activity as everyone grabbed their assigned documents and dove into research. Lian Cheng stared at the documents in his hands with excitement. A miniature power module? Capable of sustaining flight for a day at around 1,000 meters, and replacing the energy block takes only 5 seconds? Micro-communication module? Powerful electromagnetic interference resistance? Equipping infantry with this would be like Lu Bu riding a dog. The chemical composition for the external armor provided by Gu Ming was immediately sent to the laboratory's small fabrication base for forging. All departments began allocating resources and organizing efforts to replicate the experimental samples. It's real. This data is genuine. A man burst into Lian Chang and Lu Haikong's office, clutching an iron plate excitedly. Holding up the large plate, he declared. This plate is as light as paper, yet its toughness and strength surpass any existing alloy. That 155mm shell just grazed the surface. What? Lu Haikong and Lian Cheng exchanged stunned glances. Taking the plate, they saw only chipped pane. How could this be possible? 3 days. It took them 3 full days. It took them all that time to fully verify it. This document was beyond absurd. It was pure super advanced interstellar technology. Whoever wore it would be practically Iron Man. And the sheer difficulty of their verification process made it hard to believe Gu Ming had pulled this off alone. Another week followed. Mobilizing all available resources, the first prototype of the Celestial Soldier project, the Celestial Soldier Type 1, was finally unveiled. In standby mode, the entire unit unfolded like a garment from the center and hung on a rack. Except for the helmet, the interior was composed of a black rubber-like substance. Not only did it possess absurdly effective thermal insulation and cold resistance, but it was also bulletproof. The entire exoskeleton armor gleamed in a bright silver, while the helmet's faceplate was a wide glass panel. Night vision, infrared, and the connection to manhwa, it all came from this. Gu Ming was present today. All department heads stood together, admiring this masterpiece with eyes full of fascination. It was nothing short of a mythical creation, as if crafted by a divine being. The usual voices questioning Gu Ming had long since vanished, replaced only by profound admiration and awe. I'll conduct the test. Gu Ming declared. How could that be possible? You're more important than anyone here. How could you take such a risk? Lu Haikong protested urgently. Exactly. I'll do it. I'll do it. A group of middle-aged men eagerly volunteered. They knew better than anyone how reliable this exoskeleton armor was. Lu Haikong, however, had 2 reasons. First, that kid Gu Ming always loved stirring up trouble, and second, better safe than sorry. If something happened to Gu Ming, there'd be no going back. Don't worry, Engineer Lu. I have complete confidence in my product. Gu Ming said, shedding his jacket and stepping forward in just a t-shirt and shorts. He clicked his wristband to power it on, initiating an automatic scan for biometric binding. After a series of procedures, Gu Ming leaned against the armor with his back to it. The seemingly soft armor instantly began closing, fitting Gu Ming perfectly without leaving any gaps. A flash of light erupted from the visor as the entire suit activated, making him look like a character straight out of a sci-fi movie. Gu Ming flexed his wrists, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The visor displayed what appeared to be a system interface panel. The display shows Gu Ming's vital signs and external conditions, even linking to manhwa's database to automatically identify criminals or enemy personnel with archive data. It also featured advanced tech like automatic ballistic correction and micro-adjustable sights. Gu Ming took 2 steps, pushed off with his leg, and leapt 3 meters into the air. The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment. Thankfully the testing ground was spacious enough. Still unsatisfied, Gu Ming retrieved 2 small tubes from his gear's back. They erupted with powerful propulsion, enabling him to soar through the air. Unfortunately, the limited space prevented him from fully unleashing his potential. Landing back on the ground, Gu Ming casually picked up a Type 95 pistol and fired at random toward the target. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. Zhang Nannan stared in shock at Gu Ming's flawless accuracy. When had his marksmanship become this incredible? He can fly? With super strong defenses across the board, if the cost is averaged out, one unit could be as low as 6 million? His armor seems to automatically correct the bullet trajectory. How else could he do that? Zhang Nannan pointed at Gu Ming as she spoke. The group was stunned by the armor's performance. Then Gu Ming turned and said, "Engineer Lu, this space is far too small. Could we possibly test it outside?" Chapter 64, caught on camera, Gu Ming's in hot water again? Well. Lu Haikong hesitated. While the Mangdang mountain base was surrounded by military restricted zones where unexpected incidents were rare. As long as satellites weren't monitoring in real time, there was no risk of exposure. Moreover, Lu Haikong also considered that armor must endure testing in various environments and scenarios. It couldn't just be a decorative piece. Weighing all factors, Lu Haikong decided to grant Gu Ming's request. Nodding, Lu Haikong said, "Alright, let's find a secluded spot and conduct comprehensive performance testing on the armor." Alright. Gu Ming was so delighted he didn't even bother removing the armor before being wheeled out, still covered in the protective cloth. Zhang Nannan couldn't help but chuckle as she remarked, "Gu Ming, you know you look like a mummy right now, don't you?" "Then I'm the pharaoh's mummy." Seated in a military vehicle, a group of researchers escorted Gu Ming to a remote training ground. Finally free from the wind-blocking cloth, Gu Ming stepped out. Approaching Lu Haikong and the others, Gu Ming proceeded to demonstrate the mech's functions one by one. The hidden compartments in the shoulders store energy blocks, the torso houses the power source, each arm holds a small laser gun for self-defense and a self-destruct device. Any attempt to dismantle the mecha will trigger the self-destruct sequence unless authorized by the highest command of the manhwa backend. And of course, there was the ultimate function, sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Listening to Gu Ming's explanation, the group of research leaders were practically buzzing with excitement, rubbing their hands together as if they were flies, eager to experience it themselves. After receiving approval, Gu Ming began testing the armor's full capabilities. With a powerful leap, he soared over 10 meters high, scraping against the sky a couple of times. Gu Ming activated the power core and soared directly into the clouds. Upon reaching the limit, Gu Ming figured that should be sufficient. But no one noticed that deep within the mountains, a group of people stood gaping at the aerial acrobat before them. Did you get it on camera?" A man stammered. "Got it. I'm blown away. I mean, with mechs already out there, what's so impossible about Iron Man?" The chubby guy carrying the camera pointed it at Gu Ming. Quick, post the video. We're finally going to go viral." A woman with influencer-worthy looks and a parka excitedly added. "An exclusive across the entire internet. This will definitely go viral overnight." She could already picture herself going viral overnight, reaching the pinnacle of fame, and marrying into a wealthy family. But another person hesitated and asked, "Isn't this illegal? What's there to fear? Have you forgotten why we're here? We'll post it online and send it directly to that person earning some extra cash." The woman retorted angrily. "Seriously, hi, you're being too cautious. The mech's already been seen. What's the big deal?" The fat man kept the camera trained on Gu Ming as he leapt up and down, landing on the ground. He raised his arm, firing a laser that shattered a massive boulder. Then someone appeared carrying a rocket launcher. "Holy? That's brutal." The chubby cameraman gasped. Desperate for fame, the woman immediately uploaded the first and second segments of the video online. "No way. He's wearing that thing and the rocket didn't even hurt him." The two men exclaimed in shock. "Look. Did he just show his face? Zoom in. Zoom in. Capture it." The woman exclaimed excitedly. "Oh yeah, should we post this too?" "Of course. We're going to go viral." 15 minutes later, just as the trio uploaded Gu Ming's video online, the three of them, caught up in the excitement of watching the traffic surge, remained completely unaware. Chinese military. Freeze. Hands up. Drop whatever you're holding. Several drones circled overhead as 5 or 6 heavily armed figures burst out, surrounding the trio. Before they could react, they were pinned down. Stunned. Utterly stunned. "What do you want? We're lawful citizens. What right do you have to use force without cause? I'm reporting you. Stay put. Move again and we'll send you on your way." Gu Ming slowly descended from the sky, testing his weapons a few more times. Damn, they worked like a charm. The energy block hadn't even used 1% of its capacity. No need to worry about endurance. "Engineer Lu, does the base have any rocket launchers? I'll test the defenses live for everyone," Gu Ming said. Lu Haikong waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. "Forget about it. No way. Trust me this once." In the end, Gu Ming wore him down and secured a chance to test the defenses under fire. "Isn't this the little cutie?" Zhang Nannan thought to herself. Soon, Lu Haikong brought over a rocket launcher. He aimed it at Gu Ming, who was nearby. He pulled the trigger. After the violent explosion, as the smoke cleared, everyone rushed over. Gu Ming was lying on the ground. Gu Ming got back up? Gu Ming died again? After repeatedly jumping up and down, the group finally confirmed Gu Ming was still alive. They surrounded him, poking and prodding, examining him as if he were a new bride. Lifting his helmet visor, Gu Ming declared triumphantly. No need to worry, everyone. I didn't even get a scratch. With such a timid heart, how do you manage to cause trouble every day? Zhang Nan whispered. Just as the group was examining Gu Ming, Lu Haikong's phone rang. Pulling out his phone, Lu Haikong asked. What is it? We've apprehended several spies here. Could you come take a look? Spies? Where? What? Lu Haikong exclaimed angrily. No need. Just interrogate them thoroughly. Don't let anything slip. What? The camera footage was posted online. What's in it? Lu Haikong hurriedly hung up the phone and opened the communication app to receive the video. What's wrong, Engineer Lu? Gu Ming asked curiously as everyone turned to look at Lu Haikong. A few backpackers were filming you from the mountain over there earlier, they even posted it online. What? Someone was secretly filming us? How outrageous. Isn't this area under military control? How did they get in? Someone suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out their phone. Sure enough. Look, it's already trending #1. Gu Ming, stop. Lu Haikong waved his hands urgently, signaling Gu Ming to halt his actions. With the semi-assist system activated, Gu Ming could now reach speeds comparable to a 100-meter sprinter, sustaining the unit for 3 days without needing to replace the energy block. Gu Ming hurried toward Lu Haikong and asked. What's wrong, Engineer Lu? As he spoke, he lifted his visor. Lu Haikong frowned and replied. There's been an unexpected incident. Let's pause the experiment for now. We need to reassess our plans moving forward. Someone secretly filmed the experiment and posted it online. What? Gu Ming raised the small display on his wrist and Manhwa pulled up the trending news. It dominated the top 10 rankings. New equipment for the Huaxia military? I knew something big was coming from Gu Ming. Gu Ming, you're a god. Is he trending again? Chapter 65 Eagle Sauce, Rabbit, your tail's showing. Have you interrogated him yet? Get on it. Lu Haikong stormed into the conference room, his usual intellectual demeanor replaced by pure fury. Today, he even made the guard regiment commander shrink back in fear. Wang Tianhe, do you even want to keep your job as commander anymore? You think I'm some soft-spoken scientist? When I was fighting those South Vietnamese monkeys, you were still playing with mud and pee. Faced with such a major oversight, the guard commander snapped to attention and reported. Reporting to the commander, they claimed to be backpackers who accidentally wandered in. Do you believe that? Don't you know how many overt and covert sentries are stationed around here? State security is already investigating. The guard regiment commander replied nervously. Outside the door. Zhang Tao, Zhang Nan, Gu Ming, and the other relevant personnel listened to Lu Haikong unleashing his fury inside. For a moment, none dared to knock on the door. Mr. Lu, this. Gu Ming glanced curiously at Zhang Nan, who looked utterly bewildered. She'd never seen her teacher like this before. Commander Zhang, you knock. Major Zhang Nan ordered General Zhang Tao. The entire group, including Gu Ming, froze. Ahem, ahem. Covering his mouth, Zhang Tao cleared his throat twice before knocking on the door. Come in. Seeing that it was Zhang Tao, Gu Ming, and the heads of various departments, Lu Haikong's expression finally eased slightly. Get out. Investigate this for me. Yes, sir. The security chief was on the verge of tears, bolting out the door. Intellectuals were terrifying. The room felt crowded with so many people in Lu Haikong's office. It's fine, old Lu. It's not like classified documents leaked. Even if the Americans copied this stuff, they'd have to decipher it anyway. Zhang Tao murmured soothingly. Lu Haikong slammed his fist on the desk in agitation. Under my watch, classified plans have never had such a lapse. If something goes wrong, how could I possibly shoulder that responsibility? Gu Ming replied. Engineer Lu, this is also my fault. Xiaogu, don't say that. I still have my pride. No need to console me. Let's focus on figuring out what to do next. The tech department has already taken down all videos and images, but someone must have saved copies. Someone remarked. Zhang Tao sat on the sofa, hands folded on his knees, and said. I'll relay the higher-ups' instructions. Since covert action won't work, we'll go public. Let's release it openly and scare the hell out of them. That's a plan. It'll also serve as a smokescreen, keeping the enemy guessing about our true intentions. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Here's what we'll do, I'll stream the test live. Not only will it evaluate the tank's performance across our country's diverse terrains and environments, but it'll also deliver further deterrence to the enemy. Zhang Nan narrowed her eyes, staring at Gu Ming. You just want to stream. Detective Ken had already uncovered the truth, there was only one. But after pondering Gu Ming's corporate takeover, the group realized he was right. After all, Gu Ming had pulled off far more absurd stunts before this one wouldn't make a dent. Alright, I'll report this to the higher-ups immediately. Online sentiment flared up again, and Gu Ming's account was flooded once more. After several rounds of reinforcement, the entire platform crashed again. Open up, you bastard! Open up! I knew you were hiding something good. Transformers vs Iron Man? I can't afford mecha suits, but this thing should work, right? Bro, please, Gu Ming, we know it's you. Something that can withstand rocket fire, won't it get blown to bits? Curious onlookers and foreigners in China had already uploaded videos and images to foreign websites. They clearly labeled it as cutting-edge technology from China. God, why do you favor the Chinese so much? At this rate, when will the kimchi nation ever rise? Damn it! Those Americans are all bastards, stupid pigs. Can't they see the threat Gu Ming poses? Why aren't they killing him? The Camel Prince called the Camel Embassy directly, leaving the Chinese ambassador utterly bewildered. Li, you Chinese still don't consider us friends? Do you think I, Abdullah, can't afford this? Ha! United States, Hua Province Special Administrative Region. After paying the full ransom to Gu Ming, the internet in Hua Province Special District finally returned to normal. Even so, the American technicians couldn't figure out whether Gu Ming had left a backdoor. Even if he did, what could they do? It was impossible to prevent or detect. Forget it. President Trump was facing the biggest crisis of his presidency, with Congress preparing to launch impeachment proceedings against him. Even within his own party, many believed he had failed to protect their interests. The public branded him the biggest incompetent in American history, a disgraceful president. After forcing Secretary of State Pompeo to take the fall for him, Trump found himself utterly isolated, surrounded by disloyal allies and a sense of widespread disarray. Sipping his favorite red wine, Trump lay back in his chair, slightly tipsy. Gu Ming. Yellow monkey. Chinese people all deserve to die. He belched, just as his chief of staff entered the room. What is it now? Didn't I say I don't want to handle government affairs today? Tomipu slurred, swallowing a mouthful of wine. Secretary Baibao looked at the president awkwardly and said, "It's not government business. It's about the Chinese, possibly news concerning Gu Ming." A sudden jolt of alertness washed over Tomipu, sobering him instantly as if struck by PTSD. What did you say? Take a look at this. It's from the Chinese intelligence network, the latest individual soldier equipment from China. Tomipu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. Could it be that the Chinese infantry actually pose a threat to us? Pfft, you've got to be kidding me. Turns out they can. Temuo froze. What did that mean? The secretary placed the photos and videos on the table, playing them as he explained. In an area where Gu Ming frequently appears, we discovered a suspected secret Chinese military base testing experimental exoskeleton armor for individual soldiers. Based on current demonstrations, this exoskeleton armor not only features jetpacks and formidable defensive capabilities. Tomipu sat up, staring in shock at the superhuman figure in the video. Alien mechs were one thing, but now the Chinese were playing Star Wars? Or Iron Man? Weren't you planning to surprise me with a spaceship the other day? Liars. The Chinese are all liars. Aren't they supposed to be peace-loving? Why are they secretly developing all this stuff? After hiding it for so long, Rabbit, your rabbit tail is finally showing. Gu Ming stated, "We do love peace. These things are meant to help you all love peace too." Britain. The Prime Minister is gone, the previous one. He stepped down due to the Huaxia incident, and the cabinet was reshuffled. The parliamentary session was as noisy as a bustling market. Throwing tantrums and hurling insults was nothing out of the ordinary. Some were drinking, others sleeping, and yes, some were watching videos. The speaker, however, remained remarkably composed, as seasoned veteran of such scenes. What's all this bickering over military funding? Why not all get rich together? Thick-shelled crab? What the hell is that? A legislator who had been staring at his phone stood up and bellowed. The room instantly fell silent. Chapter 66, skydiving without a parachute is just playing around, tearing a great white shark apart with your bare hands. Rumble. The live stream remained black, filled only with the roar of turbulent air currents. In Gu Ming's live stream, tens of millions stared blankly at the black screen, heads full of question marks. What was going on today? The screen finally revealed Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan wearing form-fitting jumpsuits. The handsome man and beautiful woman left the single viewers in the live stream room seething with envy, wishing they could take their place. Damn it, Gu Ming! What gives you the right to wear matching outfits with your secretary? What event is this today? Looks like they're on a plane? Gu Ming! Spill it, is that Iron Man thing online you're doing? The barrage of comments flew thick and fast, all within Gu Ming's expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently in the rear cabin of a military transport aircraft. The camera pans back to reveal the vast expanse of the sky above. The camera returned to Gu Ming, who continued. We're currently over the East China Sea. Today we're playing a new game, learning to swim. Don't get the wrong idea, there won't be any swimsuits on display today. Gu Ming shot Zhang Nannan a disappointed look. Alas, the swimming segment had fallen through. Host, get lost. I want to see my wife swim. Skydiving? I love it. Gu Ming turned to the side, pivoting the camera and announced. I bet a lot of you guys have noticed this is my new invention, the Tianbing 1 infantry armor. This is the military version. 2 gleaming silver suits, one for men, one for women, came into view. Full coverage form-fitting armor, concealed joints at the articulation points, a display screen 2/3 the size of a smartphone on the arm, and a helmet visor with black lenses covering everything above the mouth that perfectly matched the public's fantasy of Star Wars armor. The live stream erupted in gasps. Gu Ming had just outright admitted it. Was this the official reveal? Seriously? The video was fake all along? Civilian version. Civilian version. Holy crap, just the looks alone make it worth buying. Surely I can afford this one? You'll find out soon enough if the video's real or not. Today, Ms. Zhang and I will be demonstrating it for you. With that, Gu Ming beckoned to Zhang Nannan, who took the camera. In the livestream, Gu Ming leaned against the armor and softly called out, "Manhwa." A flash of blue light shot through the armor's helmet, and a deep blue glow rippled through the mech's body. Immediately, the front chest plate of the battle armor opened, and Gu Ming stepped inside. With a clang, the armor snapped shut. Gu Ming moved, and the sci-fi-inspired infantry combat suit sprang to life. 66,666. Awesome. Hysterical. If the entire army were equipped with this thing. Holy crap, would I be the world's strongest power? Hope it's not all flash and no substance. Overreaching could backfire. The world's most advanced exoskeleton armor is still focused on material handling. Trust Gu Ming. Gu Ming took the camera, then Zhang Nannan donned the female combat armor. The helmet's gaze fixed on the lens, radiating an eerie sense of pressure that made one instinctively raise their hands. Yes, today we'll be skydiving and swimming in this gear to test its performance. Just for fun. Once Zhang Nannan was fully suited up, Gu Ming secured the camera to her shoulder and announced. Ms. Zhang will handle the filming today. All right. Ready? Gu Ming asked. Zhang Nannan nodded. The livestream chat erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating Gu Ming's next move. Now at the rear hatch, facing the howling wind, Gu Ming shouted over the voice chat. SpongeBob, ready. You're not allowed to parachute without the cockpit's clearance. Gu Ming whispered as a reminder. Inside her battle armor, Zhang Nannan glared at the seemingly innocent Gu Ming, clenched her teeth, and shouted. SpongeBob, ready. What the hell kind of codename is that, you jerk Gu Ming? Pfft, ha 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 ha. The college student watching the livestream spit out his drink. This is hilarious, definitely the dog streamer's idea. Squid brother, over. Immediately after, the cockpit clearance command crackled through their headsets. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan took a deep breath, strode toward the blue sky and white clouds, and leaped down. Finally, someone noticed something was off. Streamer, you didn't bring your parachute pack. The parachute. The parachute, you idiot. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly they shouted, Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan had already jumped. Meanwhile, on the foreign website streaming Gu Ming's live broadcast. OMG, he's dead for sure. What a stupid Chinese guy. Hilarious. This Chinese guy jumped without a parachute? British Parliament. All fell silent. The MPs watching Gu Ming's livestream couldn't help but burst into laughter at his foolish act. Excellent. Britain just lost a major threat. What a comedy, what a drama. White Castle. Teppa had already cheered. Nice one, you fool. Deco, fetch a bottle of my finest red wine, we must celebrate. But just as the wine was brought over, Teimepu's face darkened and he sat back down. Amidst the wails of despair, the camera plunged downward at breakneck speed. Gu Ming and the other man were practically in free fall. As we pierced through the clouds, the landscape below grew clearer. The ocean drew nearer and nearer. At about 800 meters, the spectators froze in surprise. 2 jet nozzles suddenly extended from Gu Ming's back. Azure flames propelled the entire craft as it executed a sharp turn mid-air. Ha! Is that even possible? Zhang Nannan followed closely behind, her heart pounding wildly. It was thrilling. On camera, Gu Ming executed a full 360-degree spin, then a 180-degree turn to land beside Zhang Nannan, looking straight into the lens. Did that scare you? Hee hee. Gu Ming's cheeky voice came through crystal clear in the livestream. Kill Gu dog, steal the secret. That was amazing, bro. Mr. Gu, I really want one, can you give me a discount? As long as I can have one of these things, Master Gu, you can toy with me however you like. Reach for the moon and the heavens, dive deep into the ocean to catch turtles 666. After speaking, Gu Ming flipped over and charged toward the sea once more. Plunging hundreds of meters into the ocean, Gu Ming remained completely unscathed. As for the camera footage, after manhwa's processing, the entire ocean appeared crystal clear. Sunlight pierced straight through the water, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene that left viewers mesmerized. They even forgot to curse the streamer. Zhang Nannan stared in astonishment at her surroundings. Her first visit to such a romantic place was with Gu Ming? Beauty was dangerous. Below them, Gu Ming only noticed a great white shark circling beneath them after manhwa's warning. Suddenly, it accelerated, charging straight toward them. Manhwa, who understood live streaming, immediately transmitted the footage to the broadcast. A great white shark lunged at them, its gaping maw wide open. Holy crap, a merman? We're screwed. Streamer, speed up. We'll die in the deep sea without even knowing how. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Ming accelerated straight toward it. On camera, he charged right into the shark's mouth. Chapter 67, tearing apart a great white shark, taking on a nuclear submarine solo. Shark, delivery service? Streamer, is this it? Watching Gu Ming charge straight into the shark's jaws left the audience utterly dumbfounded. Even the great white shark's cerebellum was momentarily stunned by such an easy target delivering itself. Still, it clamped down, ready to tear it apart. A hard resistance filled its jaws. Before the great white could react, excruciating pain erupted. In the livestream, viewers saw no blood. They only glimpsed a white figure flickering within the shark's jaws, magnified on screen. Several deep blue lights shone brightly on Gu Ming's body as he braced against the shark's jaws and thrust forward. He actually pushed the great white shark backward. Gu Ming activated his mechanical power assist system, effortlessly prying open the shark's jaws. But he might have overdid it. Viewers stared in disbelief as Gu Ming, resembling a superhero, surged with primal force, literally tearing the great white shark's lower jaw off. The shark fled in panic. In the azure depths, Gu Ming stood enigmatically at the center, holding a large chunk of shark meat. The live stream was flooded with gifts, with only Manhwa continuously thanking the donors. The screen was flooded with 666 comments. What kind of insane battle armor is this, turning a man into a superhero? Capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the depths, ultimately even taking on a great white shark alone? That's a protected species. You're breaking the law, streamer. This is called emergency avoidance. What the hell do you know? Besides, comparing protection levels to the streamer? What does it think it is? The suit's terrifying power boosts left every viewer watching the stream in awe. Every time Gu Ming went live, intelligence agencies worldwide had dedicated teams analyzing his streams. Should any unexpected incident occur, they could immediately report it to higher-ups. Witnessing the Chinese once again unveil a secret weapon. Experts and professors from MI6, the KGB, Mossad, and the CIA were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? A diving suit? A flight suit? Iron Man, right? OMG, a monster. Our analysis of Gu Ming indicates he's just an ordinary Asian male. There's only one explanation: that suit not only meets multiple combat requirements but also functions like an exoskeleton. The CIA expert explained while watching the live stream. Some of this technology is in fields we haven't even explored yet. Good heavens, what exactly have the Chinese been doing? Britain was stunned, utterly stunned. In the eyes of the Anglo-Saxons, such things belonged only in movies. I think increasing military spending is absolutely necessary. Look, the Chinese have already started equipping soldiers with individual armor. If the Chinese... Shut up. Do you seriously think the Chinese would swim across the ocean to attack us? The bottom line is the Chinese threat is too great, we absolutely must increase military spending. But we have the Trident. The Chinese could take over the Trident at any moment. Good lord, is this their nuclear weapons system? The arguments went on and on. No one could say for certain what the Huaxiao were planning, even with 100,000 troops clad in battle armor. Had the specter haunting the European continent truly returned? ten-Mach's eyes flashed red as he rubbed Gu Ming's avatar on the screen in frustration. Why damn it, why do all the good things go to you? If this were in my hands, wouldn't money flow faster than printing presses? Damn those Huaxiao people. Where is he? Do we have forces deployed in the vicinity? ten-Mach addressed the assembled personnel in the classified conference room. The defense minister, already prepared, replied. The 7th Fleet is undergoing maintenance. The closest vessel to the target is the USS Conswister, a Corridora-class nuclear submarine. This is our best chance, Mr. President. Strike while the Chinese are most arrogant and least prepared. We can take him down. An official's eyes lit up as he spoke urgently. Most of those present nodded in agreement. President Trump cautiously asked. But isn't that dangerous? The Secretary of Defense continued his persuasion. The Corridora class not only carries a nuclear reactor core, but also transports nuclear warheads capable of triggering a super tsunami. Even if the Chinese discover it, they won't dare destroy the Conswiai star. He couldn't wait for a real war to break out. As for casualties? What's that got to do with me? Very well, Mr. Secretary. Give the order. The defense minister curled his lip. Cunning bastard of a president. Watching Gu Ming, who looked like a god of war, standing there showing off when he clearly could move, Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes. Still, she couldn't help but lift her hand to examine the battle armor she wore. Though she'd sensed this power before, Gu Ming's display was still overwhelming. Could she do it too? Hey! Where are you going? Gu Ming accelerated and dove into the deep sea. 165 meters, 177, 200. The depth readings on both their displays skyrocketed. Are you crazy? This could kill you. The water pressure will crush you into bloody pulp. 288 meters, 350 meters, 420 meters. Yet under the gravity systems of their battlesuits, Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan remained completely unaffected. Secretary Zhang. Gu Ming's cheeky voice crackled through the earpiece. What is it? Here, take this. Gu Ming turned his head abruptly, halting mid-motion as he handed over a sapphire blue sea anemone he'd somehow managed to snatch from somewhere. Under the spotlight, it emitted a beautiful glow reminiscent of radiation. Zhang Nannan froze for a moment, nearly crashing into Gu Ming's arms without breaking. Though separated by 10 feet and a mask, Zhang Nannan could almost see the smile behind it. Disgusting. You really make me sick, streamer. Damn it, give me my money back. Damn it, pay up. Compensation for emotional distress. Zhang Nannan's lips twisted in a pout as she snatched the sea anemone away. Oomph. You think that'll get rid of me? Do you have any idea how exhausting it is working with you? Gu Ming, you mean the kind of exhaustion that comes from snacking and binge-watching shows while working? Hee, I'll treat you to a big meal sometime. Just as a peculiar sour stench began to permeate the air around them, Nua's voice crackled through the headset. Boss, you told me to monitor developments in the States. Just got word they're sending a nuclear submarine to capture you. Hold on, what's with this northeastern accent? The bullet comments demanded it. A nuclear submarine? Gu Ming was currently positioned right in the middle of the East China Sea. How audacious. Zhang Nannan hurriedly said. In that case, we should withdraw first. Someone else will handle this matter. The China Military District Command received an alert from the Central Artificial Intelligence System. A Corridora-class nuclear submarine had been ordered to infiltrate the East China Sea. The entire command center mobilized for combat readiness. Based on your knowledge, do you think he'll retreat? Zhang Tao stared at the screen showing Gu Ming and his precious daughter. He turned to the chief of staff. Don't you dare take my daughter into danger, you bastard. Commander, I fear he'll charge headlong into the fray. Sure enough, the next second, the livestream audio crackled. Hey, guys. Today Gu Ming's taking you fishing big fish. Chapter 68, Wolfpack Tactics, Destroy the Nuclear Submarine. Reply, Jialong immediately abandon inspection mission and proceed to incident location. The Yinglong will arrive at the designated location within half an hour. Reporting, the East Sea Fleet has commenced encircling the target. Communications crackled through the command center as Zhang Tao sipped his tea in silence. This time, I'll see how you escape. Old Zhang, don't you think this is too dangerous? This thing could get messy if we're not careful. The political commissar beside him remarked. Troublesome? If he dares venture deep into our inland waters, I'll chop off his head even if it's troublesome. Order the front lines, encircle but do not attack. Yes, sir. Fishing guy? Sea fishing? You look like a real catch, streamer, you've got that Air Force look about you. Fishing? What kind of fish? I want something exciting. Gu Ming drifted in the sea and said, what's the rush? Fishing is so much fun. Secretary Zhang, maybe you should step aside. You? I'm not scared. Zhang Nannan retorted defiantly. Be good, listen to me. This is pretty dangerous. Then we'll go together. Zhang Nannan murmured, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lip. That's out of the question. They're after me. If I run away, all my efforts would be for nothing. How can you handle a whole ship alone? This is reckless. But Gu Ming remained as domineering as ever, pulling Zhang Nannan up toward the surface. In the livestream chat, viewers were utterly confused. These two were putting on a romantic drama. What was with the dramatic farewell? Above the sea surface, a long-awaited destroyer hurriedly approached. After pulling Gu Ming aboard, the captain saluted him and said, Comrade Gu Ming, hello. This must be Comrade Zhang Nannan? Hello. Where's my gear? Brought it. Bring it over. The captain waved his hand, and 8 men carried a briefcase forward and set it down. Gu Ming activated the biometric scanner and unlocked the combination lock. Inside were various modules compatible with different combat suits. Secretary Zhang, you can go rest now. You're no longer needed here. Gu Ming said as he selected and installed weapons. No. Watching the two argue, the captain hesitated before saying, Comrades, headquarters has requested that you turn off the live stream. Could you do that? We've temporarily blocked it. Zhang Nannan replied. The captain continued, the higher-ups want you two to retreat first. My men will wear combat armor and livestream to lure the enemy out. Gu Ming waved dismissively. It's fine. I'm confident. Just take her away. He even stood up and removed the camera from Zhang Nannan's head. If you insist on disagreeing, do you expect me to tie you up and carry you out? Gu Ming seemed serious and Zhang Nannan seethed inwardly. She'd never heard him speak to her like this before. There was nothing she could do. Gu Ming held the highest rank here, no one could stop him. With the camera now mounted on her shoulder, Gu Ming waved to the group before leaping into the sea, kicking up a spray of waves. Through her earpiece, Zhang Nannan's voice rang out. Gu Ming! Don't drown down there. Had ha. Nuwa activated the camera, and Gu Ming's voice came through again. Everyone, our nest is ready. Now we just wait for the fish to bite. What the hell? I don't get it. Are you fishing for sea monsters? From what I can tell, Gu Ming definitely hasn't held in a fart. Viewers worldwide, especially our American friends, were thoroughly baffled. Could it be that the Chinese built such a bizarre contraption just for fishing? That doesn't make sense. If he spotted us, why didn't he leave? Or why not set up a decoy? Instead, he's doing the exact opposite? Inform the Convoy Star, the target remains in position. Operation plan unchanged. The order came from White Castle in the United States. A Corolla-class nuclear submarine submerged into the East China Sea. At 300 meters deep, detecting a nuclear submarine is extremely difficult. Even the Chinese Navy itself would find it exceedingly difficult. Unless, of course, they were cheating. The captain of the Jiaolong attack submarine stared in disbelief at the continuous coordinates transmitted from headquarters. Wait, HQ already has the coordinates? How is this any different from target practice? Who's behind this? They're incredibly capable. Rumor has it it's HQ's AI. It's infiltrated the US military's command system. They can get enemy coordinates anytime. Time ticked by, minute after minute, as Gu Ming drifted aimlessly through the depths, still no sign of the big fish he'd promised. The live stream viewers were on the verge of revolt. Let's call it a day. Seeing too much of the ocean is getting boring. Exactly, streamer. What's so exciting about a big fish? You'd be better off finding a sea monster or something. Bull, where'd you get a sea monster? Might as well go for a submarine. I don't buy you're that skilled. Ding. Suggestion received, catch a submarine. Earn 20,000 energy points. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Finally, a task worth his while. Following the coordinates in the voice message, Gu Ming drifted another 50 meters downstream, swimming forward. Shoo, keep it down. The fish are coming. Gu Ming whispered. The livestream chat exploded with question marks. No one knew what the heck was going on. The camera slowly panned upward, revealing a ghostly silhouette as massive as a mountain silently looming overhead. The livestream fell completely silent. Wait, you're telling me you caught a fish? This is a freaking submarine, right? How big is it? Holy. Not just that size? It's definitely a nuclear submarine. Can't make out the model, but if it's not ours, it's gotta be American. No way, the streamer's in our territorial waters. The Americans are getting way too cocky. They think we're Japan or Korea. When the Corolla-class submarine appeared in Gu Ming's livestream, everyone froze. Was Gu Ming actually waiting for a nuclear submarine? White Fortress, Bunker Command Center. When the Corolla-class was identified as Gu Ming's ambush target, the conference room fell deathly silent. Oh, my god. Quick! Notify the Convoy Star to retreat. This is a trap. A trap. Suddenly, someone shouted in terror. Everyone snapped to attention. The Huaxia had detected their movements all along. This was a trap. Damn it, we can't get through to the Conswister. What's going on? Chaos erupted in the conference room. Someone realized something and exclaimed in shock. We forgot one crucial thing. Nuwa was the Chinese AI that intercepted all communications from White Fortress. The conference room fell deathly silent. East China Sea. Kangsaway Star, a Corridora-class attack nuclear submarine. Everyone followed procedures meticulously, yet tension hung thick in the air. They understood this was no Japan, no Korea, nor any other nation where they could operate freely. If the Chinese detected them prematurely, the consequences would be unimaginable. The captain of the Conswister was a seasoned commander. After receiving confirmation, he gazed at the red dot on the radar and said, "Time to say goodbye, my friend." "Oh no, sir. Look at this." The sonar operator stared at the screen in horror. Chapter 69, The Eagle and the Hare are fine, but Japan and Korea have gone mad. The sonar officer stared in shock at the cluster of red dots surrounding them. Captain Conswell of the Conswell Star rushed over, staring at the screen in utter disbelief. This can't be possible? Access the database, identify the targets, and contact White Castle. What the hell is going on? The captain ordered. Reporting, unable to contact White Fortress. Report, 8 surface vessels are closing in to encircle us. Report, sonar database query confirms 4 of the 6 surrounding submarines are Chinese Han-class attack nuclear submarines we've previously encountered. Bad news came one after another, plunging the entire Conswister into despair. In an instant, the Chinese bared their fangs. They were surrounded? Then, the captain stared at the target on the radar. Would this target still tell the truth? No, calm down, gentlemen. The Chinese won't dare do anything to us. The captain steadied himself and quickly reassured his crew, continuing. Lock down communications. This information must not reach others. Relax. The nuclear weapons we carry are enough to destroy several major Chinese cities. They won't dare do anything to us. After the initial shock, the captain of the Conswister declared. In past confrontations, both sides had always stopped short of escalation, neither could truly harm the other. He believed this time would be no different, just a bit more embarrassing. As long as he projected a desperate fighting spirit, the enemy would release them. Activate the radar. Lock onto every target you can. Though surrounded, the nearest targets were still dozens of nautical miles away, leaving room to maneuver. Everyone, turn around and withdraw from Chinese waters. Hurry up, hurry up. Move out, we're running out of time. Gu Ming watched the nuclear submarine slowly come to a halt, chuckled evilly twice, then swam toward it at full speed. Everyone froze in shock. What are you doing? Are you seriously going to take on a nuclear submarine alone? I'm going mad. Who can stop this lunatic? Japan, the Prime Minister and Cabinet collectively collapsed. Having received the news, they had been watching Gu Ming's livestream. It was bad enough that a Corolla-class nuclear submarine had appeared within Chinese territory, but now this Chinese man that Gu Ming actually intended to attack it. Does he even know what that is? A nuclear submarine. Does he have any idea how many nuclear warheads it carries? If it detonates, it won't just be our surrounding waters contaminated, though we do have a taste for that. But the resulting tsunami would pose an unimaginable threat. Damn it! That fool! Stop him! The Korean community was also filled with cries of despair. As a nation that depends on the sea for its livelihood, such reckless behavior from Gu Ming. Frog TV was practically in tears. But they dared not do anything. This was Grandpa America's doing, and even Daddy Japan hadn't said a word. When it comes to China, all it can do is whine and bark. Why am I always the one getting hurt? The leaders of all factions, Britain, Russia, France, were stunned by China's actions. Silently capturing an American nuclear submarine? Just how many hidden capabilities do the Chinese possess? Moreover, the battle-armored Gu Ming wore allowed him to dive hundreds of meters into the deep sea with ease. What other capabilities did his battle armor possess? Kremlin, high-level meeting. A group of people, including the big Russian, stared at the strange Chinese words appearing on the screen. Big hammer 80, little hammer 40, 80, 80. The big guy was utterly baffled. What was this? East China Sea. Gu Ming pulled a small electromagnetic bomb from his waist and attached it to the hull of the Kanzhai star. This is a compact electromagnetic bomb I just developed. It should be sufficient to disrupt some of their electronic systems. Immediately, a pulse flashed through the air. Except for Gu Ming, the interior of the Kanzhai star was in utter chaos. Sparks flew everywhere as the captain stared in shock at the chaos unfolding around him. What the hell is going on? It's an electromagnetic pulse bomb, a weapon from the Chinese. Our systems are gone. Have the Chinese lost their minds? The captain exclaimed in shock. Then someone else shouted, someone's prying open the hatch. Damn it, Chinese frogmen? Impossible. We just stopped. This is 300 meters deep. Damn it. The situation could no longer be concealed. Alarms flashed throughout the submarine. Crew members began distributing weapons. Someone had infiltrated a submarine in the deep sea. It was utterly absurd. In the live stream, everyone stared in disbelief as Gu Ming clung to the submarine, using his laser weapon to blast open the hatch. He swam right in, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhang Nanan's heart sank. Had Gu Ming lost his mind? He was going in alone to ambush a nuclear submarine? After passing through several sealed compartments, the surrounding seawater finally disappeared. But judging by the oxygen levels, Gu Ming suspected this submarine wouldn't last long before he forced it to make an emergency ascent. Opening the final hatch, he was met head-on by bullets from our American friends. Fire! The livestream chat exploded with question marks. The camera hadn't even been destroyed. Everyone gasped in shock. Could Gu Ming really be dead already? Fortunately, manhwa quickly linked to the battle armor's built-in camera, offering a better first-person view of Gu Ming's perspective. The 5.56 rounds struck Gu Ming's body as if tickling him. He glanced down at his suit. Not even a bullet dent remained. Gu Ming even had the composure to remark, "Our American friends are quite enthusiastic, aren't they? Look, they're even setting off fireworks. Could you please move aside?" Gu Ming's voice was converted into electronic English by manhwa and broadcast outward. All the security personnel stared in terror at the monstrous alien before them. Some trembled uncontrollably, their faces drained of color, though then again, they were white to begin with. Gu Ming wasn't a blade warrior. He had no desire to kill. Even when facing enemies, he found it difficult to personally strike down a living person before his eyes. When someone moved to subdue him, Gu Ming swiftly knocked them unconscious with a backhand strike. Following the map provided by manhwa, Gu Ming made his way toward his destination. The area he passed through was utterly barren, not a blade of grass in sight. In the livestream, forget about gifting, there wasn't even time to type or speak. This was like a real-life American blockbuster. Thrilling. The insane footage spread across the entire world. Terrifying defensive capabilities and power boosts, capable of flight and diving. Even genuine alien technology couldn't surpass this, and now it's been developed by Gu Ming? Has the individual soldiers' equipment of the Chinese people advanced this far? Arriving at the final destination, the missile launch bay. Here lay the manual missile launch mechanism. Even without the electronic control system, it remained operational. The hatch door proved as flimsy as paper against Gu Ming's laser welder. Inside, personnel were busily preparing for launch, threatening Gu Ming's operation. But Captain Kang Saway of the Kang Saway Star never imagined Gu Ming would arrive so swiftly. Facing this satanic foe, some men even wet themselves. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider our launch target? Gu Ming's voice rang out. Chapter 70, the Russian roulette belonging to the Chinese truly romantic. How do you plan to deal with me? Missiles? Or perhaps find a cage to lock me up in? Gu Ming stared impassively at the surrounding screens and instruments. The technicians performing emergency repairs trembled so violently upon seeing Gu Ming approach that their hands could barely grip their tools. At that moment, Gu Ming resembled an alien visiting a submarine. The captain of the Kang Saway Star swallowed hard, steadied himself, and addressed Gu Ming. Listen, friend. As long as you don't harm my crew, we can turn back immediately. This is nothing but a minor misunderstanding. What was even more despairing was that the ship's light weapons had no effect on Gu Ming. They didn't even have a means to fight back. Misunderstanding? I believe I warned my American friends last time that I don't want any more misunderstandings between us. Approaching the manual launch mechanism on the submarine's blueprint, Gu Ming had already grasped its operation based on Nua's explanation. An interface extended from his right hand. Nua connected to it, instantly reading and unlocking the code. As Gu Ming's hand touched the device, nearly everyone's heart leapt into their throats. The recent images of Gu Ming threatening the entire world were still vividly etched in their minds. We can talk. Ransom, we can pay ransom. Captain Kang Saway of the Kang Saway Star blurted out. Gu Ming turned to face him and said, Shut up, Captain. Shall we leave our fate in the hands of my audience now? The other American soldiers froze, unsure what this Chinese man meant. Since Gu Ming's livestream was under state protection, he naturally had no fear of it being cut off. Data indicated that while Gu Ming's actions slightly tarnished China's image as a refined and accommodating superpower, they also served as a powerful tool for boosting national confidence. Countless high-ranking officials in China were once again holding their breath for Gu Ming. This young comrade plays so recklessly day after day his heart simply can't take it. In the livestream chat, both domestic and international viewers were going wild. A nuclear submarine? He hijacked a nuclear submarine? No, he'd done even more terrifying things far surpassing the Cuban Missile Crisis. Terrorist, savior, angry youth, greatest scientist in human history. No title seemed too extreme for Gu Ming. Now it's time for our daily suggestion segment. Should we play the target practice minigame today? Or torpedo fishing? Gu Ming said, stroking his chin beneath his helmet. So exciting. This is the highlight of my life. Listen to me, streamer. Target Hualing Province, Tokyo, then seize control of some nuclear weapons. The whole world will fall silent. Is that even possible? I'd advise the streamer not to get carried away, just nuke Guam. Is this the first time so many people have joined the stream? Our host always listens, just tell him what to do. Alright, let's vote. Nuwa will decide. Seeing everyone deadlocked, Gu Ming placed certain individuals' fates directly into the hands of the audience. He turned to the female military doctor standing frozen nearby and said, Victoria, a cup of coffee extra sugar. The captain gave her a nod, and she immediately dashed out. Thousands of miles away. Every nation nominated by the majority of bullet comments felt a pang of dread. Oh no, I'm heading to the Chinese livestream platform to vote for Gaulish black chicken. We Anglo-Saxons don't need this. Damn British, yes, you're the ones who deserve to be damned. Why only the Chinese get to vote? This is unfair, it's discrimination. Soon enough, Gu Ming's livestream was flooded with foreigners commenting in Japanese, Korean, British English, Gaulish, and more. This is a Russian roulette for the Chinese? It was like a global people's carnival, each hurling their most vicious curses at rival nations. Gu Ming yawned, staring at the coffee in his hand as a small tube pierced the back of his wrist. Caffeine. Sedative content. He shot a disgruntled glance at the trembling female medic beside him and said, Is this coffee or some kind of knockout potion you brewed? Fine, whatever you say. Gu Ming tossed the coffee aside, intercepted a suggestion, and pointed his sword directly at the legendary, mysterious Area 51. Heard there are plenty of aliens in there. Wonder if they like nuclear warheads. No, no, no. God, whatever you're doing, stop. Inside the White Castle, countless people clutched their heads in disbelief at Gu Ming's shocking words. What the hell is he doing? Gu Ming had specially selected an uninhabited area within Area 51 for his eccentric friend, a dear buddy who repeatedly sent him billions from across the pond. May God bless this place and keep it truly deserted. The live chat breathed a collective sigh of relief as long as it wasn't their country. The Americans were like, as long as it's not our place. The Russians nodded, fine, let's play it this way. Japan's prime minister and his imperial father both breathed sighs of relief, while the frogs and little sticks were cursing like madmen. Who doesn't know that in this little corner of Asia, those two former fathers can't stand each other? But it seems the other side doesn't hold us in high regard? Even angrier at you. Frog Island. Damn it! Do those damn Chinese really think they're better than us kimchi eaters? Damn it! Bring that Chinese ambassador over here to repent under the Tai Chi flag, you bastard! His aides broke out in cold sweat instantly, and his confidant nearly covered his mouth. Bro, just keep the tough talk in the movies. Why bring it into real life? On board the Consui Star. Several American soldiers exchanged knowing glances, then suddenly someone bellowed. We absolutely cannot let him launch that missile at the mainland. The group, spurred by the rallying cry, instantly lunged forward, ready to fight Gu Ming to the death. Unfortunately, Gu Ming was now like the Hulk. A single swipe sent a pile of them flying. A flick of his wrist. Chinese warship. Zhang Nannan watched the live feed from the deck, glancing anxiously at the sea surface from time to time. Suddenly, a colossal form seemed to emerge from the depths, shimmering in and out of view beneath the waves. Immediately after, a Poseidon Sea-based ballistic missile shot up from the sea. Has Gu Ming truly lost his mind? Even cornered dogs bite. Doesn't he fear the Americans will fight to the bitter end? Area 51. Countless military bases and secret laboratories received emergency evacuation orders. Deep within Area 51, in an underground secret biological laboratory. Professor, we really have to leave. That Chinese guy is a madman. Don't worry, Hawk. The experiment is nearly complete. This is my life's work. Besides, I refuse to believe it's just bad luck that he showed up now. Relax. Just save the genetic data on the Chinese guy. This is a biochemical weapon specifically designed for them. The assistant's advice was well-intentioned, but there was nothing else to be done. They could only pray for divine protection. Suddenly, the base's alarm blared. Emergency notice, all personnel take immediate shelter in place. No entry or exit permitted. Nuclear strike will impact in 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Emergency announcement. Hearing the base announcement, the professor froze mid-motion, staring at the ceiling in shock. OMG. Chapter 71, is Gu Ming a champion of justice? Well done. Some people don't understand human speech, others only comprehend .556 rounds in stun guns. As for the American people, who were clearly miles away yet kept tearing things apart day after day, only the mushroom cloud rising in the sky could restore a shred of their sanity. Now, atop his own roof, a young white American stared in shock at the mushroom cloud on the distant horizon. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. He couldn't believe it. That Chinese man actually dared to. 10 minutes later, major powers worldwide detected a nuclear explosion originating from Area 51 in the United States. Despite the location being a goddamn military-restricted zone on the map, it was a nuclear bomb. Even a single warhead-equipped missile was enough to send shockwaves across the entire world. Following Japan, the United States became the second nation to suffer a nuclear attack. And it was their own sea-based nuclear arsenal. White Castle. An executive secretary hurriedly pushed open the conference room door. Mr. President, it's bad news. Congress is preparing to impeach you. Mr. President? Chaos erupted in the conference room. One man, veins bulging, passed out with a thud. The personal medical team immediately dragged him away. Nuclear explosion? Nuclear explosion? Calm down. The defense secretary roared, turning to the vice president. Mr. Vice President, the time has come for you to assume responsibility. The U.S. mainland has suffered a nuclear strike. Please issue the counterattack order. We will have our revenge. Harrigan, utterly unmoved, inwardly cursed the reckless fool. Damn it, you pass out, and now this hot potato's mine? Ultimately, Harrigan couldn't bring himself to shoulder this responsibility even if the Chinese had struck first. After a moment of calm, he shook his head and said, "No. First, assess the casualties. We must prepare our counterstrike. But Mr. President, our nuclear reserve forces were all deactivated after the last Chinese invasion. If we suffer a nuclear strike first, we won't even have the means to retaliate." But Harrigan was determined not to take the fall. Even the hawkish Secretary of Defense could do nothing about it. We stand on the side of justice. The whole world will see the ugly face of the Chinese. Harrigan declared with unwavering conviction. The others could only curse him inwardly as a bookworm. Meanwhile, every department of the US government sprang into action, preparing for a world war. The propaganda machine roared back to life, determined this time to paint China as the ultimate villain, as monstrous as an art student's nightmare. Viewers in the livestream watched the news, some directly observing the nuclear explosion deep within Area 51 on a global map. Thrill, tension, excitement, dread, fear. A whirlwind of emotions swept through both ordinary citizens and government officials. Zhang Tao stared at the nuclear explosion on the screen, his tightly clenched fists the only visible sign of his inner turmoil and unease. The official response was surprisingly subdued. Not even a state of military alert was declared. An internal news bulletin. An external news bulletin issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Both contained identical content. According to data from the artificial intelligence manhwa, the objectives of this strike were twofold: first, to protest the unauthorized intrusion of the United States government into China; second, to uphold justice. The first point was easy enough to grasp. But we've always said China would never be the first to use nuclear weapons. So how could this be considered justifiable? The second point? That's Gu Ming, the villain who casually launches nuclear missiles, and you call that an act of justice? Unexpectedly, additional video, image, and textual materials were included. Biochemical laboratories, viral weapons, even human experimentation. Particularly damning was a document from Area 51's base. To study Chinese people, they even used Chinese immigrants who had become beggars while chasing the American dream as human guinea pigs for drug trials. Each piece of evidence, one after another, filled every compatriot at home and abroad with outrage. This is nothing short of beastly behavior. But it didn't stop there. Across Europe and Asia, there were countless biochemistry labs directly operated by the Pentagon and the US government. Some labs even dumped chemical waste directly into local sewers and rivers for experimentation. This provokes outrage from both humans and gods. Not only Chinese citizens, but even the dogs they keep will turn on the Americans. The British Prime Minister held a press conference acknowledging the existence of biological laboratories in Britain, but claimed they were solely for medical research. They claimed to know nothing about what the Americans have been doing. Gaulish chickens declared, "We didn't do it, but we also oppose your inhumane actions." The Russians declared, "You all saw it. This time we're not framing them. Everything I've said before was true." Well done, China. As for the Russians, who flip-flop and latch onto whoever offers them benefits, everyone dares only to despise them in secret. Ultimately, everyone realized that Gu Ming was the true champion of justice. The American victims? Well, aside from losing some inhumane scum, they practically deserved it. To the Americans' surprise, despite being the supposed victims, the backlash was all directed at them. How come whatever the Chinese say becomes the truth? Come on, this is a nuclear strike we're talking about. But Gu Ming's actions had already ignited global outrage. Protests, demonstrations, and riots erupted everywhere, leaving governments scrambling to contain the chaos. Turning around, I found myself a commander without troops? On the East China Sea. The partially crippled USS Swiss Star floated on the surface, surveying the surrounding Chinese forces. The captain's expression was complex. Was this the world's first captured nuclear submarine? I'm satisfied with your attitude. Your safety will be guaranteed. However, nuclear submarines pose certain risks, so we must temporarily detain it. Gu Ming addressed the captain. The captain nodded with a complicated expression and led his crew toward the Chinese warship. Almost immediately, countless technicians swarmed into the Conswister's interior. This was all good stuff. Getting to poke around the eagle's nest, it felt damn satisfying. Meanwhile, Zhang Nannan came running down the deck and wrapped her arms around Gu Ming in a bear hug. Though it was only cold armor, only now did Zhang Nannan's heart settle. How long had she even known him? He was such a jerk, yet even knowing Gu Ming was safe, her heart still pounded wildly. After a moment's pause, Gu Ming gently wrapped his arms around his little secretary. "Missed your big bro? Get lost." Zhang Nannan wrenched herself free from Gu Ming, who hadn't been holding her tightly, only to realize the livestream was still on. The single viewers in the chat were already seething with jealousy. "I knew you two were a couple of lovebirds. Boss and secretary? Total bull." Zhang Nannan calmed her flushed cheeks before adding, "Next time, you're not allowed to go on adventures alone. No matter what, someone has to accompany you." "Heh, sounds good. You're just the one for the job. Little lady, come with me down there again. I think I found a little unexpected bonus just now." Chapter 72, Sunken Ship, Secrets Forgotten by History. East Sea. Only these two sets of equipment on the Beichuan vessel could reach that depth, and there were no real dangers now. Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan donned their gear, preparing to set out once more. Not far away, American soldiers in standard surrender positions stared in disbelief. That guy was just an ordinary human, an ordinary Chinese person, not an alien. Some couldn't believe it. Was this really something a human could possess? Seeing Gu Ming completely unharmed yet acting mysteriously again, preparing to abduct his daughter, Zhang Tao frowned from thousands of miles away and muttered, "What the hell is that guy up to? Commander, is this it? What do we do with this hot potato?" Someone beside him glanced at the colossal nuclear submarine on the screen. "Hold off on the others retreating for now. Have them cruise around the perimeter to prevent the 7th Fleet from scrambling." "Roger. I'll be damned if I don't see what you're up to." While the live stream viewers were still frantically chatting, the screen flickered, and the host dove back into the water with his assistant. "Wait, what are you doing now? Fishing for big fish again? Are there even that many big fish around here?" No more big fish. I'm scared. Guess what I just discovered?" Gu Ming's voice sounded slightly excited. When they reached the spot about 200 meters back, Gu Ming paused and called Zhang Nannan over. "Look at this." Before the camera lens, a piece of porcelain was casually embedded in the sea rock. After checking Yuan's database, this pattern likely dates back to the Yuan or Ming dynasties, though specifics remain unclear. But I suspect its presence here isn't coincidental. Perhaps there's a shipwreck nearby? Gu Ming gently tapped the porcelain with his finger. Zhang Nannan cautioned. Be careful. That's an artifact. Pushing Gu Ming aside, Zhang Nannan gently brushed the porcelain shards. With no other choice, Gu Ming set off to scout the surrounding area. Though the terrain here wasn't overly complex, it was riddled with trenches. Who knew which one might conceal a sunken ship? The battlesuit's maximum depth rating should be around 5,000 meters below sea level, or even deeper. Switching on his powerful spotlight, Gu Ming groped his way across the seabed. Before long, Zhang Nannan followed suit. Truth be told, Zhang Nannan's excitement hadn't waned yet. This was a world utterly different from the land. Everything felt so. Zhang Nannan paused, glancing toward the depths below and to the right. She called out to Gu Ming. Big head Gu, look over there, doesn't that look like a piece of wood? Following the direction Zhang Nannan pointed, the two swam downward. Gu Ming's eyes grew wider and wider. The more he looked, the more it resembled a ship's mast. Getting closer confirmed it. There really was a sunken ship here? Secretary Zhang, you're a bloody lucky charm. Everyone look over here, there really is a sunken ship, and it looks pretty massive. Gu Ming excitedly pointed it out to the audience. The live chat exploded. The audience was stunned, dumbfounded. Could there really be treasure here? Why does Gu Dog have such incredible luck? He's handsome, smart, and his assistant is gorgeous too. He goes out to sea to buy soy sauce and ends up stumbling upon nuclear submarines and underwater treasures? You're rich, streamer. Every shipwreck is a treasure trove, might even have national treasures inside. Hey up there, wanna hear me recite the criminal code for you? A barrage of comments flooded in, some urging Gu Ming to donate the finds to the state, others suggesting he excavate them for his own collection or auction. Regardless of legality, Gu Ming simply wasn't interested in the monetary value of these artifacts. For him, it was more about the thrill of the adventure. Second, me? Gu Ming? Short on cash? So what if this stuff is worth a couple billion? The money in Gu Ming's own accounts was more than enough to last a lifetime, more than enough. The massive wooden ship had long been crushed and corroded beyond recognition by seawater, leaving only its rough outline and outer shell. The two swam above the wreck, utterly awestruck. The pitch-black cavities seemed to conceal ghosts from the depths of hell. Zhang Nannan, who was usually fearless, suddenly shivered. The atmosphere here felt too eerie. Ahem, if someone here is scared, they can just stay put. Gu Ming said nonchalantly. Who's scared? Fine, I'll stay. Gu Ming glanced at Zhang Nannan's heart rate on his panel. Not scared. Ha, the little secretary's scared. You beast of a streamer. You get all the good stuff. No way, split it evenly when we meet. Let the chat decide. In the end, Gu Ming accepted a suggestion to nationalize it. Energy points, 10,000. Headquarters, this is SpongeBob. Dispatch archaeologists immediately, major discovery here. The archaeological team included many young people, and quite a few were watching Gu Ming's livestream. Gu Ming was now a sensation across the nation. When his livestream went live, it was no exaggeration to say the streets emptied as everyone tuned in. When an entire massive treasure ship appeared in the livestream, news quickly spread throughout the entire archaeological community. Unbelievable. A streamer discovered a massive sunken ship in the ocean? The research value must be immense. At the command, the East Sea Province archaeological community sprang into urgent action, determined to excavate it as soon as possible. Seeing Gu Ming enter the ship zone without authorization, an old man fumed. What is he doing? If he accidentally causes damage, he deserves to be torn to shreds. What gives him the right? Sir, his name is Gu Ming. A young student couldn't help but interject. Gu Ming? I've never heard of such a figure in the archaeological world. He's actually Gu Ming? The old man may be advanced in years, but if he didn't know Gu Ming, he'd be ready for the grave. His name was Thunderous. At this point, forget about damaging the artifact. Even if Gu Ming blew this thing to smithereens, everyone else would still be raving about how spectacular the fireworks were. For a moment, the old professor nearly choked on his words, the frustration almost unbearable. The ship was enormous. Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan swam simultaneously into a lower deck loft. Scattered everywhere were gold, silver, jewels, and porcelain shards, along with the occasional human bone. Nothing much, really. Just as Zhang Nannan spoke, she saw Gu Ming pick up a box. Made of who knows what material, it had somehow survived intact at 100 meters below sea level? Playing it safe, Gu Ming decided not to open it. Gu Ming. Zhang Nannan pointed ahead in horror, where 2 or 3 skeletal remains lay piled atop a chair. The central skeleton was small, clad in a golden robe. The others seemed to be protecting it? Swimming closer, Gu Ming remarked in puzzlement. Is this guy royalty? Wearing clothes made of this kind of fabric? A gleaming metal plate in the right skeleton's embrace caught Gu Ming's attention. He carefully reached out and retrieved the object, which was covered in unfamiliar characters. Manhwa, scan this thing. See what it says. Chapter 73. This is the Imperial Seal? Scanning. Mongolian script. In the 27th year of Zhizheng, the rebel Zhu Yuanzhang breached the capital. That year, Emperor Shun fled. To prolong the Yuan dynasty's fate, the emperor entrusted his orphaned heir, bearing the Imperial Seal. The rest of Gu Ming's words fell on deaf ears. His mind was consumed by 4 words: Imperial Seal. That thing was on this ship? That was mandate from heaven, longevity and prosperity forever. Gu Ming swallowed hard, took a deep breath. It's just a piece of rock. Yeah, a rock. Nothing special. Zhang Nannan listened in shock to Manhwa's broadcast, murmuring softly. Legend has it the Imperial Seal vanished for the last time in the hands of the Yuan dynasty's last emperor, Shun Di, never to be seen again. Ming dynasty founder Zhu Yuanzhang once called its loss the greatest regret of his life. This iron plate records the events of that time, meaning, back then, Emperor Shun of Yuan was packing his belongings to flee, even planning to escape overseas. But Zhu Yuanzhang was closing in too fast. Left with no choice, the Yuan emperor entrusted the Imperial Seal and a portion of the gold, silver, and jewels to his most favored son and trusted courtier. He planned to lie low for a while before sailing back. Yet the Yuan emperor never found his chance. The great ship lost its way at sea, encountered a storm, and vanished completely from sight. This brief tale left the livestream audience profoundly shaken. No Chinese person could ever say no to one who claimed divine mandate and eternal prosperity. If that were truly the case. Holy crap! Heaven bestows great responsibility upon this man. Are kings, lords, generals, and ministers born of a special breed? Host, you're holding that box. It couldn't possibly be. Gu Ming nervously swallowed hard again, staring at the purple gold inlaid wooden box in his hands. Such an object was legendary even to the Japanese and Koreans, long revered by them. Japanese, could it truly be the mandate of heaven for China? Why has this thing reappeared? Holy crap, this thing must be as precious as the Imperial Seal of Great Korea. Shut up, you stinking kimchi. If your emperor didn't have this to confer titles, he's nothing but a piece of. Foreigners couldn't understand, but the Manhwa AI system on wishing phones and longway phones provided voice translation. They were even more baffled. What's so exciting about this thing? What are you guys arguing about? To me, it's not worth a glass of whiskey. You savages don't know. This is your Excalibur, your Holy Grail, your Holy Lance. Got it? Someone who understood English retorted. Once you put it that way, the crowd finally got it. They actually put aside their earlier grievances and started cheering for their own country. After centuries of corrosion, the lock on the chest had become virtually non-existent, coming off with a single pull. Zhang Nannan leaned in. Both held their breath. Tens of millions held their breath. The nation's archaeology community felt their hearts race and blood pressure rise. The box slowly opened. Under the glare of the spotlight, a broken stone floated upward. A corner was missing. Gu Ming gently cradled the jade seal, engraved with 8 ancient characters. Mandate from heaven, longevity and prosperity. Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan murmured in unison, their eyes growing distant. Before Gu Ming had obtained it, wasn't it just a broken stone? After it was in his hands. Secretary Zhang, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Shall we go upstairs first? Certainly. What did you just call yourself? On the Beichuan warship, the unsuspecting crew members anxiously awaited Gu Ming's return. A splash erupted as Gu Ming and Zhang Nannan shot skyward, only to land back on the deck. A small wooden box now rested in Gu Ming's hand. Before the captain of the Beichuan could speak, Gu Ming waved his hand decisively and declared, "The squadron returns to court. This sovereign requests an expert to examine it." Zhang Nannan shot Gu Ming a disapproving look. He was really getting into this role-playing. "Host, if you ascend the throne, could you grant me an official position? I'm not asking for much, just a lowly 9th rank official will do." "Your Majesty, ignore him. I'm the most obedient. Grant me one." Such was the allure of the Imperial Seal. Gu Ming let out a wicked chuckle. "Rest assured, none of my fans in your livestream will be overlooked. I'll bestow titles upon every eunuch in the eastern and western factories. Whoever sends the most gifts today will be appointed chief eunuch. You treacherous old fox, Gu Ming. You repay kindness with betrayal." While the world reeled in speechless shock at news of a nuclear strike on the United States, China's trending topics looked like this. The Imperial Seal has emerged. Heaven's mandate is ours. Area 51 struck by nuclear attack. Gu Ming has taken control of a U.S. nuclear submarine? Forget nuclear explosions, this is what you call explosive news. Word is historians and archaeologists back home are fainting by the minute. Reports flooded in, pleading for field investigations in Donghai province. On every street corner, people no longer discuss the United States, only that tiny, worthless rock. What does this prove? It proves that China's time has come. Heaven's mandate is clear, heaven's will is evident, heaven itself aids us. I'm starting to suspect Gu Ming has divine guidance. How else could he keep getting all the good fortune? The Beichuan warship was headed for a military port, where outsiders were normally restricted. But the commotion had grown too great. The provincial government's military district granted special permission, dispatching experts to await its arrival. In the past, Gu Ming was always the star, radiant and dazzling. But this time, the moment he stepped off the ship, a crowd of elderly men and women swarmed him, snatching the broken stone from his hands. "This is robbery. That's mine. It's not even warm yet." Gu Ming protested angrily. "Even if it belongs to the entire nation, couldn't they let me play with it a little longer?" "Enough, you're just making a fuss over nothing." Rolling her eyes, Zhang Nannan nudged Gu Ming's arm and said, "Come on, I always have to write reports to the higher-ups. You're the one who caused all this trouble. How is this my fault? Blame our American friends." The two were escorted back to the base, leaving behind a group of professors and experts competing to see whose blood pressure would rise higher. "I think it's real. Something about this place feels off." When Li Si was carving the seal. Right, it's exactly as the books describe. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days and nights of heated debate among national experts, the final authentication result was finally confirmed. The top trending topic on social media had only 2 words. Authentic. The legendary Imperial Seal of China had resurfaced, and it was all thanks to Gu Ming, the super streamer hailed as the guiding light of China's rise, the nation's hope, and humanity's shining star. The man who single-handedly took on an F-35, kicked an aircraft carrier battle group, captured a nuclear submarine alone, and tormented Americans to the point of desperation. The same Gu Ming had now unearthed an Imperial Seal. This revelation is even more shocking than the absurd claim that Bit is the successor to Readism. Seriously, no one could possibly say no to this. Hikvision Technology Company. Office. 2 people sit together like a young couple, eating instant noodles while watching the press conference on their phones. Huami Joint Press Conference. Chapter 74, The Grand Finale. Both parties claimed the incident was a misunderstanding. A U.S. submarine lost its way and strayed into China's East China Sea. Negotiations between the two sides have commenced. The protagonist, bored while eating instant noodles, switched to SpongeBob SquarePants. "Didn't your dad transfer people? Where are they?" Zhang Nannan rolled her eyes and whined. "He'll be here this afternoon." Mangdangshan Military Base. Row upon row of military trucks poured in. Muscular soldiers leaped down one after another in formed ranks. There were over 1,000 of them. All had their armbands removed, but judging by their uniforms, they represented all 3 branches of the military. Reporting, the Cadet Corps totals 1,263 personnel, all present and accounted for. A colonel saluted as he reported. Zhang Tao looked down at the young men from the upstairs window and said, "Have you finished grouping them?" "Yes, sir. Those with weaker physical fitness are in the 1st and 2nd battalions, while the rest are in the 3rd battalion. Go prepare. Maintain strict confidentiality." "Yes, sir." Zhang Tao smiled at the men below. The plan would commence in no time. Amidst the vast mountains, dense forests stretched out at first glance, not a living soul in sight. Suddenly, a large tree trunk shifted. It was a living being, or more accurately, the outer shell of a suit of armor. A spatial ripple rippled through the air, revealing the silver-white armor shell. Dozens of figures emerged one after another. Infrared scan cleared. Next target, Wishan Military Base, 200 kilometers away. Anyone spotted better get the hell out of here. Amidst the mountains, various military tests commenced. Ocean, desert, Gobi, plateau, snow-capped mountains. The silhouettes of battle armor were everywhere. But researcher Gu Ming had vanished from everyone's sight. No livestream, no word at all. Rumors spread that he was about to be assassinated. 1 month later, the Huaxia government suddenly announced the discovery of a mysterious energy source in lunar soil superior to any existing energy source and with vast reserves. Shortly thereafter, the Sky Ladder project was unveiled. 50 recyclable space elevators would be constructed in China. The news sent everyone into fits of laughter. The Chinese were dreaming again. How could this be possible? Even movies don't get this exaggerated. Yet just 3 months later, the first space elevator was declared operational. The space transfer station docked with the ground elevator, and a colossal ring propelled by some mysterious energy source reached space at near light speed. The world erupted in excitement. This marked humanity's official entry into the interstellar age. Humanity's footsteps would now span the entire cosmos. This year would be known as the interstellar era. Until someone directly guessed that the chief designer was Gu Ming. Finally, when the announcement was made, it proved to be true. Gu Ming's name surged to the top of trending searches once more. 6666, this guy's pure alien material. Bro, Gu is amazing. Meanwhile, Hikvision's various military to civilian tech products rapidly captured global markets. Don't even try to copy it, you couldn't replicate it if you tried. Exoskeleton-assisted mechs, hairstyling mechs, artificial intelligence, autonomous drones, domestic service robots. Additionally, the Kunlun Type 1 robots began equipping the Chinese military. capable of both autonomous operation and manual control. To improve his father's physical condition, Gu Ming led Hikvision's tech team into the medical field. 1 year later. These are Haikang's 2 new products, Agent 1 and Agent 2. Research confirms that Agent 1 not only cures 90% of diseases, including cancer, but also enhances bodily functions and extends lifespan. Formula 2 primarily focuses on building physical strength and significantly enhancing bodily functions. The news sent the world's wealthy into a frenzy. With so many bizarre alien technologies, they had long believed Gu Ming to be an extraterrestrial. This only deepened their conviction. The wealthier one is, the more they fear death. However, due to sanctions against China and export restrictions, a single vial of the serum was being scalped for hundreds of millions of dollars overseas. All parties pressured their governments. Why sanction China? Tabuke felt like crying. If it weren't for your fear that Gu Ming would encroach on your interests, why blame it all on me? Meanwhile, at an upscale private dining establishment in the Magic City, a mysterious figure lavishly booked the entire venue. How about it? Not bad, right? There's also a hot spring over there. Chinese or Western cuisine? Gu Ming slumped in his chair, his words slurred. Zhang Nannan pursed her lips, sharp-tongued as ever, though inwardly quite satisfied. But did you really need to reserve the entire place? That's expensive. Why not? I just want to see you in a swimsuit or something. Gu Ming, go to hell. How about being my girlfriend? Before Zhang Nannan could react, Gu Ming leapt up and pulled her into his arms, their eyes locked. Then he just went for it. 3 years later. Gu Nanshi, can't you spare me some peace of mind? I'll beat you to death. Daddy! Mommy's going to hit me. Gu Ming quickly scooped up his well-behaved daughter. Don't bother your dad unless it's urgent. She'll beat me up too. Come on, let's go find Grandpa to play with. Father and daughter bolted off, leaving Zhang Nannan to pick up her car keys with a sigh. Escorted by their security detail, the family of 3 entered the Mangdang Mountain military base. Standing on a newly cleared, vast open space, Zheng Tao, Lu Haikang, and others were all present. Spotting Gu Ming's arrival, Zheng Tao smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Grandpa. The sweet, sticky voice nearly melted the old man. Gu Ming nodded in greeting to those around him, then wasted no time. He picked up the walkie-talkie and declared, "Let's begin." Immediately, a massive crack split open in the ground before them. A carrier? No, a spaceship? A bizarre, sci-fi-inspired spacecraft soared into the sky. Inside were 10,000 battle-armored troops and thousands of various high-tech spacecraft. Its exterior featured visual stealth, anti-radar, infrared, and other advanced reconnaissance countermeasures. Its cruising speed exceeded light speed, and it even possessed a short-range spatial jump device. Huaxia 1. However, Gu Ming made no attempt to conceal it, allowing the colossal vessel to be seen across hundreds of kilometers. He launched a livestream, and under the gaze of the entire world, Gu Ming focused the camera on the spacecraft. Everyone, check out our new treasure from Haikang. Hit the like button if you want one. What? With that, humanity officially entered the era of interstellar travel.